Battered and bruised, Yi Qiao knelt in the main hall. Su Zhua, quick-witted and gleeful, asked, "Senior sister, did you really bring back the floating jade herb?" Yi Qiao flatly replied, "Yes." Hearing this, Su Zhua rejoiced, exclaiming, "Excellent. The floating jade herb grows at the bottom of the Devil's Abyss. All three realms know that place seals the demon clan. I thought senior sister wouldn't be able to get it." He then presumptuously declared, "This time, junior sister's injuries will definitely heal." Hearing this, she already wanted to curse him. Elder Yunnan also agreed, calmly ordering the floating jade herb to be sent to the medicine hall for refinement and then delivered to Hibiscus Court. Their shamelessness reached a point where she had to question, "Did I say this floating jade herb was for junior sister?" Hearing this, everyone looked at her as if she were a monster. She met Yunnan's gaze directly and stated, "Master, I kept this for my foundation establishment." Su Zhua immediately criticized Yi Qiao. "Senior sister, you're using it yourself. But junior sister needs this spiritual herb more than you do." Yunnan also frowned in agreement and protectively added, "Indeed, a Shua's health is frail. Your body is much stronger than hers. This floating jade herb should still be given to a Shua first." He made an empty promise. "When the Sect's grand competition begins, I'll have your senior brother bring one back for you." Hearing this, her face darkened further. Looking at her injured hands, she thought to herself, not to mention how incredibly rare the floating jade herb is, just the Sect's grand competition alone, with so many powerful cultivators. How can Master guarantee that he can definitely obtain another one? She felt even more aggrieved. That junior sister was everyone's darling, and she didn't even have the right to object. The more she thought about it, the more unjust and helpless she felt. Yi Qiao gave a wry smile, mockingly saying, "So, it's reasonable for her to be weak, and I deserve to die for being strong, is that it?" Yunnan, feeling guilty, slapped her across the face. Yelling, "Insolent!" Yi Qiao was sent flying, crashing heavily into a pillar. He then aggressively approached her, intent on seizing the herb. Yunnan violently broke open her storage space and snatched the herb from her. His face darkened as he scolded, "Naturally rebellious. You know nothing of respect for your elders." He released his oppressive aura and roared, "Get back to your cave and reflect on your actions." With that, Yunnan quickly stored the herb away. He turned and left, not forgetting to command, "Without my permission, you are not to take half a step outside the mountain gates." Leaving Yi Qiao alone, injured, in the main hall. After he left, Yi Qiao shakily gripped the pillar. Wiping the blood from her face, she thought, "Even the legendary Devil's Abyss didn't injure me this badly." Returning to the sect, "I'm beaten to this state." Yi Qiao leaned against the pillar and stood up, letting out a cold smile. This damned cultivation world. Just then, the perpetrator of this heinous act approached, calling out, "Senior sister." His words made her skin crawl. "I'm sorry. I'll definitely return it to you later. But this time, you were too willful, daring to refuse junior sister." His words became increasingly unreasonable. "Junior sister isn't like you. She's frail." Yi Qiao gritted her teeth in disgust. Her fist clenched, itching to strike his face. Breaking free from restraint, she questioned them scornfully. "She needs it, so you can just steal it from me." So this is how the Yueqing sect gained its status today, through robbery and plunder. Su Zhua, as if losing his mind, criticized, "It's just one from senior sister. Why are you making such a fuss?" Yi Qiao impatiently replied, "Yes, I am being unreasonable and making a fuss. Now go find your gentle and kind junior sister and leave me alone." She continued calmly, "From now on, I and your esteemed sect." Her eyes filled with determination, she stated, "to have nothing to do with each other." Su Zhua was stunned. "Senior sister." Yi Qiao thought irritably, "Whoever wants to be this cannon fodder female lead can be her. I'm not doing it anymore. My name is Yi Qiao, and I'm a slave to capitalism. A month ago, I was up all night drawing blueprints, and when I woke up, I had transmigrated to this world. This is the world of a novel called All the Big Shots in the Cultivation World Are Madly in Love with Me. The female lead is named Yun Shaw, a frail person who cries at the drop of a hat and is madly adored by all the big shots. Usually, beside this kind of protagonist, there's a stepping stone. Unfortunately, that stepping stone is me. I, Yi Qiao, am the most wrong person. When junior sister gets stabbed, I have to take the blow. When junior sister's spiritual roots are damaged, I have to offer mine. I dedicate myself wholeheartedly, only to end up with a sword through my heart. Yi Qiao bit her handkerchief and cried, a truly pitiful sight. She quickly regained her composure and thought of self-preservation. According to the plot, my life as a tool is about to begin. It's better to get away from these idiots sooner rather than later. Yi Qiao walked straight ahead and directly expressed her wish. I want to leave the sect. With that said, she excitedly grabbed her money pouch and left. Finally, she was free from this idiotic sect and even received 100 mid-grade spirit stones as compensation. But karma came swiftly. Suddenly, someone called her trash. Yi Qiao immediately stopped, turned around, and glared at him. Veins bulged on her face as she asked with a demonic smile, "What did you say?" The man was frightened and dared not speak another word. The next second, Yi Qiao smiled amiably. "You're right, I am trash." She decisively threw down her token and said to the dumbfounded man, "Trash like me doesn't deserve to be in the inner sect." Yi Qiao cast off her past and left cheerfully. Farewell. The stunned disciple watched her leave, his eyes wide as he muttered, "Yi Qiao.is that Yi Qiao." Amidst his shocked cries, Yi Qiao hummed a tune as she walked away. Arriving at Yunzhong City, a street vendor enthusiastically hawked steam buns. "Come try my steam buns." Smelling the aroma of the buns, Yi Qiao pondered, only at the foundation establishment stage can one abstain from food. The original owner is only at the 3rd level of qi refining, far from being able to abstain from food. Following the call of her stomach, she ran over and asked, "Boss, how much for a steamed bun?" Seeing her ravenous look, the owner gave a wry smile, 3 mid-grade spirit stones. The price stunned her as she turned to leave, saying, "Sorry to bother you." Yi Qiao sat in a corner and took stock of her possessions. After rummaging for a long time, she only had a few spirit stones left. She lamented her poverty and the high prices in Yunzhong City. "My entire fortune is only 100 mid-grade spirit stones, which is not enough to spend at all." No wonder the original owner didn't want to come down a mountain, even though she was so miserable. This also sparked her work ethic. "It seems I can only try to earn money." Though she said that, the newly arrived Yi Qiao had no direction, let alone a way to make money. She recalled all her knowledge of the cultivation world and decided to choose the most profitable profession. In the cultivation world, one is either a talisman master or an alchemist. Although the original owner was a sword cultivator, and I've never drawn talismans before, I can try drawing the talismans of the Qingwei sect. A few hours later, at the inn Yi Qiao rented. Thinking is doing, Yi Qiao immediately tried drawing talismans. She used her spiritual power to control the brush, drawing according to the shape of the Qingwei Sects talismans in her memory. I remember the Qingwei Sects talismans are drawn like this. Thinking as she drew, then like this. Finally finished, she excitedly clenched the talisman she had just drawn. "It's done." Yi Qiao excitedly admired it a few times, praising herself. "Not bad." Then she became a little doubtful. "So, it's a success. Is drawing talismans this easy?" Suddenly, a drop of red blood dripped onto the table. Yi Qiao's eyes widened in surprise. She hurriedly stopped the bleeding, exclaiming, "Is that blood?" She consoled herself. "Forget it. Just consider it me underestimating talisman drawing. This isn't something ordinary people can do." With her nostrils stuffed with paper, she secretly resolved, "But I can still persevere, so I'll draw a few more." Half an hour later, Yi Qiao, who had been continuously wielding her brush, collapsed, froth bubbling at the corner of her mouth. She lay face down on the table, her spiritual consciousness almost completely depleted. Yi Qiao held a stack of talismans and thought, although they are only low-level, swift-wind talismans and soul-bewitching talismans. She sighed uncertainly, "But I should be able to earn some money. Well, before I take them to sell, I still want to try them out." Curious to test them, she thought, "I heard that if you stick a swift wind talisman on yourself, you can run very fast." Yi Qiao stuck one on herself, then poured spiritual power into it, muttering, "Let's test the effect." After waiting for a long time without any reaction, Yi Qiao fell down disappointedly. It failed. Just as she was about to consider these talismans as failures and start over, it seems even the direct disciples of the Qingwei sect can't succeed on the first try. I still overestimated myself. The talisman suddenly activated, causing her to lose control. Crashing into the end wall, Yi Qiao, covered in dust, cried out in pain. Ouch. Despite this success made her see hope, so my swift wind talisman worked. That evening, Yi Qiao set up a stall at the black market, selling talismans. She held up a talisman and enthusiastically solicited customers. Swift wind talismans, soul bewitching talismans, cheap and good quality, 10 mid-grade spirit stones each. Don't miss out. Suddenly, there was a strange sound. She looked over, only to see a red figure flash by. Mu Zongyi happened to land right on Yi Qiao's stall, at the foot of the 5 great sects. Who dares to cause trouble? Several cultivators, seeing him, fled in fear. Not good, it's Changming Sect. Yi Qiao's eyes happened to fall on his foot. Great, I'm the only unlucky one in this world, aren't I? She forced a smile and said in what she thought was a friendly tone, "Fellow Taoist, would you mind lifting your foot?" She pointed at her pitiful stall. "You're stepping on my stall." Mu Zongyi hurriedly inquired, "I'm sorry, did I hurt you?" Hearing this, Yi Qiao wasn't too angry and joked, "No, but your actions have seriously hurt my heart." Mu Zongyi took her seriously and took out some spirit stones, saying, "Then let me compensate you with some spirit stones. Will 1 high-grade spirit stone be enough?" Seeing the money, Yi Qiao's eyes lit up, practically drooling. She quickly grabbed the spirit stones and put them away, telling him, "Forgive you then," inwardly delighted. 1 high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 mid-grade ones. This young man was truly rich. Mu Zongyi bent down to pick up his things and casually asked if she was a talisman maker. Yi Qiao answered perfunctorily. Some people recognized him, whispering amongst themselves and looking at his clothes. It seems he's a direct disciple of the Changming Sect, able to fly on a sword. His cultivation is probably at least at the foundation establishment stage. Besides a direct disciple, who else could it be? The young lady beside him must also be a Changming Sect disciple. The talismans she sells must be of good quality. Everyone analyzed the situation for a while, then rushed over to buy. "Little sister, what kind of talismans do you have here? Sell me some." Me too. Sell me some too." Yi Qiao happily replied, "Certainly." Business booming, Yi Qiao packed up her goods, happily thinking, "It's thanks to that Changming Sect direct disciple that I sold out all my talismans. It's so comfortable being under the protection of a sect. I also need to find a good sect to join." Yi Qiao was in a great mood, skipping back as she thought, "I'll go back to the inn and rest for a bit now." Mu Zongyi tugged on her sleeve, murmuring, "Are you just going to leave like that?" Yi Qiao saw that he was still standing there waiting and asked, puzzled, "Why haven't you left yet?" Zongyi seriously replied, "Don't you need me to compensate you anymore?" Yi Qiao was confused. "Didn't you already compensate me with a spirit stone?" Unexpectedly, he said, "But your heart is hurt." Yi Qiao was speechless, wondering where this idiot came from. Were all the direct disciples of the Changming Sect idiots? She had clearly spoken casually, but he took it seriously. Yi Qiao asked, "What's your name?" She analyzed the situation based on common tropes, thinking, normally, a handsome guy like him in a novel would definitely have a name. He didn't understand why she was asking, but he still answered, "Mu Zongyi." Hearing this name, she was startled. Mu Zongyi, wasn't that the name of the idiot in the novel who destroyed his own cultivation for the female lead, Yin Shuo? Yi Qiao instantly felt a sense of sympathy for this unlucky fool. Yi Qiao cleared her throat and pretended to ask seriously, "I heard you're a direct disciple of the Changming Sect. Do you know how the outer disciples are treated there?" Mu Zongyi honestly replied, "To be honest, our sect is very poor." He recalled some unforgettable memories. "When I entered the sect at 50 years old, I gnawed on steamed buns every day. Compared to my glorious past as a young master at home, I felt like I had been tricked. I secretly made plans with my 2nd and 3rd senior brothers to escape from the Changming Sect, but we were discovered by the sect leader on the way. In my memory, the sect leader chased after us, shouting, 'How can I live without you guys?' He kept chasing us, and we even lost a shoe while running." After listening, Yi Qiao felt a complicated mix of emotions. She became a little interested and continued to ask, "May I ask the names of your 2nd and 3rd senior brothers?" A dramatic love triangle scene flashed through her mind. The corner of her mouth twitched as she thought, "Great, the spare tire male lead and the devoted male lead are all here." Yi Qiao took the opportunity to inquire about the benefits of other sects. What about the #1 sect in the world, the Asking Sword Sect? Do they have enough to eat and sleep well? Speaking of the other 2 sects, Yi Qiao's anticipation grew. What about the Changfeng Sect and the Bisui Sect? Thinking of her empty purse, she felt even more bitter. Prices in Yunzhong City are terrifying. Right now, I just want to find a sect and lived day to day as an ordinary outer disciple. She spoke so urgently, he had to stop. You still want to sleep in at the Asking Sword Sect. He enthusiastically assessed the workings of the sect. The #1 sect under heaven will be surpassed if they don't strive. So, before dawn, they have to meditate and practice swordsmanship, study mental techniques at noon, and in the evening, they have one-on-one combat training. Speaking of the Changfeng sect, Muzangi paused slightly. As for the Changfeng sect, then he ruthlessly criticized them. The Changfeng sect is full of people obsessed with beauty, harboring indecent thoughts all day long, so their appearance requirements are very high. It's impossible to join. After saying that, Muzangi suddenly leaned in close to observe her. He carefully assessed her and then gave an objective comment. You look pretty, but they only accept male disciples. Yi Qiao felt a bit speechless. There's gender discrimination in the cultivation world. He honestly replied, not really. It's just that their mental techniques are quite unique and not suitable for female disciples. Finally, he came to the Bishui sect, his assessment quite simple. As for the Bishui sect, most of their disciples are alchemists. They don't need to eat rice, just nurturing essence pills. Hearing this, Yi Qiao cried silently in her heart. Is everyone in this cultivation world crazy? Muzangi assessed everything and then said, so, the food at our Changming sect is still the best. 5 steam buns for every meal. Yi Qiao focused on the key point. 5 steam buns. Thus, she made her decision. Drooling, Yi Qiao said, then I'll go to the Changming sect. She justified herself internally. It's not because of the 5 steam buns. It's mainly because I like a lively place, a bustling sect like the Changming sect. So, she asked when she could register to join Muzangi's sect. Muzangi thought for a moment and said, it seems that registration closes tonight. Yi Qiao's eyes widened in alarm. What? Muzangi asked doubtfully if she didn't know. Seeing Yi Qiao's dramatic reaction, he thought to himself, the Changming sect is one of the 5 great sects of the cultivation world. Such a major disciple recruitment event should be common knowledge. Although a bit puzzled, Muzangi still wanted to help. There's only half an hour left until registration closes. Muzangi held his heavy sword and said seriously, if you delay any longer, I'm afraid you'll miss it. He controlled his flying sword close to the ground, then climbed onto it. Come on up, I'll take you. Yi Qiao, like a country bumpkin entering the city, stared wide-eyed at the sight of flying on a sword. Deeply moved, Yi Qiao smiled sincerely and said, thank you, you're so reliable. In the twilight, a scream like someone being chased by a ghost rang out. Muzangi flew like a rocket. Yi Qiao asked in a panic, do you even have a license for this? Terrified, she grabbed his hair, yelling, too fast. I'm going to be thrown off and vomit. Now, it was Muzangi's turn to panic. He yelled, don't pull my hair. He was so busy looking behind him that he didn't see the obstacle ahead. Just before they were about to crash, Yi Qiao hurriedly reminded him, oh my God, look out. Back to that afternoon at the Changming sect, a yellow banner with the 2 words recruitment selection hung, and the participating candidates were chatting animatedly. Senior brother Xiaoyu sighed habitually. Elder Zhao, the selection ends in half an hour. Where am I supposed to find a genius for you? He was being sincere. This year, anyone with even a bit of talent had already gone to other sects. He added silently, after all, Changming sect has been at the bottom of the grand competition for nearly 100 years. Our resources simply can't keep up. Elder Zhao knew this, but he still held out hope. We still have to try our luck. Who knows? We might find someone exceptionally talented. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, by the way, hasn't that little rascal Muzangi returned yet? Senior brother Xie, Yu shook his head. He's probably off playing somewhere again. Elder Zhao cursed upon hearing this. He's never serious. Fuming, he thought about the future, growing angrier with each passing moment. These unreliable direct disciples. Hoping for them to participate in next year's grand competition is less likely than a promising seedling falling from the sky. But Elder Zhao knew this wasn't realistic. It's obviously impossible. Senior brother Xie, you looked up and noticed a bright spot. Squinting, he said, Elder, something seems to be falling from the sky. From the sky. Elder Zhao snapped back to reality and exclaimed, that bright spot, it's 2 people. Yi Qiao and Muzangi. Get out of the way. Move. The opening scene as the 2 landed could be described as incredibly dramatic. Senior brother Xiaoyu and Elder Zhao could only stare at them in astonishment. The sudden crater attracted the surrounding candidates. They gathered around in confusion, chattering, what was that? How did it make such a big hole? Dust and smoke billowed around the crater, hazy like a hot spring. Through the dust and smoke, Yi Xiao could be seen with her hand raised high, standing firmly amidst the rubble. These two are destructive and love to show off. Mu Zongyi said excitedly, "Did you see her landing pose? I call it the Golden Rooster standalone." Yi Xiao silently praised him in her heart. Impressive. Just as she was getting excited, she heard Elder Zhao's gentle voice. "You too." Elder Zhao's beard and hair stood on end as he roared. "Who gave you permission to destroy the plaza? Do you know how much it costs to repair the ground?" Yi Xiao put on an innocent smile and said sweetly, "Then let me fill the hole for you." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Zongyi put his hand on her shoulder. Smiling brightly, he said, "It's all right. It's just a small hole. Elder Zhao isn't that petty, is he?" This statement made Elder Zhao so angry he nearly spat blood. "This Mu Zongyi is trying to give me a heart attack." He calmed himself down and asked Yi Xiao, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Yi Xiao immediately put on an obedient and docile expression. "I am Yi Xiao, and I want to join Changming's sect." Elder Zhao pressed his acupuncture points, thinking in despair, "I think you're deliberately here to provoke me." He clenched his fists and asked fiercely, "Are you trying to anger me to death?" Yi Xiao replied calmly, "No, I'm not." The outer disciples, witnessing this scene, were completely awestruck. Truly impressive. Just in this wave, the Changming sect had gained over 1,000 new outer disciples. This person, on the very first day of registration, had already caught Elder Zhao's attention. Senior Brother Xiaoyu appeared out of nowhere, dusting off his sleeves, thinking to himself, "Where did this fool come from? How interesting." Senior Brother Xiaoyu took out a wooden token and said to Yi Xiao, "This is your token. Your name is engraved on it." Senior Brother Xiaoyu seriously instructed her to keep it safe, as the aptitude test would be held next month. Yi Xiao accepted the token and replied with a professional smile, "Yes, sir." He introduced himself, "I am Senior Brother Xiaoyu, a direct disciple of the Changming sect." Hearing this, Yi Xiao became somewhat interested, remarking that he was indeed the warm male supporting character type from novels, seemingly a good person. After handing over the item, Senior Brother Xiaoyu looked over at Mu Zongyi and asked with a concerned expression, "Where did you pick up this disciple, Junior Brother?" Mu Zongyi, with a complicated expression, casually replied, "I met her at the black market. She said she wanted to join the Changming sect to study, so I brought her here." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu pulled him aside and grumbled, "Junior Brother, are you sure you're not being used?" The robes representing a direct disciple attract a lot of attention. Mu Zongyi, hearing this, curled his lip and immediately retorted, "Don't judge a gentleman with your petty heart. Do you think everyone is as shady as you?" Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, just wanted to scold this idiot. Yi Xiao, standing beside them, completely clueless about what was happening, suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Yi Xiao bowed her head politely and said, "Thank you for bringing me to the Changming sect." Seeing this, Senior Brother Xiaoyu pursed his lips and furrowed his brows, thinking, "Just as I predicted, she's here to network, isn't she?" But he didn't expect Yi Xiao to defy expectations, saying, "Such great kindness cannot be expressed with mere words of gratitude, so I won't bother thanking you." Having said that, she was about to bid farewell, but paused and said, "Senior Brother Mu, see you later." Mu Zongyi grabbed her arm, his expression serious, and called out to her, "Wait." Yi Xiao, slightly puzzled, looked at him blankly. Thinking he would be touched, she was surprised when he said, "Didn't you earn some money at the black market? Seeing how poor you are, I'll take 3/10 of the spirit stones you earned, and you can keep 7. Yi Xiao immediately replied, "You too? Me 8, inwardly scoffing at his greed for such a small amount of spirit stones. Mu Zongyi's lips twitched, exclaiming, "You're haggling over such a small amount of spirit stones." Yi Xiao then said, "This isn't about the spirit stones." She clutched her pouch of spirit stones tightly and declared passionately, "This is my life." Mu Zongyi rolled his eyes, speechless. He then waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I don't need it." Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and calmly said, "Then I'm not giving it to you. Talismans are expensive, after all." The two brothers were culturally shocked. Mu Zongyi thought if it were any other cultivator, they would have died of embarrassment. But this person was shamelessly audacious. Senior Brother Xiaoyu chuckled wryly. "It seems I truly misunderstood her." At the outer disciples' living quarters of the Changming sect, Yi Xiao had become a notorious figure. Wherever she went, people gossiped. "She's the disciple who smashed the plaza upon entry." Yes, that's her. How impressive to be remembered by an inner elder on her first day. Some envious individuals even badmouthed her behind her back. Such a flatterer. A cultivator's hearing is sharper than a cat's. Of course, Yi Qiao heard everything, but she simply didn't care. She strode forward like a leader, unconcerned with their gossip. She listened as if it were someone else's story, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. The outer disciples watched with a mixture of fear and disdain. This girl was truly thick-skinned. Just then, someone tapped Yi Qiao on the shoulder. It was a young man who asked curiously, "Do you know Mu Zongi?" Yi Qiao shook her head. "Don't know him. Just happened to run into him." He pondered for a moment, thinking it made sense. A direct disciple wouldn't hang around with outer disciples like them. Having reached this conclusion, the young man enthusiastically introduced himself. My name is Du Chun. I'm a sword cultivator. And you? Yi Xiao, Vadi Asa Kiten. Repeated Yi Xiao, an orphan. Du Chun smiled, thinking this little girl was quite skilled at bringing conversations to a dead end. He cleared his throat and offered, "There's a class tomorrow. Want to go together?" She considered for a moment. Weighing the pros and cons, Yi Qiao readily agreed. "Sure, I'm not familiar with this place. Having someone to go with would be good." A while later, at the Changming Sects teaching square, the teacher handed each of them a book. This is the Changming Sect's outer disciple sword technique, the Qing Feng Ju. Although it's only the basics, you mustn't be lazy. An elder will be checking your progress. Yi Qiao had long since dozed off, thinking hazily, "I'm so tired. Should have slept last night instead of drawing talismans." She stared at the book, her hair a mess, thinking irritably, this cultivation world is ridiculous. Barely through the door, and they're already making us study. Curious, Yi Qiao glanced at the others' progress. She noticed they were swinging wildly, yet everyone's sword movements were precise. After a while, the words seemed to transform into practicing swordsmen. Now Yi Qiao focused, captivated by the book's contents. When she came to, Yi Qiao seemed to be in a strange place. She was surrounded by practicing swordsmen. Yi Qiao froze, bewildered. "What's going on?" Suddenly, a hand clapped her on the shoulder. The idiot jolted her back to reality. "Have you learned it yet? You've been standing there for almost an hour." Yi Qiao silently shook her head. Closing the book, she replied, "There are a lot of unclear parts. I seem to understand, but I haven't tried it yet. I can't say for sure that I've learned the sword technique just by reading it once. I'll try it later." Seeing his friend's discouragement, Du Chun consoled her. "It's all right. It's only been an afternoon. Of course, you can't master the Qing Feng Ju that quickly. Besides, I heard some of these outer disciples are from powerful families. It's better to be humble." Finding a reason to be lazy, Yi Qiao quickly nodded her thanks. Jealousy churned within her. "Then I won't try. Being too outstanding might lead to ostracization. It's better to be ordinary." She just wanted a peaceful life in the outer sect. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day's lesson ended. Class dismissed. Everyone, head to the dining hall. Newly freed, Yi Qiao hurried towards the dining hall. "I think it's this way." Mu Zongi came running from somewhere, excitedly calling out, "Yi Qiao." Hearing someone call her name, she turned her head to look. He winked and said, "Come on, I'll show you around." Yi Qiao then asked, "Are you still using your natal sword?" She was a little curious. The swords in the cultivation world were made of special materials. Even the most ordinary mystical swords were quite heavy, so she wondered what a cultivator's spiritual sword would be like. Mu Zongi laughed after hearing this, and explained, "Yeah, it's called the Tide and Dust Sword, ranked 3rd on the spiritual weapon rankings. This sword is primarily black, accented with red. It was a welcoming gift from my master." Yi Qiao asked with a mischievous grin, "Can I touch it?" Seeing this, Mu Zongi quickly shielded his sword. "That's my wife." A sword is a sword cultivator's wife. Yi Qiao immediately changed her tone, asking with a suggestive smile, "So, can I touch your wife?" This made even the simple-minded Mu Zongi feel uncomfortable. "Can you be a little more respectful?" Despite saying so, he still let her touch it. "Fine, just a little touch." Yi Qiao excitedly touched the sword's body, but quickly retracted her hand, blowing on her fingers and exclaiming, "So cold." Mu Zongi analyzed. "It's cold because of the material of the spiritual sword. This sword of mine is made from 1,000-year-old ice. But why didn't the Tide and Dusk sword attack you? Anyone who tried to touch it before was sent flying." He truly found it strange. Spiritual swords were usually very aggressive, especially top-grade spiritual swords like the Tide and Dusk sword. Yi Qiao blinked, saying narcissistically, "This proves that I'm very likable." After strolling for a while, the two arrived at the dining hall. Watching Yi Xiao devour her food, he sighed, "This is the first time I've seen someone eat so much." As they ate, they chatted. He curiously asked, "So you're a sword cultivator? But how do you know how to draw talismans? Are you a dual cultivator?" Stuffing a bun in her mouth, she calmly replied, "No, I was just bluffing. I only know how to draw the most basic talismans right now." Yi Xiao smiled innocently, thinking to herself, "I haven't even seen a talisman drawing manual. I'm completely relying on the original owner's memories. I can't really be considered a talisman master." Hearing this, Mu Zongyi excitedly suggested, "If you want to learn talisman drawing, you can seek guidance from Ming Xian." Mu Zongyi briefly introduced Ming Xian's background. He's from the main branch of one of the 8 great families, and he's the only talisman master among this year's direct disciples. He's arrogant and has a rather aloof personality. He usually only hangs out with third senior brother. At the mention of this person, Yi Xiao only remembered a few lines from the book, Ming Xian, the second male antagonist in the novel. According to the plot, Yi Xiao knew he would later develop a heart demon due to his inability to break through, eventually falling into the demonic path and becoming the young master of the demon clan. After turning demonic, he would fall in love at first sight with Yun Shuo, beginning his journey of vying for the female lead with other men. Only now did Yi Xiao seriously recall the novel's plot. Ming Xian turns demonic. Mu Zongyi destroys his own cultivation path and becomes an ordinary person. She found it strange. Why none of these promising, talented youngsters seemed to have a good ending? 2 months later, at the outer disciples' living quarters of the Changming Sect, Du Chun knocked loudly on Yi Xiao's door. "Yi Xiao, are you still asleep? Get up quickly. Senior brother Ming and senior brother Xie, you want to select inner disciples from among us. Elder Zhao told us to gather at the training square." Yi Xiao stretched, yawned, and replied, all right, I'm getting up." Her days here were monotonous. She'd been at Changming Sect for 2 months now. Although she practiced her swordsmanship on schedule every day, no one seemed to mind that she spent the rest of her time sleeping. Laziness truly could create miracles. As Yi Xiao put it, lazy people have lazy cultivation methods because they won't be expelled for having low cultivation. I set up a spirit gathering formation in my room with talismans. So even when I'm sleeping, the spiritual energy will automatically be absorbed into my body. Unexpectedly, it actually worked, so now I've smoothly advanced from the 3rd level of Qi, refining to the 5th. At this time, many people had gathered in the outer Sect plaza. Du Chun and Yi Xiao had also arrived. He chattered on and on. "Yi Xiao, look." Du Chun pointed to 2 people dressed in black and white and introduced them. On the left is senior brother Xie, and on the right is senior brother Ming. Yi Xiao calmly asked, "Is that Ming Xian?" Du Chun suddenly said proudly, "Handsome, right? All the female cultivators of Changming's sect want to marry him." After hearing this, she sighed and said, "You call that handsome?" Yi Xiao looked at the preening peacock and muttered, "They'll probably be disappointed. His state of mind is unstable. Who knows what day he'll fall into the demonic path?" Ming Xian's ears twitched slightly, her words catching his attention. Unstable state of mind. How did she know? Xie, you also noticed Yi Xiao and asked in a low voice, "Is she the outer sect disciple I told you about last time? Isn't she interesting?" Ming Xian, upon hearing this, became annoyed and retorted, "She's a couch potato." Xie smiled reproachfully. "You can't talk about a lady like that, second senior brother." Ming Xian said sullenly, "She even cursed me, saying I'll fall into the demonic path one day. Can I even call her short?" Xie, after hearing this, seriously refuted, "No, women are the most adorable creatures in the world." Lost in a daydream, Xie imagined giving gifts and saying, "Little junior sister, these are all gifts from your senior brother. Don't be polite." He thought to himself, if I had a little junior sister, I would definitely give her the best things in the world. Ming Xian pointed his fan towards Yi Xiao and asked, "Elder Zhao, what path of cultivation does she follow?" Elder Zhao replied calmly after hearing this, "You're asking about Yi Xiao. She's a sword cultivator, average performance, far from an outstanding outer sect disciple. The important thing is that girl practices her swordsmanship and then goes back to sleep all day. I don't know how she can sleep so much." The more he heard the assessment, the stranger Ming Xian felt. How could such an unmotivated disciple know about my unstable state of mind? Morning. At the main peak of Changming's sect, Ming Xian and Xie came to report. Master, we have finished selecting the inner disciples for this time. Qin Fanfan paced back and forth, muttering. I heard that Yu Qing's sect recently accepted a direct disciple with a top-grade water spiritual root. It was Yinan who brought them back from the mortal world. Top-grade spiritual roots are extremely rare, and yet Yu Qing's sect snatched them up first. He rambled on for a while, then turned back to ask his disciples. Yu Qing's sect's reputation has been soaring lately. When will you two finally make me proud? The two of them, accustomed to playing dumb, remained silent. Qin Fanfan found himself increasingly troubled. While Changming's sect wasn't short of talented individuals, they consistently fell short of other sects in the annual grand competition. His biggest headache was the constant infighting between Mu Zongyi and Ming Xian. As for his eldest disciple, Chu Xingyun, despite possessing the highest cultivation level, he was perpetually listless, as if on the verge of departing from this beautiful world. Fortunately, Qin Fanfan had one saving grace, Xie, who was relatively normal. Just then, Mu Zongyi bounced in, exclaiming, "What a lively gathering today." He hopped around, grinning as he asked, "Master, did you call us for something?" Upon seeing him, Qin Fanfan launched into a reprimand. "Can you cause me less trouble, young man? You're always running down the mountain with that outer disciple, Yi Qiao. Is the mountain your father or your mother?" At this, Mu Zongyi felt wronged. Besides Yi Qiao, no one else plays with me. He pointed at the contrasting pair of Ming Xian and Xie, complaining, "These two are always stuck together." Finally, he clutched a handkerchief, tears welling in his eyes. Senior brother Chu is nowhere to be seen, and both the outer and inner disciples are afraid of my status as a direct disciple. Only Yi Qiao is willing to go down the mountain with me. Hearing this, Qin Fanfan cleared his throat and changed the subject. "So, the reason I called you all here today is to ask whether you want a junior sister or a junior brother." He solemnly declared, "I'm preparing to take on another direct disciple." He thought to himself, there are 9 months until the grand competition, but I still haven't found a suitable direct disciple. Might as well ask these disciples for their opinions. Mu Zongyi blurted out without hesitation, "A junior sister, of course. All the other sects have junior sisters. Only ours is a bunch of smelly men. Even the emotionless sword cultivators of the Asking Sword sect have junior sisters." Ming Xian opened his fan and raised an eyebrow mockingly. "As if you aren't a sword cultivator yourself." Xie spoke gently, "We don't need a junior brother. Look at Mu Zongyi. Even the yellow dog at the sect gate dislikes him. He's not cute at all." Mu Zongyi protested, "What do you mean by that?" "The main reason is that I prefer girls." Qin Fanfan stroked his beard, finding the logic sound. "Makes sense. I've already taken on 4 male disciples. It's time for a female disciple. Who do you think would be a good choice?" There are a few talented individuals in the outer sect this year, and there are also a few young ladies with high-grade spiritual roots in the inner sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the contrasting duo exclaimed in unison, "Yi Qiao." Xie, with his gentle and refined demeanor, said, "Master, I think she's not bad." Unbeknownst to them, Xie was full of mischievous schemes, thinking to himself, "I don't know why, but I have a feeling this junior sister will liven things up around here. And I do love a bit of excitement." Xie turned to Ming Xian for his opinion. "Ming Xian, what do you think?" Ming Xian closed his fan and replied indifferently, "Whatever." Qin Fanfan stroked his beard and asked, "You're talking about that outer disciple, Yi Qiao." He pondered, "I've heard that girl isn't very talented and lacks the self-discipline of a cultivator. She sleeps in all the time and is always dragging Mu Zongyi down the mountain with her." Mu Zongyi said nonchalantly, "Yeah, that's her. Anyway, our sect always comes in last. It doesn't seem like we'll find any geniuses this year. Yi Qiao is great. She's mischievous and fun." This reasoning, though absurd, was strangely persuasive. He mused that although Mu Zongyi's reasoning was a bit odd, it wasn't entirely without merit. After all, the Changming sect had been in last place for the past 100 years, so who their 4th or 5th direct disciple was didn't seem to matter much. So Qin Fanfan decided to let it go. Since it had come to this, there was no point in avoiding it. "If you're so keen, go ahead. We at Changming sect will just stick to our usual routine." That evening, in Yi Qiao's house, she stretched and yawned, preparing for bed. Yi Qiao kicked the blanket aside and flopped down on the bed, ready to drift off to sleep. She was completely unaware of the trouble that was about to befall her. Finally, some sleep. Just as she closed her eyes, the loudspeaker blared, "Yi Qiao, the sect leader wants to see you. Come to the main peak immediately." Yi Qiao's eyes flew open. She racked her brain, trying to figure out what she had done wrong. I've only been in the sect for 2 months, and the only people I know are outer disciples and elders. Why would someone of the sect leader's stature summon me? This doesn't feel right. Despite her confusion, Yi Qiao had no choice but to go. As she trudged up the stairs, she grumbled, so tiring. This definitely isn't anything good. Yi Qiao was nearly dead from climbing and still hadn't reached the top. Don't they know I can't fly with a sword? I can only climb this mountain on foot. Unable to change her reality, she tried to console herself. Forget it, I'll just think differently. Every 900 steps is like an audience with the Emperor. Not bad. Finally, thanks to her unparalleled positive attitude, she reached the top. Half asleep, Yi Qiao bowed. Greetings, sect leader and 3 senior brothers. Qin Fanfan glanced around, thinking to himself that the rumors were indeed true. This child truly lacked ambition, choosing to sleep during the precious night hours when spiritual energy was at its peak. However, he had already decided to let it go, so he asked Yi Qiao kindly, "Do you want to become a direct disciple?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qiao felt like the sky was falling. What have I done to deserve this? Then he introduced, "These are your 3 senior brothers. You've met them before." Yi Qiao remained silent, her head bowed. Qin Fanfan stroked his beard, making a reasonable guess. This girl is silent. She must be shy. Yi Qiao glared at the culprit behind all this, thinking darkly, of course I've met them. We even went down the mountain together a few days ago. Now they're my senior brothers. Mu Zongyi, oblivious to anything amiss, smiled and said to Yi Qiao, "You're so happy you're speechless, aren't you?" With everything settled, Qin Fanfan calmly instructed, "Pack your things and move here tomorrow." Yi Qiao was inwardly fuming, but obeyed nonetheless. "As you command." What a wonderful misunderstanding, Qin Fanfan thought with satisfaction. She's even moved to tears. I didn't expect this girl, despite her lack of talent, to be so grateful. Back in her dwelling, Yi Qiao lit a lamp and lay on her bed, instinctively pondering how things had come to this. Thinking about the responsibilities that came with the title, she felt dejected. Among the direct, inner, and outer disciples, the direct disciples had the heaviest burden. Besides participating in grand competitions, they also had to attend regular training sessions. Hearing Mu Zongyi's complaints, she felt even worse. According to him, an inner sect elder personally trained his reflexes, beating him every day during class. Back then, she even pretended to sympathize with him. Lying in her warm blanket, she felt a chill. She never thought it would be her turn. That night, Yi Qiao cried herself to sleep. The next morning, someone spread the news. Have you heard? Yi Qiao became a direct disciple. People gathered in the square, grumbling, she wasn't even as good as me in class. Someone must have pulled strings for her. Her talent isn't high, and her exam results were poor. Even if they wanted to choose a direct disciple, they should have chosen someone from the inner sect. Someone even pulled another female disciple over, saying, "Isn't senior sister Ning more suitable than her?" Ning Xing stood not far away, lost in thought. At the same time, Du Chun was helping Yi Qiao pack her clothes. "All right, I've almost finished packing your things." He patted Yi Qiao's shoulder, offering friendly encouragement. "You're really something." Without a word, you became a direct disciple. Yi Qiao just sighed in response. Du Chun pinched her cheek with a smile. "Cheer up, why the long face?" But her smile was more terrifying than crying, so Du Chun immediately changed his tune. On second thought, maybe don't smile. Yi Qiao took out a stack of talismans. "These are spirit-gathering talismans. A gift for you." She carefully explained their use. "Stick them to your headboard. At night, you can cultivate just by lying down." Du Chun accepted the talismans, squinting at them carefully, skeptical of their authenticity. "Just by lying down. Does something this good really exist?" Yi Qiao stretched and walked towards the door. "Try it and see." She had just turned around when a sword was pointed at her. Fortunately, the tip of the sword stopped just before the center of her forehead. Ning Xing asked with a fierce expression, "What makes you qualified to be a direct disciple? Is it because of your good relationship with senior brother Mu?" Ning Xing was Bufu, continuously questioning Yi Qiao. "Someone like you, a mid-grade spiritual root waste, what right do you have to cultivate on the main peak with senior brother Ming Xian?" Yi Qiao calmly pushed the sword away, reminding her softly, "Senior sister, let's talk things out. Drawing swords is forbidden in the Changming sect." She looked at Ning Xing and sighed. "Senior sister, you don't know how much I envy you." Every word, she said, confused Ning Xing envy me. Envy me for not being a direct disciple. Yi Qiao, like someone who had seen it all, said with frustration, "I envy everyone who doesn't have to work hard." As Ning Xing was pondering this, someone suddenly appeared. "Are you sick?" Chu Xingyun materialized like a ghost, speaking indifferently. "Let's go." Ning Xing was startled. "When did you get here?" Yi Qiao was also surprised. She approached cautiously, calling out uncertainly, "Eldest senior brother." Looking at the world-weary figure before her, she thought, "I've met Xie, Ming Xian, and Mu Zongyi. Chu Xingyun is the only one I haven't seen yet." Chu Xingyun replied, She recalled the original story, knowing that this eldest disciple was a melancholic, handsome young man, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death. But even such a world-weary person eventually became infatuated with the female lead, saved by her gentle, kind, and universally adored nature. From then on, Chu Xingyun diligently became a member of the female lead's harem. Right now, this melancholic, handsome man was focused on the unruly strand of hair on her head. He found the swaying strand of hair extremely irritating. But the more focused she became, the more it swayed. Chu Xingyun couldn't help but reach out, finally managing to flatten the bothersome strand. Chu Xingyun panicked at his own action, but as soon as he let go, the unruly strand sprang back up, so he pressed it down again. In the end, the unruly strand of hair won. The corner of Yi Qiao's mouth twitched, thinking to herself, this senior brother Chu wouldn't happen to have OCD, would he? After a while, the two arrived at the main peak. Grabbing the back of Yi Qiao's neck, Chu Xingyun said, "Junior sister, your mind works too quickly." Chu Xingyun then tossed Yi Qiao to Xieyu, who said with a bewildered expression, "Is it done?" Chu Xingyun quickly ran off, leaving Xieyu to deal with the aftermath. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Yi Qiao, still dizzy, thought to herself, senior brother Chu's swordsmanship just now was incredibly fast. Chu Xingyun ran for his life, struggling internally. "I really want to chop off that unruly strand of hair on her head with one strike. No, I must restrain myself." Within the bamboo forest of the Changming Sect's main peak, Yi Qiao followed behind Xieyu, curiously asking, "Third senior brother, doesn't the Changming Sect have an entrance ceremony for new disciples?" Xieyu stopped and replied, "No." He waited for Yi Qiao to catch up, then said, "The four of us didn't have one before." Yi Qiao was surprised. "None of the four of you." She then asked, "Why do other sects have them?" Recalling the details from the original story, she remembered. In the original story, when the female lead, Yin Shuo, was accepted as a direct disciple by the Weqing sect, it was a grand ceremony, with people coming from everywhere to offer congratulations. Coming to the Changming sect was so simple. Xieyu cleared his throat, pretending to be calm as he said, "Perhaps it's because we don't have enough funds." After saying this, Xieyu didn't dare to look directly at her. Yi Qiao understood the situation immediately, bluntly stating, "To put it plainly, we're poor. In the cultivation world, the ones who earn the most are Talisman Masters and Pill Masters. The Changming sect has few Talisman Masters and Pill Masters, so naturally, we can't compare to other sections." Xieyu smiled and announced, causing Yi Qiao to nearly collapse, "We only have two classes to attend, the Heart Technique class and the Discipline class." He acted like a kind older brother, guiding her. Both classes have elders present to teach. If you don't understand anything, you can ask the elders or come find me. Hearing this, Yi Qiao felt as if she'd been struck by lightning, thinking in fear, "Isn't this just like high school?" She collapsed in despair, thinking to herself, "What sin have I committed? I finally escaped the cage of high school a few years ago, only to transmigrate here and end up in another cage." A cool breeze carrying spiritual energy blew past, bathing her in the spring wind. And Yi Qiao sighed. "The spiritual energy here is so dense." She thought excitedly, "I finally understand why the cultivation levels of direct disciples are so much higher than ordinary people. The rampant spiritual energy scattered throughout this place is truly endless, inexhaustible." At this moment, Xieyu quietly searched for something, pulling out a bottle of pills and handing it to her. "These are spirit consolidation pills. Swallow one, and you'll feel much better later." Yi Qiao reached out and took the bottle of pills. She held the pills, subconsciously recalling the uses of the Gu Ling pill mentioned in the original work. Yi Qiao remembered it could stabilize spiritual energy. Those with weak foundations, who forcefully increase their cultivation using heavenly and earthly treasures, could quickly solidify their foundation after consuming it. Yi Qiao tossed the pill in her mouth, excitedly thinking that even a genius like Xieyu of the Changming Sect Academy could only refine 3 portions in 3 years, and he gave them all to the female lead, Yin Shuo. A hallucination appeared. Xiaoyu affectionately said, "This is the Gu Ling pill for you." Yi Chao said gratefully, "Third senior brother, you're so kind," happily thinking, "Now I have one too." Xiaoyu was also very happy. "So cute. Little junior sister is indeed very polite." He also took the opportunity to mock Muzongi, unlike that blockhead Muzongi, who only knows how to open his mouth and ask for things. As soon as he finished speaking, a living thing flew past like a shooting star. Observing from below, Yi Chao found it quite novel, praising the bird person for its speed. It wasn't until he landed that she realized it was Muzongi. Muzongi propped himself up, cursing nonstop. He pointed at Ming Xian provocatively. "Ming Xian, do you want to fight?" Ming Xian held a stack of talismans, calmly replying, "Am I afraid of you?" Yi Chao thought the fight was very interesting. They're all together like this. Inwardly, she added, wishing she could stab them both. Xiaoyu, slightly misunderstanding, comforted Yi Chao. "That's right. Just wait until they're done fighting. Don't worry." Yi Chao became even more excited. "Really?" Inwardly, she yelled, "Fight, fight. I haven't seen a fight yet." At this moment, their gazes met intensely. Xiaoyu finally slowly realized why he felt little junior sister was so excited. Yi Chao snapped back to reality, her acting exploding into tears. "Really? Really?" Seeing this, Xiaoyu's mouth twitched, thinking, "Don't think I can't see you're eager to watch." He stood between the two and mediated. "All right, stop arguing. Let's go to the training grounds first. Elder Duanyu is about to arrive." Not long after, at the training grounds, the disciples were practicing in pairs. Elder Duanyu looked like a giant. Yi Chao was shocked. He really is a giant. He lightly patted her shoulder, and she suffered internal injuries. "You are the newly arrived direct disciple." Yi Chao's face paled, and she spat out blood. Duanyu was stunned, while Yi Chao collapsed to the ground. He looked at Yi Chao incredulously, as if looking at a monster, unable to withstand such a light blow. Muzongi chivalrously spoke up for her. "Elder, she's not like me, who's been beaten for years. Today is Yi Chao's first day here. Please be gentler with her." Duanyu calmly said, "Of course, I know my limits." Yi Chao, supporting her waist, stood up, gratefully thinking, our long acquaintance wasn't in vain after all. Duanyu handed her a book, saying, "You should try practicing treading the azure wind first." He gave careful instructions, then kindly added, "This is a cultivation technique that can increase speed. Every direct disciple has a copy. Your senior brothers have all mastered it thoroughly." Yi Chao carefully looked at the book, filled with awe. His face then darkened, and he threatened coldly, "In 3 days, I'll test you. If you're slow then, prepare to be kicked." Yi Chao tilted her head in confusion after hearing this, and asked, "Kicked how?" Unaware of the impending hell, she innocently wondered, how does one get kicked? Duanyu glared at the group of disciples. Their expressions clearly indicated they weren't easy to provoke. Muzongi, still unaware of his impending misfortune, stared blankly at Duanyu. Duanyu kicked him in the, but irritably, "I'm using violent training methods on my disciples. What are you standing around here for? Get to training." Clutching his aching backside, Muzongi retorted stubbornly, "Elder, can't you speak nicely? That kick was too hard." Yi Chao's face paled with fear. She didn't want to be the next kicking target. While she liked to zone out, it didn't mean she enjoyed being kicked. 3 days later, the group of disciples were driven to frantic practice by Duanyu. Yi Chao ran diligently. She ran with all her might, but she still couldn't satisfy Duanyu. Faster, unable to avoid the fate of a kicked backside. Duanyu kicked her while saying, "Too slow, speed up." Yi Chao activated a move called Treading the Qingfeng, taking 3 steps at a time as she flew forward. Panting like a bellows as she ran, Yi Chao thanked the heavens. She finally understood why she had to learn Treading the Qingfeng first. Its purpose was to dodge kicks more quickly. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Yi Chao. "Don't get distracted, it's not over yet." It was the 4th brother, Muzongi. The 2 siblings ran hand in hand. "If you don't want to be kicked, follow me." Their master, who enjoyed the scene immensely, urged them on, "Not bad, keep running for your lives." As they ran into a courtyard, a sarcastic voice rang out, "You short potato." He sipped his tea and mocked, "Little girl Yi Chao, why are you so short? Doesn't your family feed you?" Yi Chao seethed with anger, cursing inwardly, "Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated." Calm down, calm down. Let others be angry, not me. Anger breeds illness, and no one will replace him. He's a direct disciple. He has the right not to be chased and kicked, and he's still gloating over there. Cultivators are so hateful. 2 months later at the academy, teacher Changming was lecturing seriously. He looked at the students and said, "Do you all understand the mental method I just explained? Next, I'll ask some questions." Yi Qiao muttered absent-mindedly. Elder Duan's training sessions are certainly impressive. Coupled with the abundant spiritual energy of the main peak, I've gone from the 5th level of Qi refining to the 9th in just 2 months. Such inattentive students easily attract a teacher's attention. Sure enough, the teacher called on Yi Qiao directly. "Yi Qiao, answer my previous question. If you can't, go clean the library." Yi Qiao immediately froze, not having heard a single word. She stammered, unable to speak, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Yi Qiao lamented helplessly, "Why does Elder Zhao always pick on me? Do I have some kind of feud with him?" Just as she was about to accept her punishment of manual labor, Ming Xian let out a yawn. This was caught by the little imp Yi Qiao, who immediately switched to snitch mode. "Elder, senior brother Ming Xian says he knows the answer to this question." Ming Xian was stunned. "I'm impressed." The teacher stroked his beard and turned to Ming Xian. "Ming Xian, you understand, right? Then try explaining it to your junior disciples." Yi Qiao pretended to be obedient, ready to watch the drama unfold. Ming Xian was still dumbfounded. Yi Qiao raised her sly, beautiful eyes and taunted loudly, "If you don't go to hell, who will? Senior brother, you are the hope of the Changming Sect's Talisman practitioner lineage." Yi Qiao sneered, "I've been waiting for this day. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility, so you should work harder." Senior brother was born to be teased, wasn't it, because he always calls me short potato? The mental cultivation lesson lasted until evening. This mental method is a bit difficult to learn. You must remember the key points. Yi Qiao said languidly, "I'm so sleepy." While the teacher enthusiastically lectured, Yi Qiao secretly dozed off. Suddenly, a voice whispered in her ear, "Little junior sister, class is dismissed." Yi Qiao woke up with a start, opening her eyes wide. She flipped her desk over as she stood up, shouting, "Class dismissed." Then, disregarding everything, she hopped and sang, "Oh, yeah, let's go home." Suddenly, a hand grabbed Yi Qiao tightly. Ming Xian, having achieved his goal, grinned mischievously, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Yi Qiao saw the teacher's face darken like the bottom of a pot, and her classmates gaped in astonishment. Yi Qiao, still unaware of the trick, innocently thought, "Isn't class dismissed? Why are they still here?" The teacher roared at her, "Yi Qiao, why are you standing up?" Consumed by anger, the teacher gritted his teeth and said, "What, are you dissatisfied with my teaching? So you kicked the table to stir things up." Ming Xian was the most smug, gloating, "Heaven has eyes, instant karma. Isn't that right, junior sister?" The irritated teacher didn't want to let anyone off the hook. Ming Xian was also scolded, "And you too, Ming Xian. You don't even know such a simple question. Both of you, after class, go clean the library." Ming Xian feigned innocence. A second later, he retracted his smile. "Indeed, karma is swift. As long as you suffer, Yi Qiao will be satisfied. Come on, let's make each other suffer." Yi Qiao retorted provocatively, "What goes around comes around. Heaven spares no one, senior brother." The animosity between the two disciples deepened. After class, they had to go to the library to work. The lights were still on inside, and an elder was processing documents. He was steward Yu, the steward of the library. "Yi Qiao, here to clean again." Yi Qiao was used to it. "Yes, since Elder Zhao's mental cultivation class, you've been here cleaning for more than 10 days straight." Ming Xian sat under the lamp reading, ignoring his angry junior sister, Yi Qiao, as she swept. Whether intentionally or not, the broom stopped in front of Ming Xian's feet. He stubbornly refused to move his feet. Yi Qiao snapped angrily, "Move." Yi Qiao glared, and Ming Xian, slightly intimidated, retracted his feet. He immediately resorted to his old trick of bullying his junior sister. "I'm the only direct disciple of the Changming Sect's Talisman practitioner lineage." He decided to teach Yi Qiao a lesson in manners today. "I'm also your second senior brother. Don't you know how to respect your senior brother?" Hearing this, Yi Qiao reluctantly clapped twice. Very impressive. The two continued to glare at each other, sparks practically flying between them. Steward Yu interrupted the tense atmosphere. "No dinner until you finish cleaning." Unafraid, Yi Qiao threw down her broom and flopped dramatically onto the floor. "I don't care. If he doesn't sweep, I won't sweep either. Let's see who's more stubborn." An hour later, the two Marshall siblings were still at a standstill. Finally, Ming Xian gave in, clutching his rumbling stomach. "I'm hungry." Yi Qiao's stomach also growled, her face pale. I'm hungry too. Ming Xian sheepishly covered his face, reluctantly suggesting, how about we just quickly clean up? Why didn't we think of that earlier? Yi Qiao picked up her broom. The two siblings, playing the role of cleaning crew, put aside their animosity, thoughts of noodles fueling their sudden diligence. They left Steward Yu to dust the rooms behind them. Having finished sweeping, the two valiant warriors tossed their brooms back into the room. Seizing the opportunity, they dashed straight to the dining hall. Steward Yu, we've finished sweeping 2 floors. We'll come back and finish the rest after we eat. Steward Yu, old and frail, couldn't catch up and could only scold angrily after them. These 2 little rascals. The old man worried about the future of the Changming sect. That girl is a good seed, he said. Looking at Yi Qiao's behavior, the old man knew his authority held no sway. He sighed, defeated. She looks more like a starving ghost reborn. Late at night, in the Changming sect's library, Duan Yu is still worried. Her memory is exceptional. You could say she has a photographic memory for cultivation techniques. The treading green peak technique. Even a naturally diligent person like Mu Zongyi took 10 days to learn, but Yi Qiao mastered it in just 3. I discussed it with her master, and we agreed we needed to nurture her potential. So, Elder Zhao and I suggested she do extra cleaning in the library, giving her more exposure to the books. That way, her talent wouldn't be wasted. But successful people always forge their own paths. Yi Qiao has such a strong personality. The results are good, but she runs off as soon as she's done cleaning, never even considering looking at the books. Elder Zhao still doubted Yi Qiao's abilities. He questioned if she truly has a photographic memory. She should have memorized the sword techniques by now. Why are her examination results so average? Duan Yu is also at a loss, his hair nearly turning white from worrying about Yi Qiao. It's baffling. Could I have misjudged her? The gentle goddess Yi Qiao, the subject of the 2 elders' discussion, was currently patting her full belly contentedly, brimming with energy. Yi Qiao yawned, strolling along and muttering, 2 more floors, and then I could go back to sleep. Ming Xian eyed her suspiciously, thinking to himself, do all girls eat this much nowadays? Or is it just Yi Qiao who has a bottomless pit for a stomach? Why is it that in my impression, the junior sisters in the sect only eat a couple of bites before they're full, while Yi Qiao just devoured 5 steamed buns in one go? And now she's patting her belly, looking completely satisfied. Full of energy, Yi Qiao thrust her broom towards Ming Xian. Come on, let's go sweep the 3rd floor first. Yi Qiao's eyes sparkled. This floor is full of books on talismans. Unable to contain her curiosity, she pulled out a few volumes to examine them. Where did these books come from? Ming Xian, focused on sweeping, answered Yi Qiao's question casually. I heard they've been passed down since our ancestors' time. Every book in the scripture pavilion is unique. Only direct disciples are allowed access to each sect's scripture pavilion. Outer and inner disciples aren't qualified to come here. She opened a book filled with talismans and asked curiously, what's this controlling fire talisman used for? It looks quite valuable. Ming Xian glanced at the densely written book and asked suspiciously, why would a sword cultivator like you ask about this? Yi Qiao masked the truth with a look of sparkling admiration. Although I'm a sword cultivator, I have an innate yearning for talismans. Especially after hearing about geniuses like second senior brother in the cultivation world, my interest has grown even stronger. Ming Xian almost burst out laughing, but he maintained a composed facade. Assuming the persona of the talented and handsome second senior brother, he said, then watch carefully. I'll only demonstrate this once. Ming Xian took out a strip of golden silk and prepared his brush. Dipping the brush in red ink, he began to move it across the silk. With a few strokes, a perfect talisman was completed. He proudly held up his creation, and the talisman instantly burst into flames. It truly was a controlling fire talisman. Although Yi Qiao didn't particularly like this senior brother, her admiration was genuine. Incredible. Amazing. This is the first time I've seen a proper talisman master draw a talisman. Ming Xian snapped his fingers with satisfaction. Of course, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Yi Qiao suddenly picked up the brush and said softly, thank you, senior brother. She began to demonstrate her superior copying technique. But perhaps there's no need. I've already memorized it. As expected, after only a few seconds of observation, Yi Qiao was able to draw an identical controlling fire talisman, which burst into flames upon completion. Watching the sparks dance in the air, Ming Xian was stunned. She succeeded on her first try. Not only that, but the sparks are swirling. Ming Xian stared in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. He exclaimed fearfully, "Wait, the fire spirit is moving." At that moment, the spark suddenly leaped forward. It flew uncontrollably towards Ming Xian, who nimbly dodged. As misfortune would have it, the spark flew directly into a bookshelf, setting the scripture pavilion ablaze. Thinking quickly, Ming Xian immediately cast a water spell, finally extinguishing the flames. But another blaze was rapidly approaching, Steward Yu, along with Yi Qiao and Ming Xian. The old man grabbed the two children by their hair and dragged them forward, scolding furiously. "You two brats dare to play with fire in the scripture pavilion. Are you insane?" The old man wished he could chop these two little beasts into pieces. "Or do you have some grievance against me?" Ming Xian and Yi Qiao knew they were in serious trouble this time. They mumbled, "No, sir." Steward Yu pointed at the pile of precious books that had been burned to ashes. "You even burned the scripture pavilion." The old man was heartbroken, wanting to weep. It seems at least a dozen talisman books have been destroyed, and they were all unique. Yi Qiao knew she had wronged the old man. Feeling remorseful, she stepped forward. "Steward Yu, I'm so sorry. May I ask if there are any image stones?" She thought that if the books were truly unique, they would definitely be recorded with image stones. Otherwise, if anything happened to them, it would be heartbreaking. Steward Yu glared at Yi Qiao. "What do you need image stones for? Image stones can only be viewed once, and they're ruined after that. Do you think you can memorize everything after just one viewing?" Yi Qiao sincerely wanted to make amends. She spoke softly. "How about this? If you trust me, could you lend me the image stones of those dozen or so talisman books? I will copy them all down for you." Steward Yu, now down to his shorts, had nothing left to lose. "Really, Yi Qiao?" Yi Qiao nodded firmly. "Yes." Steward Yu decided to take a gamble. He handed over the spirit stones. "In that case, give it a try. You must take responsibility for your actions, young lady." The old man said sternly, "Go to the Forbidden Zone and copy them. You are not allowed to leave until you're finished." The steward stroked his beard. "This will also allow us to see if this girl truly has the photographic memory Duan you claim she has." Ming Xian took the opportunity to try and slip away, but it wasn't that easy. "Steward Yu barked, and you too." He ordered the two youngsters, "Share the blessings, share the hardships. Both of you go, and don't come out until she's finished copying." "Yes." Yi Qiao listened to the steward's scolding until late at night. Ming Xian resignedly waved his fan. "This is so boring. I still can't escape this tribulation." The news quickly spread throughout the Changming sect. "Your little junior sister has caused trouble again." Duan Yu sipped his tea helplessly, trying to forget the troubles of life. She burned down the steward's scripture pavilion, and she even burned it down with Ming Xian. How impressive. Yi Qiao brings disaster wherever she goes. During the entrance ceremony, she smashed the plaza into a huge pit, and not long after becoming a direct disciple, she burned down the scripture pavilion. Chu Xingyun's face remained expressionless. Who cares? But inwardly, he sighed a sigh as long as Highway 1. Did I take on a junior sister, or did I bring home a walking disaster? Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Zone, Yi Qiao admired the mystical beauty of the Forbidden Zone. "Second senior brother, this Forbidden Zone has picturesque mountains and waters, and it's so peaceful. It seems like a perfect place for cultivation." Ming Xian remained indifferent, saying coldly, "This is where the ancestor of the Changming sect ascended. It's said that he left behind quite a few treasures, so naturally, the surrounding area is very dangerous, hence why it's designated as a Forbidden Zone." Suddenly, a snoring sound came from the other side. "Who is that? I thought it was a cow, but it turns out to be third senior brother Xieyu sleeping." Hearing Yi Qiao's call, Xieyu woke up with a start. Unexpectedly encountering his fellow disciples, he seemed to know what had happened and asked unhappily, "What did you two do? Why are you here too?" "Join the punishment squad." Xieyu confirmed that this Forbidden Zone was where direct disciples were sent for self-reflection and was normally off limits. Yi Qiao said calmly, "I burned down the scripture pavilion." Xieyu pointed at the expressionless Ming Xian and him. This was quite embarrassing, but Yi Qiao replied confidently, "Oh, he burned it down with me." Xieyu looked as terrified as the figure in the famous painting The Scream. "Have my junior brother and sister finally gone mad? I can't comprehend this action. Do you two have some grudge against the steward?" Yi Xiao shook her head. No, I was just playing with fire and accidentally burned the books. This time, Xie was truly speechless, playing with fire. Is that something normal people do at night? The three mischievous disciples gathered together, and naturally they had a lot to talk about. What about you? Why are you here? Xie chuckled, his face full of mischief. I refined some pills and gave them to the brothers around here, who knew the potency had a problem and poisoned them. Yi Xiao was at a loss for words, thinking to herself that he was a true disciple of some unorthodox sect. Ming Xian lazily sat down on the ground. Junior sister, hurry up and copy. We can't leave until you're finished. Yi Xiao responded with a sound and began to take out her tools. She held the image stone and started copying the contents of the book. Within her spiritual consciousness, Yi Xiao actively flipped through the book, memorizing everything she saw. Knowledge comes with enlightenment. Yi Xiao opened her eyes wide, and then, as if possessed by Hogwarts, began to copy frantically. Xie looked at Yi Xiao, his junior sister rarely so focused, and asked curiously, "Junior sister, what are you doing?" "Copying books." Ming Xian took the opportunity to gossip. She accidentally burned more than 10 talisman books on the 3rd floor. To appease the steward, she swore she could copy them all. Xie couldn't hide his doubt. Copy them all. If she really has such a memory, what kind of genius is our junior sister? One day later, in the Forbidden Zone, Yi Xiao had written until her hand was nearly crippled. Her vision blurred, her ears rang, she felt dizzy, and the books beside her were piled higher than her. Xie and Ming Xian came to see the results. Junior sister, in order to keep up with the progress, her handwriting is like chicken scratch. Who knows what she's written? Call for help, get some water. Yi Xiao collapsed on the ground. I'm so tired, I can't go on. Seeing this, the two senior brothers were worried sick, constantly calling out, Junior sister. Yi Xiao now regretted her actions. Oh my god, I'm so tired. When will this be over? Ming Xian and Xie rushed over to massage their junior sister's pressure points. Junior sister, hang in there, you can do it. Junior sister is the future of our 3 siblings. When we can get out of here depends entirely on you. Yi Xiao, with her last breath, struggled to write. All right, I'll try a little harder. Help me up, I can still write. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao really couldn't take it anymore. She threw down her brush. I'm not studying anymore. Let me die. My head hurts and I'm dizzy. Xie decided to use a guilt trip on Yi Xiao. You've used up too much spiritual energy, but whether we can get out or not depends on you. You have to persevere, junior sister. Xie took out a pill. I have a spirit replenishing pill. Eat a little more, and then continue. Ming Xian held Yi Xiao and began to work on her mindset. I believe that as long as junior sister tries hard enough, we can definitely live the life we want. Motivated, Yi Xiao hurriedly swallowed the pill. Thank you, senior brothers. You are truly my good senior brothers. Yi Xiao felt a surge of spiritual energy, filled with youthful enthusiasm. Xie reminded her, that's right, you've broken through a realm. Yi Xiao felt her life force begin to bloom. It seems so. I'm currently at the peak of the Qi refining stage, just one step away from foundation establishment. The power of knowledge is truly indescribable. Just now, while copying the books, I felt my spiritual awareness expand greatly. It turns out it's because I've broken through. Ming Xian felt incredibly small, his face twisting as he said, breaking through is that simple now. Reaching the peak of Qi, refining from the late stage, is a trial. Without 3 days to fully comprehend it, very few can break through smoothly. Xie silently pondered, then voiced his guess in a loud voice. Could it be that junior sister broke through because of her comprehension of talismans? Pill cultivators break through pill refinement, and talisman cultivators break through talisman drawing. The two senior brothers began whispering. Ming Xian covered his mouth, saying, but she's not a sword cultivator. Do sword cultivators also break through talisman drawing? Xie, seemingly erudite, looked at his sister and said, have you heard of dual cultivation of 2 paths? Ming Xian replied in astonishment, isn't that something only a few exceptionally talented individuals can achieve? Although it said our Changming Sect's ancestor was a dual cultivator of the sword and pill paths. Just then, Yi Qiao suddenly appeared behind them. Stop your wild guesses. It might just be because the spiritual energy here is dense. Yi Qiao, now standing in a different spot, said seriously, all right, let's chatter. I still need to continue copying books. 2 days later, the 3 siblings left the forbidden area. Yi Qiao carried a massive pile of books. I've finished copying them. They're all here. Steward Yu checked a few pages, remaining silent. After a moment, he waved his hand and commanded in a deep voice, Xie Yu and Ming Xian, you may return. Farewell, Steward Yu. Farewell, junior sister. In the desolate forest, only Yi Qiao remained, facing the old steward. Those 2 heartless fellows, just you wait. Steward Yu spoke up, Yi Qiao, follow me. He led Yi Qiao back to the scripture library. Yi Qiao looked curiously at the tallest stack of books and asked, Steward Yu, why are you taking me to the 3rd floor? The old man mysteriously pulled out 10 books. Just a small task. What's wrong, little girl? Yi Qiao immediately took a few steps back, wary. What task? She went into defensive mode, trembling inwardly. This doesn't feel right. I don't want to invite unnecessary trouble. I'd rather sleep if I have this kind of time. Steward Yu, while dusting off the scrolls, said, these scrolls were passed down by the Changming Sect's ancestor for future generations to study. They contain many ancient pill refinement formulas. Yi Qiao's rare talent had caught Steward Yu's attention. If you could memorize all the books in the Shadow Retention Stone, these ancient books shouldn't be a problem, right? Yi Qiao, exhausted from days of relentless scripture reading, upon hearing Steward Yu's words, said, I'm not a deity. The old man looked at her with a sharp gaze. So you mean? Yi Qiao's mouth watered as she excitedly said, reading is fine, but there needs to be extra pay. After all, my sleep time is very precious. Steward Yu began to bargain with the young girl. I can give you a bottle of Ganyao. The old man cried inwardly. Doesn't she know the state of the Changming sect? We're so poor we have nothing to eat, and she still wants money. Yi Qiao showed no interest in such things. Forget it. I choose not to care. I hate reading the most. Of course, if there's money, it's a different story. Steward Yu, left with no other choice, had to lower himself to stop her, but he still refused to offer money. Sweating, the old man said, 2 more bottles. This is my final offer. Yi Qiao knew this old man couldn't bear to be without her. Raising the stakes, she said, forget it. Instead of doing this, I might as well go back to sleep. The library pavilion's manager, clutching Yi Qiao's braid, said with heartache, as long as you copy all these ancient books without missing a single word, you can take as many spiritual pills as you want from Medicine Pavilion. Yi Qiao seemed to have been waiting for these words. She smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescents. Manager, you couldn't outsmart this sly girl. He had the distinct feeling he'd fallen into a trap. Yi Qiao hugged 10 books to her chest, then extended her divine sense and began to comprehend the knowledge within. Every word in the 10 books appeared clearly in her mind. Yi Qiao officially entered. So this is the inside of the ancient books. She hurriedly looked around, observing the layout. This was the library pavilion, but not as luxurious as it was now. An old man sat in front of a pill furnace. He was the ancestor of the Changming sect. The old man muttered, mugwort, Ning Yu flower. Changming sect is about to starve to death, yet they still want to refine pills. He continuously poured Lingji into the furnace. When this old man gets rich, I'll go home and raise pigs. A coincidental thought. Unexpectedly, the ancestor of the Changming sect also thought about these things. If not for the circumstances, I'd also want to go home and raise pigs. The old man began to circulate his energy, channeling spiritual power. Condensing the pill, controlling the fire, and filtering the spiritual herbs were all complete. Now, only the last step remained. He stretched out his hand and began to form a seal. Pouring all his strength and spirit into the furnace, the old man shouted, rotten spirit pill seal. A moment later, Yi Qiao slowly opened her eyes. I remember. Yi Qiao picked up a brush and began to write. Yi Qiao wrote, losing track of time. Unexpectedly, this stubborn girl truly had the ability. The library pavilion was very quiet, truly a good place to write. Ignoring her flushed face, Yi Qiao cried out joyfully, finished. She wiped her nose with her hand and directly reached out for the key. Manager Yu was true to his word. He placed the key in her hand. You should go back to sleep. Yi Qiao was now just a shell of her former self, but her spirit was invigorated. Sleep. No more sleep. I have to go to the medicine pavilion and bleed them dry. In the middle of the night, Yi Qiao felt her way to Xie Yu's room and knocked on the door. Xie Yu cautiously opened the door a crack. Seeing it was Yi Qiao, he breathed breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Little junior sister, it's so late. Are you playing the role of a female ghost?" Yi Qiao didn't answer. She took out the key and twirled it. "Third senior brother, let's go to Pill Peak. Manager, you gave me the key to the medicine pavilion, saying it was thanks for helping him copy the fragmented scrolls. The pills in the medicine pavilion are free for the taking." Yi Qiao gave a sweet, irresistible smile. "I don't know anything about pills. Will you come with me?" Xie was momentarily incredulous. A plucked rooster, this wasn't a common occurrence. But this third senior brother doted on his little junior sister the most. "Small matter. Senior brother will take you to choose and broaden your horizons." Just like that, the two siblings went to raid the Sect's Pill Peak. This one can replenish spiritual energy. This one can heal injuries. This one. Yi Qiao and Xie shopped to their heart's content, without worrying about the cost. "Third senior brother, you really know a lot about these pills." Not at all. A while later, the two siblings, each carrying a sack full of pills, returned contentedly to rest. The peak master of the Changming Sect's alchemy, Peak felt a pang of heartache, tears welling up in his eyes. He thought to himself, these two little rascals not only took a tenth of the precious pills from the medicine pavilion, but also uprooted all the spiritual herbs in my medicinal field. If it weren't for the fact that they're my direct disciples, I would definitely kick them out. Upon returning to her courtyard, Yi Qiao softly said, "Third senior brother, thank you for accompanying me to the medicine pavilion and bringing me back." Xie looked at the well-located room, saying regretfully, "Junior sister, the spiritual energy here seems denser than other places, almost like a forbidden area. With such good lodgings, junior sister should diligently cultivate. The Sect competition is only half a year away." Yi Qiao pretended to understand, nodding repeatedly, "You're right." But a second later, she sprang up and climbed into bed. A great philosopher once said, "You must go to sleep by 10 o'clock, otherwise it's not good for your health." Having said that, she calmly closed her eyes, drifting off into a sweet dream. "Good night, third senior brother." Hearing Yi Qiao's snores, Xieyu's face darkened as he muttered, "Which philosopher said that? Wait, I must persuade her tomorrow. You're just going to sleep like this." Finally, he could only sigh. 1,000 attempts at forging, yet the steel remains untempered. "Good night, little junior sister." The next morning, Yi Qiao arrived at the dining hall on time. Due to limited funds, the disciples only received steamed buns each day. Two male disciples were discussing, "I just refined 2 pills. Today we'll sneak down the mountain and sell them." The two little capitalists were discussing animatedly, and Yi Qiao took the opportunity to eavesdrop. 2 pills should fetch 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Then we won't have to gnaw on steamed buns anymore. Yi Qiao's eyes lit up, and she poked her head over. "Alchemists make that much money." The two male disciples nodded in agreement. "That's right. Theoretically, only you sword cultivators are poor. We alchemists can sell a bottle of mid-grade spirit restoration pills for 300 high-grade spirit stones. However, our current cultivation level is too low to refine spirit restoration pills. In our sect, only senior brother Xie can refine them." The 3 words "poor sword cultivator" struck Yi Qiao's heart. "Fortunately, I raided the medicine pavilion yesterday, and now I have quite a few high-grade pills." Yi Qiao began to plan her venture, carefully calculating. "Since the alchemy peak's rare items can't be sold, I'll refine pills myself and sell them outside." Yi Qiao started by inquiring about production tools. "Can someone tell me, roughly how much does a pill furnace cost? I copied an ancient pill refining method yesterday, and I might be able to give it a try." The other senior brother enthusiastically shared. "A decent pill furnace costs about 10,000 high-grade spirit stones." Yi Qiao felt as if struck by lightning. 10,000. And high-grade spirit stones. "Are you robbing me?" Knowing she couldn't afford it, Yi Qiao had to change her plan. "I should just find a large pot in the dining hall to refine pills." A large pot is also a furnace. Yi Qiao really intended to use a pot for refining, planning to make a stir-fried pill dish with scallions. She carefully opened the cloth bag containing the herbs and spiritual plants she had taken from the alchemy peak yesterday, which could now be put to use. Following the ancestors' guidance, Yi Qiao boldly dumped everything into the pot, meticulously following the steps she had seen the ancestor perform in the ancient scroll last night. There shouldn't be any problems. Thanks to her exceptional memory, Yi Qiao's actions were precise and methodical. First, use spiritual power to crush the spiritual herbs for refining. Then use the pill seal. For the final step, Yi Qiao solemnly formed the seal, gathering spirit pill condense. The pill furnace immediately began to bubble vigorously. This was a sign of success, and Yi Xiao was overjoyed. What kind of pill will I refine? I follow the method I saw last night perfectly. I'm so excited. My inner foodie is practically dancing with every step, even though I chose my favorite snail noodle scent for the fragrance. Yi Qiao decisively opened the lid of the pot, and a radiant light shone out. Inside was a round, plump pill. Slightly surprised, Yi Qiao was stunned. What kind of pill will I refine? I followed the method I saw last night perfectly. The smell of snail noodles wafted in her nose, and Yi Qiao wondered, why does my pill look so nutritious? Yi Qiao consoled herself. Strike while the iron is hot, but don't be too rigid. At least this is edible. Back in the modern world, I was a kitchen killer, and now, succeeding on my first try isn't bad at all. Yi Qiao excitedly took her creation to find a test subject. I heard that the Patriarch's Gathering Spirit pill can cultivate spiritual energy. I'll go find someone to try it, starting with third senior brother. In Xieyu's room, he was seriously teaching. When refining pills, one must maintain a calm and peaceful mind. Xieyou had the demeanor of a true disciple, highly regarded, and he spoke sternly. During competitions, there will be malicious disruptions, but we should ignore them. Xieyou began to demonstrate his power, just like me. Abundant spiritual energy surrounded Xieyou, a true convergence of essence, very appealing to women. The junior disciples below were full of admiration, constantly praising third senior brother. Third senior brother is amazing, truly worthy of being a direct disciple. Just then, a pair of small feet hurried in. Third senior brother, I brought you something good. A fist-sized snail noodle-flavored pill. Big and smelly. Xieyou couldn't help but repeatedly call out, junior sister. Yi Qiao insisted that her senior brother try it, and Xieyou's face turned pale with fear. Junior sister, keep your pill away from me. Preoccupied with dealing with the snail noodle pill, the pill furnace was momentarily forgotten and promptly exploded. In Xieyu's entire career, he had never experienced such a shock. He was temporarily speechless, not knowing what to say. This cunning little junior sister. This incident would surely be recorded in history. After so many years of pill refining, this was the first time he'd been forced to the point of exploding his pill furnace. Yi Qiao grinned mischievously, a sly smile spreading across her face. Senior brother, do you want to try it? I think it might be quite delicious. Xieyou, still somewhat composed and undeniably handsome, waved his hand dismissively. I won't drink it. You drink it, junior sister. Suddenly, the study door was kicked open by a powerful force. Elder Zhao, attracted by the strange scent, arrived. Yi Qiao, how dare you cook this in class? Yi Qiao, with tears welling up in her eyes, clutched her smelly treasure. Elder, you may not like it, but please don't hurt it. After all, this is the first pill I've refined. How can you use such impolite words to describe it? Elder Zhao, uninterested, angrily dismissed her. Get out. Yi Qiao reluctantly broke the pill in half, kindly offering Xieyou one piece. Third senior brother, I'll be going now. Remember to take this and let me know how it goes. Xieyou looked at the yellow, pungent thing in his hand, trying not to overthink it. Suddenly, the object of his affections, Mu Zongyi, happened to walk past the window. Xieyou quickly seized the opportunity, calling out to his junior brother. Mu Zongyi, come here. Xieyou beckoned him over. Come here, little junior sister refined some pills, and I'm sharing some with you. Believing it to be true, Zongyi immediately poked his head in. Really? Little junior sister can refine pills too. In one swift motion, Xieyou shoved the entire piece of the pill into his mouth. Feeling his throat violently assaulted, Zongyi could neither swallow nor chew. Finally, he couldn't help but gag. What is this taste? Meanwhile, in Ming Xian's room, second senior brother, I've come to share some good stuff with you. Yi Qiao was so thoughtful, she even saved some for me. Ming Xian asked, what is this? Yi Qiao smiled brightly, very confident in her skills. It's a pill. Ming Xian wished he didn't have a nose. Does Xieyou hate me that much? To research this kind of bioweapon to poison me. Yi Qiao looked heartbroken, sobbing, I made it. Ming Xian put on a good show, forcing a sincere smile. Really? I knew that useless Xie, you could never refine such a large pill. Yi Qiao finally felt someone accepted her miracle medicine, then try it. Ming Xian braced himself, skipping the chewing and swallowing a whole. But this traditional taste was truly awful. How many times has Sister Hui been mentioned today? At today's inner sect elder meeting, all the elders were gathered. In the meeting room, the elders were racking their brains over Yi Qiao's situation. That girl Yi Qiao is stuck at the peak of the qi refining stage. The thoughts of parents with children of this age were all the same. Duan Yu suddenly had an idea, saying, I think it's best to let the direct disciples prepare a bit, and in a few days, they can all go to the secret realm for training. Elder Zhao also pondered seriously. Get that brat Yi Qiao out of the Supreme Sect quickly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This old man is scared to death. If she doesn't leave, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist hitting her. Qin Fan couldn't help but say, if everyone has no objections, then let the children go. Upon hearing that he was about to be rid of these youngsters, Steward Yu was overjoyed, thinking to himself, finally, I can get rid of these brats. If fireworks weren't forbidden, I'd already be outside setting off a few rounds in celebration. In Yi Qiao's chambers, third senior brother Xie Yu came to call her little junior sister. Yi Qiao, just waking up, replied sleepily. Third senior brother. Seeing her still drowsy, Xie Yu said, a small secret realm has just opened beneath Yunzhong City. Hurry and pack your things. Tomorrow, the three of us will go with you for training. Then he whispered, the secret realm beneath Yunzhong City has been divided between the Asking Sword Sect and the Moonclear Sect for the past few years. But the direct disciples of the Moonclear Sect are rather arrogant. They probably won't even bat an eye at this small secret realm. Hearing about the secret realm, Yi Qiao immediately snapped awake, asking, the small secret realm in Yunzhong City. Yi Qiao immediately thought of the original story, thinking to herself, the original mentioned this secret realm. There are many treasures inside, and the female lead, Yin Shuo, even obtained quite a few ancient spiritual herbs. Suddenly, a question arose in her mind. But in the original story, only the Yuqing sect went to this secret realm among the 5 great sections. Is Changming sect going this time due to the butterfly effect I caused? Just then, her 3 senior brothers called her, little junior sister. Hearing her senior brothers call, Yi Qiao hurried over, coming. Her senior brothers tossed her a red robe, saying, this is for you. Yi Qiao hurriedly caught it, surprised as soon as she saw the style. Ming Xian modeled it for her, introducing, this is the robe of our Changming sect's direct disciples. It's made from 1,000-year ice silk, impervious to water and fire. Yi Qiao looked at her senior brothers, from Xie Yu to Mu Zongyi, each one radiating an otherworldly aura, their demeanor noble. Mu Zongyi was extremely excited, urging Yi Qiao to quickly put it on. Suddenly, Yi Qiao felt it was a bit much. The direct disciple's robe was too ostentatious. So she said to her senior brothers, quickly change into your everyday clothes. The more ordinary, the better. Mu Zongyi couldn't follow her train of thought, asking, why? Are our direct disciple robes not beautiful? Yi Qiao replied, that's not it. She already had a plan in mind. The point is to wear this to trick people. Wouldn't that be like giving the game away? Her senior brothers were quite obedient, immediately changing into their everyday clothes, then asking, is this too simple? Is this okay? Yi Qiao observed for a moment, nodding with satisfaction. This is perfect. Seeing her satisfied, Mu Zongyi hurriedly pushed her along, urging, all right, stop dawdling, get on the celestial crane, let's go. A short while later, they arrived at Yunzhong City. All sorts of goods were displayed on the streets, and over there was a teacher selling all kinds of talismans. Come and have a look. Ming Xian, shining like a star on the street, said, I heard there's a popular item on the streets recently called a spirit gathering talisman. They say you can cultivate even while sleeping. Should we buy some and try them out? Seeing this country bumpkin almost get scammed, Yi Qiao quickly stopped him. Don't buy them. It's all a scam. Ming Xian didn't understand how she knew, asking, how do you know? Let's just buy some to try. They're not expensive anyway. This was truly a rich person spending money like water. Hearing him say they're not expensive anyway, Yi Qiao nearly spat out blood. She had to drag him to another place to make him forget about the fortune teller's promotional items. Let's find an inn first. Later, when the other sects arrive, there won't be any rooms left. Ming Xian still didn't understand, asking, really not buying any. Seeing her strange behavior, Mu Zongyi asked Yi Qiao suspiciously, why are you acting so strangely today? Yi Qiao couldn't let Ming Xian have his way, fearfully muttering to herself, I have to stop my 2 senior brothers from wasting their money. I drew those spirit-gathering talismans. Initially, I just wanted to earn some money, but the effect was discovered by other cultivators, and things got out of hand. The 5 great sects strictly forbid disciples from privately buying and selling talismans and anyao. Yi Qiao thought about what would happen if her actions were discovered. A trial, a prison wagon, and iron bars. Even if she screamed, "It wasn't me," no one would listen. The thought terrified her. She feared being recognized and locked away, unable to continue her talisman-making business. A lifetime of crafting talismans in anonymity, only to become infamous for a single, careless creation. The result was that those small-time merchants saw a business opportunity. Everyone started making counterfeits, selling them for 10 times the price she had charged. Ming Xian, seeing that he couldn't dissuade her, said, "All right then, let's find an in first." Yi Qiao didn't realize he was planning to buy one when they returned. Finally, they found an inn to rest. Suddenly, a crowd gathered outside, chattering excitedly. They were talking about the direct disciples of the 5 great sections. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be from the Weqing Sect. Their voices echoed through the Yunzhong Inn. Is that the newly accepted junior sister of the Weqing Sect? She's truly radiant. Didn't you see how her senior brothers surrounded her, treating her like a treasure? We can't afford to offend them. Better to stay away. Mu Zongyi, seemingly drawn by the gossip, said excitedly, "How lively. Let's go take a look." Yi Qiao pushed her way through the animated crowd. A moment later, she saw the person everyone was talking about. Yi Qiao quickly recognized the Weqing Sect disciple, Yin Shuo, as the female lead from the original story. Yin Shuo's elegant demeanor captivated the young men on the street. Yi Qiao nudged her senior brother and asked, "See that girl?" Mu Zongyi replied, "Yes, what about her?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qiao fell into deep thought. Among the male supporting characters in the novel, the first to fall was Mu Zongyi. This fool, blinded by infatuation, would be toyed with by the female lead and suffer greatly. Yi Qiao's expression suddenly darkened. She asked, "Fourth senior brother, have you ever heard the saying, 'Without a woman in your heart, drawing your sword makes you a god'?" She pointed at Yin Shuo and said, "First page of the sword manual, abandon the woman of your dreams." Yi Qiao made a chopping motion like slicing a watermelon. "Eliminate them all." She continued her dramatic gestures. A fatal blow. Watching her sudden, clownish display, Mu Zongyi asked doubtfully, "Has Yi Qiao gone mad?" He approached her and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, Yi Qiao. If we don't book a room, they'll all be taken." The inns in Yunzhong City were known to increase their prices based on location. The later you arrived, the more expensive it got. Hearing this, Yi Qiao snapped back to reality. What? Now focused on the important matter, she quickly pulled Mu Zongyi's hand to go book a room. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Upon seeing the innkeeper, Yi Qiao called out, "Innkeeper, for rooms." She suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. Turning back, she quietly asked Mu Zongyi, fourth senior brother, what kind of room would be cheapest for the 4 of us? Just then, Yin Shuo saw a familiar figure. She immediately recognized her. Yi, senior sister Yi Qiao. However, Yin Shuo wasn't entirely convinced. Yi Qiao was gentle, calm, and cautious, unlike this lively and outgoing young woman. Yet, they looked exactly alike. Preferring a sleepless night, searching for the truth to a lifetime of doubt, Yin Shuo approached and started a conversation. "May I ask which sect this fellow Taoist is the junior sister of?" Yi Qiao, not wanting to cause trouble, quickly gave a perfunctory reply. "Just a small sect, not worth mentioning." Seeing the other party's lack of interest in her, the universally adored Yin Shuo felt incredibly wrong. Suddenly, Song Hanqing, the leading direct disciple of the Weqing Sect, appeared, his ethereal figure calling out, "Junior sister, let's go." Yin Shuo, still puzzled, felt very uncomfortable. Although she left with Song Hanqing, she still looked back stealthily. Ming Xian seemed to realize something and said, "That young lady is the new disciple of the Weqing Sect. I heard she's a water spirit root genius." At this moment, the blockhead Mu Zongyi spoke up. "Yes, but who is the person next to her? He dresses even better than us." This statement was like a slap in the face to Ming Xian. He gritted his teeth and explained, "That's the leading direct disciple of the Weqing Sect, the same rank as our senior brother. Of course, he'll be a bit arrogant." Hearing this, Yi Qiao was shocked. "What? It seems like I stepped in dog poop today. What an unlucky day." Yi Qiao knew she had miscalculated and thought regretfully, "The leading direct disciple of the Weqing Sect is here too, and I didn't call for senior brother. We're at a disadvantage in a fight." On the other side, the Weqing Sect's useless camera was scanning the 4 of them. Those 4, 2 golden core, 1 half-step golden core, and the remaining girl is at the chi refining stage. Just then, Yin Shuo interjected, "So many golden core disciples. Could it be that direct disciples from major sects have also arrived? That girl, why is the cultivation level of the senior brother beside her so high?" Unfortunately for them, the innkeeper, looking at his potential cash cows, quoted a price. "Fellow Taoists, all the other rooms are full. Currently, only the premium rooms are available. One premium room is 100 high-grade spirit stones." The poor Mu Zongyi and Yi Qiao were startled upon hearing this. "What?" Mu Zongyi angrily cursed. 100 high-grade spirit stones. "Are you running a scam here?" Seeing Mu Zongyi's agitation, their two senior brothers couldn't hold back any longer. Truly embarrassed to acknowledge this acquaintance, Ming Xian reluctantly covered his face with his fan and said, "How embarrassing. Which sect's direct disciple behaves like this?" The disciples from other sects, seeing the commotion, immediately started gossiping. "Forget it, don't think too much. Someone this poor can't be a direct disciple of a major sect. I bet they're just some rogue cultivators who reached golden core after several hundred years." Seeing them as inferior, the precious Yun Shuo felt a sense of superiority. She thought with satisfaction, "That's right, which sect's direct disciple would be so embarrassing. It's good that they aren't direct disciples of a major sect." Outside the Yunzhong City secret realm, Yi Qiao's senior brothers reminded her that the inside of the secret realm was filled with fog, inhaling which would cause dizziness. Xiaoyu said that to avoid mishaps, many people would purchase fog-repelling talismans beforehand. Not seeing her senior brothers preparing any talismans, she asked worriedly, "So, do we have any talismans?" The third senior brother shook his head and said, "No, the Changming sect doesn't have qi refiners. No one refines talismans. If you want them, you have to go to Fengzhong City to buy them. There are many qi refiners there." Hearing his answer, she asked in a panic, "So we're just going in without any preparations?" Just like that. She lamented her fate inwardly. "I remember in the original story, every time the female lead entered a secret realm, she had a ton of magical artifacts and why is it so miserable when it's my turn?" Ming Xian gave her a tip. "If you can hold your breath, just hold your breath and go in." He continued, "If that really doesn't work, then use something to cover your nose. It'll just be a little troublesome when fighting." With her modern-day intelligence, she immediately thought of face masks. If it's just mist, it might be no different from the morning mist back in my time. She brandished a piece of cloth and said to her senior brothers, "Watch this." With that said, she stood up and used the cloth to practice her swordsmanship. After a while, she had cut the cloth into several small pieces. She continued to fiddle with the pieces of cloth for a bit. As a result, the first modern face masks appeared in ancient times. She said excitedly, "Perfect." Then she ran to her senior brothers and gave each of them one. She explained, "Put this on. It's a face mask. In a secret realm, it might be able to block some of the dangers caused by the mist." She also put one on to demonstrate. "Wear it like this." Yi Qiao's eyes sparkled as she waited for her senior brothers to put on the masks. Her senior brothers indulged her, thinking to themselves, "Although this thing looks strange, little junior sister is looking at us with such expectant eyes, so let's just wear it." After they put on the masks, all eyes were on them. Suddenly, she saw a familiar face, Suzhua. Looking at them, she thought, "So it's him, Song Hanqing, and Yun Shi entering the secret realm this time for the Yueqing sect." Her gaze inadvertently caught Suzhua's attention, and he frowned unhappily. Then, self-righteously, he thought, "Junior sister is growing more and more beautiful. There must be a lot of female cultivators jealous of her. It seems this is another female cultivator who hates junior sister." He glared at her. Knowing she had been spotted, she turned her head away to avoid trouble. Recalling the original story, she scoffed disdainfully, thinking, "Suzhua is nothing in the end." In the original story, he was at most a spare tire. He didn't even qualify as a supporting male lead. A passerby suddenly noticed the mask she was wearing. He approached and asked, "Little friend, what is that you're wearing on your face?" "Is a newly refined magical artifact from Fengzhong City, but there's no spiritual energy on it." She took out a few extras and introduced them to him. "This is a face mask I made myself. Although it's not as good as a magical artifact, it can block the dangers caused by the mist in the secret realm." Seeing this strange but essential item, the passerby asked again, "Really?" Finding a rock, she stepped onto it to make herself appear taller, holding the face mask high in her hand. She shouted, "Full refund if it's fake. Only 5 low-grade spirit stones each. No profit, no deception. Anyone want to try?" The crowd buzzed, clamoring to buy. "I want one too, little friend. Give me one to try." "I want one too." Watching the crowd surround Yi Qiao, Zongyi exclaimed, "Little junior sister is so amazing." Xiaoyu, standing beside him, echoed, "If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to sell things in front of so many people." Having lived with her for several months, Zongyi understood her very well. He thought to himself, as long as it involves spirit stones, little junior sister will be very enthusiastic. Su Zhuo and Yin Shuo passed by, seeing everyone scrambling to buy something ordinary. He scoffed, fighting over such small profits. How embarrassing. Yin Shuo said with a pitiful tone, "Perhaps it's a small sect with no money. That young woman is quite pitiful, clearly the same age as me, yet she speaks so humbly for a bit of spirit stones." The scene outside Yunzhong City remained, birdsong echoing through the forest. Mu Zongyi pointed at the secret realm and called to everyone, "Let's go, the secret realm has opened." Having just earned a small sum, Yi Qiao arrived in high spirits. Inside the secret realm, wind threaded through crevices in the rocks and treetops, and a group of people moved through the thick mist. After walking for a while, Mu Zongyi pointed at the mask and said to her, "Junior sister, your mask can actually block this mist. Where did you get these strange things?" Yi Qiao raised her head proudly and asked, "The wisdom of the ancients, of course." Inwardly, she was immensely grateful for the advancements of science and technology. Xiaoyu was also surprised that it was actually effective, thinking to himself, "I had already prepared qi gathering pills. I initially thought that if junior sister's things didn't work, I would share them with everyone, but now it seems there's no need." The three people from Yiwei Sect didn't buy masks, using their protective talismans to pass through this area. Su Zhuo observed the people around them, then called out, "Senior brother Hanqing, I see that after wearing these so-called masks, everyone shows no signs of being poisoned. Perhaps we should also buy some like them." But then he furrowed his brows and thought, although our protective talismans can ward off the mist, they consume too much spiritual energy. Thus, he agreed with his own suggestion. Then Song Hanqing went forward and stopped Yi Qiao. He thought, after all, it's only 5 low-grade spirit stones. Giving a rough estimate should be fine. Then he asked her, "I wonder if fellow Taoist still has any masks left." Her heart twisted. She hadn't expected someone from the Yiwei sect to Dudong come and buy something from her. Seizing this good opportunity, she replied, "Of course, certainly I do. But things are different now. The price isn't the same as before." Song Hanqing impatiently asked her, "So what do you mean?" He felt annoyed inwardly. People from small sects really always try to take advantage of a situation. She shouted an exorbitant price, 1 mask, 100 high-grade spirit stones. Song Hanqing was stunned upon hearing her quote. Su Zhuo flew into a rage, shouting 50 times louder than before, "Do you want to oppose us deliberately quoting such a high price?" Yi Qiao feigned a pitiful look, sighing and saying, "There's no other way. Who told us to be a small sect with no money?" Inwardly, however, she still couldn't suppress her anger about the past. When Su Zhuo told Yin Yin about the floating jiao grass, the original owner had worked so hard to obtain the spiritual herb, only to have it snatched away. She still hadn't forgotten this matter. She gestured with her hand, and then charged forward to attack. Surely the direct disciples of the Yiwei sect won't lack these few spirit stones, right? She had already calculated everything carefully in her mind. Direct disciples of large sects were all concerned about their face, so they shouldn't blame her for taking advantage of this opportunity to swindle them. After all, she didn't care about face. She cheerfully waved the masks in her hand, while Su Zhuo was so angry he was speechless. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "We, the Yiwei sect, have money, but we're not idiots. 100 high-grade spirit stones could buy a whole bottle of Inyao. What do we need that trinket for?" All eyes were on them, creating immense pressure. He thought worriedly, but if we don't buy it now, with so many rogue cultivators watching, it'll be like slapping our Yiwei sect in the face. Song Hanqing and Su Zhuo were so angry they didn't know what to do. Too many people were watching them. Gritting his teeth, Song Hanqing told his junior brother, "Give her the spirit stones." Su Zhuo reluctantly tossed her a money pouch, saying unhappily, "Here's 300 high-grade spirit stones. Hold on tight." She happily accepted the pouch and handed over the masks. 3 masks were square. Standing amidst the chattering crowd, Su Zhuo felt puzzled, wondering if it was his imagination, but he felt like everyone around them was laughing at them. Arriving at the area with spiritual herbs, everyone was reminded to watch their step. In this environment, many spiritual herbs were mobile and some are even aggressive. Xiaoyu continued. Also, don't touch anything in the secret realm randomly, and don't run around, or we might get separated. Mu Zongyi shifted his attention, turning to see the Yueqing sect disciples sneaking around, and asked, "What are those spendthrift Yueqing sect disciples up to?" Xiaoyu thought for a moment and guessed. They're probably looking for powerful rogue cultivators to follow, hoping to reap the benefits. The Yueqing sect loves taking advantage of others. Recalling a past incident, he recounted, "A long time ago, when I entered a secret realm for training with my senior brother, we encountered Song Hanqing." He continued, "I had worked hard to find a clear heart herb, and my senior brother was off slaying the guardian beast." He indignantly recalled the other party's words. "We saw it first, so it belongs to our Yueqing sect." He finished. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Hanqing snatched it away. "I can't believe those guys are so shameless." Mu Zongyi asked worriedly, "What should we do? Should we stay away from them? I don't want to work hard only to have someone else steal the rewards." Ming Xian pulled Yi Qiao, anxiously saying, "Let's go quickly before they follow us." She tugged on his sleeve, stopping him. "Wait, senior brother. I think I have a plan." She continued, "Why should we hide from them? Don't you want revenge?" Having never considered revenge, Xiaoyu and Ming Xian stared blankly at her after hearing her words. Xiaoyu said, puzzled, "Little junior sister, we are righteous cultivators. We must be honorable. How can we seek revenge like that?" Ming Xian also nodded. "We're not demonic cultivators." She quickly thought of another reason to persuade them. An idea sparked, and she asked, "Don't you want to get even?" Without waiting for their reply, she leaned closer to Xiaoyu. "Third senior brother, do you have any pills that can temporarily conceal one's cultivation level?" She figured cultivators usually liked to flaunt their cultivation to show off their strength, but Xiaoyu enjoyed researching strange things, so maybe he actually had such a pill. Seeing her ask this, he asked suspiciously, "You want to use a pill to hide your cultivation?" Yi Qiao waved her hand and said, "A chi refiner like me, what's there to hide?" Full of anticipation, she pointed at him and said, "I don't need it. You use it." In her heart, she was already brimming with irrepressible excitement. Concealing Xiaoyu and the others' cultivation levels was the most important thing. That way, they could deceive the Yueqing sect disciples and then interact with them. Xiaoyu felt puzzled, sensing something wasn't right, and asked, "What are you planning now?" Her thoughts were always a mystery, making him curious. "I've been a leading disciple for many years and have weathered all kinds of storms. Only Yi Qiao's appearance has constantly refreshed my worldview." She feigned a pitiful look and earnestly said, "Nothing much, just want to interact with them a bit." On Song Hanqing's side, he had already set his sights on a target, thinking to himself, "There's a decent golden core rogue cultivator over there. He could follow me around later for some benefits." With a tender gaze, he turned to Yin Shuo and said, "Don't worry, junior sister. With me here, I'll definitely help you reach Foundation establishment this time." He continued, "I'll give you all the treasures then." Yin Shuo blushed and nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Suzhua, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. In a patch of grass, two people were whispering. Xiaoyu said, "I didn't expect the enlightenment leaf to appear here. Junior sister, your cultivation is the highest here. You must bring the enlightenment leaf back." Yi Qiao replied, "Don't worry, senior brother, I'll definitely protect them well." Although they spoke softly, Song Hanqing still heard them clearly. He turned his head slightly towards the source of the voice, thinking to himself that the enlightenment leaf was a treasure that could grant cultivators enlightenment. Afterwards, Song Hanqing and Suzhua stealthily followed them. Suzhua cautiously asked Song Hanqing, "These rogue cultivators' luck, is this good? Isn't it a trap?" Song Hanqing, having taken the bait, confidently replied, "Of these two, the one with the highest cultivation is that little brat at the peak of chi refinement. If they're tricking us, there's nothing in it for them." Yin Shuo, standing behind, tugged at Suzhua's sleeve and asked, "Senior brother, are we really doing the right thing?" Unsure of right or wrong, he turned around, took her hand, and said, "The cultivation world is all about the strong preying on the weak. Without strength, you can't hold on to anything. We're just teaching them a lesson beforehand, letting them know what hidden talent and the wickedness of the world are." The scene continued within the Cloud City secret realm, with the Yueqing sect disciples shamelessly demanding, "Hand over the enlightenment leaf." Xiaoyu and Yi Qiao, completely covered, played their roles convincingly, fearfully asking, "What do you want?" Inwardly, Yi Qiao remained calm. Su Zhuo wants to protect his junior sister, and I also cherish my senior brothers. So I must stop my senior brothers from becoming infatuated with the female lead. Song Hanxing took out a talisman and threatened, "Little sister, give us the enlightenment leaf. You wouldn't want to see your two senior brothers beaten half to death by me, would you?" Without waiting for a response, he threw the talisman. The restraining talisman hit Xieyu, who cried out in mock pain, "I'm dying." Inwardly, he felt he hadn't hammed it up enough. Yi Qiao, playing along, cried out in worry, "Senior brother." He coughed, then said to her with difficulty, "Junior sister, don't worry about me." Song Hanxing threatened again, "If you don't want your senior brother to continue suffering, hand over the enlightenment leaf." Inwardly, he had no doubts. He hadn't expected an ordinary talisman to have such power, causing someone to vomit blood with a single strike. Perhaps this rogue cultivator's cultivation level was simply too low. Yi Qiao rushed to Xieyu's side and tossed out a box. "There's a restriction on this box," she said. "Let us go, and I'll tell you how to break it." Song Hanxing caught the wooden box. He tried to open it with his spiritual energy, but it wouldn't budge. He thought in exasperation, "Even spiritual energy can't open it. This box is exquisitely crafted. I can't break the restriction inside." Confirming her words, he immediately agreed. "I agree to let you go. So, how do you break the restriction?" She lowered her head in thought, swallowed, then looked up and said, "Remember this carefully. 1 times 1 is 1. 2 times 2 is 4. 3 times 3 is 9. 4 times 4 is 16. And so, she recited the entire multiplication table. Before the others could react, she continued, "This formation is a secret passed down in my sect. You need to wait 49 days, 7 times 7, and then recite the incantation I just gave you. Only then can it be opened." Song Hanxing didn't believe her and pointed at the two of them. "You dare trick us. You're dead." She squeezed out 2 lines of tears. "What are you saying? We're just rogue cultivators. How would we dare deceive direct disciples of a great sect?" After the matter was concluded, they turned and left. "Let's go." The two siblings watched their satisfied backs as they walked away. Xieyu dropped the act, dusted himself off, and stood up with a sigh of relief. Mu Zongyi and Ming Xian, who had been hiding in the nearby bushes and witnessed the smooth execution of their plan, emerged. Ming Xian asked in surprise, "Third junior brother, when did you learn this trick of mine?" But inwardly, he was still marveling. That performance was truly enough to shock even gods and demons. Still within the Changming secret realm, Xieyu wiped the bloodstain on his mask with his hand, pulled out a fruit, and said with a smile, "I brought this along on a whim before, never expecting it would actually come in handy." Mu Zongyi used only one word to describe the performance: amazing. The praise made him grin. He turned to Yi Qiao curiously and asked, "Hey, junior sister, what did you put in that box?" She recalled the box. "It's just an ordinary box. I put something in it when we first arrived. It could be opened easily, no incantation needed." She thought for a moment. "I think it was a half-eaten pastry." "Oh," she replied, "a half-eaten pastry." Finding this strange, Ming Xian asked, "Junior sister, why did you bring pastries into the secret realm? Whose child brings pastries instead of magical artifacts into a secret realm?" She said, "To eat, of course." Feigning helplessness, she rubbed her stomach and continued, "I haven't reached foundation establishment yet, so I get hungry easily. And pastries are quite tasty." Yi Qiao couldn't help but imagine Song Hanxing opening the box only to find her half-eaten pastry. And she said with a laugh, "Our Changming Sects boxes are pretty good too. That pastry probably wouldn't spoil even after a month." The prank she pulled made her giggle incessantly, wondering if the Yueqing sect would be fortunate enough to receive her half-eaten pastry. Seeing her so amused, Xieyu could only think that junior sister was still the one who suffered the most. Ming Xian continued to ask, "What's the cultivation method behind your multiplication technique? I've never heard of it, but compared to those typically difficult to memorize and complicated methods, this one is much easier to learn." She casually explained, "This is something children in my hometown have to memorize. I didn't expect it could be used in the cultivation world." A moment later, the third senior brother said, "Where the spiritual energy is denser, there are more good things. Let's move on." As if sensing something, Xieyu said, "I'm afraid there's no shortage of good things ahead." Not long after, the group of senior and junior disciples arrived at an area filled with clear heart grass, a valuable spiritual herb. He recalled that he had been lucky enough to obtain 1 stalk before, only to have it snatched away by the Yueqing sect disciples. He hadn't expected to find so many here. In Yi Xiao's eyes, this patch of clear heart grass represented a mountain of gold. She thought that if refined into medicinal pills, they would definitely fetch a good price. Xiaoyu sat down to pick the herbs, reminding everyone to hurry, lest others arrive. He carefully pulled the herbs up by the roots, thinking about how he could plant them in his alchemy room after returning. Xiaoyu and the others focused on their task, gathering a large amount of herbs. Suddenly, a talisman flew towards them, seemingly aimed at Yi Xiao. It was indeed aimed at her, and it was now right in front of her. She closed her eyes, resigning herself to fate. Ming Xian reacted quickly, immediately stepping forward and using a Vajra talisman to neutralize it. The talisman aimed at Yi Xiao shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Ming Xian clearly saw that it was an explosive talisman. He thought that if he hadn't reacted quickly, this talisman hitting his junior sister, who was only at the peak of qi refining, would have either killed her or blown her away. It was Song Hanqing who had thrown it. He was still holding another talisman in his hand and said, "Not bad reflexes." Ming Xian said to her warily, "Don't be afraid, stay behind me." Others, seeing the commotion, curiously said, "What's happening over there? Let's go take a look." He cautiously observed Song Hanqing's movements, thinking to himself that he had thrown a talisman to stop others from picking the herbs. Yi Xiao, hiding behind Ming Xian, praised he even knows how to protect his food supply. He chuckled and said to her, "Of course. Look at him like a dog guarding its bone." These words reached the ears of the Yueqing Sect disciples, and everyone was angered. Only Infiltrating spoke up, saying, "How can you say such things?" Ming Xian, now different from before, replied indifferently, "Were we talking to you? Why are you butting in?" Upon hearing this, she pretended to want to cry. Yi Xiao watched the drama unfold, silently cheering him on in her heart, marveling at how sharp her two senior brothers' tongues were, and how satisfying it was to hear them scold someone. Yun Shua's eyes quickly welled up with tears, and a few seconds later, she burst into sobs. Seeing this, Ming Xian was bewildered, thinking to himself, "She's crying over this. If it were my junior sister, I bully Yi Xiao every day, calling her a gourd, and she just stays silent, turns around, and punches me." Seeing her cry, Suzhua rushed over to comfort her. "Junior sister, don't listen to his nonsense. We are the leading direct disciples of the Yueqing Sect, and this is our junior sister." Mu Zongyi, who was picking herbs, heard this and also stood up to add his own sarcastic remarks. He feigned surprise, saying, "Our leading disciples so impressive." Some people around narrowed their eyes, and someone said, "No wonder the Yueqing Sect is so arrogant." Others criticized, "Don't they know junior sister Yun Shuo is the treasure of the Yueqing Sect? How dare they make her cry?" Someone else scolded, "Such a lovely junior sister. That rogue cultivator has such a foul mouth." Hearing the discussion, Xiaoyu thought discontentedly, "They talk as if Yun Shuo is the only one who matters. Our junior sister was almost ambushed by Song Hanqing just now, and no one spoke up for her." But he still stepped forward and greeted them. "So it's fellow Taoists from the Yueqing Sect." Then he looked at them sharply and reproached, "But you just ambushed our junior sister as soon as you arrived. This doesn't seem right, does it? If it weren't for second senior brother's quick reaction, our junior sister would have been injured." Song Hanqing, ignorant of their situation, retorted contemptuously, "So what if she's injured? Let's not even talk about the fact that the attack failed. Even if it had succeeded, do you expect me to kneel down and apologize?" He was probably thinking unscrupulously, "She's just a disciple of a small sect. What's the big deal if I injure her?" The surrounding people all spoke up for Song Hanqing. "You're just from small sect. How dare you be so impudent?" All right. The Yueqing Sect disciples won't lower themselves to your level. Don't push your luck. Song Hanqing is so handsome." Yi Xiao silently watched them. Forget it, she thought. The rogue cultivators around were all fanatical about the Yueqing Sect. Meanwhile, Song Hanqing, playing his own part and assuming victory, sneered, "This patch of clear heart grass belongs to the Yueqing Sect. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly and don't disturb us while we gather herbs." Mu Zongyi, seeing that reasoning was useless, was about to charge forward and fight when Yi Xiao stopped him. She called out, "Fourth senior brother." She asked in a low voice, "Can you defeat Song Hanqing?" He turned around and gestured with 3 fingers. I can even take on 3 song hankings. He believed that Song Hanqing, being a talisman cultivator, had relatively weak combat abilities and would be at a disadvantage in close combat. Her eyes lit up and she pressed, "So, can you make him run away?" He was about to charge forward, but hearing her words, he hesitated and replied, "That doesn't seem quite right." He remembered that the Changming sect was always known for helping the poor and needy. Driving others away and monopolizing resources went against the ideals of a righteous disciple. She snorted and retorted, "Why not? Back in the day, I read books so I could speak reasonably with fools. Now I practice swordsmanship so fools can speak reasonably with me." She patted the sword at her hip and asked, "Haven't you ever heard that saying?" Pulling down her veil, she transformed into a swordsman and declared, "One day, sword in hand, I will cut down all the condescending dogs in the world." She believed that cultivators learned swordsmanship so they wouldn't have to reason with anyone. Mu Zongi suddenly saw the light. He couldn't help but agree with her. "Although it's not entirely correct, what you said makes sense. We sword cultivators are so strong. Why should we bother reasoning with anyone?" She put her arm around his shoulder, her eyes sparkling as she said, "It's all up to you, 4th senior brother. I know you can do it." These 2 senior and junior siblings were truly on the same wavelength. He nodded resolutely. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his treasured sword. Seeing her 4th senior brother's imposing manner, Yun Shuo cheered him on incessantly, surprised by his demeanor. She thought, "My 4th senior brother, usually so unremarkable, is actually quite cool in a pinch." He charged toward Song Hanqing and swung his sword. The sword energy pressed close to Song Hanqing, who narrowly dodged. But his talisman was sliced in 2. Suzhua exclaimed in shock, "Senior brother's diamond talisman has been broken." He couldn't hide his astonishment. That diamond talisman took senior brother ages to refine. He'd heard it could withstand a full-powered blow from a golden core cultivator. So how could it be destroyed by a single burst of sword energy? This was unexpected for Song Hanqing. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the bisected talisman, thinking that if it weren't for the diamond talisman, that sword strike would have landed on him. Even if he hadn't been injured, he would have been sent flying. Furious, he glared at the group, wondering, just where did these damned rogue cultivators come from? With the danger averted, Yin Shuo called out to her senior brothers, "2nd senior brother, 3rd senior brother, come on, let's continue gathering clear heart grass." As she and Mu Zongi happily collected herbs, Ming Xian asked, puzzled, "Shouldn't we leave some for others?" Yin Shuo paused her weeding and retorted, "Why should we leave any for them?" Looking up at him, she continued, "Those who are shameless are invincible. As long as we abandon our sense of propriety, no one can defeat us." Recalling the original story, she suddenly realized, "I finally understand why Changming sect has always lost in the competitions all these years. Being naive, kind, and saintly doesn't work. If Yuqing sect can be shameless, so can we." Hearing her words, Ming Xian and Xie were enlightened. They wondered, that's right, why should we yield? They both thought simultaneously, being tolerant only leads to being bullied endlessly. Seeing them gleefully uprooting the spiritual herbs without leaving a single one, Suzhua ran over and yelled, "How can you be so shameless?" Xie retorted, "We're competing based on our strength. What right do you have to call us shameless?" Relaxing, he thought, this behavior might be a bit unrefined, but it's truly exhilarating. He couldn't help but compare his current self to his past self. Before, he was bound by all sorts of rules and regulations, and every time he went out for training, he felt like a dog on a leash. Now, causing mischief with his junior sister, he felt much more free. Suddenly, the surrounding bushes rustled. The sound so startling that even Yi Qiao stopped and turned to look at Mu Zongi. He immediately sensed something and said, "They're here." Yi Qiao, with a bewildered expression, looked around like a clueless calf and asked, "What's here?" He stood up, shielding his junior sister, and replied, "Demonic beasts." Hearing the commotion, Seiyu also guessed what was happening. He said, "Quite a few of them. I'd estimate around 100. A swarm of green demonic beasts flew towards them. One flew close to Yin Shuo, who paled and cried out help. For some reason, instead of running towards her own senior brothers, she ran towards someone else's, not only pushing Yi Qiao away from Mu Zongi, but also continuing to scream for help. The demonic beast that flew towards her was decapitated by a single sword strike from Mu Zongi. Her eyes brimming with tears, she thanked him. Mu Zongi glanced at her and said, "Don't thank me. I wasn't really trying to save you." He pointed at her and said something shocking. You're as strong as an ox. You even push my junior sister. Why are you pretending to be a damsel in distress? A few tears fell as she trembled and apologized. Seeing this, he was startled. He thought, she's going to cry. I just said I didn't like it, and she's crying. Hearing her tremblingly say, I didn't mean to, he couldn't help but think in alarm. Are female cultivators this scary nowadays? Seeing Mu Zongyi's frightened expression as he quickly backed away, Yin Shuo secretly rejoiced. Good. Fourth senior brother isn't like he is in the novel, falling for the female lead. This is a good thing. She walked over and asked him in a low voice, Fourth senior brother, what do you think of Yin Shuo crying? She thought the original novel mentioned it more than once. All the male supporting characters who saw the female lead cry thought she was beautiful and developed a desire to bully her. Mu Zongyi seriously replied, I have an impression. Worried that her senior brother would become like his counterpart in the original novel, she asked, what impression? Unexpectedly, he replied, she's trying to scam me. He also thought, I haven't even said anything, and she's already crying. I can't think of any other reason than her trying to swindle money. Hearing this answer, she looked at him as if he were crazy. She recalled the original novel. According to it, Mu Zongyi was ruthless towards the female lead's pursuers, blindly jealous, creating a bloody scene. But now, not only did the two have no relationship, Mu Zongyi even thought she was trying to con him. Relieved, she patted his hand and said, Fourth senior brother, please keep this train of thought. She also thought, as long as his thinking remains unusual, the female lead's harem won't involve him. The matter wasn't over yet. The demonic beasts were still rampant around them. A group of dark green demonic beasts were surrounding Yi Qiao and several other disciples. Mu Zongyi raised his sword about to strike, but heard someone stop him. Fourth junior brother, wait. Yu said to him, do you remember who the sect leader wanted to go down the mountain for training this time? He thought that the leader had arranged this training mainly for the little junior sister to see the world and cultivate her courage. Mu Zongyi looked worriedly at Yi Qiao and said, but it's little junior sister's first time down the mountain. Killing a few demonic beasts for training is enough, but there are hundreds of them here. Yu turned and asked Yin Shuo, little junior sister, are you scared? Holding her sword, she hesitated for a moment, then replied, it's all right. Although these things are a bit disgusting, I can try. Mu Zongyi drew his sword and said, then, little junior sister, I'll teach you a move. Watch carefully. In truth, he was worried about her. There are too many demonic beasts here. I'll take care of some of them for you, junior sister. Mu Zongyi performed the first move, saying, this is the first move of the Clear Wind Decree. He swung his sword and loudly called out the name of the technique, Wind Severing Slash. Countless sword lights shot straight towards the group of demonic beasts, each one sliced into pieces that fell to the ground. She watched, mesmerized, thinking to herself, this move is so cool. I have to remember it for later. Suzhua, on the other side, also watched Mu Zongyi's sword technique with a pale face. He exclaimed, the sword speed is too fast, and the sword intent is very strong. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Song Hanqing was also stunned, if I'm not mistaken. He continued, it's a bit like the sword intent of the Changming Sect. Suzhua turned his head in astonishment, still in disbelief. No way. You must be mistaken, senior brother Song. Song Hanqing remained doubtful. One of the 5 great sects, Changming Sect. How could those rogue cultivators be from Changming Sect? Yin Shuo was also incredulous. That's right, weren't they said to be from small sect before? How could they be Changming Sect disciples? Hanqing spoke seriously. I truly hope I'm mistaken, but that is indeed Changming Sect's sword intent. Judging by their sword movements, Hanqing's guess wasn't wrong. Their chi like wind, like a blade, their speed so fast it was hard to grasp. These people were definitely direct disciples of Changming Sect. Yi Qiao also assumed a fighting stance. A dense swarm of demonic beasts charged straight towards her. With a swing of her sword, she repelled the approaching demonic beasts. She targeted another demonic beast and slashed down, cleaving the demonic beast in two. Closing her eyes, she recalled what she had learned, focusing on executing the technique Mu Zongyi had taught her, the first move of the Clear Wind Decree. Slashing downwards, she shouted the name of the technique, Wind Severing Slash. Yu watched with his arms crossed, praising her constantly, adapting very quickly. Counting the time outside, junior sister has been in the sect for less than half a year. In just a few months, she can already use the first move of the Clear Wind Decree, achieving 70 to 80% similarity. Junior sister's swordsmanship talent seems to be not far behind fourth junior brother's. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. But if she truly understands the first move of the Clear Wind Decree, why were her results outside the Sect stagnant? Zongyi, standing beside him, said indignantly, "The problem is Junior Sister hasn't even learned the first move of the Clear Wind Decree yet." He recalled the 2 months since she joined the Sect. During classes, the Grand Elder only taught Junior Sister the treading Clear Wind sword technique, and hadn't even begun to teach the first move of the Clear Wind Decree. Hanqing observed, unable to say that this girl lacked talent. If she's a direct disciple of Changming's sect, then we cannot underestimate her. After all, she will be a future rival. Every demonic beast that approached Yi Qiao was cleanly cut down. Hanqing approached and asked Ming Xian, "Where did your Changming sect find this female disciple?" He continued to ask, "Is she a sword cultivator?" Ming Xian looked at him with disgust, thinking to himself, this person is truly shameless. He just sneak attacked Junior Sister, and now he's proactively asking questions. Xiaoyu was also too lazy to look at him, replying, "Her talent isn't as high as your Junior Sister's." He said proudly, "Yi Qiao is her Junior Sister picked up outside. She doesn't have a top-grade spiritual root. At most, she just has a good memory." He continued, "The kind that remembers everything after seeing it once." The people of Yueqing's sect were stunned when they heard her name. Suzhua thought, Yi Qiao, is it the same name? But that girl's voice was also very similar to second senior sisters. Yun Shuo displayed an envious expression, thinking it really is second senior sister. But she's not as good as me in any way. So how did she also become a direct disciple like me? Unreconciled, she asked, "So, senior sister Yi Qiao is also a direct disciple of Changming sect?" Ming Xian retorted, "Who else do you think could make us call her junior sister?" He leaned down sarcastically. "Do you think being a direct disciple is some amazing status?" She replied, "Senior brother Ming Xian, there's no need to scare me. I was just casually asking." Ming Xian looked disgusted and shrugged, saying, "If that's what you think, I can't help it." The surrounding people started whispering amongst themselves. A direct disciple of the Changming sect. Are these major sects crazy, crowding into this small secret realm one after another? But isn't the Changming sect always famous for its gentle and benevolent image? Why are they here monopolizing the medicinal herbs? Is this year's newly admitted junior sister of the Changming sect really that powerful? What's so great about it? If it were junior sister Yin Shuo, she could definitely do it too. Feeling embarrassed, Song Hanqing called out, "Junior sister Yin Shuo, you should go deal with those demonic beasts too. This is a good training opportunity. There's no danger. Those demonic beasts have very low cultivation levels." She looked very aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, "Senior brother Song, I'm not going. They're disgusting." Suzhua also chimed in, "Senior brother Song, junior sister Yi is still young." He angrily asked, 16 years old and still young. Is she a newborn baby? He thought to himself, this is infuriating. If I don't show off my skills now, the Changming sect will steal all the glory. The sounds of the demonic beasts flying also disappeared, leaving only the sound of Yi Qiao's sword dancing in the wind. A moment later, she sheathed her sword. Sitting in the patch of reeds, sweat on her forehead, she was very tired, but at the same time, she felt a sense of comfort she hadn't experienced in a long time. She felt a flow of energy within her body that she didn't recognize, as if something warm was nourishing her. She felt like she was floating in the warm air, so comfortable that she was about to fall asleep. Ming Xian asked in a low voice, "For junior brother, you just said that junior sister has never learned the first move of the Clear Wind style, right?" Mu Zongyi also said doubtfully, "That's right. Could she have secretly learned it from Elder Duan without my knowledge?" Ming Xian then voiced his own thoughts. Could she be imitating my moves? I don't know if you two noticed, but junior sister's swordsmanship is still unsteady, like a toddler learning to walk. It's like when she first picked up a sword, he said. Then, step by step, through practice and adjustments, she learned the most accurate way to hold a sword, how to best utilize the moves in the sword style. Recalling how she had mastered the sword in such a short time, Ming Xian thought again. This is just like in the scripture pavilion. I remember those complex talismans. She could easily draw them after just one glance. I only drew the controlling fire talisman once, and she was able to replicate it perfectly. Mu Zongyi replied, but it took me 2 months to learn that back then. He recalled the 2 months he spent learning it, and how Elder Duan had praised his exceptional talent, but junior sister had only needed a single glance. Ming Xian walked over and patted his shoulder comfortingly. However, junior sister has an extraordinary memory. It's normal that your memory isn't as good as hers, but your comprehension. Before he could finish, he heard Xiaoyu shout, "Quick, look!" He was so astonished he was speechless. Junior sister seems to have broken through to Foundation establishment. It was true. She had actually broken through in less than a day. Ming Xian coughed, changing his tone and continuing, "But your comprehension probably can't compare either." Ming Xian hadn't expected this. He thought to himself, at this rate of breakthrough, is she not encountering any difficulties at all? Mu Zongyi pouted at him and said, "Thanks, you're really comforting." Yi Qiao remained focused on her cultivation. Feeling an indescribable floating sensation, she wondered, so this is what establishing a foundation feels like. Slowly opening her eyes, she thought, it seems like my sea of consciousness has expanded again. Seeing Yin Shuo sitting opposite her the moment she opened her eyes, she yelled, "Ghost." Xiaoyu angrily shielded Yi Qiao and asked Yin Shuo, "What do you want with our junior sister?" Yi Qiao, still startled, said, "You scared me to death." It turned out Yin Shuo wanted to ask her for something, saying, "Second senior sister, could you give me a stalk of clarity heartgrass?" Then she put on a pitiful act. I have a natural deficiency in my spiritual roots, and I'm just missing a bit of spiritual herb as a catalyst. Seeing her sniffling, Suzhua also pleaded, "That's right, second senior sister has so many, it wouldn't hurt to give our junior sister one." Mu Zongyi was surprised to hear the words second senior sister. Ming Xian also realized that their junior sister was once a disciple of the Yueqing sect. Xiaoyu was also pondering. It seemed there were quite a few secrets hidden beneath the surface. Ming Xian waved his fan and said, "Who's your second senior sister?" "This is our junior sister." He scornfully continued to taunt them. "What makes you think we'd give you anything? Based on your junior sister's thick skin." He slowly approached, his mouth relentlessly attacking. "What's the big deal about giving away one stock? Ugly as a ghost. Get lost. Don't stand here and be an eyesore." Suzhua pushed Yin Shuo, and she could only retreat, speechless. A hand offered a sparkling spiritual pill. It was Xiaoyu who had refined it for Yi Qiao. He said, "Congratulations on your foundation establishment breakthrough, junior sister. This is a consolidating spirit pill. Take it quickly." He said to everyone, "We should go." Inwardly, he cursed, "From now on, I need to interact less with these abnormal direct disciples of the Yueqing sect, especially that Yin Shuo, she's too strange." Seeing them leave just like that, the Yueqing sect disciples yelled, "Don't get too cocky. You'll see when the competition starts." Hearing this, everyone showed unconcerned expressions. Yi Qiao retorted, "Who cares about you?" The third senior brother feigned a gasp, the second senior brother clicked his tongue, and the fourth senior brother snorted. Their attitude infuriated Song Hanqing. He thought to himself, "Just wait until the competition begins. I'll return today's humiliation tenfold." The malicious girl wondered, are second senior sister and senior brother Xiaoyu very close? She thought innocently, trembling, I don't know why, but seeing senior brother Xiaoyu and the others protecting second senior sister makes me very uncomfortable, like something that belongs to me has been stolen by her. Still not accepting Yi Qiao's strength, having broken through to Foundation establishment herself. She fabricated a story, saying she's from the main branch of one of the 8 great families, the Xie family. I heard senior brother Xie, you can refine pills that help people quickly break through. Hearing this, Suj returned and asked, are you saying second senior sister relied on pills to increase her cultivation? She replied, that's right. After all, second senior sister was stuck at the 3rd level of chi refinement for so long. How could she reach Foundation establishment in just a few months? Jealousy gnawed at her. Second senior sister is so kind and unassuming. Not only did she reach Foundation establishment before me, but she also became a direct disciple, a status not much different from mine. She clenched her robe, her heart filled with resentment. On their way out of the secret realm, Xiaoyu turned to her and asked, Junior sister, do you know those direct disciples from the Yueqing sect? He thought to himself, Yin Shuo keeps calling her second senior sister. It doesn't seem like she mistook her for someone else. Yi Qiao suddenly became unusually quiet. She hummed an acknowledgement and said, yes, I do. She told him about her upbringing. I'm an orphan picked up by the Yueqing sect's sect master. I was an inner disciple there since childhood. Years later, because my talent was so poor, even dogs looked down on me as trash. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. Moreover, the medicinal herbs I painstakingly gathered were all snatched away by my master and given to her newly accepted junior sister. Regaining her composure, she said calmly, I was angry, so I left the mountain. After hearing her story, he felt heartbroken. Junior's sister. He affectionately stroked her head, thinking to himself, not only was Junior's sister not valued in the Yueqing sect, but the medicinal herbs she worked so hard to gather were also taken away. From now on, I must diligently refine pills so that Junior's sister can have more. The Yueqing sect can't afford to raise her, so our Changming sect will. Ming Xian, who was standing beside them, also spoke up. From now on, if they dare to bully you again, just tell them my name. Then he changed his tone. No, tell them senior brother's name. He's more powerful than me. Mu Zongi echoed, waving his hands. The inner disciples of the Yueqing sect are worse than dogs. Being a direct disciple in our Changming sect is many times better. When the competition begins, we'll definitely open their eyes. She placed her hand on her chest, where her heart was pounding, thinking to herself, the three senior brothers are so adorable. It feels so warm here. A while later, they returned to the Changming sect. The sect master asked in surprise, You've reached Foundation establishment. He laughed heartily and patted her shoulder. I told you this girl would definitely succeed. Elder Zhao came to inquire about the situation of the senior brothers. How many days did it take to break through to Foundation establishment? Xiaoyu held up a finger. Elder Zhao asked, 10 days. Completely wrong. Xiaoyu corrected him, closer to 1 day. Junior sister's breakthrough took less than a day. The two old men almost couldn't believe their ears. Tens of thousands of stars swirling above her head, and she reached Foundation establishment in a day. Our Changming sect actually has a disciple who reached Foundation establishment in 1 day. Is this even reasonable? Elder Zhao was utterly astonished by this shock. He waved his hand, dismissing them. You all go out first. The sect master and I have something to discuss. Seeing the youngsters leave, Elder Zhao and the sect master huddled together to discuss. The sect master said suspiciously, Old Zhao, Foundation establishment in 1 day. Those kids aren't fooling us, are they? Elder Zhao replied, You don't even trust Xiaoyu. At this point, Elder Zhao couldn't help but acknowledge Yi Qiao's ability. Although Yi Qiao has a mid-grade spiritual root, her speed of absorbing spiritual energy isn't slow at all. Sometimes, it's even faster than her senior brothers. After hearing this, the sect leader was even more shocked. He was extremely puzzled. How could this be? All of his senior brothers have top-grade spiritual roots. The two sat there pondering, unable to figure out the reason. Elder Zhao said, That's why it's so strange. Our testing stone shouldn't be wrong. The sect leader waved his hand and said, This is giving me a headache. Forget it. Let's wait until the grand meeting at the Asking Sword sect begins. We'll have Yi Qiao try the Asking Sword sect's Sword Treasury's testing stone. The one there definitely won't be wrong. A few days later, at the back mountain of the Changming sect, Yi Qiao was busy doing something. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. It turned out she was making a sauce for mapo tofu. Satisfied, she said this should be about right. Suddenly, she was startled by someone calling out loudly, Little junior sister. Mu Zongi came to inform her, An elder from the Chengfeng sect is here, so master said we have to be well-behaved today and not cause him any trouble. She responded with an O and put on an obedient expression, saying, Don't worry. Turning back to continue stirring the contents of the pot, she asked, Is Chengfeng sect that demonic beast sect you mentioned? Mu Zongi nodded yes. Seeing the sudden attention the sect was receiving, she curiously asked, What's their elder doing here? He shrugged, as if it were an everyday occurrence, and said, There's no other way. The grand meeting is in half a year, and all the sects are coming to check the strength of their direct disciples. Everyone wants to achieve good results. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He leaned in to look at what she was cooking and asked, What is this? It smells strange. Seeing Mu Zongi getting too close, she pushed his face away and said, I'm making a bomb. Mu Zongi's head buzzed with a sense of foreboding. He thought a bomb. Is it a new magical tool? It doesn't feel like something an ordinary person can make. He asked her anxiously, When will you be finished? Master will be taking the Chengfeng sect elder to visit our upper realm later. It won't be good if something happens. She maintained a calm expression and patted his shoulder, saying, Don't worry, it's just a small toy. She said this, but inside, she was extremely excited, recalling the arduous search for materials over the past few days. I've read so many books, and I've finally found the perfect substitute for explosives. There can't be any mistakes. Having experienced the aftermath of her strange creations several times, he still felt uneasy. Are you sure it's all right? I don't know why, but every time I'm with little junior sister, I always feel a sense of unease. Half an hour later, Yi Qiao finally completed her masterpiece. Holding up her trophy, she exclaimed, "This bomb is complete." Fourth senior brother, look. With that, she immediately took action, throwing the bomb in her hand in one direction. The small bomb rolled for a short distance. With a boom, the small bomb unexpectedly packed quite a punch. Seeing this, Mu Zongyi was thrilled. His jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "Bombs are amazing." He thought to himself, I have to praise little junior sister properly. She really has a lot of strange things like this small bomb. Its power is no less than a golden core strike. He wanted to try it too, so he said to her, "Let me try." She handed him a bomb. Looking very excited, he swung his arm back, shouting, "Little junior sister, watch this." Mustering his strength, he threw the bomb, sending it flying several kilometers. He said, "Let's see, I can definitely throw it farther than you." Yi Qiao watched the bomb fly, surprised, wow, that's far. Two figures strolled on the mountain. This was another side of the Changming Sect's back mountain. One of them, who called himself Sect leader Fan, was showing a guest around the Changming Sect's training grounds. That's the back mountain of the Changming Sect, usually where sword cultivators practice. The other man, seemingly impressed, said, "I hear the quality of your Sect disciples is quite good this year." This red-haired man was Elder Sunday, elder son of the Changfeng Sect, outwardly offered praise. But in reality, he was probing the Changming Sect's achievements for his own Sect leader, who always ranked last. However, their Sect leader had heard from somewhere that the Changming Sect's direct disciples were quite strong this year, so he sent Elder Sun to investigate. Aware of the underlying implications, Fan gave a forced laugh. "You flatter us. Our Changming Sect is just focusing on participation this year." Elder Sun smiled along, saying nothing, but inwardly felt smug at this response. If the Changming Sect truly had powerful individuals this year, Fan would be boasting everywhere. It seemed his Sect leader's worries were unfounded. As they spoke, the bomb that Yi Qiao and Mu Zongyi had thrown landed right at their feet. The bomb emitted strange noises, showing signs of imminent explosion. Sect leader Fan and Elder Sun, unaware of its function, simply stared down at it. What happened next was, as everyone knows, a deafening explosion. Fortunately, Sect leader Fan reacted quickly, using a formation to protect them. Elder Sun hid behind Sect leader Fan like a frightened cat, while the Sect leader roared angrily, "Who dares attack me?" The roar reached the other side of the mountain, where Yi Qiao and Mu Zongyi heard it. Both their heads filled with the same panicked thought. "We're screwed. We went too far." The two siblings looked at each other, faces filled with alarm. In perfect unison, they turned and ran. Back on the other side of the mountain, a crater remained where the bomb had exploded. Elder Sun, trembling with fear, asked what kind of weapon was that. Sect leader Fan feigned modesty. "Just a small toy made by my direct disciples. Nothing special." Inwardly, he was quite pleased. Though he didn't know what it was, seeing Elder Sun's terrified expression was immensely satisfying. The Changming Sect always ranked last, and those old geezers always snickered behind his back. This time, he finally had some face. Elder Sun was thoroughly shaken. Nothing special. What kind of toy has that kind of power? This fear forced him to reconsider. The Changming Sect this year was clearly different. The sky remained clear, sunlight filtering through the bamboo forest. The two young cultivators, having run for a while, finally stopped to catch their breath. Mu Zongyi gasped, "We've run this far. The Sect leader can't possibly catch us now." Yi Qiao, having recovered slightly, proposed a new idea. "Fourth senior brother, since we're almost out of the mountain anyway, why don't we go down?" She had an ulterior motive. She had just finished designing a handgun last night and wanted to find someone in town to make it. Mu Zongyi hesitated. "You say go down the mountain, but we have class later." She calmly replied, "Then let's skip class." He was taken aback by her nonchalance. He immediately agreed. Good idea. Unable to hide his excitement, he thought, I didn't want to go to class anyway. Skipping class before meant solitary confinement in the Forbidden Zone. How boring. Now was different. Now he had his little junior sister to be punished with him. The two children skipped down the mountain hand in hand. Let's go. Arriving at a shop specializing in ancient weapons, they took out the blueprint and asked the owner, "Can you make this?" Looking at the modern pistol blueprint, the shopkeeper asked doubtfully, "What is this? Such a strange shape." Looking at the weapon Yi Qiao wanted to make. The shopkeeper thought to himself, it's not like a sword or any other weapon. I've never heard of such a thing in all my years running this shop. She pointed at the blueprint and explained, this is called a pistol. Can you roughly replicate its shape and structure? It needs to be able to hold a few things inside. The shopkeeper stammered, hinting at a high price. Well, it's possible, but the price. The shopkeeper held up 3 fingers, nearly 300 high-grade spirit stones in total. She widened her eyes and tried to haggle. That expensive shopkeeper. I see you're quite interested in this pistol. How about a discount? The shopkeeper, a little flustered under her gaze, said, I do like it, but the materials aren't cheap. After some haggling, the shopkeeper gritted his teeth. Fine, 100 high-grade spirit stones. Satisfied with the 1/3 price reduction, she agreed. All right. Muzongi was astonished by Yi Qiao's bargaining. I always just paid whatever the shopkeeper asked. You can haggle. He stood rooted to the spot as she called, Come on, brother, is there anything else you want to buy? Let's go back when you're done. He sighed and declined. No, not today. She asked, puzzled why. He knelt on the ground dramatically, recalling the image of his spirit stones flying away, and said, I'm not short on spirit stones, but it still hurts to think about spending so many. Muzongi had learned a new shopping skill today. Unsure how to react, she simply said, all right. Turning to leave, she called to him, let's go back then. I just happen to have drawn some talismans that need testing. She had already decided that after the incident, she wouldn't test them on herself anymore. She needed to test them on someone else. Muzongi innocently asked, did you draw a lot? She clasped her hands together and pleaded sincerely, more than a few. Indulge me. He agreed without suspicion. All right, I'll help you test them. 3 days later, everyone gathered to watch the commotion. Yi Qiao, the center of attention, held up a talisman and said enthusiastically, Come here, 4th senior brother. This is the last one. Muzongi, lying on the grass, asked more. He looked more haggard than before, traumatized by the enticement 3 days prior. That sweet little mouth lied. You said just a few. I've been trapped in the back mountain testing them for 3 days. Yi Qiao sat beside Muzongi, pinching his cheek comfortingly. Don't worry, this one definitely won't make you uncomfortable. It's called the Haha Talisman. She explained its effect. It'll make you laugh more. You're starting to look like a bitter melon. Resigned, Muzongi agreed. Fine. He thought to himself, honestly, little junior sister's talismans are quite interesting. It would be even better if she didn't use me as a test subject. Yi Qiao smiled brightly, sticking the talisman onto him as she spoke. You've worked hard, standing up to observe the results. She thought, sometimes talismans don't need to be too powerful. Being able to affect those around you is also a form of disruption. A burst of hearty laughter suddenly echoed through the quiet forest. Muzongi, affected by the talisman, laughed uncontrollably. The surrounding disciples stared at him, exclaiming in shock, Has senior brother Mu gone mad? Quite satisfied with the result, she peeled the talisman off. Seems like the effect isn't bad. Muzongi, regaining his senses, still couldn't believe he'd gone so crazy. Having lost all composure, he collapsed to his knees, fearfully recalling the feeling. Not only that, the sounds I was making just now, I thought I'd gone mad. Do people in the cultivation world always play like this? After hearing him, she flicked his forehead. Don't insult me. I'm a proper sword cultivator. Talisman drawing is just a side hustle. She also thought, compared to being a mage, I prefer being an assassin. Holding his forehead, he gave a wry smile. A side hustle. A side hustle that can create such powerful talismans. I almost lost half my life. At this moment, Yi Qiao bent down, busy with something. Muzongi approached and asked, Haven't you finished drawing that talisman yet? She didn't answer, but tossed the talisman behind her, saying, Another failure. The crumpled talisman she threw hit Muzongi squarely on the head. Seeing her completely engrossed, he suggested, Why don't you ask Mingxian? Focused intently, preparing to redraw the talisman, she told him, I'll try one more time. If it still fails, I'll ask 2nd senior brother. He asked, You're clearly a sword cultivator, yet you're drawing talismans. Did you learn this at Yueqing Sect? She puffed out her chest proudly. That's right. She thought to herself, I am indeed drawing Yueqing Sect talismans based on the original owner's memories. Muzongi said with a hint of pride. Yueqing Sect is known throughout the cultivation world as the gathering place for orthodox talisman masters. If they knew someone from our Changming sect could draw their talismans, they'd be furious. Then he took out a brush and offered it to her. By the way, I heard second senior brother say that to draw high-quality talismans, it's best to use a top-grade wolf hair brush. I happen to have an unused one. Here you go. Taking the brush, her eyes lit up, and she said, "Thank you, fourth senior brother." He added, "This is probably a mid-grade magical tool. I'll find you a better one." She happily accepted the brush, dipped it in ink, and prepared to draw the next talisman. As she set the brush down, she completed the final strokes. Surprised by the talisman she was drawing, she exclaimed, "Expensive things do have their advantages. This brush writes so smoothly." She applied the brush with practiced ease, saying, "No clogging at all." With a boom, the talisman in her hand was complete, and she said joyfully, "I finally succeeded." Suddenly, the talisman glowed. Though they weren't affected, the two of them, sitting together, had to shield their eyes. It was too bright. The intensity of the light was unimaginable, shooting straight up into the sky. The commotion was so great that even the sect leader saw it, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Heaven's blessing." He wondered, is it Ming Xian who received the blessing? Or Xieyu? At a nearby sect, they also saw someone from Changming sect receive the Heavenly Dao's blessing. The Heavenly Dao's blessing seemed to originate from Changming sect. Everyone assumed it was the former leading disciple, wondering, was it Mu Zongyi or Chu Xingyun? Ming Xian. There's an additional mark at the bottom corner of the talisman. Yi Qiao curiously asked, pointing at it, "What is this?" He replied, "The Heavenly Dao's blessing." Mu Zongyi was incredibly surprised, never expecting his junior sister to be like this. You can actually cultivate both swordsmanship and talismans. He thought to himself, I never thought I'd see the day I'd meet someone who could cultivate both paths, and it's my junior sister, no less. Having never heard of this before, she asked him, "Fourth senior brother, what is the Heavenly Dao's blessing? Does it have any special effects?" He excitedly explained, "Special effects. Being blessed by the Heavenly Dao means being recognized by the Heavenly Dao. From now on, the talismans you sell will fetch at least 5 times the price." She asked incredulously, 5 times higher. Such good things actually exist in this world. Mu Zongyi continued to elaborate on the benefits. As far as I know, none of those self-proclaimed orthodox talisman cultivators from Yueqing sect have received the Heavenly Dao's blessing. Wait until the news gets out and see their expressions when they learn that someone from our Changming sect has received the Heavenly Dao's blessing. He curiously asked her, "By the way, Yi Qiao, what kind of talisman did you draw? Is it a formation talisman, a defensive one, or an offensive one?" At this point, she spoke somewhat shyly about the talisman. It's a 3 forms talisman. The person who gets stuck with it will crawl on the ground like an animal. As she spoke, she tugged on him to illustrate. Mu Zongyi said miserably, "Don't use me as your imagination prop." In her imagination, he sighed. Admiring her way of thinking, he gave her a thumbs up, as expected of you, junior sister. He thought to himself, even the way she received the Heavenly Dao's blessing is unusual. In her mind, snot and tears were flowing. I'll draw a more normal talisman. Suddenly, Ming Xian and Xieyu arrived. Her 2 senior brothers asked, "You two have been skipping classes more and more these days. What are you hiding from us?" Seeing the 2 of them, Yi Qiao jumped up with joy. "Second senior brother, third senior brother, long time no see." Xieyu walked over to Mu Zongyi, put his arm around his shoulder, and said, "Junior sister, long time no see. We came to find our junior brother here." A sense of unease rose in Mu Zongyi's heart. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Xieyu took out a pill and said, "I just refined some pills, and I'm looking for someone to test them, junior brother." Having been tormented for 3 days, he couldn't take it anymore. He flailed his arms, hitting his 3rd senior brother, and yelled, "No, I'm still traumatized. I still clearly remember the last time 3rd senior brother poisoned several inner disciples." At this moment, atop Changming Peak, the sect leader and the eldest senior brother were discussing something in a room. The eldest senior brother asked, "The Heavenly Dao's blessing, who caused such a commotion?" He wondered himself, was it junior brother or the newly arrived junior sister? The sect leader shook his head. "I'm not sure. We'll call those kids over later and ask them." Then he added, "Speaking of which, they've been skipping classes for several days now." Hearing this, the eldest senior brother was stunned. They're skipping class at Changming Peak, the sect leader's residence. The sect leader slammed the table in anger. Just talking about it makes my blood boil. He said, not only are they skipping class, but they're skipping class en masse under Yi Qiao's leadership. Xu Xingyan stood up as he spoke. Let me go see what they're up to. Turning to leave the room, he sighed. If I don't go and manage these junior brothers and sisters, I'm afraid they'll turn the world upside down. He didn't know why, but the scene outside was chaotic, like chickens flying and dogs barking. Mu Zongyi cried out miserably, begging, please don't chase me anymore. Let me go. Yi Qiao, Ming Xian, and Xie were chasing Mu Zongyi in the air. Those chasing him were all very cunning, and Xie especially threatened him. Just keep running. He looked forward to catching his lab rat. Junior brother, you can't escape. Even Ming Xian said, even if you shout until your throat is hoarse today, no one will come to save you. Accept reality, junior brother. Yi Qiao also wanted to try the talisman again. She said with a smile, stop running, fourth senior brother, we won't hurt you. 3 against 1, you'll at least be limping. Tears streaming down his face. Mu Zongyi hugged himself tightly and wailed, you 3 are perverts, forcing a young man into depravity. The sect leader went to find his disciples, and, seeing this scene, didn't know what to say. Watching his youngest disciple leading the senior brothers, the sect leader thought to himself, since little junior sister came to Changming's sect, there hasn't been a single day of peace. He stretched out his hand, using his magic, and shouted everyone down. The power he released directly impacted both sides' magical artifacts, pulling them downwards. A scream rang out, and the first person landed safely. Xie even struck a cool pose. Another scream followed, and Mu Zongyi fell headfirst towards the ground. A pair of hands reached out, preparing to catch him. Xie successfully caught Mu Zongyi. He landed safely, but his soul still seemed to be drifting in the wind. Regaining his senses and opening his eyes, he saw the atmosphere around them. The two were quite affectionate. Yi Qiao and Ming Xian, seeing this scene, felt their eyes burning. They tried to cover each other's eyes, but it was useless. The sect leader sternly asked, what are you doing? Hearing the question, Xie was startled and dropped Mu Zongyi with a thud. Before he could react, he had fallen flat on his face. Xie hurriedly waved his hands, explaining to the sect leader, it wasn't me. Feeling greatly misunderstood, he cried, I'm really not a pervert. The 4 lined up neatly, and the sect leader began to talk about the main issue. I heard you didn't go to class today. Ming Xian put on a pitiful act, explaining with dissatisfaction, no, we didn't, sect leader. Who told you that? Someone must be trying to slander our purity and kindness. Mu Zongyi, standing beside him, echoed, that's right. Hearing this insincere answer, the sect leader gave a cold chuckle. He stared at his disciples. Seeing that look, Yi Qiao started to worry, thinking to herself, is this the oppressive feeling that sect leader gives off? He just chuckled, and I'm already scared to death. The 4 stood there, listening to the sect leader's questioning, trembling incessantly. Suddenly, Yi Qiao shouted, breaking the awkward atmosphere, sect leader, I have something to say. Thanks to her IQ of 2,000, she quickly came up with a plan. Having thought it through, she immediately asked, senior brother, who do you think will take first place in the cultivation world this year? Hearing her question, he brought a hand to his chin in thought and replied, for 1,000 years, Chengfeng Sect and Jinyan Sect have always taken turns holding the top spot. Considering their strength, it's difficult to say who will win this year, so it's hard to predict who will be first. Her eyes full of expectation, she continued to ask, so, if senior brother tries a little harder, can we climb to the top of the cultivation world? He calmly replied, impossible. She pointed directly at him, her approach shifting abruptly from her junior siblings to her senior brother. Senior brother, you've disappointed me so much. This sudden change left him stunned. Ming Xian and Mu Zongyi, understanding her intent, chimed in. The 3 junior siblings sighed, Mu Zongyi continuing. That's right, senior brother, you can't even lead our Changming sect to become the top sect in the cultivation world. You've truly disappointed us. Ming Xian shrugged, echoing, yes, so disappointing. Their handsome senior brother, under continuous attack, began to question his existence. Is it my problem? Is it my fault? The 4 junior siblings, seeing their opportunity, joined hands. The 4 of them quickly ran off, leaving their senior brother standing there, lost in thought. Watching his junior siblings leave so casually, he furrowed his brow, thinking, this skillful and shameless escape method was it taught by junior sister. At the Forbidden Grounds, a familiar place, disciples who committed errors had to come here to repent. Yi Qiao, Ming Xian, Mu Zongyi, and Xie were ultimately confined to the Forbidden Grounds. Lying on the grass, Muzongi sighed. I'm so bored, I want to go out. Yi Xiao, lying beside him, also spoke with frustration. The elders can't possibly be watching us every single day, can they? Let's sneak out. Ming Xian, sitting nearby, immediately said, if you're going to say that, you have to think of a way. But to get past the elders, we definitely need to use a teleportation talisman. With a slap, he stuck 2 talismans on her forehead, saying, I just happen to have teleportation talismans with me. Seeing the talismans, Yi Xiao was filled with admiration. Wow, second senior brother, you're so amazing. Hearing this, Ming Xian was a little embarrassed. Well, after all, our Ming family is the #1 talisman cultivator family in the cultivation world. He then handed the talismans to her. I only have these 2. Use them wisely depending on the situation. Her eyes lit up. I knew second senior brother was the best. Xiaoyu, sitting beside them, carefully instructed her. Ming Xian and I will stay here to cultivate. Don't cause any trouble when you 2 go out. If anything goes wrong, immediately use the talismans to escape. Ming Xian added, if you have the chance to snatch something, snatch it. If you can't win a fight, don't be greedy. There will be many large secret realms in future competitions. It'll be much safer if the 5 of us go together then. Yi Xiao nodded repeatedly, then confidently patted her chest, saying, don't worry, second senior brother, we're all good people. We definitely won't cause any trouble going down the mountain this time. She then took out a bottle of medicine that emitted a strange scent. Oh, right, the spiritual energy in the forbidden grounds is dense. This spiritual pill can help you absorb it faster. The pungent smell of the medicine bottle made the other 2 pale, while she felt very proud of it. The stinky spiritual pill can help people quickly eliminate impurities in their bodies when absorbing spiritual energy. Just 1 pill is very effective. Afterwards, they had to pinch their noses. Even after several months, the strange smell of the spiritual medicine was still hard to forget. But Xiaoyu still forced a smile as he accepted the bottle from her. Thank you, junior sister, for your concern. After giving them the medicine, Yi Xiao held a talisman and stood beside Mu Zongi, cheerfully saying, all right, second senior brother, third senior brother, we'll be going now. Having said that, she tore the talisman in half and stepped into a circle. She immediately vanished in a swirling vortex. Suddenly, the surrounding space became quiet. At this moment, senior brother Xiaoyu picked up the medicine bottle and sniffed it. He was incredibly surprised. The spiritual energy stored within the medicinal pill was extremely dense. Could it be that Junior's sister actually knew how to refine pills? Then, recalling the previous scene, he immediately spat out the pill. At that time, when Junior's sister gave it to me, I thought she was just joking. Moreover, the taste was so horrible, I spat it out as soon as I put it in my mouth. I didn't pay attention to the pure spiritual energy inside it all. But now, he couldn't help but reconsider this bottle of medicine. The scene before his eyes made Ming Xian tremble. Xiaoyu was so obsessed with the pill that he was going crazy, while the pill refined by Junior's sister was like a bioweapon. He thought, if Yi Xiao and Xiaoyu brought their pills, he and Mu Zongi would probably be huddled together, trembling. If these 2 refined pills together, would he and Mu Zongi even survive? Thinking of this, he worriedly walked over and placed a hand on senior brother Xiaoyu's shoulder, saying, this might be a pill bought from the Azure Water Sect. Hearing this, senior brother Xiaoyu was a little surprised. Really? Ming Xian nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. People who can dual cultivate can be counted on one hand. Junior's sister is still too young. This made Xiaoyu very disappointed. He sighed, that's true. In his heart, he thought he had originally wanted to study pharmacology with Junior's sister in the future. It was too boring by himself. In the capital city, everyone was chatting, the atmosphere extremely lively. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared behind the wall. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiao and Mu Zongi appeared after the light. Arriving, they looked around. Mu Zongi asked in surprise, where is this? Yi Xiao replied, it seems to be Cloud Mist City. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I heard that this teleportation talisman teleports randomly. It's fortunate we weren't sent to some strange place. She looked outside curiously. Wow, it's so lively. Contrary to her optimism, he imagined countless worrisome scenarios. What if we were teleported into a demonic beast's stomach or someone's tomb? We'd be done for. Then Mu Zongi noticed something. He looked at the sword at Yi Xiao's waist. Then he reminded her, Junior sister, you should go to the sword vault and choose a destined sword. He imagined her defeating others, then said, when the competition comes, as long as you can get into the top 10, you'll have the qualification to enter the sword vault of the Asking Sword Sect. There are ancient sword spirits there. but Yi Chao waved her hand and said, "No need, my sword is good enough." Despite this, she thought to herself, if it breaks, I'll get a new one. The important thing is to get into the top 10. Her words made him very disappointed. All right then. She hugged her sword tightly, shaking her head. Little sword doesn't like hearing those words. He thought to himself, little junior sister must be nervous about getting into the top 10. It seems she can't bring herself to put in the effort. Then Yi Chao pointed ahead and said, "Fourth senior brother, I'm hungry. Let's find a place to eat." He replied, "All right, let's go." They then arrived at a restaurant, where the waiter enthusiastically greeted them. "Welcome, honored guests." A moment later, the waiter brought out 2 bowls of noodles. "Here are your noodles." Yi Chao's eyes lit up. With the noodles on the table, she started nudging Mu Zongi with her foot, reminding him, "Fourth senior brother, pay up." He readily agreed. All right. As the two were enjoying their meal, someone walked in and sneered at them. "Oh, it's the Changming Sect." Song Jian swaggered over with a group of people, arrogant and disrespectful, acting as if he owned the place. Yi Chao, slurping her noodles, asked with confusion, "Who is this?" Seeing Song Jian, an indignant customer stood up. "Song Jian, why is it you again?" Mu Zongi only turned his head for a glance, assessing him with his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, that's an inner disciple of the Asking Sword Sect. Hearing this, Yi Chao leaned closer and whispered, "Is that the Asking Sword Sect that's expected to be #1 this year?" He replied, "Yes." Song Jian approached the other customer, who angrily said, "Song Jian, don't push it." The person beside him tried to stand up. "This is Cloud Mist City. Drawing swords is forbidden." But he was held back by Song Jian's subordinates. Hearing this, Song Jian kicked a chair. "What's the rush? I haven't done anything yet." Then, with an arrogant expression, he clapped his hands and said, "Here, you Changming Sect people are nothing but trash. From now on, you better walk around us, understand?" Hearing this, the other customer angrily swatted Song Jian's hand away. "You." Song Jian maintained his obnoxious expression. "Am I wrong?" On the other side, Mu Zongi gripped his sword, trying to restrain himself. Cloud Mist City had rules against fighting and drawing swords. Although he was trembling with anger, he still had to calm himself down. Calm down, calm down. Yi Chao was still innocently enjoying her noodles. She asked fourth senior brother, "Is the sword sect always this arrogant?" He explained to her, "Yes, they're the #1 sect in the cultivation world, and they always look down on us." Across from them, Song Jian was still bullying their sect members. He could only calmly sit and eat. Besides, our sect and theirs have a feud. Every time we go out and meet, there's a conflict. At this moment, Yi Chao wiped her mouth and asked, "Fourth senior brother, are you full?" Her question puzzled Mu Zongi. "I'm full. What's wrong, little junior sister?" Suddenly, Yi Chao picked up her bowl of soup and stood up under Mu Zongi's surprised gaze. She walked up to Song Jian. "You're Song Jian, right?" Hearing this, Song Jian angrily turned around. "What?" Before he could react, with a splash, drops of liquid dripped down onto his head, leaving the other customers bewildered. The entire bowl of noodle soup was dumped on Song Jian's head, leaving him speechless with rage. Yi Chao then said triumphantly, "You unfilial child, how dare you speak to your father like that?" After saying that, she ran off. Mu Zongi hadn't even processed what had happened, but as quick as a gust of wind, she pulled him along. He turned his head back in confusion, watching as the soup continued to drip from Song Jian's head. Then, the bowl also fell from his head. He was still stunned. Yi Chao and Mu Zongi had already successfully run outside, both of them bursting into laughter. Yi Chao clutched her stomach, laughing loudly. "I've wanted to do that since the moment he walked in the door." Mu Zongi couldn't help but praise her. "Junior sister, you're so savage." He felt incredibly satisfied. "I've long disliked the Asking Sword Sect, but remembering the elder's instructions, I've always held back." Then, he recalled the scene of Yi Chao dumping the bowl of noodles on Song Jian's head, which made him feel extremely pleased. Today, junior sister's actions were swift and decisive, making me feel incredibly refreshed. He then pulled Yi Chao closer. "By the way, I heard there have been frequent demonic beast anomalies in the demonic beast forest lately. Usually, this situation indicates the emergence of a treasure. Do you want to go take a look?" Hearing this, she happily replied, "Sure, since we're already out, let's go see what the commotion is about." Deep within the demonic beast forest, Yi Chao was vigorously slashing and killing, using wind-severing slash. Following that strike, a demonic beast fell. Then she stepped on its head. She didn't feel tired at all. There's no real danger in the outer demonic beast forest. Occasionally, I encounter some low-level demonic beasts on the road, which I use for practice. On the contrary, she felt very confident. This is my first time out for practical training, and now I'm more proficient at killing demonic beasts. Muzongi, being a battle-loving person, felt that these things were too boring. This demonic beast forest doesn't offer any challenge at all. How dull. Having said that, he walked closer to Yi Qiao, junior sister. But before he could finish his sentence, he heard a scream. Duan Xingdao, both angry and scared, ran over to warn them. Run. That thing pecks people. Despite hearing this, Yi Qiao wasn't panicked and even had the mood to assess Xingdao. This person is quite enthusiastic. Even in such a sorry state, he still doesn't forget to warn others. Suddenly, the Red Phoenix turned towards Yi Qiao and Muzongi. He still wasn't afraid, slowly drawing his sword. Then, he swung his sword powerfully. The sword chi shot straight forward, and he was forced to retreat. At this moment, he realized the situation was not good, his expression turning serious. Mid-stage golden core. Hearing this, Yi Qiao was shocked. We've encountered a mid-stage golden core demonic beast. Seeing Muzongi clutching his arm in pain, she became extremely worried. Although Four's senior brother is also at the golden core stage, he's only at the early stage. In the cultivation world, a difference of even one minor realm is a world of difference. A mid-stage golden core can take on 2 early-stage golden cores. Then, the Red Phoenix turned towards Duan Xingdao again, causing him to flee in terror. Help. The scene before her eyes made Yi Qiao anxious. She stuck a transmission talisman to her chest. Right now, the best course of action is to tear the transmission talisman. Then, she bent down and picked up a stone. But if we don't help that person being chased, I'm afraid he'll be packed full of holes. Having said that, she didn't hesitate to throw the stone at the demonic beast's head. Get lost. It immediately turned its head, glaring at her with fiery eyes. It lunged forward, wanted Yi Qiao, but she quickly dodged. Just as its beak was about to graze her hair, Muzongi, standing beside her, drew his sword. Wind-severing slash, scalp shave. He had barely finished speaking when half of the feathers on its head were shaved off. This confused Duan Xingdao. Why are they shaving a bird's head? The phoenix, enraged at having its feathers shaved, charged towards Muzongi. From behind, Yi Qiao threw another stone at its head. Look over here, stunned yet. It angrily turned its gaze towards her. Unfazed, she ran around. Over here. Muzongi wasn't about to be outdone. Over here too. The two of them made the phoenix dizzy. Duan Xingdao stood to the side, eyes wide and mouth agape, never expecting such a thing. Then, clutching the rope, he suddenly remembered something. Right. He then threw the rope towards Yi Qiao. Catch. Friend. Yi Qiao quickly caught it. Looking at the rope in her hand, her eyes lit up. This is the legendary, expensive demon binding rope. But without hesitation, she threw it towards the Red Phoenix. The rope unfurled to a great length, startling the phoenix slightly. Despite this, it angrily raised its head and bit the rope. More. I'll bite it. This sight pleased Yi Qiao greatly. To think this stupid bird was so easily tricked. She then swung her hand and shouted, bind. As soon as the words left her mouth, the rope tightened around the phoenix's beak. It struggled furiously, but couldn't escape the rope. Duan Xingdao just stood there watching. This kind of demonic beast, if its mouth is useless, it's useless. Despite his words, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Yi Qiao noticed this. Stand straight when you talk. Hearing this, he replied sheepishly, I'm a chi cultivator. Fighting is for you sword cultivators. He then sulked, shrinking back into a corner. In the sect, I'm the one who's protected. Even when I go out, I have a bunch of people protecting me. Yi Qiao paid him no mind. I heard that the red bird's feathers can be used to make defensive talismans. These words surprised Muzongi. Where did you hear that? Yi Qiao bent down and touched the feathers. From a book, of course. Suddenly, an idea struck Muzongi. So, if we sell this red bird to someone from the Wingale City sect, we'll definitely get a good price, right? But Yi Qiao had a more cunning plan. Don't sell it yet. We can pluck all its feathers, and when they grow back, we can pluck them again. This is called long-term development. We can't just eat everything at once. We have to learn to think long-term. Muzongi's eyes lit up after hearing this. Expert. Junior sister is truly worthy of being junior sister. At this point, Duan Xingdao felt incredibly regretful. Long-term development, huh? Why didn't I think of that? I've always just used whatever I got. I never thought about raising a demonic beast for gradual harvesting. Meanwhile, Mu Zongi crossed his arms and asked Yi Qiao, so we'll tie it up first. Yi Qiao looked a little worried. But how are we going to bring this red bird back to the sect? Besides, the demon-binding rope isn't ours. Hearing this, Duan Xingdao immediately walked over and said cheerfully, I'll give you the demon-binding rope. His face beaming, he said, I'm not short of magical artifacts. I'm a chi cultivator, and I originally came to the demon beast forest to find materials for refining. I never expected to encounter this. He paused, a puzzled look on his face. Normally, this level of beast only appears in the deepest parts of the forest. It's strange that it's wandered out here today. He then turned to the other two, asking, you both heard about the rumored treasure appearing in the demon beast forest and came to check it out, right? Faced with this question, both of them nodded vigorously. Seeing this, he seemed a little embarrassed, but still spoke up, come with me. I am Duan Xingdao. Mu Zongi extended his hand in return, Mu Zongi. Yi Qiao followed suit. All right, I'm Yi Qiao. After the introductions, the three of them clapped their hands together, forming a small three-person team. Suddenly, Mu Zongi became excited. We should give ourselves a name, since this is our first time forming a team. He raised his hand cheerfully, suggesting, how about Three Swordsmen? This name left the other two perplexed. Yi Qiao couldn't help but criticize. I can't even begin to comment on that name. Duan Xingdao, however, was still pondering it. Then, a bright smile spread across his face as he praised, that's a great name. He then rushed over to Mu Zongi's side, exclaiming, Brother Mu, you're so talented. This left Yi Qiao quite exasperated. Fine, Three Swordsmen it is. If nothing unexpected happens, this team will probably disband soon anyway. With that, the three of them proceeded into the forest. Yi Qiao spoke up, I feel like there are a lot fewer demon beasts around lately. We've come this far and haven't encountered many. Mu Zongi immediately replied, there are probably quite a few cultivators inside. Everyone wants to see what treasure is hidden here. Suddenly, Yi Qiao accidentally stepped on a branch on the ground, causing a metallic clang, which caught the attention of all three. Seeing the group of people fighting ahead, Yi Qiao immediately recognized Song Hanqing. Why do I keep running into these familiar faces? Song Hanqing turned around in surprise, his gaze falling upon Yi Qiao. A smug grin spread across his face. Did you come looking for death? A sinister look appeared on his face. What a coincidence. I just happen to need some trash to clear the way. He thought to himself, if nothing unexpected happens, the reason everyone's come to the demon beast forest this time is because of the manifested spiritual energy. Looking at the demon beast before him, some wicked thoughts began to brew. But the spiritual energy will definitely be guarded by a demon beast at the golden core stage or higher. I'm going to set up a formation. I'll trap the rogue cultivators and the demon beast together, using them as bait to restrain the guardian beast, and then I'll lead my fellow disciples into the spiritual energy. The Changming Sect disciples arriving is perfect timing. I'll trap them all. On the other side, Duan Xingdao started to worry. He leaned in close to Yi Qiao and whispered, they're direct disciples of the Yueqing sect. Hearing this, Yi Qiao was surprised. How do you know him? His voice trembled slightly. Duan Xingdao replied, I swindled him once before. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembled slightly. A ferocious demon beast was charging towards them. It lunged straight towards the three of them, intent on attacking. Seeing this, Mu Zongi exclaimed in terror, late-stage golden core. Is this crazy? Late-stage golden core demon beasts aren't supposed to be this far out. On the contrary, Song Hanqing showed no fear. He took out a talisman and chanted, Yi Qiao, you guys just slowly enjoy the demon beast's wrath. Then he threw the talisman towards the demon beast. This spiritual energy will definitely be mine. The talisman stuck firmly to the demon beast. This made it even more ferocious and powerful. This scene horrified Yi Qiao. It's a demonic transformation talisman. Song Hanqing is so insidious. Seeing the demon beast's bloodshot eyes glance towards her, she thought to herself, normally, the higher the cultivation level, the more intelligent one is. But the demonic transformation talisman can make a demon beast lose its mind, only knowing to attack the nearest person. Immediately afterwards, it swung its tail like a lead weight towards Yi Qiao. With just one blow, she was sent flying. She crashed to the ground hard, creating a terrifying explosion. Despite this, she still struggled to get up. But the beast wasn't about to let her go, continuing to charge and attack. At this moment, Mu Zongyi realized the danger. He immediately reached out towards Yi Xiao, junior sister. They tried to grab each other's hands. I'm coming to save you. But before he could do anything, they were swallowed by the demon beast. Both of them fell into its mouth. Although they had been swallowed, their fear lessened. Luckily, this thing doesn't chew its food. Yi Xiao stomped her foot, but ugh, it stinks. Zongyi was trying to swallow a medicinal pill. Compared to this, junior sister's pills aren't so hard to swallow. Suddenly, Duan Xingdao also fell from above. Seeing him, Yi Xiao shook her head helplessly. All right, the three swordsmen are assembled. At this moment, Zongyi asked curiously, who do you guys think will fall in next? Inside the rhinoceros's belly, Yi Xiao clasped her hands together and prayed sincerely, I hope it's Song Hanqing. Seeing this, Zongyi imitated her. I hope something bad happens to him. This scene made Duan Xingdao's face turn pale. You two are so wicked. But honestly, I also hope it's Song Hanqing. Suddenly, Song Hanqing also fell from above. He landed directly on Duan Xingdao, knocking him aside. His face was pale, and he frowned. What's that smell? Yi Xiao and Zongyi beside him were extremely gleeful. Hanqing still hadn't recovered his senses, and upon seeing Yi Xiao, he was stunned. Yi Xiao pointed at him smugly. Who are you trying to scare? Outside, you couldn't beat my senior brother, and now we're all in the demon beast belly, and you still dare to be arrogant. Not only that, she also put on an air of authority, lifting her chin. Do you know the current situation? Each of us could give you a punch, and you could only watch helplessly. This left Hanqing speechless. At this moment, Zongyi raised his hand, realizing something. Ah, that's right. Is your spiritual power sealed? My spiritual power seems to be suppressed by something. I can't use it. Hearing this, the other three also shook their heads. I can't use it either. Duan Xingdao felt very puzzled. What's going on? Hanqing put his hands on his hips and replied, maybe there's something in the demon beast belly that's sealing our spiritual power. Yi Xiao suggested, let's split up and search. If we find it, we'll be fine. Half an hour later, Song Hanqing angrily kicked and punched. We've been searching for half an hour and haven't found anything. This demon beast digestive ability is too strong. If this continues, we're all going to die. He pointed upwards and yelled, if you want to die, go die yourselves. I can't die with you lot. I'm the heir of the Song family, the top disciple of the Yueqing sect. While you, he continued, are just commoners who were chosen as direct disciples because of some meager talent. Hearing this, Duan Xingdao said helplessly, even if that's true, your esteemed airship, the problem now isn't whether we want to die or not. If we can't find a way out, none of us will survive. Yi Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and sarcastically retorted, you're right. The thought of a noble person like you dying with us doesn't scare me at all. She felt extremely annoyed. I hate show-offs the most. Having said that, she jumped down below. I don't know whether Song Hanqing lives or dies, but I've found a way out. Jumping down, she looked up, but I feel like something is constantly calling me closer. Yi Xiao slowly walked forward. It seems to be this way. Suddenly, a staff appeared before her eyes, puzzling her. A staff. Then, she walked over and pulled it out without fear. No wonder this rhinoceros went crazy. It had a pitch-black staff piercing through it. Who wouldn't go crazy from that kind of pain? Could this staff be the cause of the commotion in the demon beast forest? At this moment, Mu Zongyi suddenly appeared behind her, placing his hand on Yi Xiao's shoulder. Duan Xingdao also curiously approached. Yi Xiao, what are you holding? Hearing this, Yi Xiao proudly showed off the staff. Oh, this is a magical artifact I just found. Duan Xingdao was a bit doubtful. Can a randomly picked up staff become a magical artifact? Mu Zongyi couldn't help but be surprised. A magical artifact. So, what are you going to name it? Yi Xiao thought for a moment. The saying goes, a gentleman does not take what belongs to others. Then, she happily raised the staff. Then let's call it Snatching Duan. This name made Duan Xingdao uncomfortable. How is that name related to a gentleman does not take what belongs to others? I don't understand, and I'm utterly astonished. There's a limit to talking nonsense. Mu Zongyi outwardly appeared delighted. The name doesn't sound very good, junior sister, but inwardly, he felt utterly helpless. Others are sword masters with swords like Setting Sun and Bright Moon. Our junior sister is a sword master with the sword Snatching Duan. Oh no, it's not even a sword, just a staff. At this moment, Song Hanqing finally spoke up, reprimanding them. Are you all crazy? You're not worried at all. We need to get out of here quickly, or we might turn into a pool of blood tomorrow. He cursed inwardly. You still have the mood to chat. Do you think the demon beast's stomach is a playground? But Mu Zongyi still helplessly replied, "But we can't use our spiritual power here, so how can we escape?" Suddenly, Duan Xingdao thought of a way. "What about cutting our way out bit by bit with our swords?" Hearing their leisurely conversation, Song Hanqing became even angrier. His face darkened. "Yi Qiao, do you know anything?" Facing this question, Yi Qiao only jokingly replied, "Guess." He then approached her and asked, "What do you want? Spirit stones or something else?" "Of course, we can't give you any talismans from the Weqing sect." Hearing this, Yi Qiao and Mu Zongyi just waved their hands dismissively. "Who needs your talismans?" Zongyi thought to himself, "Our junior sister is blessed by the heavens. She has no shortage of talismans." At this moment, Yi Qiao flashed a bright, yet cunning smile. "I don't need talismans." Then she stepped forward and pointed at Song Hanqing. "I need 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and also your Moon Clear Sect's Inner Sect Cultivation Technique and Talisman Manual." Song Hanqing gave a sinister smile, but inwardly he was a little bewildered. She wants to take the Moon Clear Sect's Inner Sect Talisman Manual for the Changming sect to study. Doesn't she know that a person can only study the talismans of one sect in their lifetime? Studying another sect's talismans will lead to chi deviation. Thinking of this, he threw those two things to her. "I can give them to you right now, but you have to get me out of here." Yi Qiao's eyes lit up. "All right. So calm even when you're about to die. But wait a moment, let me see if it's all here." With that, she opened the spirit stone pouch and began counting each stone one by one. One, then two. Water droplets were already dripping down from above, but she was still counting 3, then 4. This made Song Hanqing extremely irritated. "Ugh, is this person crazy? Still leisurely counting spirit stones. Yi Qiao, wait until I get out. I'll beat you to death." Yi Qiao finished counting and clapped her hands. "The amount is just right. Not too much, not too little." "Thanks." Then she took out 3 grenades from her sleeve. Next, she cheerfully lifted one leg, preparing to throw them out. "Move aside. If we can't use spiritual power, then naturally we'll choose physical force to defeat the demon beast." Then she squinted for a moment, and after aiming, she directly threw the 3 grenades forward, creating an explosion outside. The rhinoceros demon beast roared in pain. The smoke and dust from the explosion gradually dissipated, leaving behind a large hole. The 4 of them ran out together. Outside, Yi Qiao and Zongyi chatted happily. At this moment, Yin Shuo and a group of people arrived, and she called out joyfully, "Senior brother." With a worried expression, she ran to Song Hanqing's side. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Her eyes were brimming with tears, as if she was about to cry. "The elders received news that you had fallen into the belly of the rhinoceros demon beast, so they sent me to help." Suddenly, Song Hanqing felt a little uncomfortable, and he frowned. Seeing this, Yin Shuo explained to him, "This is Senior Brother Yi from the Asking Sword Sect. He saw me traveling alone, so he came along with me. Senior Brother Yi is very capable. I relied on him all along the way." Yi Qinghan just stood by the side with his sword, listening. Although Song Hanqing felt uncomfortable, he still bowed respectfully. "Thank you, brother, for taking care of my junior sister." After saying that, he pulled her hand. "Asha, let's go." But she pulled her hand back, showing her displeasure. Then she approached Qinghan. "This place is full of dangers. Traveling with a group of talisman cultivators is too dangerous. It's safer to follow a powerful sword cultivator like Senior Brother Yi." This made Song Hanqing grind his teeth in anger, and his expression changed. Which sect's direct disciple would be so cowardly as to abandon their companions to seek protection from others? Even if she doesn't care about her face, the Moon Clear Sect still does. On the other side, Zongyi, who was observing, immediately recognized the young man and whispered, "That's Yi Qinghan." Hearing this, Yi Qiao thought in astonishment. He's Yi Qinghan, the male protagonist in the original story. Looking at Qinghan's handsome face, she suddenly remembered that Yi Qinghan possessed a cheat-like golden finger, not unlike Long Out Yinin. The cultivation world. Mu Zongyi looked at Yi Qinghan and said cheerfully, "That's right, it's him." He continued to praise him. He's the second naturally born sword bone of the Sword Dao, formed his core at 16 and reached the late golden core stage at 18. However, he didn't forget to mention Xingyun. "Of course, our senior brother isn't bad either. Back then, he was known as one of the 2 prodigies along with him." Hearing this, Yi Qiao was extremely surprised. So, senior brother was once on par with the male protagonist. The original story never mentioned this. The 2 were still whispering amongst the crowd when suddenly Song Jian pointed at them and shouted, "It's you two. Remembering the incident with the noodles being dumped on his head, he angrily accused, "Senior brother, these two are the ones who dumped noodles on my head." At this moment, Yin Shuo put on a pitiful expression, second senior sister. Hearing this, Yi Qiao felt extremely uncomfortable. "I've been away from the sect for so long, and she still calls me second senior sister. Is she trying to sow discord, or is she trying to remind me of the distance between us back in the Moonclear sect?" Just as Yi Qiao thought this, Song Jian loudly ordered, "Surround them. Don't let them escape." Song Jian, remembering that Yi Qiao had taken his spirit stones, was also furious. He then ordered his subordinates, "Let's go help." One of them replied, "Yes, sir." Seeing this situation, Xingdao anxiously said, "Wait, I'm not with them." Then he pointed at Yi Qiao and Zongyi, saying, "If you want to fight, fight them." Zongyi couldn't help but be astonished. Wow, how heartless. We were in the same womb, after all. At this moment, the disciples of the Asking Sword sect charged forward to attack. But Zongyi didn't seem afraid at all. "I can handle this with one sword." Seeing this, Yi Qiao stopped him. "Don't use your sword." She was very worried. "If we really fight, we're outnumbered. Moreover, Yi Qinghan hasn't made a move yet. If he does, it'll be hard for us to escape." After saying that, she used her Qinggong, stepping on the green wind, and flew away. While gliding through the wind, Zongyi finally understood, "I get it now. The elder taught us stepping on a green wind, so we could escape if we were ever attacked. I never understood before, but ever since I met Junior Sister, we've either been running away or on the way to running away." Suddenly, Xingdao appeared beside them. "So you're not rogue cultivators. I thought you were rogue cultivators out on a training journey." Yi Qiao looked impatient. "Stop babbling." Behind them, the group was still pursuing the three of them. Yi Qiao said in a panic, "They're catching up." At this moment, Yi Qiao revealed a smug smile and took out a talisman from her bosom. She immediately threw the talisman forward. The talisman stuck firmly to Song Jian's forehead, leaving him dumbfounded and unsure of what to do. Suddenly, he staggered and his whole body convulsed. Then he fell to the ground, causing the other disciples to stare blankly. What happened? This scene also shocked Xingdao. What's going on? Has an evil god invaded the cultivation world? Song Jian and his disciples were writhing on the ground like snakes. This caused the surrounding disciples to tremble in fear. One said, "Is this the Asking Sword sect?" Another replied, "So scary, what's wrong with them? Are they possessed by a snake demon?" Looking at Song Jian lying on the ground, everyone was talking amongst themselves. Two of Song Jian's disciples fearfully crawled into the bushes. "Let's retreat." Suddenly, Yi Qiao stopped and turned around to watch the commotion. Then she tugged on Mu Zongyi's sleeve. "See, I told you we shouldn't wear our sect clothes everywhere. It's embarrassing." At this moment, a small sound came from behind her, just a slight noise, and Mu Zongyi could already detect demonic beasts approaching, about a dozen or so. Just as he said, a pack of wolves appeared, leading the way. Seeing them, Mu Zongyi and Duan Xingdao were both frightened. Yi Qiao, however, placed one foot on her sword. Then she quickly dashed forward. "Run." Mu Zongyi and Duan Xingdao also mounted their swords. Duan Xingdao gripped his sword tightly in fear. "Are these demonic beasts crazy? Why are they chasing us like they smell bones?" Yi Qiao, fleeing in panic, felt uneasy. The reason for the demonic beast's rampage in the forest is still unclear, but the severing branch found in the rhinoceros's stomach is very strange. Thinking of this, she took out the branch and waved it in front of the demonic beasts. Suddenly, she realized something. So they're not chasing us, they're chasing this branch. Hearing this, Duan Xingdao said in astonishment, "Good heavens, what is that thing? It's so powerful. Even the top 10 spiritual artifacts on the ranking list don't have this kind of power, do they?" Yi Qiao looked at the branch in front of her, smugly feeling that this thing could be worth a lot. Otherwise, so many demonic beasts wouldn't be chasing after them. The more she talked, the more exasperated Duan Xingdao became. "For half a day, all you care about is whether it's worth money or not." Yi Qiao sighed. "Things have come to this. I've never been chased so relentlessly, even if it's just a bunch of demonic beasts." Half an hour later, Yi Qiao and the other two landed safely. She said, "Fortunately, those demonic beasts weren't high in cultivation. It was easy to drive them away." Only then did Duan Xingdao breathe a sigh of relief. Then he happily cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your help. I'll be going now. My senior brother should have arrived in Cloud Mist City already. I have to hurry back and meet up with them." Hearing this, Muzongi was very curious. "Are you coming here for the secret realm that opens in a few months?" The Cloud Mist City secret realm only opens once every 100 years. There are many spiritual herbs and ancient treasures inside. Every time it opens, it stirs up a bloody storm. Duan Xingdao offered her some information. "That's right, there's a grand secret realm opening in a few months. I heard my senior brother say that the treasure-hunting beast will appear. I'm going to try my luck and see if I can form a contract with a spiritual beast." He politely and thoughtfully asked, "Oh right, which sect are you disciples from?" "I'm a direct disciple of the Fortress Peak Sect. Come visit Fortress Peak Sect sometime." Muzongi, full of confidence, introduced Everbright Sect. Upon hearing the name of their sect, Duan Xingdao was extremely surprised and said, "Inner disciples." "No, if you're at the Golden Core stage, then you must be direct disciples." Then Muzongi didn't forget to introduce his adorable junior sister. "This is my junior sister. We're out on a training journey together." Seeing that both of them possessed the aura of the Changming sect, Xingdao stared blankly. "I thought the Changming sect was always known for being gentle and kind. Today is truly an eye-opener." He cupped his hands in greeting, then bid farewell to everyone. "Well then, let's part ways here." Yi Qiao said, "See you at the grand competition." Xingdao readily agreed, but inwardly he wasn't so keen. "Though I said that, I don't really want to see Yi Qiao in the arena. I have a feeling this year's grand competition will be earth-shattering because of her." Having finished speaking, Xingdao turned to leave. But after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Then, with a mysterious expression, he asked, "Do you guys feel like something's not quite right?" The three looked at each other, still not understanding where the problem lay. Finally, Yi Qiao used her divine sense to scan the area. After observing for a while, she said, "It is indeed a bit strange. There seems to be a barrier around us." Xingdao also realized, "It's a great secret realm. It seems we've entered the place where a great secret realm has opened." He knew that once a secret realm appeared, it would be like a piece of land encompassing all directions. The only way to get out is to wait for the secret realm to disappear on its own after a few months. Upon hearing this, Muzongi was quite astonished, blurting out, "Wasn't the secret realm supposed to open in a few months? Why did it open early?" According to what they knew, Golden Core cultivators could freely enter and exit minor secret realms, but great secret realms required elder escorts. Now we have 2 Golden Cores and 1 Foundation establishment. Can we even survive a great secret realm? And these people were all Foundation establishment and Golden Core cultivators. Yi Qiao felt they were overthinking it and patted their shoulders to comfort them. "It's all right, think about it. There are also people from the Weqing sect and Asking Sword sect with us. At least we're not the only unlucky group here." As soon as she finished speaking, Xingdao's face wrinkled, showing a lack of confidence. He said, "Saying that does make me feel a bit better. You're really good at comforting people." Suddenly, a few rustling sounds came from behind them, attracting everyone's attention. Yi Qiao transformed into a squirrel and nimbly climbed up a tree, leaving the other 2 looking at her in confusion. After settling down on a branch, she patted the spot next to her and called out, "Come on up, I think there's going to be a good show to watch." Muzongi actually listened to her and climbed up the tree in one swift motion. Xingdao suddenly felt like an outsider. He thought with some disdain, "Hey, is it okay for 3 esteemed direct disciples to sit in a tree and watch the drama unfold?" But Xingdao couldn't let himself be left out. He also wanted to see what was happening, so he immediately climbed up the tree after them, even comforting himself. "Oh well, no one's around anyway." As soon as she saw the group below, Yi Qiao knew they were from the Weqing sect and Asking Sword sect. The atmosphere below was indeed chaotic, with the 2 men still glaring at each other. Song Hanqing warned, "Junior sister Yun Shuo, following this brainless sword cultivator in the great secret realm will be very dangerous." As soon as Yi Qinghan heard someone mock him like that, he immediately drew his sword and threatened, "Do you want to die?" Song Hanqing was not to be outdone. He took out a talisman and provocatively said, "Try me. Let's see if your Asking Sword sect is truly invincible." Meanwhile, Yin Shuo kept hiding behind him, trembling constantly. Faced with this awkward situation, Song Hanqing didn't know what to do. He felt uncomfortable with their arrogance, thinking that since the great secret realm had opened, the two sects joining forces was the best option. But the Asking Sword sect disciples had been acting so self-important the whole time. How could he tolerate it? Suddenly, Yin Shuo clutched his sleeve and weakly called out, Senior brother, you didn't mean it. He just wanted to protect me." Hearing her words, Song Hanqing felt like he'd been slapped hard across the face. So angry, he almost coughed up blood. Their faces had been thrown in the dirt, and yet his junior sister was still fawning over the Asking Sword sect. Yi Qiao watched the commotion from the tree, finding it quite entertaining. She really wanted to warn them, "Run, children, run." Yin Shua's fish pond seems to have exploded. Seeing Yin Shua acting like a big sister, Yi Qiao remembered her character setting. Yin Shua was a Wanren Mi. In the novel, Yin Shua had a whole crowd of pursuers. Song Hanqing had also been attracted to her pure and innocent personality. However, facing the current situation, Song Hanqing hadn't fallen for Yin Shua yet, and her biased behavior might just make him die of anger. Below, Song Hanqing was still fuming, saying, "Junior sister, what do you mean by this?" Suddenly, his beloved Yin Shua ran away from him, over to Yi Qinghan's side, saying, "Then I'll go with senior brother Yi." Having arrived at the Asking Sword sect side, Yin Shua said to Song Hanqing, "Senior brother, don't worry, I'll take good care of myself." But in her heart, she knew clearly that the great secret realm was dangerous, and naturally, it was safer to follow Yi Qinghan. A bunch of talisman cultivators needed protection at critical moments. How could they be as powerful as sword cultivators? Yin Shua's actions were no different from humiliating Song Hanqing, leaving him speechless with rage. His junior sister had run off to someone else's house. To put it nicely, she was simply innocent and naive. To put it harshly, she was brainless and disloyal. Feeling like there was nothing left to say, Song Hanqing told his companions, "Let's go." With that, the two groups parted ways. Seeing that things had calmed down, Yi Qiao jumped down from the tree. After landing safely, she said to the two people still up in the tree, "Let's go too." Xing Dao followed Mu Zongyi down, unable to keep up with Yi Qiao's train of thought. He asked, "Go where?" Yi Qiao brushed the dirt off her hands and said, "To find treasures." "Didn't you want to find the treasure-hunting beast?" "Let's go try our luck." As someone with a certain level of understanding, Yi Qiao confidently thought the original story mentioned the treasure-hunting beast, but it was the female lead's pet. Others might have the same idea, but even if I have no fate with the treasure-hunting beast, there are plenty of other spirit beasts in the Great Secret Realm. Suddenly, Xing Dao hesitated, saying awkwardly, "But with the 3 of our cultivation levels in the Great Secret Realm, I'm afraid." But Yi Qiao was an ambitious woman. She said confidently, "Don't overthink it. Since we're here, let's have some fun." Hearing this, Xing Dao felt like she was treating this like a trivial matter. Fun? Who comes to a dangerous place like the Great Secret Realm for fun? Do you think you're on vacation? Looking at her confident expression and sparkling eyes, Duan Xing Dao felt a chill run down his spine. After a moment of thought, he too was persuaded by her gaze, ambition stirring within him. He reluctantly said, "Fine then." Duan Xing Dao thought, "Although I was suddenly dragged into this, I feel a strange urge to give it a try." After speaking, they left. Duan Xing Dao seemed to have a lot on his mind. "Oh well, let it be. It's dangerous for me to stay here alone anyway. Might as well try my luck." They walked for a whole day, and the sun was about to set. Yi Qiao said, "It's getting darker and darker. Let's find a place to rest for the night and continue tomorrow." Finally, they chose a relatively safe place, then built a fire and rested. Yi Qiao let the 2 younger men sleep first. While keeping watch, she took out the Changming Sect's Talisman Cultivation book to read. This Changming Sect Talisman book is really good. It not only has formation talismans, but also breaking formation talismans and countless others. It's truly worthy of such a powerful talisman cultivator. Just learning these things is enough to overload the mind. After reading for a while, she finally absorbed some knowledge. Then she turned to look at the 2 people beside her sleeping soundly and said, "Fourth senior brother and Duan Xing Dao are sleeping like the dead. I wonder if there's any danger around." Suddenly, enthusiasm surged within her. She said, "I can just draw talismans while paying attention to the surroundings." Early the next morning, as the sun just peeked over the horizon. Their fire had died out. Yi Qiao had stayed up all night, drawing 4 thick stacks of talismans. She stretched tiredly and said, "I didn't expect to draw so many talismans. What a bountiful harvest." After finishing, she started to wake the other two up. "Wake up, someone's coming." Duan Xingdao woke up groggily and asked, "Who is it?" Unexpectedly, he heard Yi Qiao's calm reply, "I don't know. Actually, I sent someone nearby before dawn, but they were quite far away, so I didn't pay much attention. Now, they're coming towards us." Duan Xingdao said with some confusion, "You knew someone was coming from so far away. Hearing you say that, I'm a bit surprised by your abilities. The range of divine sense is related to cultivation level. I'm already at the golden core stage, and Yi Qiao is only at the foundation establishment stage. How could her range be wider than mine?" As far as Duan Xingdao knew, moreover, the strongest divine sense should belong to talisman cultivators, pill cultivators, and chi cultivators, because they have to use their divine sense to refine chi, refine pills, and draw talismans. Therefore, their divine sense is tempered to be very broad and sensitive. Yi Qiao is only a sword cultivator. He watched gloomily as she shook Mu Zongyi awake. "Fourth senior brother, wake up." Yi Qiao adorably took out a stack of talismans and said, "Do you guys want to play the talisman sticking game? We have a lot. Who should we stick them on?" Mu Zongyi, still drowsy from just waking up, immediately became alert upon seeing her talismans. He said excitedly, "Of course I want to play." Taking his stack of talismans, Mu Zongyi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Every time little junior sister finishes drawing talismans, she looked for someone to test them on. Thankfully, there's someone to share the burden this time, so I don't have to be tortured. On the other side, Yi Qiao was enthusiastically handing Duan Xingdao a stack of talismans. He happily accepted them. He examined them carefully and said, "So many talismans. Ming Huin must have spent a long time drawing these. He really cares for you. By the way, what are these talismans for?" Duan Xingdao looked at the talismans in his hand and thought for a moment. A talisman master can draw at most 5 talismans a day. Drawing more would affect their spiritual consciousness. In the Changming sect, only Ming Huin is a talisman master. These talismans must have been drawn by him. He's so good, a junior sister. Seeing his excited expression, Yi Qiao felt something was off. It seemed Duan Xingdao had misunderstood something, but she decided to let him continue misunderstanding. She thought for a moment, "We're rivals in this competition. It's best not to reveal that I know how to draw talismans." Then Yi Qiao said, "Most of these are formation talismans, and there are a few attack talismans. Just use them as you see fit. I have plenty more." Looking at the talismans, Duan Xingdao couldn't help but feel envious. He had always had a dream. "I also want a senior brother who knows how to draw talismans. That way, if I can't beat someone outside, I can use talismans to kill them." Suddenly, someone behind them asked, "Which sect are you disciples from?" Yi Qiao immediately turned around to look. Upon seeing them, she couldn't help but be astonished, feeling like she had wandered into a lush green prairie. Her eyes seemed to be burdened by the overwhelming greenness of their sect. Quick to assess the situation, Yi Qiao asked, "May I ask which sect you are from, fellow Taoist?" The man in green immediately replied, "Xianyan sect." Hearing this reply lacking both subject and object, Duan Xingdao immediately pulled Yi Qiao aside and whispered, "We're in trouble. I know they're a relatively large sect. Although not as powerful as our 5 great sects, they still have some reputation in the cultivation world. On the surface, they're a righteous sect, but I feel they must have some connection to the demonic cultivators." Hearing this, both of them understood. High EQ meant some connection to the demonic cultivators. Low EQ meant acting no different from demonic cultivators. Seeing them suddenly whispering, the young man in green thought they were talking behind his back and shouted, "What are you muttering about? Hand over your valuables, or don't blame me for killing you on the spot." These words stung Duan Xingdao, and he was about to blurt out, "I am," but Yi Qiao stopped him. "Wait." She quickly covered Duan Xingdao's mouth with her hand and communicated with her eyes. "Are you kidding? How can we reveal which sect we're from now? If we want to make enemies, we must drag their sect down with us. A smart person never lets the enemy know their next move." Yi Qiao immediately pulled out a talisman, slapped it on the green-clad man's forehead, and said, "Why waste words on them? Use talismans." With that, she threw the entire stack of talismans at the faces of the men in green. caught off guard. The men were plastered with talismans thick as bricks and fell to the ground. Then Yi Qiao flung talismans as if scattering money, excitedly saying, "Taste my talismans, haha. My soul-bewildering talismans, come forth." Mu Zongyi, who was beside them, suddenly had an idea and urged her, "Try using the stink talismans." Seeing them having so much fun, Duan Xingdao said shyly, "I want to play too." Duan Xingdao watched Yi Qiao brandishing talismans and followed suit. But he couldn't shake a strange feeling. Why did the Changming sect have such a variety of talismans? Why were they so unorthodox and frightening? He thought to himself about Ming Huan. Ming Huan wouldn't draw these kinds of unorthodox talismans. How could he stray onto the path of unorthodoxy? At that moment, Ming Huan, who was far away, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. Two of the Xian Yun sect disciples who hadn't been hit by the talismans called out, "Senior brother." They helped their senior brother up from the ground and said, "With so many talismans, they must be from the Yu Qing sect, right, senior brother?" Hearing his junior brother's speculation, the senior brother in green robes thought to himself, "Most of the great Sect's talisman masters are in the Yu Qing sect, and the Yu Qing sect is notorious for shamelessly seizing resources." Suddenly, he remembered Ming Huan. The Changming sect also has a talisman master, but the Changming sect is known for being kind, upright, but foolish. Ming Huan, being kind, was naturally labeled as such and was currently sneezing nonstop. From this deduction, the senior brother in green robes concluded, then it can't be the Changming sect. It must be those direct disciples of the Yu Qing sect. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Song Hanqing, leaning against a tree, observed the scene before him. Suddenly, he called out Yi Qiao's name. Upon seeing Song Hanqing, Yi Qiao had an idea and shouted loudly, "Senior brother Song, come and save us." Then Yi Qiao pretended to accuse them. "These people dare to provoke our Yu Qing sect. They must be tired of living." Hearing this, Song Hanqing asked in utter confusion, "What?" He thought to himself, bewildered, "Our Yu Qing sect. Who's we with you?" Seeing their leader appear, the Xin Yun sect's senior brother immediately vented his anger on Song Hanqing. "Yu Qing sect will fight you to the death." Without another word, he brandished his sword and attacked. Seeing this, Song Hanqing was in a difficult position and said, "Don't listen to their nonsense. They're clearly from the Changming sect and Changfeng sect." Song Hanqing pleaded his innocence. "I don't know them." A moment later, he realized this was Yi Qiao's scheme. That hateful Yi Qiao, causing trouble herself and then blaming us. The Xian Yun sect disciples, upon hearing this, angrily said, "Don't know them. Who are you trying to fool? You called her name as soon as you arrived." Seeing their senior brother talking too much, the Xian Yun sect junior disciples urged, "Senior brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Let's go and teach them a lesson." Yi Qiao started to feign distress, putting on a heartbroken expression and saying, "Yes, senior brother Song, how could you do this? We're all inner disciples of the Yu Qing sect. You're hurting me deeply." Seeing her trying to pull another trick, Song Hanqing immediately snapped, "Shut up. Are you all blind?" He continued to explain, "Can't you see they have 2 sword cultivators and 1 chi cultivator? Our Yu Qing sect doesn't have any direct chi cultivator disciples, only 1 sword cultivator." He was determined not to be taken advantage of. Yi Qiao cried out even louder, "You dare call us blind, senior brother? Even if you're the top disciple of the Yu Qing sect, you can't say that." The Xin Yun sect disciples couldn't hold back any longer. They yelled, "Don't let the Yu Qing sect escape. I want to see what's so great about a bunch of talisman masters." After a chaotic brawl, the people from the 2 sects were locked in combat. To keep the fight going, Yi Qiao kicked a Xian Yun sect disciple. The disciple asked, "Who kicked me?" Yi Qiao, standing nearby, immediately shouted, "The Yu Qing sect did it." Then she kicked a Yu Qing sect disciple in the rear. The disciple asked, "Who kicked me?" Yi Qiao quickly replied, "Xian Yun sect." 2 senior disciples finally lost their patience and grabbed each other by the throats, saying, "I'll risk my life against yours." Seeing the situation becoming more and more chaotic and increasingly advantageous for their side, Yi Qiao hurriedly slipped away, not forgetting to call out, "Let's go." Witnessing this scene, Mu Zongyi applauded continuously. Junior sister is truly amazing. Even Duan Xingdao, who was beside him, gave a thumbs up, thinking to himself, "Learn something new, brilliant." They went deeper into the forest, and suddenly several holes appeared before their eyes. Yi Qiao looked at them and asked, "What are these?" Suddenly, a few squeaking sounds came from below, and then a rat with 2 sharp incisors emerged from one of the holes. Upon seeing it, Yi Qiao immediately screamed at the top of her lungs, "Oh my god, I've been afraid of rats since I was little." As soon as Duan Xingdao saw the rat, he said, "Be careful, that's a white-haired fire rat." He explained that this type of rat has poisonous teeth, and although their cultivation level isn't high, they are difficult to catch due to their large numbers. As soon as Duan Xingdao finished speaking, a swarm of rats appeared in front of them. Mu Zongyi quickly drew a sword and said, "Watch this." Seeing that his senior brother was only focused on attacking what was in front and not paying attention to his rear, Yi Qiao immediately shouted a warning. "Fourth senior brother, be careful." Mu Zongyi immediately retreated to where everyone was standing. By this time, they were surrounded by the fire rats. Mu Zongyi continued to swing his sword in a fierce attack, but the more he fought, the more exhausted he felt. He said, "Can these things stop? I can't kill them all. This isn't working." While dodging, Yi Qiao thought of a countermeasure. Only one white-haired fire rat comes out of each hole at a time, and they also seem to follow a pattern. She looked at the holes on the ground, visualizing their order in her mind, and seemed to have figured out the rule. One by one they appear, which can prevent a cultivator from wiping them out with one blow. Quite clever. Suddenly, she asked, "Do you have a hammer?" Duan Xingdao immediately replied, "Of course, I'm a tool cultivator. I have all kinds of magical tools." He took out a hammer with a compass imprinted on it and asked, "But what do you want a hammer for?" Yi Qiao slung the hammer over her shoulder and declared with heroic spirit to whack rats. Then she pointed at the holes on the ground and continued, "Next, listen to my commands. I'll teach you how to quickly deal with these white-haired fire rats." Yi Qiao began to assign tasks. "Fourth senior brother, you take those 3 holes over there. Duan Xingdao, you go over there." She said confidently, "I've memorized the order in which the white-haired fire rats enter and exit the holes. I guarantee a one-hit kill." However, looking at her confident demeanor, Duan Xingdao was still skeptical. He said, "Really? Don't trick me." This young man was still worried. What if Yi Qiao remembered the order incorrectly and he got bitten by a white-haired fire rat? Mu Zongyi immediately patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry. My junior sister never forgets these things after seeing them once. It's a piece of cake for her." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Xingdao gripped the hammer tightly in his hand and joined the other 2 in the rat-whacking game. He said, "All right." After Yi Qiao shouted, "Get ready," she raised her hand. Then she swiftly swung the hammer. Bam! It hit a rat squarely on the head. She said, "Begin." They frantically threw themselves into the rat-whacking game, the 3 of them hammering nonstop, determined not to let a single one escape. Yi Qiao also reminded them, "Get all the remaining ones." Half an hour later, the number of rats they had killed piled up like a mountain, leaving everyone feeling helpless at the sight. Duan Xingdao suddenly said, "These could be used for refining tools. Selling them would fetch a decent price." Yi Qiao approached to inspect them, picked up a rat, and put it in her pouch, thinking to herself, "Although I really hate rats, bringing some back to earn money is more important." Currently, Yi Qiao was in dire need of cash, so she wouldn't let this opportunity slip. In the cultivation world, money wasn't everything, but without it, nothing could be done. She then quickly stored all the rats into her spatial pouch. Witnessing her resourcefulness and talent, Duan Xingdao was filled with admiration. "Yi Qiao," he said, "I think you're really suited to be a tool refiner. It's a pity to waste such a good memory by not becoming a craftsman." Seeing someone trying to poach his adorable junior sister, Mu Zongyi immediately stepped in front of her, objecting, "She's our Sect's junior sister, who would want to become a tool refiner." Hearing someone insult his profession, the indignation of a tool refiner surged within Duan Xingdao. He retorted, "Why wouldn't anyone want to? Do you know how much my artifacts are worth?" At this moment, something seemed to catch Yi Qiao's attention. She signaled them to stop. "Do you hear something?" she asked. Yi Qiao began to release her divine sense, using it to scan the surrounding area for several miles. After searching for a while, she spotted a small red chicken hopping along the road. Yi Qiao's eyes immediately lit up, and she thought with delight, "A chicken. We'll have meat to eat." Yi Qiao then called out to her senior brothers, "Follow me." The little chicken, unaware of the approaching danger from behind, continued to stroll leisurely. Just as she was about to grab it, it quickly darted away. But how could a chicken outrun a human? In the end, it was caught by Yi Qiao, who demanded, "Where do you think you're going?" The sight of food had Yi Qiao practically drooling with anticipation. Mu Zongyi also came closer to look and, upon seeing the chicken, remarked, "A red bird. It's so small." But Yi Chao's mind was now solely focused on eating. Looking at the chicken with sparkling eyes, she said, "It is a bit small, but it'll be enough roasted." The little chicken was stunned into silence. Duan Xingdao observed the struggling little chicken for a moment. "Perhaps it's not an ordinary chicken, but a demon beast," he suggested. Yi Chao didn't believe him, looking at the foolish yet arrogant-looking chicken in her hand. A demon beast, she wondered. She poked its cheek. What kind of demon beast looks like this? The little chicken felt insulted. It needed a lawyer. Looking at its disgruntled expression, Yi Chao said disbelievingly, "See, it's just a chicken." Suddenly, the wound the chicken had inflicted on Yi Chao's fingertip transformed into a red thread, wrapping around both Yi Chao and the chicken. Just like that, Yi Chao and the chicken had strangely formed a contract. Just like that, Yi Chao became a proper chicken servant, unsure of what to do. The chick also felt uneasy, thinking sadly, "Although I came looking for a master, I had no intention of signing a contract with this kid." The chick preferred Yin Shua, having taken a liking to her at first sight. The master it had its sights on was the little girl in light pink clothing, with top-grade spiritual roots, outstanding talent, and incredibly good luck. Looking at others, then back at its current owner, the chick couldn't help but peck Yi Chao's leg several times to express its outrage. Carelessly caught by this cunning human, and even forced into a contract, how humiliating. Yi Chao couldn't take it anymore either, kicking it away and yelling, "Let go, you stinky thing." Duan Xingdao and Mu Zongyi could only shake their heads in exasperation as they watched. Suddenly, Duan Xingdao stepped forward and picked up the chick. Stroking its head, he said, "You two have already signed the contract. Unless one of you dies, it can't be broken." Though he said that, he was thinking, every cultivator carefully chooses their contracted beast. How can they be like these two, so casual and ridiculous? Hearing this, Yi Chao resigned herself to fate. She reluctantly accepted her destiny and asked it, "Can you fly?" Duan Xingdao bluntly replied, "I'm afraid not." Suddenly, Yi Chao's eyes turned dangerous as she stared at the chicken in Duan Xingdao's hands. "It's so plump. Should we stew it? What do you guys think? Braised chicken wings or clay-baked chicken?" Hearing this, Duan Xingdao's mouth watered. "Braise it, I like braised." As soon as he finished speaking, the chick went from agitated to trembling. "Are you even human?" Duan Xingdao's conscience suddenly returned. Shaking his head, he said, "No, Yi Chao. Maybe it's not an ordinary chicken, and it's still small, not much meat. We should at least wait until it grows a bit bigger. I mean, we can't roast it." He seemed to feel that he had almost fallen from grace. How could he have been so easily deceived? Duan Xingdao reminded Yi Chao, "Now you too are considered one. If it dies, you will also suffer backlash." Hearing this, Yi Chao conceded, saying, "Fine, let's raise it for now." Thinking about using this chicken as a mount, Yi Chao couldn't stand it. Everyone has their own fate. I remember Yin Shua's mount is a Qingwan, a celestial azure phoenix, and I can only ride this flightless chicken behind her. Mu Zongyi walked over and picked up the chick. He said, "This is still an immature demon beast. The growth rate of demon beasts is quite slow, and it needs to be raised in a place with abundant spiritual energy." While stroking its head, Zongyi said, "Just like how an 18-year-old girl will change, who knows, it might become more beautiful when it grows up." The chick was very satisfied hearing him say this, lying in his hand and enjoying it. Hearing this, Yi Chao felt her wallet threatened. She still wanted to become a great barbecue master, and I have to spend money to raise it. Forget it, I should still think of a way to shove it into the oven. Duan Xingdao couldn't bear to watch this poor chicken go into the oven, so he intervened. "These are the fire element spirit stones I've saved. I originally planned to use them for refining tools, but they can also be fed to demon beasts." He opened his storage bag, and a pile of spirit stones appeared inside. Duan Xingdao asked, "How about we try feeding it this?" Earlier in the day, in the demon beast forest, Duan Xingdao took out a fire element spirit stone and gave it to the chick. He explained, fire element spirit stones are usually found in extremely hot places. If you're lucky enough to find one, you must sincerely thank heaven and earth. Yi Chao watched him attentively acting as a chicken servant. "I know about this." Suddenly, Yi Chao remembered, in the original story, Yin Shua formed a contract with a treasure-hunting beast in the secret realm and was guided by it to find a fire element spirit stone mine. She shared it with the Asking Sword Sect, and with Yi Qinghan's acquiescence and consent, she took more than half. Having thought it over, Yi Xiao grabbed the chick, squashed it flat, and said, I know where there are fire tribute spirit stones. I'll take everyone there later. Thinking that the little beast still didn't have a formal name, Yi Xiao suggested a name and asked for its opinion. Let me give you a name, Fire Chicken. What do you think? Upon hearing this name, the chick felt insulted and struggled violently. Seeing its reaction, Yi Xiao understood. Don't like that one, huh? After being pecked and covered in metaphorical ketchup, Yi Xiao thought of a new name. I've got it. Since you're a chicken, how about Kentucky Chicken? This name actually had a deeper meaning. Kentucky Chicken was KFC. The chick was stunned. Yi Xiao continued to boast. Where I come from, only truly cool people get this name. Ordinary people don't even have the right to be named this. Hearing this, the chick understood that only truly stylish individuals were called Kentucky Chicken, the epitome of coolness. It accepted with satisfaction. Seeing the chick had calmed down, Yi Xiao turned and announced that now that the naming was settled, they would go look for the fire tribute spirit stones. As she recalled, the grand secret realm had appeared earlier than expected. There was no guarantee that Yin Shuo wouldn't find the treasure-hunting beast and the fire tribute spirit stone mine first. They absolutely couldn't let her steal it. Yi Xiao excitedly yelled, let's go. Then, the three of them each mounted their flying swords and soared into the air. On the way, Duan Xingdao suddenly felt a strange liquid fall on his hand. Recognizing the danger, he said, the rain in this secret realm is corrosive. I have a defensive artifact, but it consumes spiritual energy. Do you two want to share it? Hearing about the spiritual energy consumption, Yi Xiao considered it. Mu Zongyi also felt uneasy. What if they ran out of spiritual energy and encountered enemies? Hearing this, Duan Xingdao was at a loss. Then what should we do? At this moment, Yi Xiao's Doraemon-like abilities finally came in handy. She pulled a large cooking pot from her magical bag and said, perfect, I have this big pot I usually use for alchemy. She proved her point. Only we can be useless, not our tools. Yi Xiao told them to use it as a rain shield, saying they were almost there. Duan Xingdao, with the pot on his head, felt something was amiss. Use an alchemy pot. He increasingly suspected that the Changming sect had changed. Only Xie Yu was an alchemist in the Changming sect. Could it be that after Ming Huan went crazy, Xie Yu also started down a strange path, using cooking pots for alchemy? Seeming to understand his thoughts, Yi Xiao sighed. We're broke. Gotta make do. Hearing this, Duan Xingdao suddenly said, I hope you'll go easy on the Changfeng sect when we meet at the grand tournament. By now, he seemed to have glimpsed her true strength. The Changming sect had always been underestimated, but this newly admitted junior sister of theirs was full of surprises, making her difficult to guard against. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the demonic beast forest and volcano. Seeing the rain had stopped, Yi Xiao cheered. The rains finally stopped. She strained her eyes to see ahead, saying, the fire tribute spirit stones are just up ahead, just a little further. The others were panting from exhaustion. Suddenly, a small snake appeared in front of them, flicking its tongue a few times. The small snake then transformed into a giant python. Yi Xiao, still unaware of this uninvited guest, wondered why everyone had suddenly stopped. She turned to ask her fourth senior brother, Duan Xingdao, and he and Mu Zongyi fearfully pointed ahead. Turning around, Yi Xiao still couldn't see the small snake within their line of sight. She then thought, illusions that confuse the mind often appear in secret realms. If one's mental fortitude isn't strong, it's easy to get lost. Yi Xiao guessed they might be seeing an illusion, so she took out a bottle and opened it. A fragrance wafted from the bottle. Duan Xingdao and Mu Zongyi smelled it and immediately regained their composure. They asked if it was clear heart pill, and Yi Xiao confirmed, telling them to take it quickly. After saying that, she threw them a few pills. While taking the pills, Duan Xingdao asked her why she had so many. Yi Xiao replied that her third senior brother had given them to her, stuffing her full of them. Now, other types were scarce, but she had the most clear heart pills. They went deeper into a cave, and in front of them were some sparkling spirit stones. The chick, upon seeing them, was instantly smitten, completely enamored. It chirped continuously as it rushed towards the spirit stones. Yi Xiao quickly noticed and, rolling up her sleeves, decided to become a miner, saying they should quickly dig up all these spirit stones. While they were diligently mining, a few rumbling sounds came from above. The freeloading chick had disappeared without a trace. While it was still trembling, its every move was being monitored by a pair of eyes like a living camera. A leopard was staring intently at the chick, not letting it out of its sight. It slowly approached the plump chick, preparing to enjoy a delicious meal. Fortunately, the chick was highly alert and immediately turned its head to look behind it. The moment the leopard saw the chick glance back, it tucked its tail between its legs in fear. The chick even let out a threatening chirp, causing the leopard to instantly become as obedient as a puppy, turning into a fake leopard. The leopard was suffering in silence. It was already starving, and now it had encountered someone it couldn't afford to provoke, so it could only stand by and watch. After a while of mining, they finally finished. Yi Qiao stretched her back contentedly and said, "Finally finished digging," but Kentucky Chicken ate a third of the fire tribute spirit stones. Looking at the fat chick enjoying itself beside her, Yi Qiao wondered if it had eaten a bit too much. She grabbed a few of its feathers, and Mu Zongi commented that eating a lot was a blessing. With a large lump of meat pressing down on her shoulder, Yi Qiao said helplessly, "Who can afford to feed it?" She felt like it had swallowed a whole rice cake. Going deeper inside, Yi Qiao felt something was amiss, saying, "This place is a bit strange. There should be demonic beasts guarding the minerals, but why isn't there anything?" It turned out that the leopard, previously frightened by her chick, was hiding in a corner chanting Buddhist scriptures, praying that they wouldn't come again. They had walked a long distance. Mu Zongi asked where they should go next, and Yi Qiao replied that she didn't know, suggesting they just keep going. Suddenly, someone shouted, "It's them." It turned out to be a group of rogue cultivators. They ran up to Yi Qiao and demanded, "Give us back our spirit stones." Yi Qiao calmly replied, "Are your names carved on them?" Unable to hold back any longer, one of the rogue cultivators clenched his fist, prepared to strike her. "I found them first," he shouted. "You're going too far." He explained, actually, a blossom leopard was guarding the spirit stones. It was at least at the golden core stage, so I didn't dare act rashly. I want to get some people, but when I came back, everything was gone. Unable to accept this outcome, the rogue cultivator decided to rob Yi Qiao, but she dodged his attack and even managed to grab his wrist. Demonstrating her martial arts prowess, Yi Qiao slammed him to the ground and asked, What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." Looking at the cultivator crumpled on the ground like a shrimp, Yi Qiao thought smugly, "We're both at the Foundation establishment stage. If I couldn't beat him, I'd be disgracing Elder Duan Yu's strict teachings." The rogue cultivator on the ground couldn't believe he was being pinned down by a seemingly weak Foundation establishment cultivator. "Aren't Talisman Masters supposed to be bad at close combat?" he muttered. Knowing his doubts, Yi Qiao used her usual trick of throwing mud, claiming, "I'm a direct disciple of the Yuqing Sect." She then stepped on his waist and declared, "If you're not convinced, go find my senior brother and argue with him." The rogue cultivators immediately fell for the bait. "You're Yun Shuo, the newly accepted disciple of the Yuqing Sect, right?" I knew it was those shameless Yuqing Sect people. Seeing their successful misunderstanding, Yi Qiao continued her superb acting, yelling, "Impudent! How dare you insult my sect?" This made Duan Xingdao and Mu Zongi extremely uncomfortable. Yi Qiao thought triumphantly, "I originally planned to blame Song Hanqing, but since Yin Shuo is the only junior sister among the direct disciples of the Yuqing Sect, I'll just go with the flow." She quickly pulled out a talisman and shouted, "Imprisonment talisman." Various talismans then flew towards the rogue cultivators, who watched in horror as the talismans rained down like autumn leaves. As expected of Yuqing Sect disciples, who else would be so despicable? I saw it clearly. Those are definitely Yuqing Sect talismans. At this moment, Duan Xingdao finally understood her train of thought. When encountering trouble, blame it on someone else. He finally understood what she was up to. Gossip spreads like wildfire, and the news of the Yuqing Sect obtaining the fire tribute spirit stones quickly spread. Cultivators from other sects buzzed with discussion for days. I heard someone discovered a fire tribute spirit stone mine in the secret realm, but it seems the Yuqing Sect took everything. The Yuqing Sect is a major sect. Competing with them for resources is practically suicide. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Don't be afraid. Even if it's the Yuqing sect, they're just a bunch of talisman masters. We have the advantage in numbers. What's there to fear from a few talisman masters? If we seize the spirit stones, we'll split them evenly." This immediately ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Elsewhere, Song Hanqing finally managed to shake off the people from the Xianyun sect, who were now fleeing. Exhausted, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Those crazy Xianyun sect people were hard to get rid of. I finally escaped them." Hearing this, the junior disciples echoed in agreement, saying that without their senior martial brother's exceptional resourcefulness, it would have been difficult for them to escape. And there's also Yi Xiao. There's definitely something off about her. We didn't offend her in any way. Hearing this, Song Hanqing's face darkened, and he spoke with resentment. "She's nothing but an ungrateful wretch. The next time I see her, I absolutely won't spare her." Because Song Hanqing knew that there were differing opinions within the Yuqing sect regarding Yi Xiao's departure. But he suspected that the Changming sect had promised her a position as a direct disciple, which is why she forgot her master's kindness and chose to betray the sect. Suddenly, in the bushes, a few rogue cultivators were monitoring the people from the Yuqing sect, even engaging in a lively discussion. Hearing the commotion, Song Hanqing immediately turned around and asked, "Who's there?" The rogue cultivators no longer hid. They ran out and questioned, "Are you people from the Yuqing sect?" Song Hanqing frowned and said, "One trouble leaves, another arrives." "What now?" He thought irritably. The Xianyun sect is one thing. They at least have some reputation in the cultivation world. But even these rogue cultivators want to provoke us. Hearing his provocation, the rogue cultivators angrily charged forward to fight. "Fine then, we'll go after the Yuqing sect disciples." Song Hanqing didn't expect them to be so eager. He was momentarily stunned. Knowing he couldn't just stand idly by, Song Hanqing resorted to a strategy. He told his junior disciples to form a formation on the spot. They quickly took out talismans, creating a shield that blocked all the rogue cultivators' attacks. At this moment, the rogue cultivators were only thinking about spirit stones. They angrily yelled, "Hand over the spirit stones." "Yin Shuo, if you have the guts to take the spirit stones, then don't hide behind a barrier." Hanqing gritted his teeth in annoyance, thinking, what did Yin Shuo take from them? Killing and stealing treasures within the secret realm isn't uncommon, but couldn't Yin Shuo be a little more discreet? Did she have to let everyone know? On the other side, Yin Shuo was innocently implicated, sneezing continuously. Just at that moment, Yi Qinghan walked over and asked with concern, "Junior sister Yin, are you all right?" Seeing her senior brother's concern, Yin Shuo replied, "I'm fine." She didn't know who had been talking about her just now, thinking in confusion, why have I been sneezing so much? Suddenly, a rabbit appeared in front of her. It hopped out and clung to her leg. Yin Shuo picked it up and praised, so adorable. Unable to resist its cuteness, she hugged it tightly and said, "I want you to be my contracted spirit beast." Seeing her enthusiasm, Yi Qinghan wanted to advise, "Wait," but it was too late. She immediately bit her fingertip, and a red thread flew out, encircling her and the rabbit. They successfully established a contract. Only then did Yi Qinghan say resignedly, "Junior sister Yin, if this is just an ordinary demonic beast, then your contract is no different than signing one with a cute, lucky charm." In truth, Yi Qinghan felt, I really like junior sister Yun's gentleness and innocence, but her naivety sometimes gives me a headache. Hearing him ask, Yin Shuo calmly replied, "It's all right, senior brother. I signed a master-servant contract. If it's useless, I can just kill it." The rabbit, upon hearing this, was stunned with fear. Yi Qinghan indulgently said, "All right." At the same time, the little rabbit trembled incessantly, thinking to itself, I knew humans weren't good things. Suddenly, Yin Shuo realized what it was trying to say. The rabbit hopped on the ground and gestured for them to follow. Yin Shuo immediately understood, saying, "Do you want to lead me somewhere?" A moment later, the rabbit led them to a forest full of mushrooms. Yin Shuo quickly picks and to take back. Looking at the mushrooms in her hand, she exclaimed, "This little creature led us to so many spiritual plants and fruits." Praised, the little rabbit was overjoyed, letting out a few chirps. Yin Shuo quickly understood what it was trying to say. She immediately translated for everyone. It seems to be saying it knows another place where fire attribute spirit stones are hidden and can lead us there. The Asking Sword Sect disciples were thrilled upon hearing this, and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Junior Sister Yin, quickly have your treasure-hunting beast lead the way." "That's right, Junior Sister Yin, let's go." Previously, they felt their senior brother had brought along a burden, but unexpectedly, her spirit beast could find so many good things. Yin Shuo was overjoyed upon hearing this and said, "No problem." She thought with satisfaction, "I've finally been accepted by the Asking Sword Sect disciples. This is great." Half an hour later, they arrived at the location only to be stunned. The fire tribute spirit stones were nowhere to be seen. The cave was empty with nothing inside. Yin Shuo turned around embarrassedly and frantically shook the poor little creature, asking, "Where is the spirit stone mine?" Seeing her frantic demeanor, the rabbit was frightened and bit Yin Shuo's hand hard. In pain, she had to let it go, and the rabbit immediately ran away. It kept running through the deep forest until nightfall. At that moment, it ran straight into the blanket of Yi Qiao and Kang Duk Ku, who were sleeping, startling them awake. Yi Qiao sleepily turned to her side and asked, "What just crawled into my arms?" She lifted the blanket, and the pitiful face of the poor rabbit met her eyes. Yi Qiao picked it up and praised, "This little creature is so adorable." Duan Xingdao and Mu Zongyi were also awakened. They approached and asked, "Could this be a treasure-hunting beast? It seems like it's already been contracted." Hearing him say this, Yi Qiao immediately realized that this was the treasure-hunting beast prepared for Yin Shuo in the original story. She recognized it as the little creature that stayed by Yin Shuo's side, also her capable assistant. Thinking of this, Yi Qiao held it up and asked, "Little one, are you lost? Or did you run away on your own?" But she didn't know that its eyes were fixed on the flute hanging at her waist. Suddenly, it struggled and kept chirping, pointing at the flute. Yi Qiao had to hold it tightly so it could stand steady. She put it down on the ground and said, "Go on. I'm not interested in raising someone else's spirit beast." The little creature, thinking about being abandoned again, was terrified and clung tightly to her neck, refusing to leave. Yi Qiao, having no other choice, let stay on her neck. At the same time, the rabbit also didn't want to leave her, thinking about the short-tempered Yin Shuo and unable to bear it. "I'm not going anywhere. That new contract master is a scary lunatic." Looking at the spirit beast in her hand, Yi Qiao wondered, could this be the treasure-hunting beast that caused trouble for Yin Shuo? Mu Zongyi also looked at it thoughtfully. "It seems it won't be leaving for a while." He suggested, "Let's wait until we know who its owner is and then return it." Suddenly, a great idea popped into his head. "But this is a treasure-hunting beast. If we stay with it, we can pick up treasures. So how about?" He picked it up and said, "Come on, wake up." Turning around, he pointed in a direction and commanded it, "Let's go treasure hunting." Seeing his actions, Yi Qiao suddenly felt proud of him. Before, fourth senior brother came from a good background, and even when taking food, he had to consider whether to leave some for others. But now he doesn't care anymore. Children are easily taught indeed. Early the next morning, everyone went down the mountain together. Not long after, they found a spirit stone cave. Duan Xingdao found what he liked. Yi Qiao and Mu Zongyi, seeing these things, could only think of a pile of money. Their eyes lit up, thinking the same thing. So many treasures. Yi Qiao gazed, mesmerized, and couldn't help but smile. No wonder the author gave the treasure-hunting beast to Yin Shuo. It truly is a great treasure. Because the little guy had made a great contribution, Mu Zongyi gave it a stone as a reward. "Good boy, here's a treat for you." Elsewhere, Yin Shuo and Yi Qinghan were riding their swords, searching for the contracted spirit beast. She asked coquettishly, "Where did my treasure-hunting beast go?" Clearly, she had scared the little creature away herself, but now she pretended to be heartbroken. Logically, I should be able to find it by its scent, but why is it running around like this in the secret realm? Suddenly, she saw figures below in the secret realm. It was Yi Qiao, and in her hand was her treasure-hunting beast. At this moment, she shouted loudly, "Found it!" Then the two of them landed where Yi Qiao was. Yin Shuo approached and clearly saw the treasure-hunting beast in Yi Qiao's hand, immediately recognizing it as hers. She spoke up, "Hey, give my treasure-hunting beast back to me." Inwardly, she thought badly of Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao must have seen the treasure-hunting beast's abilities and wants to keep it for herself. Hearing this, Yi Qiao calmly replied, "All right." She shook her hand so it would jump down, calling, "Pikachu, let go of me." The little creature didn't want to go back to its hot-tempered owner at all. Seeing it clinging tightly to its current holder, Yin Shuo became angry, flew down to chase it away, chirping a few times, implying this was the person who had signed the contract with it. Yin Shuo was furious and coldly ordered the little creature, "Treasure-hunting beast, come back here." The little creature's eyes welled up with tears, chirping a few times, expressing its unwillingness to return to that tigress. Yi Xiao, unable to shoo it away, shrugged and said to her, "Look, it's not that I'm not letting it go, it's that it doesn't want to go." The more Yin Shuo listened, the angrier she became, but with others present, she still had to maintain decorum, so she didn't argue back. While she was still stunned, Yi Xiao presented a piece of paper in front of her. She said, "All right, this is the bill. Please settle it." Not sure if it's 5, but as she said, "My senior brother just fed it 5 spirit stones. You have to give us 50,000 high-grade spirit stones, not much, right?" Hearing these numbers, Yin Shuo was thunderstruck, her face paling as she asked, "Are you trying to rip me off?" Seeing Yin Shuo hesitate, Yi Xiao immediately played on her psychology, stroking the head of Yin Shuo's contracted spirit beast while threatening, "If you don't pay, I'll take this treasure-hunting beast away." Remembering the empty crystal cave, Yin Shuo vaguely guessed, "When the treasure-hunting beast led me to the fire attribute crystal cave, there was nothing inside. Could it be?" She asked suspiciously, "Did you take those spirit stones?" Yi Xiao didn't deny it, only nodding repeatedly. She said, "Yes, it was us." Playing her usual tricks, she turned to look at Yi Qinghan, calling him Senior Brother Yi. Easily shedding crocodile tears, she asked, "What should we do now? How do we resolve this?" He threw 50,000 high-grade spirit stones to Yi Xiao. The Asking Sword Sect disciples who witnessed this insane scene were all dumbfounded, thinking, "What did Yin Shuo's spirit beast eat that our senior brother has to pay for it?" Yi Xiao, under everyone's astonished gazes, checked the spirit stones in her pouch. They were so shocked their minds went numb, thinking, that being said, 50,000 high-grade spirit stones isn't a small amount. Song Jian was so angry he couldn't stand it anymore, pointing at her and yelling, "Is your Changming sect so poor you've gone mad?" Despite this, she remained indifferent, only focusing on admiring the spirit stones in her hand, saying, "How would you know? Indeed, I'm so poor I can't sleep. Why don't the geniuses of Asking Sword Sect give me some more spirit stones?" Yi Qinghan, who had been holding back for a long time, finally frowned and spoke. "You people from Changming Sect are going too far." Facing his threat, she calmly replied, "How could that be? I still want to thank you for Asking Sword Sect's gift." Remembering the principle of reciprocity, she immediately tossed the treasure-hunting beast back towards its owner. "Oh right, returning your treasure-hunting beast." Yi Qinghan, looking at her demeanor, frowned so deeply his face darkened. Before anyone could react, Mu Zongi made a move. He went to Yi Xiao's side to protect her. "We really should thank Asking Sword Sect for their gift. I originally decided to do this because I was worried the pressure of being bullied would be too much for my junior sister. Little junior sister carries a lot of resentment. I have to shoulder some of it for her." Duan Xingdao also poked his head out provocatively. "Thank you for Asking Sword Sect's gift." He thought to himself, "Though I usually don't dare provoke sword cultivators, Qiao Qiao is still my friend." The Asking Sword Sect disciples, seeing the attitude of the 3 of them, were fuming. Song Jian thought to himself that if it were only Yi Xiao alone, he would have taught her a lesson long ago. But not only was the naturally born swordbone, Mu Zongi, by her side, now even Chung Feng's sect was involved. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Are you holding a grudge because I mocked Changming sect before? Is that why you're doing this?" He arrogantly pointed at her and said, "If you have the ability, try to take first place this year." She wasn't worried at all, smiling as she replied, "We'll see." They originally assumed the people from Changming sect would always be last and mocked her. "Are you that confident?" He sneered inwardly, a little worm. Such arrogant words are truly laughable. Seeing them start to tease his junior sister again, Mu Zongi drew his sword and said, "You ask why we're so confident." The sharp blade left its sheath, and those who were just laughing fell silent. He continued, "Born with a sword bone, how could we not be confident?" At this moment, the atmosphere was eerily quiet because everyone saw that Mu Zongi was no longer holding back. The Asking Sword Sect disciples' hands trembled as they gripped their swords. They thought, damn it, Mu Zongi is only 16 and already at the Golden Core stage. It was undeniable. Moreover, he had only drawn his sword, and their natal swords were already trembling uncontrollably. His demeanor was more relaxed than ever. He thought, being around junior sister for so long seems to have made me more confident too. Before, when he saw disciples from other sects, he was always used to being conciliatory, but now, tightening his grip on his sword, he was ready to attack at any moment. Subconsciously, he snorted coldly, thinking of Yi Qinghan before him. He confidently believed that even the strength of Yi Qinghan, the #1 swordsman, was far inferior to his own. Yi Qinghan remained calm. He said indifferently, "Then we'll see each other at the grand competition. I'll look forward to your performance." At this, Yi Qiao readily replied, "See you at the grand competition." Yin Shuo looked left and right, still not seeing Yi Qinghan step forward to avenge her. So she played a trick, saying, "Second senior sister, master, and I miss you very much." On the surface, she appeared full of longing, asking, "When will you come back to the sect with us?" But inside, a wicked plan was brewing. She suddenly lied, feeling uneasy after seeing Yi Qinghan look at Yi Qiao. Hearing this, Song Jian curiously asked, "Second senior sister, you know each other?" He thought, Yin Shuo is from the Moonclear sect, right? How could these two direct disciples know each other? Putting on a fake innocent act, she said, "Senior sister was raised by master since childhood, but then something happened and second senior sister suddenly left the sect." Hearing this, the Asking Sword sect disciples turned to look at Yi Qiao appraisingly. They thought, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Yi Qiao abandoned the master who raised her since childhood and ran to another sect. Isn't she ungrateful? Suddenly, someone took action, seemingly directly targeting the White Lotus, Yin Shuo. Mu Zongyi couldn't stand her nonsense and immediately charged forward with his sword, wanting to strike her. But Yi Qinghan reacted in time, blocking the blow with his sword. Yin Shuo cried out in fright. Then she fell to the ground, looking at Mu Zongyi in confusion. Mu Zongyi looked directly at her and scolded, "Yin Shuo, my junior sister didn't hit you today because she is class. I'm hitting you today because you don't." He continued, "If you're not convinced," swinging his sword again, "then have someone from your Moonclear sect fight me." In reality, he didn't think she was trying to slander Yi Qiao, but rather that Yin Shuo was trying to subtly pull her away, trying to steal my junior sister and bring her back to the Moonclear sect. No way. Yi Qiao looked at him in surprise, her admiration for him growing. She thought, "Fourth senior brother is actually quite handsome when he's not being a goofball." When she saw Song Hanqing bend down and ask her, "Yin Shuo, are you all right?" She froze, looking at Song Hanqing with tears in her eyes, but then burst into tears. She thought she was being bullied. "Senior brother Yi, why don't you help me teach them a lesson?" This scene was all too familiar to Shenshi. He covered his ears and sighed. Here we go again, he thought, full of anticipation, wondering, is it over yet? That evening, within the secret realm, Yi Qiao, Zongyi, and Xingdao rested after a day of wandering. Xingdao picked up Yi Qiao's snatching Duan staff and said, "I suspect Yin Shuo is searching for spirit beasts by following the scent of this staff." He also offered to help her avoid high-level demonic beasts. "Let me draw a sealing talisman for you. Remember, if a powerful demonic beast comes, it'll be disastrous." Yi Qiao thanked him for his kindness. As Xingdao drew the sealing talisman, she asked, "What's the longest time one can stay in this secret realm?" Xingdao answered without hesitation, "For a large secret realm, the shortest duration is about 5 days." Hearing this, she sounded a little disappointed and asked, "Is that so? Doesn't that mean it'll end tomorrow?" Sighing, she said, "I'm still having so much fun." He looked at her as if looking at the rest of the world. Who else, like her, could escape trouble and still be so cheerful? He thought she really was carefree, the most significant injury being the defeat of the Yueqing sect. Lost in thought, he gazed at her affectionately, feeling that being with Yi Qiao was truly enjoyable, as long as it cleaned up the aftermath. While drawing the sealing talisman, he felt a pang of self-pity. Why doesn't our sect have anyone like junior sister? Completing the seal around the snatching Duan staff, he returned it to her, explaining, "Time is short. This is only a temporary sealing talisman. If you want to remove it, just use your spiritual power to break it." Then he curiously asked Yi Qiao and Zongyi, "By the way, why did you two come down the mountain?" Recalling with some dejection, she sighed and replied, "Because it was too boring in the Forbidden Grounds. We took second senior brother's teleportation talisman and snuck down the mountain." Growing more worried, she continued, "Hopefully, senior brother won't discover we snuck out. Otherwise, Chu Xingyin might collapse on the spot." After a night, the sun had reached the mountain peak, and a murmur of voices arose. "The secret realm is about to close. Let's all go find the exit together." After a night, the Yueqing sect's members were 8 parts weakened. Following the path, Yin Shuo and Yi Qinghan led the way. Behind them were the Yueqing sect members, and finally, her, Zongyi, and Xingdao. Looking at those ahead, she guessed that Hanqing's group had encountered a band of rogue cultivators and been ambushed, hence their current state. Suddenly, Hanqing walked forward and stopped Yin Shua. He put on a serious expression and asked her, "Junior sister, did you take the fire tribute spirit stones?" She indignantly denied it, no. Inwardly, she thought, weren't all those fire tribute spirit stones collected by Yi Qiao? She wondered, what did I do? Yi Qinghan spoke up in Yin Shua's defense, asking, do you want to monopolize them? Song Hanqing was furious upon hearing this, but couldn't do anything, so he changed the subject. Junior sister Yun, the secret realm exit is about to open. Playing hard to get, she abruptly turned around, ignoring Song Hanqing completely, and said to Yi Qinghan, yes, let's go. Taking a scroll from a robe, she said, I have a map of the secret realm and know the safest route. Yi Qiao watched the crowd jostling to follow Yin Shua. She considered that the secret realm's exit location was uncertain, requiring cultivators to find it themselves. She stood pondering the novel's plot. Yin Shua had the map, but she held the script. The scene of everyone following Yin Shua in the original story played out in her mind. Yin Shua did indeed lead them the right way, but the casualties were severe. The group encountered a nascent soul stage demon beast, and many rogue cultivators lost their lives in its belly. Then she recalled Yin Shua's greed after they joined forces to kill the beast. Yin Shua obtained a considerable number of spirit fruits, but in doing so, activated a surrounding barrier, trapping everyone inside, their cries for help unanswered. Thinking of this, she immediately spoke up, does anyone want to come with us? The others immediately looked at her with judgmental eyes, one of them saying, you're just a Foundation establishment cultivator. Why would we follow you? That girl then put on a fake innocent act. Senior sister, don't cause trouble. I have a map. Yi Qiao turned serious, warning everyone, I sincerely advise you not to go, but if you insist on choosing Yin Shua, then consider my words unsaid. She clenched her fists, naturally from anger, thinking, going with the male and female leads, they won't die, but ordinary passersby will definitely be implicated. At this moment, everyone shared the same thought, uttering what they considered the most reasonable argument. Yin Shua has a map, and she's also with disciple from the Asking Sword sect. It's relatively safe. Knowing they would all choose this way, she sighed in resignation, as expected. Suddenly, a few people spoke up, offering to go with her. All right, let's set off. Seeing that finally, some people were willing to trust her, her mood lightened somewhat, and she replied cheerfully, okay, let's go. Half an hour later, within the secret realm, Yi Qiao and the few others had successfully found a safe exit. Pointing to the way out, she said, look, that's the exit up ahead. The others were very grateful, cupping their hands and saying, thank you. The person in white robes was quite friendly, turning around and waving goodbye. Farewell until we meet again. Suddenly, Xingdao's hand landed on her shoulder. He said with a smile, Yi Qiao, could it be you cultivate destiny? The path you led us on was so smooth, we didn't even encounter a single demon beast. Concealing the fact she had the script, she replied, of course not. I was just lucky. She thought, breaking out in a cold sweat, I can't tell them I have a script. Xingdao chuckled, cheerfully patting her shoulder. Your luck is truly good. Walking excitedly towards the secret realm's exit, he said, it's not yet the second watch. The secret realm is about to close. Let's hurry. She remained where she was, speaking mysteriously. I'll wait a little longer before leaving. Yi Qiao said very seriously, I want to catch a few more demon beasts. Xingdao suddenly froze. He turned around, frowning at her. Are you serious? Worry filled him, thinking of the demon beasts in the great secret realm, whose lowest cultivation level was mid-Foundation establishment. He worried she would be eaten by a demon beast, wondering since she was only at early Foundation establishment, can she really be sure she won't be caught? Suddenly, Yi Qiao quickly and concisely replied, very serious. This startled him. He stopped walking, stood there thinking, hesitant and indecisive, then became extremely tangled, his body wriggling like a grub. Finally making up his mind, he sighed and said to her, all right, I'll go with you. How humane of me, he thought to himself. After spending so many days together, I can't just abandon her. Hidden for so long, Mu Zongyi finally had a chance to appear. He asked her with a headache and dizziness, so where are we going to catch demon beasts? Inwardly sighing while indulging her. This little junior sister really has a death wish. It's such a headache, but what can I do? She's my junior sister. I can only indulge her. Seeing that they had all decided to follow her, she happily replied, don't rush. Let's go watch the commotion first. Elsewhere in the secret realm, According to the script, the group following Yin Shuo was currently trapped in a barrier. Some were even blaming Yin Shuo. Why did you lead us astray like this? They had made their own choice, yet now they blamed her. Not only did you cause us to encounter a great demon beast and get seriously injured, now we're trapped in this barrier and can't get out. This fake, frail beauty had led everyone into danger, yet all she did was hide behind Yi Qinghan and apologize. Suddenly, a talisman flew from somewhere and landed on Song Hanqing's head. Song Hanqing picked up the talisman and wondered, a transmission talisman. After reading the information on the talisman, he looked towards the outside of the barrier. There were 3 people standing outside the barrier behind Song Hanqing. It was none other than Yi Qiao, Mu Zongyi, and Duan Xingdao, giving friendly greetings. Although very friendly, why did this friendliness feel so bitter? Song Hanqing's jaw dropped, his inner thoughts screaming, why is it these 3? Oh my god, blue skies, white clouds, and bright sunshine, yet some people were trapped in a barrier. How pitiful. At this moment, Song Hanqing was still holding the transmission talisman. He gritted his teeth, about to curse at Yi Qiao. Before he could finish, she started chanting an incantation, directly cutting off the transmission talisman. Watching him helplessly cursing and ranting, she remained cheerful as always, because she couldn't hear anything. All his curses were blocked by the barrier. Mu Zongyi pointed at Song Hanqing and asked her, why did you cut off the transmission talisman? Didn't you want to hear him curse at you? She crossed her arms arrogantly and replied, nope, my self-esteem is too high. I can't bear to hear him cursing at me. He truly admired his little junior sister and immediately praised her. That's so you. Song Hanqing cursed for a while, his face turning pale with anger. Then he panted heavily, while Yi Qiao outside remained as refreshed as ever. She figured Song Hanqing must have cursed himself out by now and would be ready to talk. She then took out another talisman, approached the barrier, and prepared to throw in. With a whoosh, the talisman passed through the barrier and stuck to Song Jian. He peeled the talisman off, turned around, and handed it to Yi Qinghan. Senior brother, this is for you. He took the talisman and read, Yi Qinghan, do you want to get out? She transmitted her voice into the barrier through the talisman, cheerfully asking, how about this? Your Yueqing sect and Asking Sword sect both make an offer. After finishing, she added, if the spirit stones are my liking, I'll think of a way to let you out. Yi Qinghan and Song Hanqing were fuming inside the barrier, both practically scammed into terminal liver cancer by her. Xingdao asked her suspiciously, are you really not afraid these 2 sects will hold a grudge against you later? She just shrugged, calmly replying, since I've already offended them, might as well go all the way. As the saying goes, he who owes much fears little, or a dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water. The mere mention of spirit stones seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. Yi Qinghan raised his sword and yelled, I don't believe I can't get out. A loud bang echoed as he slammed heavily against the barrier. The result, he was bounced right back inside. Yi Qinghan coughed up a mouthful of what looked like strawberry syrup in pain. Witnessing this, Yin Shuo rushed to his side, tears welling in her eyes. Senior brother Yi, are you all right? A classic scene of affection between the male and female leads unfolded. The female lead wiping the blood of the male lead. The male lead gazing at her affectionately, softly calling Junior Sister Yin. In truth, he didn't really know what else to call her. A cut interrupted their tender moment. It was Yi Qiao, clapping her hands in mock admiration. Wonderful, simply wonderful. She inwardly marveled. Truly a Xianxia version of a long Ao Tian protagonist, even vomiting blood with such style. She recalled the next part of the original plot. Yi Qinghan, his spiritual power exhausted and suffering backlash, vomits blood, having just barely managed to lead Yun Shuo and the others out of the secret realm. This was the crucial moment for their romantic feelings to blossom. Seeing her smug expression, Song Hanqing was so furious he was speechless. Unwilling to let her extort him further, he threatened, Yi Qiao, I know you have a way. If we die here, and you stand by and watch, is this how the elders of Changming's sect taught you? He had underestimated her character. She sat down leisurely and said, go ahead and die. After you're dead, I'll worry about being accused and not helping. Song Hanqing was so enraged he wanted to reach through the barrier and strangle her. He staggered, ready to pounce the moment the barrier broke. Finally regaining his composure, he calmed down, cursing inwardly, damn it, then Pointing directly at her, he asked, "How many spirit stones do you want?" She fiddled with her turkey leg and asked, "How much do you think the lives of Yueqing's sect disciples are worth?" He quickly offered a price, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. To her, this number was still too low. She gave a provocative "oh" and asked, "So the esteemed direct disciple of Yueqing's sect is only worth 100,000 high-grade spirit stones?" Trembling with rage again, he wondered how such a person could exist. "Yi Qiao, don't you know the meaning of moderation?" Seeing he didn't respond further, she snorted and laughed. Waving a hand in front of Han Qing to get his attention, she asked again, "Will Yueqing's sect offer a higher price?" Looking at her smug face, he could only silently contemplate. Otherwise, he could only wait to die within the barrier. While he hesitated, she put on a standard villainous expression and asked, "So, the esteemed direct disciple of Yueqing's sect isn't even worth 100,000 spirit stones?" That single sentence struck a nerve, and he looked at her with an unprecedentedly ugly expression. Having been thoroughly scammed by Yi Qiao, Song Hanqing furiously yelled from within the barrier, 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. "I don't have any more." He inwardly cursed his damned infatuation, placing all the blame on it. If he could go back in time, he would definitely stay far away from Yinshuo. If she hadn't insisted on this path, how could they have encountered a nascent soul stage demonic beast? If she hadn't been greedy for the spirit fruit, how could they have touched the surrounding barrier? Yi Qiao, having already prepared the promissory note, took it out for them to sign. With a profiteering expression, she said, "All right, please leave your fingerprints on this paper." Yi Qing Han and Song Han Qing, filled with resentment, could only helplessly leave their fingerprints on the note. Once finished, Yi Qiao casually said, "All right, let's go." Hearing this, Duan Xingdao and Mu Zongyi stared at her in disbelief. Having just received 150,000 high-grade spirit stones and not yet rescued anyone, she wanted to leave. Duan Xingdao, puzzled, asked her where she was going, wondering if she hadn't intentionally swindled them just to make fun of them. She excitedly explained, "To catch the demonic beast. Didn't I say that from the beginning? Catch the demonic beast first, and then save these people incidentally." The scene changed, showing Yi Qiao stealthily moving. Seeing this, Song Hanqing looked as if he had seen a dead man come back to life. Ahead, Yi Qiao led Mu Zongyi and Duan Xingdao, along with a group of high-level demonic beasts. She shouted, holding her breath and charging forward. She had already calculated that the barrier would allow living beings to enter, but not demonic beasts. At the same time the demonic beasts charged into the barrier, the three of them miraculously entered as well. Song Hanqing angrily asked her, "You brought all these demonic beasts here. What did you do to them?" Yi Qiao very calmly and handsomely replied, "Nothing. I'll wait until they've almost depleted the barrier, then I'll make my move." The demonic beasts outside were like starving tigers, relentlessly tearing at the barrier. Yi Qing Han, likely unable to think of a better plan, cursed, "You want to use the demonic beast to break the barrier. You're so opportunistic, you'll definitely suffer a great fall later." Yi Qiao scoffed, not even bothering to turn around to look at them. She replied, "I don't believe in suffering a loss is a blessing. If you want to suffer a loss, go ahead. I don't care." She thought, if being opportunistic works, why bother with hard work? She then looked up and asked Duan Xingdao, "Do you have any kind of net for catching demonic beasts? How accurate is it?" He, always prepared with magical tools, took out a net and handed it to her, saying, "Yes, and it's a very good one." Receiving the net, her eyes lit up with admiration, thinking that this was truly a standard refining tool. Because it was always thrown by cultivators in battle, its accuracy was absolutely top-notch. Having thought this through, Yi Qiao said cheerfully, "Then I'm relieved. Later, do as I say, and we'll play a game of catching fish." The demonic beasts outside continued to exert their strength against the barrier, relentlessly clawing and scratching. Constant dripping wears away the stone, and the barrier, having been assaulted by the demonic beasts for some time, gradually weakened. Mu Zongyi announced that the barrier was about to break. Duan Xingdao, holding the net, was ready, waiting for the command to capture the demonic beasts. With a loud explosion, the barrier was pierced by the claws of a demonic beast. Everyone scattered in panic. Song Hanqing loudly reminded everyone, "The secret realm will close in less than an hour. Run." The opportunity had arrived. Yi Qiao shouted, "Cast the net." The command was received by Duan Xingdao. He threw the net towards the rampaging demonic beasts. One demonic beast was caught in the net, and the others, sensing danger, scattered and fled. Pulling the net back, he finally understood. So it was like this. The one who offended the demonic beasts was Yi Qiao. As long as they didn't go with her, they would be safe. Moreover, the demonic beasts had exhausted a lot of energy attacking the barrier, so capturing them now wasn't difficult. He admired her in his heart, thinking about how she deliberately provoked the demonic beasts to break the barrier. Not only did she trick the two sects out of their spirit stones, but she also used a net to capture the exhausted demonic beasts. Had she planned all of this from the beginning? Then he wondered, but how did she know there was a barrier here? After a while, the harvest was complete. Everyone exited the secret realm, panting. Mu Zongyi said, "We finally got out before the secret realm disappeared." Duan Xingdao told her that he had put the demonic beast he just caught inside. Yi Qiao thought for a moment, and then shared with him, "Since you contributed and you need to refine weapons, you can keep the demonic beast bones." He happily accepted them. You all can take the inner core. Having gained an unexpected harvest, he thought that this time his gains were quite significant, with enough refining materials to last a long time. Suddenly, Yi Qiao remembered something with surprise. She kept turning around, searching for the turkey's figure. "That's right, where's my chicken?" she thought. The barrier kept demonic beasts out, so where did Kang Duk run off to when she entered the barrier? Yi Qiao frantically searched everywhere. Mu Zongyi walked over and pointed above her head, saying, "It's on your head. Moreover, it seems like it's trying to build a nest there." Hearing Kang Duk's cries, she was startled. Taking the chicken down, she scolded it in a low voice, "You can't build a nest on my head." But it maintained a stubborn expression, indicating it wasn't listening. Looking at the flying lump of meat in her hand, she decided to teach it a lesson. Do all demonic beasts understand human language? Suddenly, she remembered the creature she and Mu Zongyi had ridden a few days ago. Placing the turkey on her shoulder, she asked Mu Zongyi, "Fourth senior brother, the red bird we tied up with the demonic beast rope, it's still tied to the tree, right?" Yi Qiao excitedly said to herself, "We originally planned to experience the feeling of riding a bird, right? We might as well bring it back to the sect." Walking around, she cried out joyfully, "Found it. The red bird is here." This unlucky creature had become the mount of the two Changming sect disciples. It could only helplessly face these two little tyrants, resigned to being their mount, with no regrets in life. Duan Xingdao also bid them farewell, "So we'll part ways here." He said cheerfully, "Farewell until we meet again." The other two also said in unison, "Farewell until we meet again." Pulling the reins, Yi Qiao said, "We've snuck down the mountain for so long. The sect leader and eldest senior brother must know by now. Let's fly up quickly." The red bird resigned itself to being ordered around by her, while screaming internally. With a whoosh, it soared into the sky, preparing to take the two to the Yellow Springs. No, back to their sect. Riding on the red bird's back for a while, swaying and rocking, Yi Qiao finally managed to control it. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Riding a bird was indeed very difficult. Soon, they arrived at Changming sect. Just as they were about to charge straight into the hall, Yi Qiao called for a stop. She said loudly with some difficulty, "We're here. You can go down now." The red bird struggled, letting out a screech. Yi Qiao and Mu Zongyi, as if on a thrill ride, cried out in alarm, "We're gonna fall." Then, with an earth-shattering scream, the inevitable happened. Outside Changming sect, all was quiet. Everyone was enjoying tea and snacks in a relaxed atmosphere. Changming sect had visitors. One of them remarked, "Elder Zhao, your sect has such beautiful scenery." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud crash echoed from outside. The impact was so strong that everyone turned to look at the falling object, Yi Qiao, Mu Zongyi, and a flapping bird. Unfazed, Yi Qiao sat up and waved, "Second senior brother, third senior brother, Elder Zhao." Elder Zhao glanced at them and asked, "Back already, you little rascals." A young woman was quietly observing the scene. This was Lin Lin, a direct disciple of the Azure Water Sect. The girl beside her, Xia Yin, also a direct disciple of the Azure Water Sect, broke out in a cold sweat and responded softly. She thought, "This is the first time I've seen a sword cultivator riding a bird instead of their sword." Elder Zhao looked as if he was about to explode, but restrained himself due to the presence of their guests. "You're back just in time," he said. "These two are direct disciples of the Azure Water Sect. Why don't you show them around Changming sect?" Yi Qiao obediently agreed. Inwardly, she sighed in relief. It's a good thing these two disciples from another sect are here. Otherwise, Elder Zhao would have unleashed his wrath. Watching their retreating figures, Elder Zhao also left. Xiaoyan looked at Yi Qiao, who was sighing, and thought, I heard that Changming sect recently accepted a new direct disciple. She sized Yi Qiao up. All 5 sects choose the most talented disciples as direct disciples, but this girl's talent seems quite ordinary. Ming Xian said to Yi Qiao and Mu Zongyi, "You're finally back." If you hadn't returned soon, Master was about to lose his patience and come down the mountain to drag you back himself. Xieyu, leaning against a pillar, remarked coolly, looking at the state of you two for the past 5 days. He observed their disheveled appearance. Were you wandering around outside? Yi Qiao stepped forward, nudging the unfortunate red bird, still lying on the ground. "Broaden your horizons a bit," she said. "We're capable of bringing back even trash." Lin Lin suddenly appeared behind Xieyu. "Senior brother Xieyu," she said, "I have a question for you." She took out a medicinal pill, one of Yi Qiao's unique creations. "Has this type of pill been popular in Yunzhong City recently?" He looked at the pill, finding it somewhat familiar, and thought for a moment. Ming Xian, curious, also came closer to examine the pill. "I think I've seen this somewhere before," he said. Xieyu, looking at the pill, felt a shiver down his spine. How could such an ugly pill be popular in Yunzhong City? Suddenly, he remembered Yi Qiao. "Oh," he exclaimed, "that's right. My junior sister made something similar while practicing her alchemy before." Hearing this, Lin Lin's gaze fixed on the pill she had previously made. "Before going on this training journey, I brought the pills I made to the medicine shop in Yunzhong City to sell. The pill looked like nothing more than a lump of dung floating down a river. At the time, I thought they were too ugly to sell," she mused, "and now they've become a popular medicine." Lin Lin stared at her, speechless with surprise. You, a sword cultivator, actually dream of pill refining. And you look so proud of it too." While Lin Lin was still in shock, Yi Qiao waved her hand, preparing to leave. "Third senior brother, you continue to entertain the 2 young ladies from Azurewater Sect. I'm going to the library." Ming Xian quickly added, "I'm going too." He had long since grown tired of the conversation. Lin Lin watched them go, falling silent, unsure of what to say. She looked at their retreating backs with a hint of envy, thinking, your relationship is so good. Not all direct disciples from different sects get along. Most of them dislike each other and engage in secret rivalries. Mu Zongyi seemed a little embarrassed. He quickly replied, "It's not bad." He thought about how, before his junior sister arrived, they rarely interacted with others. Watching the backs of the 2 siblings happily leaving together, he silently assessed, being able to be this united is entirely thanks to junior sister's amazing interpersonal skills. Not long after, Yi Qiao and Ming Xian arrived at the library. As soon as she arrived at this ancient library, the Jade Librarian asked for her help. "Yi Qiao, you've come at the right time. Come and help me copy these books." She had no choice but to sit down at the desk and start copying. What else would she do? Reluctantly agreeing, but feeling resentful in her heart, she complained, "Why am I being exploited as soon as I get back?" A world flashed before Yi Qiao's eyes. She angrily threw down her brush. "I came here just to thoroughly research Song Hanqing's cultivation techniques and talisman books, and to compare them with Changming Sect's talismans to see if they can be exchanged." Suddenly, she turned to ask the Jade Librarian, "Excuse me, will a talisman master's nose bleed the first time they draw a talisman?" She recalled that in the past, she would have nosebleeds after depleting her spiritual energy. He calmly replied, "Of course. It's extremely rare for it not to happen." He pointed to Ming Xian, who was reading, and said, "For example, your second senior brother." He recounted Ming Xian's growth. He could draw talismans at the age of 7. And at 10, he was brought to our sect. Depleting spiritual energy doesn't happen to him. You could say it's the natural gift of a genius. Yi Qiao bluntly stated, "The thing I hate most in life are those with natural talent." As she spoke, she snapped the brush in her hand. "And what's even more hateful is that I'm not a naturally gifted dog." The Jade Librarian looked directly at her, not knowing what to say. Looking at the girl sitting next to him, he thought, "This girl doesn't treat me like an outsider at all. Others, even if they were envious, wouldn't say it out loud, but this girl just says it straight." In Ming Xian's eyes, already accustomed to being labeled a gifted dog by her, he simply turned around and reminded, "Hurry up and copy. It's almost dinner time." Yi Qiao hurriedly sped up her writing, repeatedly saying, "Yes, yes." Night fell. On the main peak of Changming Sect, Elder Zhao's voice echoed from within a room. He grumbled in frustration. "That newly accepted disciple of yours and Mu Zongyi have returned." Sect leader Fan Fan continued, "Have you found out who instigated them to leave the mountain?" Elder Zhao slammed his cup on the table. Is that even a question? They've hit the nail on the head, he said irritably. Besides that kid Yi Xiao, who else could it be? He thought. Before Yi Xiao arrived, no matter how mischievous Mu Zongyi was, he wouldn't have run away from the sect like this. Sect leader Fan Fan remained calm, waving his hand to placate Elder Zhao. Don't underestimate the folly of youth. Children are naturally boisterous. Why must you blame Yi Xiao? Elder Zhao sighed helplessly. My point is, those two kids are always causing trouble. Look at the state of things. Sect leader Fan Fan frowned. You're right. We must discipline them properly. He continued, call Yi Xiao my main peak later. However, at this moment, Yi Xiao was sound asleep. Half an hour later, she was woken up, the turkey on her head also groggily stirring. Yi Xiao asked sleepily, Master, why did you call me in the middle of the night? Seeing the small bird on her head, he asked in surprise, Xiao Xiao, what's on your head? She reached out and caught the frightened little bird. This is my spirit beast. Staring at the small bird, he was about to ask what species it was when Yi Xiao quickly replied, Master, do you know what kind of beast it is? He summoned the record of strange beasts from his storage space, searched for a while, and then declared, there's no record of any similar beast or young beast in this book. He asked suspiciously, Xiao Xiao, did you really form a contract with a turkey? Looking at the turkey's dubious gaze, even Yi Xiao couldn't believe it. Is it really just a chicken? But in any case, this was her spirit beast. She proudly told the turkey, it's okay, you're not an ordinary chicken, you're a turkey. The turkey chirped helplessly, wanting her to let it go. Sect leader Fan Fan then asked her, Xiao Xiao, let me ask you, in this year's grand competition, are you confident in making it into the top 10? Hearing this question, a black crow carrying several ellipses flew over her head. Yi Xiao flopped onto the ground dramatically. Too hard, old man. I have no confidence. Just let me die. Sect leader Fan Fan stared at her behavior, holding his forehead, tears almost falling, speechless with disappointment. Seeing that acting cute wasn't working, Yi Xiao suddenly asked, by the way, Master, only direct disciples of the various sects participate in the grand competition, right? She thought to herself, I hear everyone talking about the grand competition, but I don't even know the rules. Fan Fan changed his demeanor and began to patiently explain, that's right. When the time comes, we'll send you all into the grand competition realm together. Each of you will carry a piece of image recording stone, so the elders and cultivators outside can observe the situation inside. Hearing this, Yi Xiao was very excited. She eagerly asked, is it like a live broadcast? A thought flashed through her mind. Isn't this just like modern live streaming? He frowned and replied, every action you take will be seen by the cultivators of the cultivation world. He stepped forward and patted her shoulder, instructing, Xiao Yi Xiao, don't cause trouble for me then. Yi Xiao nodded, her eyes sparkling. I'm a good person. How could I cause trouble? Having said that, Fan Fan quickly shoved Yi Xiao out the door, brusquely saying, all right, go back to sleep. The next day dawned bright and clear, with birds singing sweetly. Yi Xiao and Mu Zongyi were with Elder Zhao in the training grounds. Elder Zhao said sternly, the grand competition is approaching. You absolutely must not be lazy. Now, I will teach you some combat skills. His gaze turned serious as he said, watch carefully. Elder Zhao's hands swiftly moved behind Mu Zongyi's back. In an instant, he was sent flying. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xiao trembled all over, thinking to herself, as expected of Elder Zhao, I didn't even see him make a move, and fourth senior brother was already thrown away. Lost in thought, she felt Elder Zhao looking at her and immediately adopted a defensive stance. Elder Zhao smiled and said, Yi Xiao, your turn. Without waiting for another word, Yi Xiao immediately ran away. Elder Zhao shook his head and shouted, little rascal, come back here. He mused, the first time I've seen someone run when they can't win. Truly, of the 36 stratagems, running away is best. Yi Xiao ran without looking back, shouting as she went, no, if I come back, you'll hit me. But she hadn't run far before Elder Zhao flew over and intercepted her. He glared and said, speed is useless. As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move, kicking Yi Xiao hard, and with a bang, she fell flat on her back. At this point, Yi Xiao could only tremble and kneel. Elder Zhao taunted, what are you waiting for? Suddenly, Elder Zhao attacked her again, but Yi Xiao nimbly dodged. Elder Zhao chuckled with interest. Not bad, you dodged. Then he assumed an attacking stance. Take this. He landed a kick on Yi Xiao. Elder Zhao sternly held his kicking pose, and Yi Qiao, her whole body aching, lay paralyzed on the ground, crying out, "Ouch!" Elder Zhao, still not satisfied, shouted, "Continue." The pain was excruciating, and Yi Qiao's face was a mask of resignation. Elder Zhao raised an eyebrow, "Giving up now. This is your limit." Yi Qiao rolled on her back and said in despair, "Elder Zhao, just hit me." This left him speechless. Resigned to her fate, she thought to herself, "I can't escape. Facing him, I can only endure the beating. What else can I do?" The two stared at each other in silence for a long while, when suddenly Mu Zongyi came skipping over from out of nowhere, excitedly shouting, "It's time to eat." At the thought of food, Yi Qiao's eyes lit up. Standing for so long, she was almost starving. She jumped up, but before she could run, Elder Zhao stopped her, declaring, "You can only eat after you land a hit on me." Yi Qiao yelled, clenching her fists, and replied, "Elder Zhao, lying down like this, I suddenly feel energized again. Do you think I still have a chance?" He didn't say much, just smiled and asked, "Want to eat?" Rubbing her stomach, her face slightly flushed, she nodded slightly. Elder Zhao's fist shot towards Yi Qiao's face, startling her, but she dodged in time, once again using her old trick, riding the azure wind, instantly slipping behind Elder Zhao. Seeing Elder Zhao right in front of her, Yi Qiao hurriedly threw a punch towards him. Unfortunately, he seemed to have anticipated it, smugly raising his hand to accurately block her attack. He then ruthlessly countered with his own punch. Luckily, she dodged it. The two of them exchanged blows back and forth, one attacking, the other defending, one advancing, the other retreating. Finally, Yi Qiao grabbed her weapon, feigning concentration as she declared, "Qing Feng style, first form." A powerful strike, wind-severing slash, erupted from Yi Qiao's position. Because the move was so swift and sudden, Elder Zhao couldn't dodge in time, only managing to raise a hand to block. This resulted in a tear in his sleeve. Startled, he hastily asked, "Qing Feng style, first form. I don't think I taught you that. How do you know it?" Yi Qiao stammered, scratching her head as she thought about how to respond. A few seconds later, she regained her composure and replied, "Elder, I learned it by watching fourth senior brother use it." After speaking, her eyes lit up, her face full of expectation as she asked, "So, does that mean I've passed the test, Elder?" Although reluctant, he could only nod, "Yes." Sect leader Fan Fan, who had been sitting there unnoticed at some point, narrowed his eyes and smiled, raising his teacup. Watching Yi Qiao excitedly run, skip, and shout, "Dining hall, here I come." Elder Zhao pondered for a moment, then looked towards Fan Fan and said, "Yi Qiao's ability to mimic is truly powerful. Any technique or knowledge, she only needs to see it once to be able to imitate it almost perfectly. It's a pity the grand competition is coming soon. Time is too tight." Fan Fan sipped his tea and replied with a smile, "Ranking isn't important, safety is." Elder Zhao cheerfully cracked his knuckles and said, "Well, these next few days, all I can do is continue train them. Try to make sure they don't get bullied too badly during the grand competition." The next day, Yi Qiao pondered, "These past few days, fourth senior brother and I have been tormented by Elder Zhao every day. Knowing second senior brother's personality, he would definitely come and laugh at us, but I haven't seen him at all." Ming Xian would usually tease fourth senior brother while holding his fan, cheerfully patting her head and calling her little earthquake potato. Later, after asking third senior brother, she learned that second senior brother had become incredibly engrossed in his studies. Third senior brother said worriedly, "Second senior brother has been in his room drawing talismans these past few days without sleeping or resting, not stopping for a moment." Sighing, Yi Qiao decided, "I should still go ask him if he wants to eat together. No matter how diligent he is, he can't skip meals." Reaching out, she knocked on the door twice, and the door immediately opened. Second senior brother's face, with prominent dark circles under his eyes, appeared before her. He asked, "Little junior sister." Ming Xian's room was now overflowing with talismans. He didn't wait to hear why she was looking for him, turning around and calmly walking into his study, saying, "Come in." Yi Qiao was astonished when she saw the state of the room. Forcing a smile, she couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "The room is full of talismans. Senior brother, how long have you been drawing these?" He looked at her with tired eyes and asked, "What, are you here to persuade me to rest too?" Yi Qiao shook her head and replied, "No. I respect everyone's desire to work hard, but the grand competition is still more than a month away. There's no need to rush like this." Ming Xian calmly replied, I want to break through to the Golden Core stage. Yi Qiao couldn't believe it, her eyes widening in surprise as she asked, You want to break through that quickly? He patted her head affectionately, looked up at the ceiling, and said with a troubled expression, You can think of it as the pressure of a genius. Talent is truly enviable, but the pressure is also immense. Yi Qiao's mouth twitched, her brows furrowed, a speechless expression clear on her face. Ming Xian slowly bent down to pick up the talisman, continuing, Our family is the main branch of the 8 great talisman cultivation families. Moreover, before you arrived, I was the fastest cultivator among the direct disciples of the Changming Sect. Ming Xian, holding the talisman, continued, I reached the peak of foundation establishment at 15, but haven't made a breakthrough since. He continued dejectedly, My family says I'm not diligent enough. My father's messages are always filled with sighs, and then there's the ridicule from the other 4 sections. Yi Qiao listened, her jaw dropping. She immediately stepped forward and patted his shoulder comfortingly. All right, I understand. This time it was Ming Xian's turn to be stunned. He sighed inwardly, thinking, no wonder Ming Xian succumbed to his inner demons in the original story. It turns out he was provoked by these baseless remarks. Time passed quietly. After a stick of incense, everyone appeared in dazzling, albeit flamboyant, crimson attire. Chu Hangyun looked down at his sleeves, which radiated a brilliant, fiery red. His expression twisted, and he couldn't help but blurt out, so ugly. Mu Zongyi appeared beside him, offering comfort. It's all right, senior brother. No matter how ugly the sect uniform is, it can't hide your handsome features. Yi Qiao, senior brother Xieyu, and Ming Xian also came to comfort him one after another, more than 10 people in total. Chu Hangyun listened to his junior brothers and sisters' comforting words and smiled, thinking, could these kids please not be so synchronized? They arrived together at a scenic location with majestic mountains. Everyone stood before a large ship, exclaiming in admiration. They chattered amongst themselves, as expected of the direct disciples of our sect. So handsome. The surrounding people cheered them on. Everyone, do your best. In the crowd, Yi Qiao saw Du Chun waving to her. Yi Qiao. Long time no see. Yi Qiao let out a languid yawn and replied, Long time no see. Du Chun squeezed her way to Yi Qiao's side and asked, How does it feel to be a direct disciple? Do you like it? Hearing Du Chun's question, Yi Qiao could only sigh and say, It's all right. If I had to say, being in the outer sect was better. Her heart was filled with memories of her time in the outer sect. At least there, no one constantly monitored her cultivation. Now, she was either being beaten or on her way to being beaten. The people around her were puzzled. Is she intentionally showing off? She must be showing off. A moment later, the large ship rose into the air. Yi Qiao stood at the side of the ship, constantly amazed. Is this a flying ship? It's amazing. She lowered her head in thought, feeling it was like a modern airplane. Fan approached from afar, holding several tokens, and said, These tokens represent your identities. He continued, When the steward from the One Jian sect comes to arrange your accommodations, just show them these. Yi Qiao held the token and thought. The cultivation world has an unwritten rule that requires the 5 great sects to gather in the top-ranked area. Then she continued to calculate. And the sect that held the top position 100 years ago was the One Jian sect. Thinking of this, she sighed again. She looked up at the vast sky, silently wondering what would happen on this trip. A moment later, in front of the main hall of the Asking Sword sect, Yi Qiao and the others swaggered in. Mu Zongyi, fiddling with his token, said, I heard that the Moon Clear sect is arranged next to our courtyard. I don't know what the steward is thinking. I feel like he wants to cause trouble by arranging us close together. Chu Hangqi's scornful laughter came from afar. He and his people began to jeer. Isn't that Ming Xian of the Changming sect? He continued, You still haven't broken through to Golden Core after all these years. He didn't stop there, adding sarcastically, I really don't know how a good-for-nothing who hasn't broken through to Golden Core is qualified to participate in the grand competition. It's a disgrace for the Changming sect to have a direct disciple like you. Ming Xian could only sigh helplessly after hearing this. Standing from afar, Yi Qiao thought to herself, Finally, I understand why Ming Xian is so worried about the grand competition to the point of succumbing to inner demons in the later part of the original story. Hearing Chu Hangqi mocking Ming Xian, Mu Zongyi couldn't help but angrily draw his sword. Fortunately, Zhu Hangyun, who was standing next to him, stopped him, saying that fighting was forbidden before the competition began. Although very angry, Zhu Hangyun still maintained some reason. He continued, Don't do it. We haven't entered the secret realm yet. So they didn't fall for the trap. I thought Muzongi would make a move and violate the rules, resulting in deduction of competition points. With both sides tense, Yi Qiao suddenly swaggered forward. Under Chu Hang Chi's astonished gaze, she calmly raised her hand in greeting. Seeing this, Muzongi thought, oh no, junior sister's going to cause trouble again. Seeing Yi Qiao's greeting, Chu Hang Chi provoked her. Aren't you that foundation establishment early stage? The junior sister recently accepted by the sect leader. He didn't stop, continuing to provoke a foundation establishment early stage, a foundation establishment peak stage. Two good-for-nothings also want to participate in the competition. Yi Qiao nodded repeatedly after hearing this, making Chu Hang Chi feel puzzled. She said, right, you're absolutely right. Hearing this, he angrily said to Yi Qiao, are you mocking me? Yi Qiao immediately denied it. No, I agree with you. Everything you said is right. Is there a problem? Chu Hang Chi realized he had met a difficult opponent and could only say you. Then he pointed back and forth. It's good that you know you're good for nothings. Turning to Ming Xian, he said, Ming Xian, you haven't broken through to Golden Core in 3 years. Do you still have the nerve to compete for the second to last place? I'm embarrassed for you. Although saddened, Ming Xian decided to play along. Right. I am a good for nothing. Seeing this, he retorted, our Changming sect is a bunch of good for nothings, so what? If you're not satisfied, then come and get us. As he spoke, he remembered Yi Qiao's words. Junior sister has a point. Why should I follow the path others have laid out for me? I can forge my own path, leaving them with no path to follow. Ming Xian patted his chest and declared, we're number one from the bottom up. We're happy. We're not competing anymore. Any problem with that? Facing Ming Xian's words, Yi Qiao could only think, well done, second senior brother. Her eyes brightened, and she thought to herself, recognize your mistakes and correct them. If it doesn't work, give up. Laugh all you want. We won't be swayed. At this moment, Chu Hang Chi was speechless and could only stammer you. A thought suddenly flashed through Ming Xian's mind. So giving up is actually this relaxing. Chu Hang Chi, his provocation having failed, could only say, this is infuriating. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Qiao suddenly shouted, look everyone, the Asking Sword sect is attacking. Chu Hang Chi's face was blank with astonishment. Realizing he'd been falsely accused by Yi Qiao, he angrily raised his sword. Damn it. Seeing Chu Hang Chi getting agitated, Mu Zongyi and Xieyu added fuel to the fire. Xieyu said, it's all right. The Asking Sword sect is powerful. It's normal for them to want to bully us weaklings. Zongyi continued, the Asking Sword sect strength is nothing special. They just look down on everyone. It's fine. We're used to it after all these years. Wrongfully accused, Chu Hang Chi angrily retorted, Mu Zongyi, if you have the guts, fight me. Chu Hang Chi gripped his sword hilt tightly, thinking, these Changming sect people are definitely overdoing it, but looks down on them. Then he looked at Mu Zongyi, who was pretending to tremble, and thought, and Mu Zongyi, wasn't he the most hot-headed one before? Seeing Chu Hang Chi's rage, his fellow disciples tried to calm him down. Second senior brother, calm down. You can't fight with swords before the competition. You'll be locked up in the forbidden grounds and lose competition points. Don't be angry. What's there to argue with these losers? We can deal with them when we enter the secret realm. Chu Hang Chi, feeling his companions were right, calmed down and yelled at Yi Qiao. Just you wait. I definitely won't let you off. Yi Qiao's side had completely won this exchange. She nodded and said, you're right. You're absolutely right. Dismissing the defeated Chu Hang Chi, she continued to provoke him. Well then, let's go back to our rooms. Seeing Yi Qiao disregard his words, Chu Hang Chi fumed. This is infuriating. News of the argument between the two sects spread quickly. What? Chu Hang Chi of the Asking Sword sect said he looks down on the other 4 sections. Who gave him the guts? It was said the rumors spread everywhere in no time. The rumors reached Si Yaoyan, and she wondered, is the Asking Sword sect really that arrogant? Nearby, the gossipy Lin Lin muttered incessantly, although their prospects are indeed very good this year, the other 4 sects aren't bad either. Boasting like this before the competition even begins. The scene shifted to the residence of Elder Wang of the Asking Sword sect. Elder Wang angrily asked the person in front of him, looking down on other disciples before the competition even starts, who taught you this? Chu Hang Chi replied with frustration, isn't that just normal pre-match banter? Then, his face twisting in annoyance, he thought to himself, besides, I never even said that. Who's playing a prank on me? Elder Wang of the Asking Sword Sect, hearing his disciples' reply, flew into a rage and roared. Even so, you can't trample on the dignity of other sections. The competition hasn't even begun, and you've already caused this drama. Do you have a brain? He then turned and left. Before the competition, you stay put right here. Don't go out and embarrass the sect. The scene shifts to the lodgings of the sects participating in the competition. Qin Huai looked out the door and muttered to himself, I've investigated the matter thoroughly. He smiled and continued. The source of this drama seems to be junior sister Yi Qiao of the Changming sect. Duan Xingdao, who was writing, stopped. He asked doubtfully, Yi Qiao. Seeing Duan Xingdao's reaction, Qin Huai asked, Do you know her? Xingdao nodded repeatedly and replied with a smile, Of course. Not only that, but I've actually been looking forward to her appearance. Seeing his brother blinded by love, Qin Huai knocked on Xingdao's forehead and said, A little brat with average spiritual roots, only at the early stage of foundation establishment. You just went out on a training journey. Did you fall and damage your brain? The preacher Qin Huai continued, Instead of looking forward to her, you should be looking forward to the young lady from the Cloud Swallow Moon Clear sect this year. Xingdao was speechless. Qin Huai knocked on Duan Xingdao's head again, causing him to swat his hand away in annoyance. Then Duan Xingdao grumbled irritably, warning Qin Huai, Yi Qiao is very formidable. In short, after entering the secret realm, we must be careful of her. Hearing this, Qin Huai thought to himself, and I have to be wary of a little foundation establishment cultivator. My junior brother really has lost his mind. In Fuxing City, people bustled about, chatting and laughing, creating a lively scene. At this moment, Yi Qiao and her 3 companions, all dressed in red, were excitedly looking around. Yi Qiao, her eyes shining, looked around and said, This is Fuxing City at the foot of Asking Sword Sect. For someone as poor as her, everything Yi Qiao saw glittered. Looking around, she thought to herself, there are shops everywhere, and they all look very expensive. At this time, the Cloud Swallow group also arrived and spotted Yi Qiao hesitating over a purchase. Upon seeing her, Suzhua immediately radiated hostility and called out to Yi Qiao through gritted teeth. Hearing someone call her, she turned around, and seeing them, she asked impatiently what. Then, Yi Qiao quickly stepped back, a wary expression on her face. The competition hasn't even started, and you're already trying to cozy up to me. This left Suzhua dumbfounded. He thought angrily to himself, Who wants to cozy up to you? At this moment, someone called out, Junior sister Yi Qiao. It was Di Chun, a disciple of the Moon Clear sect. Hearing this, Yi Qiao took notice. Looking into the original host's memories, she thought to herself, This is the senior brother who grew up with the original host. Speaking of which, he used to be very fond of the original host, but he also played a part in stealing her ephemeral grass. Before she could speak, a figure stepped in front of her. Ming Xian stood at the front, his whole body radiating confidence. He retorted, Don't you have your own junior sisters? Why are you looking at our junior sister with such disgusting eyes? Hearing this question, Di Chen's entire demeanor darkened. He said, Ming Xian, don't think that just because you're from the Ming family, I'll be afraid of you. Just as he was about to advance, Ming Xian blocked Di Chun with his fan. Then, pushing Di Chun back, he took Yi Qiao's hand and said, Let's talk after we enter the secret realm. Now, please stay away from our junior sister. Thank you. As they were about to leave, someone called out to Yi Qiao, catching her attention. Suzhua, his face grim, said, I hope you won't regret your decision. He clenched his fist and declared resolutely, Once we're inside the secret realm, I won't hold back. Yi Qiao turned to look at him, scoffing inwardly, as if he ever cared about the original owner. If he had any compassion for her, he wouldn't have taken the ephemeral grass she worked so hard for to curry favor with Yin Shua. Before leaving, she cheerfully turned back, humming a tune, and with a smile, shook her fist provocatively at Suzhua, leaving him speechless and pale. Then Yi Qiao raised her middle finger. This left everyone puzzled, wondering if it was some kind of special hand seal. At this moment, Mu Zongyi stepped forward and said, It's not about winning or losing against a person. As senior brother, I have to give junior sister some face. Then, the 4 of them, including Yi Qiao, extended their fingers forward in a seemingly friendly gesture. Witnessing this scene, Yin Shua's group felt incredibly uncomfortable and speechless. They didn't know why, but they felt humiliated. Suzhua angrily asked, What do you mean by this? Are you mocking us? Hearing this, Yi Qiao playfully replied, How could we? This is the new spell-casting hand seal of our Changming sect. Mu Zongyi nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, yes, that's right. Watching the arguing group, Yin Shuo thought to herself, the other Changming sect disciples seem very protective of this second senior sister. Recalling past events, Yin Shuo couldn't help but wonder, why is the boring, kind second senior sister in my memory now so popular? If Master knew, would she regret giving me the ephemeral grass back then? Thinking of this, she anxiously clenched her hands, convinced that she was different from her senior sister. Under the Fuxing City sun, she proudly thought, I am the true genius. That second senior sister is nothing. After the quarrel ended, Yi Qiao and her three companions watched Yin Shuo's group angrily leave. Mu Zongyi said with annoyance, those hateful people are finally gone. Talk about enemies on a narrow road. Suddenly, he remembered something and blurted out, all right. Then, Mu Zongyi pulled Yi Qiao's hand and said as they walked, I heard that many cultivators are betting on which sect will win the competition. Up ahead is the largest gambling house in Fuxing City. Let's go check out the excitement. Inside the gambling house, the betting tables for the various sects were already set up, and people were coming and going, creating a boisterous atmosphere. The betting table was crowded, and everyone was pondering which side to bet on. Suddenly, a thud echoed, startling the attendant. A bag of spirit stones sat on the table. Yi Qiao declared arrogantly, all these spirit stones are on the Changming sect. Hearing this, everyone gasped. The attendant hurriedly accepted the bet, saying, 50,000 spirit stones, deal. Seeing her spend so generously, senior brother Xiaoyu approached and asked, have you struck it rich recently? Yi Qiao covered her mouth with one hand and waved the other dismissively, feigning shyness as she replied, not at all. This is from Song Hanqing. Inwardly, she calculated, before Song Hanqing and I made a deal for 100,000 high-grade spirit stones inside the beast belly. Now, I remember he still owes me over 100,000 spirit stones. Hearing her answer and seeing her expression, senior brother Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, little junior sister, in places I don't know about, just how many people have you swindled? At that moment, under everyone's astonished gazes, Mu Zongyi also placed a bag of spirit stones on the table, saying, this is 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, all betting on the Changming sect. Ming Xian sighed and also took out his spirit stones. All right, my 300,000 high-grade spirit stones are also on Changming sect. Seeing everyone contribute their share, senior brother Xiaoyu thought to himself, my junior brothers and sister are so decisive. If I hesitate, it'll be too embarrassing. So, he reluctantly took out his spirit stones, saying, and here's 300,000 from me and 150,000 from senior brother. In this year's Sect competition, if we win, we'll return home rejoicing. If we lose, we'll meet on the mountain peak. Thinking about the four of them having to jump off a desolate mountain peak if they lost, he couldn't help but think nearly 1 million high-grade spirit stones is no small amount. If we lose, we can only jump together from the highest peak. Yi Qiao extended her hand and called out, second senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior brother. Then her whole body glowed as she declared for 1 million. The other three then placed their hands on hers, and the four of them said in unison, for 1 million. Everyone was determined, thinking for nothing else, just for this 1 million, we must win first place. Afterward, they began planning their victory. Yi Qiao said, in that case, let's discuss the next plan. Senior brother Xiaoyu, the Asking Sword sect, are all sword cultivators, not easy to deal with. Ming Xian added, before the battle begins, we can suppress Yi Qinghan first. Mu Zongyi also pondered, the Yueqing sect is also quite troublesome. Seeing them discussing, the others secretly thought dealing with the Asking Sword sect first. How overly confident. As the sun gradually shifted towards dusk, at the Asking Sword sect, a voice rang out, finally done playing, time to go back. Seeing Chu Xingyan leaning against the door, Yi Qiao ran over and called, senior brother. Hearing her call, he extended his hand and said, tomorrow, we must go to the place where the secret realm opens. The first round of the competition is within the Void Secret Realm. Whoever hunts the most demonic beasts wins. Hearing this, Yi Qiao wondered, hunting demonic beasts in the Void Secret Realm. She then fell into deep thought, recalling that in the original story, the first one to be eliminated was her third senior brother. She had to find a way for him to survive until the end of the Secret Realm. The next day, at the viewing area for the competition, all the seats were packed. Enthusiastic girls cheered for their idols. Senior brother Xiaoyu, do your best. Duan Xingdao, look at me, look at me. Not only that, but the girls were also competing to see who could scream the loudest. Yi Qing Han, I love you. Qin Huai, go out with me. Cheng Feng Sect, take first place for us this year. But there were also a few who said coldly, the number one cultivation sect is obviously our asking sword sect. In a corner of the viewing area, 3 elders of the Changming sect were looking around. Elder Zhao anxiously asked, why haven't Yi Qiao and the others arrived yet? Could they have overslept? At this moment, a streak of light flashed by, carried by the wind, and a sharp-eyed person pointed upwards and shouted, look, Changming sect is here. Yi Qiao and her group were seen flying on swords in the sky. Yi Qiao was in the front, controlling the flying sword. Mu Zongyi behind her couldn't help but sigh. We finally made it. Who would have thought we'd oversleep on such an important day? At this moment, Yi Qiao suddenly braked hard, yelling, stop, causing the senior brothers behind her to stumble. Mu Zongyi, caught by senior brother Xieyu, hadn't yet recovered when he exclaimed, hey, hey, hey. Yi Qiao suddenly withdrew her flying sword, leaving them suspended in midair. Mu Zongyi said, why did you stop so suddenly? After that, Yi Qiao's group quickly landed, not forgetting to strike handsome poses. Everyone who saw this scene was speechless. Yi Qiao and her senior brothers were puzzled. She looked around and asked, why is everyone looking at us? Hearing this, Mu Zongyi raised his hand in a narcissistic pose and said, maybe it's because we're too handsome. Just then, Chu Xingyun appeared behind them. Idiots, we're in the wrong place. This is the Yu Qing Sects seating area. This made both Yi Qiao and Mu Zongyi blush. Standing behind them, Elder Zhao gritted his teeth and called out, Yi Qiao. Mu Zongyi, Qin Fan could only helplessly slap her forehead, thinking, it's over. We've lost face at the Grand Assembly. But Mu Zongyi and the others didn't care, thinking smugly, as long as we're not embarrassed, the embarrassed ones are the others. It's just the wrong seats. What's the big deal? Seeing their appearance, the people around them mocked, those idiots who went to the wrong seats. Are they from Changming Sect? This is hilarious. Changming Sect is really interesting this time. Watching Yi Qiao confidently walk forward, those people gossiped, I heard their junior sister only reached foundation establishment this year, and her spiritual root is only mid-grade. They're definitely going to lose. Suddenly, Chu Xingji stood in front of Yi Qiao's group, wanting to mock them. But before he could finish speaking, her senior brothers walked right past him, completely ignoring him, making him flush with anger. Chu Xingji angrily pinched his philtrum, screaming internally, just wait until we're in the secret realm. I'll definitely make you Changming Sect people pay. At this moment, a shout from Duan Xingdao suddenly rang out from the stands, calling Yi Qiao's name. Hearing someone call her name, Yi Qiao turned around to look. Seeing this, Duan Xingdao responded arrogantly. He faced a group of people dressed in purple. Yi Qiao immediately covered her eyes with her hand, exclaiming, too purple. Seeing his junior sister acting so childishly, Qin Huai flicked Duan Xingdao on the head and said, behave yourself. At this moment, a series of thoughts flashed through Qin Huai's mind. My junior brother went out to cultivate for a while. How did he get mixed up with the Changming Sect people? He's just a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet Xingdao is acting all enthusiastic like a wagging dog. Xingdao turned to his senior brother indignantly and said, you don't understand. He has his own thoughts. Then, someone from the stand shouted, hello everyone. He was clearly the commentator. The exciting, highly anticipated Sect competition is about to begin. He gestured towards the screen, introducing it to everyone. Next, the Shadow Stone will broadcast the situation inside the secret realm live for everyone. Please look at the big screen. He continued to point at the forest, his mouth constantly describing the competition venue. The participating disciples have all been randomly placed within the Void Secret Realm. Currently, it is nighttime within the realm, with low temperatures and high humidity. The image shifted to Yi Qiao, standing before a majestic mountain landscape, and she sneezed, feeling the chill. Seeing that Yi Qiao seemed to be getting sick, senior brother Xieyu asked worriedly, junior sister, are you all right? Yi Qiao replied, I'm fine. I just didn't expect it to be this cold in the secret realm. But our luck isn't bad. We landed in the same place. Senior brother Xieyu didn't deny it, but said, indeed, I just used my divine sense to check the surroundings, and there's no immediate danger. However, we should still quickly find the other disciples and regroup. Yi Xiao used a branch to clear the path ahead as she spoke. Then I'll clear the path, and third senior brother can use your divine sense to search for the others. This is their first time participating in such a large competition, so they don't really understand the rules. Could you explain them to me, third senior brother? Hearing Yi Xiao's question, Xiaoyu enthusiastically explained, it's mainly about hunting demonic beasts. The team with the highest number of kills wins. He recited the rules as if he had memorized them by heart. The identity tokens represent each person's status. If you accidentally damage it, you'll be eliminated. The jade slip in your hand displays the ranking of the participants from each sect. Currently, Yi Qinghan is in first place, followed by Qin Huai from Chengfeng Sect and Song Hanqing in third. Yi Xiao seemed to have grasped the general idea after listening. Being an old soul, Yi Xiao didn't pay much attention to these things. After all, there were still 5 days left. She'd let them hunt first. Senior brother Xiaoyu added, let's hide for now. Unexpectedly, all of this was being recorded. The people in front of the screen burst into laughter after hearing their conversation. Asking Sword Sect was engaged in fierce battles, fighting for their lives. Yet when it came to Changming's sect, it turned into a scene of 2 old people taking a stroll. Seeing his disciples like this, Elder Zhao's face immediately darkened. Clearly, senior brother Xiaoyu used to be a straightforward young man. So why had he become so lacking in fighting spirit? Elder Duan Yu's expression beside him wasn't much better. Xiaoyu is still alright, but that Yi Xiao is only a foundation establishment. She doesn't look like she can protect Xiaoyu at all. He thought, compared to talisman cultivators, alchemists are even harder to protect themselves. They can only provide Danielle for their teammates. In a fight, they're completely useless. On another part of the large screen, Chu Xingji appeared. Everyone immediately started buzzing with discussion. Chu Xingji is chasing after someone in the direction of the Changming sect. Does he want to settle the score with someone from the Changming sect? The onlookers pointed and discussed nonstop. On the Changming sect side, there's only senior brother Xiaoyu and a foundation establishment female disciple. It seems like they'll be the first ones eliminated this time. What a pity. In the forest, Yi Xiao, still unaware of the impending disaster, calmly asked Xiaoyu, by the way, senior brother 3, do you have a pill furnace? Can I take a look? Xiaoyu, unconcerned with what his junior sister wanted to do, directly took out his pill furnace and replied, of course I do. Seeing the pill furnace before her, Yi Xiao said excitedly, this must be very heavy, right? Enlarged. It must weigh 100 pounds. I feel like I could try it out myself. Hearing these shocking words, he stammered, try what? Yi Xiao didn't rush to explain, only revealing, just follow my instructions later, senior brother Xiaoyu. Having said that, Yi Xiao sank into her own thoughts. I must let senior brother 3 survive until the end of the secret realm. I can't let him be the first one eliminated like in the original story. Chu Xingji looked down at Yi Xiao from the darkness. Taking advantage of her inattention, he thought, Xiaoyu and Yi Xiao have fallen into my hands. You're out of luck. After saying that, he charged towards where senior brother Xiaoyu and Yi Xiao were standing. As if sensing Chu Xingji's malicious intent, the two simultaneously looked up at the sky. Then Yi Xiao said, careful. Luckily, the two of them managed to retreat a step in time, dodging Chu Xingji's sword. Facing this aggressive young man, a loud explosion rang out, accompanied by a thick cloud of dust. Seeing how weak the two were, Chu Xingji said smugly, are Chu Xingyun and Zhongyi not here? Yi Xiao retorted irritably, isn't that obvious? If they were here, would it be your turn to act so arrogant? Provoked by these words, Chu Xingji's face darkened as he said, you're about to be eliminated and you're still talking big. He continued to condense his chi, a red light gathering in his palm. But don't worry too much. You won't be lonely with your senior brother accompanying you. Finishing his sentence, Chu Xingji quickly charged towards Xiaoyu. He struck a palm towards Xiaoyu's waist. Fortunately, Xiaoyu dodged in time, causing Chu Xingji to miss. Before he could turn around, Chu Xingji struck another palm, hitting senior brother Xiaoyu's leg, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Seeing this, Yi Xiao shouted, Oh no, he can't dodge. Senior Brother 3, where's your pill furnace? Hearing Yi Qiao's words, Senior Brother Xie had no choice but to take out his divine pill furnace. Without a word, he enlarged the pill furnace and launched it straight at Chu Xingji. Struck in the face by the pill furnace, Chu Xingji immediately flew back 80 meters. Defeated, he lay on the ground thinking, don't they say that pill refiners are all weak and incapable of protecting themselves? Seeing Xie use overbearing actions, Steward Lao Yu asked Elder Zhao doubtfully, are all the pill cultivators from Changming's sect this savage? Elder Zhao coughed awkwardly, pretending to clear his throat, thinking to himself, just now, that girl Yi Qiao shouted the command, and then Xie Yu made his move. Even a veteran like him was curious who taught that girl that trick. Everyone standing before the large screen laughed and said in unison, although the starting point is unethical, theoretically, this idea is feasible. It's strange but brilliant. Back in the forest, Yi Qiao walked over to Chu Xingji and began to interrogate him. Who do you think will be eliminated first? She poked Chu Xingji's forehead as she spoke, much to his annoyance. Chu Xingji, irritated, was just about to retort, you, when Senior Brother Xie stuffed a wind spirit pill into his mouth. Caught completely off guard, Chu Xingji swallowed the pill. As soon as he reacted, he started to complain, how dare you, Xie? You actually fed me a wind spirit pill. He thought to himself, Xieyu's movements were too chaotic just now. The pill furnace can change size. It suddenly enlarged and smashed towards me. How could I react in time? Xie and Yi Qiao exchanged sly smiles. Yi Qiao said, we're not just feeding you a wind spirit pill, we're going to use you. She thought, using a good-for-nothing, how environmentally friendly. After the intense battle, Yi Qiao grabbed Chu Xingji by the collar and dragged him along the ground, showing him no respect whatsoever. Chu Xingji's face darkened, and he could only yell, Yi Qiao. He angrily raised his head and asked her, why didn't you just destroy my identity token directly? Who are you humiliating? He could only helplessly cry out, besides, I won't collude with you in your mischief. Don't even think about using me. Yi Qiao, brimming with enthusiasm, tossed Chu Xingji's identity token up and down as she said, don't be like that. Let's go find Song Hanqing and play around. She then bent down next to Chu Xingji, maintaining a maternal expression as she said, all you need to do is obstruct him. Chu Xingji vehemently protested, you're dreaming. I'd rather die than listen to you. Who do you think you are? He angrily thought, Xie is one thing, but Yi Qiao is only at the foundation establishment stage. How dare she order me around? Seeing that this kid was hopeless, Yi Qiao waved Chu Xingji's identity token and asked, you don't agree. She suddenly paused and gave a bewitching smile. Fine then. Her eyes sharpened like knives. Then, when you get out, you'll be the 5 Sects disciple eliminated from this year's competition, eliminated right from the start. Then she giggled and said to him directly, the very first one. Every word she spoke was clearly reasoned. Your swordsmanship talent may not be the worst, but at least in the elimination round, you'll be the first, right? Hearing Yi Qiao's words, Chu Xingji's face paled. He suddenly thought of the scene of being ridiculed by others in the future, and his pupils seemed to tremble slightly. Chu Xingji thought to himself, this is too embarrassing. I can imagine how those idle gossipers in the cultivation world will mock me after I get out. Thinking of this, he clapped his hands and spoke to himself. Chu Xingji's mind suddenly became extremely clear, and he said to Yi Qiao, I've thought it over. I've decided to cooperate with you. Chu Xingji asked dejectedly, but do you know where Song Hanqing is? He thought to himself, I need to at least drag Song Hanqing down with me, so I won't lose so much face. Yi Qiao, completely satisfied, smiled and replied, of course. Inwardly, she thought, according to the original story, while the male and female leads are having their romantic rendezvous, Song Hanqing is diligently hunting demonic beasts in the secret realm. Sighing, she thought, sometimes I really sympathize with him. He's risking his life, fighting for the glory of his sect, while his junior sister runs off for a romantic date. On the other side of the forest, the sounds of fighting echoed through the night. After a fierce battle, Song Hanqing stood there, panting from exhaustion. Chu Xingji, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, suddenly called out, Song Hanqing. Startled, Song Hanqing remained cautious. He turned and asked, what are you doing here? Chu Xingji feigned ignorance, replying, nothing, I just came to find you to cooperate. He continued to play dumb, explaining, we can join forces. He thought to himself, although I don't want to follow Yi Chao's plan at all, I'm already under their thumb. If I can drag the Weqing sect down with me before I'm eliminated, it won't be a complete loss. Song Hanqing responded coldly. Reason. He then thought, the Asking Sword sect is currently at the top of the rankings. If nothing unexpected happens, the first place position should be secure. Clenching his fist, he thought, Chu Xingji coming to me now must mean he has some ulterior motive. To lure his prey into the trap without raising too much suspicion, Chu Xingji said with a serious expression, let's cooperate and get revenge on Yi Qiao. Hearing this, Song Hanqing seemed to waver, asking, oh, tell me more. At the viewing area, everyone was discussing excitedly, almost dying of laughter. Just how many disciples has the Changming sect's junior sister offended? They were all puzzled by Song Hanqing's initial disinterest when Yi Qiao was mentioned, followed by a sudden interest. Oh, tell me more. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Yi Qiao were watching from above. This is the first time I've seen such an exciting match. Don't stop. We're enjoying this. Yi Qiao, who was sitting, suddenly tensed. She thought it's time. She jumped down, shouting, Song Hanqing, I'm here. Fortunately, Song Hanqing reacted quickly and dodged Yi Qiao's attack. He immediately thought, damn it, ambushed by Yi Qiao again. I have to use a teleportation talisman to escape. As he spoke, he pulled out a talisman. At the same time, Yi Qiao retreated. After dodging him, she turned to Chu Xingji and said, Chu Xingji, what are you standing around for? He's trying to escape. Catch him. Chu Xingji, meanwhile, looked bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Chu Xingji froze for a moment before reacting, then immediately charged towards Song Hanqing, tackling him to the ground. Song Hanqing asked in shock, what? Pinned down by Chu Xingji, Song Hanqing's face was contorted in frustration, while Chu Xingji grinned, relieved that he wasn't the first one eliminated. Yi Qiao then gleefully took the identity token from Song Hanqing. Ignoring Song Hanqing's pleas to stop, she unceremoniously crushed both his and Chu Xingji's identity tokens. A voice suddenly rang out in the night sky. Song Hanqing eliminated. Chu Xingji eliminated. On the other side of the forest, Chu Xingyun and Ming Xian were puzzled. Why were Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji eliminated so early? Chu Xingyun spoke. That was fast. He continued to express his doubts. Normally, the first ones to be eliminated should be the newer cultivators. Ming Xian had similar questions and asked. The first ones eliminated were Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji. Could it be that the Asking Sword sect and the Moonclear sect encountered each other and ruthlessly attacked, destroying each other's identity cards upon meeting? Back with Yi Qiao, Song Hanqing lay sprawled on the ground, listlessly thinking, I've lost the will to live. This is so frustrating. He yelled at Yi Qiao. It was you? You ordered Chu Xingji. Yi Qiao, with the air of a victor, replied, no, don't wrongly accuse me. We were accomplices. As she spoke, she thought, how can a mutually beneficial situation be called an order? She bent down in front of Song Hanqing, mocking him. Senior brother Song, has no one ever told you the importance of teamwork in the Grand Secret Realm? Hearing this, Song Hanqing nearly coughed up blood in anger. He thought, who would cooperate with their enemy? If I hadn't known about the tension between Chu Xingji and Yi Qiao, I wouldn't have let my guard down. He then looked up at Yi Qiao. Why did Chu Xingji listen to you? Hearing Hanqing's question, Yi Qiao cheerfully replied, maybe he felt lonely being eliminated alone and wanted to bring someone along for company. As she spoke, she made a heart shape with her hands. This is called two direct disciples, hand in hand, walking the path of elimination together. She left Hanqing fuming. Suddenly, a light emanated from Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji. With a whooshing sound, the two were teleported out of the competition area. Someone in the crowd suddenly asked, Song Hanqing, how does it feel to be the first eliminated? His face paled with anger, and he clenched his trembling fists. Then he suddenly turned to look at Chu Xingji. Song Hanqing raised his fist, wanting to hit Chu Xingji. He thought, if it weren't for this brat stabbing me in the back, I definitely wouldn't have been eliminated so easily. But Chu Xingji quickly dodged Song Hanqing's attack and said, why are you hitting me? Yi Qiao ordered me. I was threatened by her too. Chu Xingji then looked apologetically at Hanqing and said, How about this? Next time we enter the secret realm, we'll cooperate and deal with Yi Qiao first. How about that? Having been tricked by Chu Xingji once, Song Hanqing felt extremely resentful. He coldly said, "Get lost." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, thinking, if I believe Chu Xingji again, I'm a dog. Yi Qiao held her identity card and looked at the sect rankings. She said, currently, Asking Sword Sect is ranked first, Changfeng Sect is second, and Moonclear's Sect remains in third place. At this moment, she was lost in thought, contemplating her plan. Song Hanqing has been eliminated, and Yun Shuo is probably busy with Yi Qin Han right now, too preoccupied to chase the rankings. Senior brother Xie suddenly asked, speaking of which, I've always felt that the speed of that Moonclear Sect disciple is quite fast, abnormally so. Senior brother Xie, feeling puzzled, turned to Yi Qiao and asked, in this case, it's either drug abuse or some kind of fortuitous encounter. As he spoke, he thought Golden Core in half a year. There's no one stranger than her in this world of cultivation. After he finished speaking, Yi Qiao suddenly remembered what Yunin had said. Go catch grasshoppers and deliver them to the apothecaries for refining, then deliver the finished product to Ferong Pavilion. Recalling Yun Yin's words, Yi Qiao thought that her spiritual roots must have been damaged before and then somehow healed. Thinking of this, she could only sigh. After all, it wasn't strange for Yun Yin to have some kind of fortuitous encounter. The image of Yun Shuo flashed through Yi Qiao's mind. Perhaps there was even some demon king or ghost lord who had proactively formed a pact with her. As long as the beast contract was strong enough, anyone could advance by relying on a powerful patron. Suddenly, her expression turned blank. Speaking of this, does she tease the little bird sleeping on her head? I still don't know what kind of creature King Deku is. Besides eating and sleeping, it basically does nothing. In the blink of an eye, the sky had brightened. It was already the second day. Yi Qiao and senior brother Xie Yu ran to Ming Xian. She called out loudly, second senior brother, after chasing you all morning, I finally found you. After speaking, she looked around for the others, were eldest senior brother and fourth senior brother. Ming Xian, fanning himself, replied, I haven't seen Mu Zongyi since we entered the secret realm. Eldest senior brother went hunting demonic beasts. Suddenly, a monstrous killing intent radiated from Ming Xian. He said, eldest senior brother said our faction has only killed 53 demonic beasts. He couldn't stand that number and wanted to go gather enough to make it 100. He suddenly sneered, oh right. Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji were eliminated on the first day. Hearing this, Yi Qiao couldn't help but boast to him, you know, that was my doing. As they were talking, senior brother Xie, you suddenly noticed someone approaching them. Someone's coming. 2 golden cores. Ming Xian also seemed to feel uneasy. He said, if they're sword cultivators, we're in trouble. Faced with everyone's worry, Ming Xian voiced his thoughts. Just now, when I was with eldest senior brother, I wasn't afraid of anything. But now, junior sister is at the foundation establishment stage. Third junior brother is an alchemist, and the only one with any real fighting ability is me. While the three of them were talking, 2 figures gradually approached from afar. These 2 people were none other than Qin Huai and Duan Xingdao. Qin Huai, drawing his sword, said, fancy meeting you all here. What a coincidence. Standing behind him, Duan Xingdao was extremely excited to see Yi Qiao. Qin Huai didn't stop, turning to scold his junior brother. You're the disappointing junior brother I've heard so much about. Always talking about Yi Qiao. Hearing Qin Huai's words, Yi Qiao panicked. This situation wasn't good. Her expression suddenly turned grim. She thought to herself, Qin Huai is a golden core sword cultivator. The 3 of us together are probably no match for him. Thinking this, Yi Qiao turned to look at her 2 senior brothers and said, give me your identity tokens. I'll come back and save you later. Hearing Yi Qiao's words, Ming Xian and senior brother Xie showed their trust in her by handing over their identity badges to her and saying in unison, all right. Seeing this, Qin Huai revealed a look of disdain, thinking it foolish to entrust the badges to a foundation establishment cultivator, unless this Yi Qiao truly possessed some special ability. Yi Qiao retorted, I don't think I've offended you. At the same time, she recalled her previous experience in the secret realm, where she and Duan Xingdao had coexisted relatively peacefully. Qin Huai smiled and replied, of course not. The conversation was so tense that Duan Xingdao, standing beside them, kept observing both sides, worried that one of them would make the first move. Qin Huai suddenly gave a wicked smile and said, but to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, you should still be eliminated. As he spoke, he raised his sword, pointing it at Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao stealthily glanced at Ming Xian, thinking, second senior brother is setting up the formation. I have to buy him some time. Suddenly, she raised her hands in front of Qin Huai and said, I was wrong. She clasped her hands together, her face full of remorse. How about we negotiate? Despite hearing Yi Qiao's plea, Qin Huai remained resolute in his decision not to spare her. He raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy, causing gusts of wind to swirl around him. Suddenly, 3 swords appeared in front of Qin Huai, and he declared, You are definitely going to die today. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 swords shot towards Yi Qiao, Xie Yu, and Ming Xian like rockets. Just at that moment, Ming Xian finished channeling his spiritual energy and threw 3 talismans towards the incoming swords. The talismans formed a circle around Qin Huai, then suddenly transformed into a chain barrier, trapping Qin Huai inside. After being trapped, his expression darkened, and he thought to himself, I forgot about that troublesome talisman cultivator. Trapped within the barrier, Qin Huai was extremely uncomfortable, repeatedly pounding on it with his hands. Yi Qiao outside the barrier stuck out her tongue mockingly. What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. Inside the barrier, Qin Huai seemed to be on the verge of a furious outburst, but he was powerless. He could only grit his teeth and think. Junior brother was right. This person is truly detestable. At the same time, Ming Xian, standing beside her, anxiously said to Yi Qiao, Come here quickly, stop playing around. While Duan Xingdao was thinking of a way to help Qin Huai, Yi Qiao quickly ran away. Despite his fondness for Yi Qiao, Duan Xingdao still stopped her from escaping. Don't even think about running. Duan Xingdao thought that in the competition, regardless of who the opponent was, he couldn't show mercy. As he spoke, he cast a spell, causing a red ribbon to chase after Yi Qiao, attempting to capture her. Seeing this, Yi Qiao was worried about being caught. Fortunately, senior brother Xie Yu quickly came up with a plan to help Yi Qiao escape. He shouted, To the alchemy furnace. Just then, Duan Xingdao's ribbon flew towards and wrapped around Xie Yu's alchemy furnace, allowing Yi Qiao to luckily escape. Senior brother Xie Yu smiled happily, thinking, It worked. Yi Qiao was overjoyed at her escape, thinking, Well done, third senior brother. As for Duan Xingdao, seeing this scene, his face was blank with astonishment. Who taught him to use an alchemy furnace like that? While Duan Xingdao was pondering, Yi Qiao quickly slipped away. Yi Qiao ran ahead, with Duan Xingdao chasing after her, like a game of tag. Yi Qiao thought, Using my sword requires me to release it first, adjust my position, and then I can fly. With Duan Xingdao so close behind me, there's no chance to use it. She racked her brains for a way to escape, searching for something external to help. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed the birds flying overhead. A daring idea flashed through her mind. I've got it. Without another word, she conjured a rope. Yi Qiao manipulated the rope, snaring the leg of a bird soaring above. Gripping the rope like a lifeline, she was lifted into the air by the bird. Playfully, she glanced back at Duan Xingdao. Bye-bye, everyone. I'm going on a trip tonight. As he watched in astonishment, Duan Xingdao recognized the rope as the demon-binding rope he had given her. Though aware of its purpose, he could only watch from below, thinking, this thing is meant to automatically bind demonic beasts, not be used like this. The audience watching on the large screen grew even more excited by Yi Qiao's actions. Elder Wang of the Asking Sword Sect seemed amused. Cultivators are certainly different, managing to keep Qin Huai of the Tempest Sect occupied for so long. Not to be outdone, an elder of the Tempest Sect retorted, but none of our Tempest Sect disciples have been eliminated on the first day. Though inwardly annoyed, Elder Wang of the Asking Sword Sect maintained a calm facade. Is that so? Well, even though Chu Xingji was eliminated, isn't the top disciple of the Moonclear Sect still participating? Song Hanqing, overhearing this, was irritated. You two have been arguing for ages, and why does it always end up being our Moonclear Sect that gets hurt? In the secret realm, Yi Qiao, flying further away, called back mockingly, Bye-bye now. Unwilling to let her escape, Duan Xingdao produced a bow and arrow, aiming at the rope Yi Qiao held tight. Just as Duan Xingdao drew back the bowstring, confident of his shot, a voice suddenly rang out, Don't. Ming Xian abruptly shoved Duan Xingdao backward. Duan Xingdao, his face a mask of disbelief, yelled, Hey, hey. Moments later, pinned to the ground, he gritted his teeth. You guys are shameless. You weren't like this before. Ming Xian, holding him down, remained unfazed. With a calm expression, he propped his chin on his hand and asked with a slight smile, "Would having shame prevent us from being eliminated?" As for Yi Qiao, having reached a safe altitude, she began to formulate a plan. She drew her sword, preparing to use a movement technique. With a graceful leap, she mounted her sword and soared into the air. Once stable, she politely addressed the large bird, waving goodbye. "Thanks for the ride." Releasing the rope and undoing the binding, she consulted her map, noting the clearly marked red zone. A cheerful smile spread across her face. "I remember this area has the most demonic beasts. That's where I'll go." The scene shifts to the monster gathering point marked on the map. The monsters raise their noses, sniffing the spiritual energy fluctuations in the air, seeming to have pinpointed the source. The surrounding monsters go into a frenzy, their eyes glowing brightly as they roar and charge in that direction. At this time, Yi Qiao is still flying swiftly on her sword. Landing safely, Yi Qiao holds the severing edge, strikes a pose, winks, and says to herself, "Don't be obsessed with me. I'm just a legend." In the observation area, someone, after hearing Yi Qiao's words, blurts out, "Who's the most reckless person in the cultivation world?" Yi Qiao deserves the top spot. At this moment, Yi Qiao on the screen, after her self-admiration, smiles mysteriously, preparing to do something. Another person observing wonders, "I just want to ask, what is she planning?" That posture clearly doesn't bode well. As for Mu Zongyi, he looks off into the distance and sees someone flying on a sword, pursued by a horde of various monsters. Looking closer, Mu Zongyi recognizes the person and exclaims in surprise, "It's little junior sister." He pauses, then, as if realizing something, remarks, "This scene feels familiar." Worried that his junior sister might get hurt, Mu Zongyi glances back at Chu Xingyun and says, "Senior brother, let's go find little junior sister." Chu Xingyun doesn't say much, calmly replying, With his senior brother's agreement, the two quickly fly towards Yi Qiao on their swords. Mu Zongyi, completely disregarding his image, raises his hand and shouts, "Little junior sister." Hearing the call from behind, Yi Qiao turns her head and says cheerfully, "Fourth senior brother, you came at just the right time." She then casually tosses the severing edge to Mu Zongyi, saying, "Catch." Mu Zongyi instinctively catches it easily, but still doesn't understand what's happening. The two look at each other in midair, Mu Zongyi still bewildered, as the monsters change direction and charge towards him. Realizing the danger, Mu Zongyi remembers and quickly throws the severing edge back to Yi Qiao, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. Yi Qiao and Mu Zongyi, on their swords, toss the severing edge back and forth, making the monsters dizzy as they follow its trajectory. Chu Xingyun, watching this from afar, reveals an amused expression, thinking to himself, "I want to play too." In the midst of their game, Yi Qiao suddenly remembers something, furrows her brow, and shouts loud enough for both her senior brothers to hear. "Right? There's something very important I need to tell you." She continues, "Second senior brother and third senior brother have been captured by people from the Changfeng Sect." Hearing this, Chu Xingyun and Mu Zongyi's expressions darken, their brows furrowed with worry. Back with Ming Xian and Xieyu, they are currently tied up by Qin Huai. Ming Xian isn't afraid. Instead, he calmly says, "We don't have identity tokens. Are you sure you want to continue wasting time with us?" He pauses, his eyes filled with pride, emphasizing each word. "I'm warning you. Our little junior sister will come back and beat you to death." Xieyu, beside him, nods with a smile, echoing, "Beat you to death." Qin Huai furrows his brow, laughing in anger, and asks with his arms crossed, "Quite confident, aren't you? You're actually still holding on to hope in her. What could she possibly do?" Hearing Qin Huai's words, Duan Xingdao worriedly stepped forward to Chan Can, hesitantly asking, "Should we just leave?" Duan Xingdao frowned with worry, thinking to himself, "We didn't get the identification cards anyway. Staying here gives me a bad feeling." Hearing this, Qin Huai glared angrily at Xingdao and retorted sharply, "Absolutely not." He continued irritably to Duan Xingdao, "Her senior brothers are in my hands. I don't believe she won't come back." Just then, behind Qin Huai and his companions, a figure appeared, flying swiftly on a sword. As soon as Qin Huai finished speaking, Yi Qiao appeared above everyone, severing edge in hand, and shouted, "Second senior brother, third senior brother, I'm here to save you." Seeing Yi Qiao flying on her sword, Ming Xian happily waved and replied with delight, I didn't expect Junior Sister to be so fast. But what is she holding in her hand? Xie looked closely and concluded, it looks like the Thieu Hoakan she usually wears on her hip. Qin Huai sneered, his eyes sharp as he said each word, so you dare to fly towards me. He then gripped his sword tightly and said, since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me for being impolite. Before Qin Huai could make a move, he was startled because behind Yi Qiao were countless monsters of all kinds, rapidly flying towards them. As they got closer, Qin Huai realized that many of the monsters were powerful, and he wondered, monsters? Seeing such a large number, and all of them powerful, Qin Huai's legs trembled. He froze for a few seconds, his eyes wide, as the horde of monsters surged before him. Qin Huai frowned, both worried and puzzled. Why are there so many monsters? Without another word, Qin Huai quickly turned and grabbed Duan Xingdao, pulling him as he ran, and yelled, retreat. As they ran into the forest, Qin Huai couldn't help but wonder, why did so many monsters suddenly appear? With this staggering number, Xingdao and I can't possibly defeat them. Yi Qiao had no intention of letting them go. She chased after them, shouting, hey, where do you think you're going? She was about to taunt them further when a giant python suddenly appeared behind her, its gaping red maw revealing long fangs as it lunged towards her. Just as it was about to attack, Mu Zongyi appeared out of nowhere and swiftly used the Qing Feng Ju technique to slice off the giant python's head. Mu Zongyi said sternly, don't even think about harming my junior sister. The scene shifted to Ming Xian and Xie. The two smiled as they watched Chu Xingyan untie them, repeatedly saying, thank you, senior brother. Outside the observation area, everyone was discussing animatedly. A female elder sipped her tea and clicked her tongue in admiration. It was the first time she had seen such seamless teamwork. The female elder continued, glancing at Elder Duan beside her. Changming's sect has truly trained its disciples well. Elder Duan Yu's face was still filled with astonishment. The Changfeng sect elder frowned and said, I've noticed that the spiritual sense of that girl, Yi Qiao, seems different from ordinary sword cultivators. He then turned to Elder Zhao with a puzzled look. Are you certain she's a sword cultivator? He thought to himself, only talisman cultivators or alchemists could achieve such spiritual sense intensity. Elder Zhao also found this puzzling. In the next moment, Elder Zhao regained his composure. He glanced coldly at the other elder and said irritably, what do you mean? Didn't that girl have a sword in her hand? Didn't she use the Changming Sect's sword technique? Inwardly, however, he was still displeased, thinking that they were suspecting his sect of hiding their true strength. The Changfeng sect elder cautiously looked at the still furious Elder Zhao and sighed. This old Zhao still hasn't calmed down. It's not like dual cultivation of sword and talismans is unheard of in the cultivation world, though it is rare. He then secretly speculated, but it seems he doesn't know about this. Back in the secret realm, Yi Qiao was still determined to continue her teasing. She flew on her sword, chasing after the two brothers, Qin Huai and Duan Xingdao, who were running for their lives. A horde of demonic beasts followed behind her. Qin Huai roared angrily, stay away from me. As he ran desperately, he yelled, if we weren't in this secret realm, I definitely wouldn't let you get away with this. Yi Qiao paid him no mind, speeding up to Qin Huai's side and saying with a wicked smile, it's all right. After you're eliminated, you can come back for revenge with Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji. I've already thought of a name for you guys, the Revenge Alliance. Seeing that Qin Huai didn't reply, she leaned closer, asking with a grin, what do you think? Good, right? By this point, Qin Huai's face had darkened with rage. Meanwhile, in the observation area, Song Hanqing and Chu Xingji both wore expressions of helplessness. They reluctantly thought to themselves, thanks a lot. Back in the secret realm, in the distance, Yin Shuo witnessed a rather peculiar scene. Yi Qiao was enthusiastically chasing after Qin Huai and Duan Xingdao. Yin Shuo exclaimed in surprise, its second senior sister and the people from Changfeng sect. Yi Qiao, Qin Huai, and Duan Xingdao, in the midst of their intense chase, also spotted Yi Qinghan, Yin Shuo, and their group in the distance. A cunning smile appeared on Yi Qiao's face. I didn't expect the people from Wenjian's sect to be here too. What a coincidence. A plan began to form in her mind. Without another word, she immediately changed direction on her sword, flying towards Yi Qinghan and Yin Shuo's group. The two looked up at her with puzzled expressions. Following Yi Qiao's change in direction, the horde of of demonic beasts also swiftly charged towards Yi Qinghan's group, letting out ferocious roars that echoed throughout the area. Yin Shuo fearfully hid behind Yi Qinghan, crying out, "So many demonic beasts. It's terrifying." Without a word, Yi Qinghan drew his sword and began fiercely slaying the demonic beasts, yelling, "Scatter." He looked at the scene before him, thinking in confusion, why are there so many demonic beasts? It's like they're never-ending, coming in wave after wave. Yi Qiao intentionally circled Yi Qinghan and Yun Shuo a few times, drawing Yun Shuo's attention. Suddenly, Yun Shuo understood. He pointed angrily at Yi Qiao and shouted, "It's her. Senior brother Yi. She led the demonic beasts here." He thought to himself, earlier, those demonic beasts searching for treasures kept rubbing against that staff. That staff definitely has something to do with this. After assessing the situation, Yi Qinghan ordered, "There are too many demonic beasts. We'll retreat for now." Upon receiving the order, the Wenjian Sect disciples and Yun Shuo immediately turned and fled. Seeing this, Yi Qiao pursued them on her sword, taunting loudly, "Why are you running? Weren't you talking about eliminating us?" She laughed triumphantly and continued, come on. I have 3 core disciple identity tokens on me. Don't be shy. Come and get me." Qin Huai gritted his teeth in anger, thinking despicable. This Yi Qiao is utterly despicable. Unlike his senior brother Qin Huai, Duan Xingdao beside him had tears in his eyes. He thought helplessly, being friends with Yi Qiao and joining her in tormenting the Yueqing sect is truly enjoyable, but being her opponent is truly miserable. As if the decisive moment had arrived, Yi Qiao stopped her sword flight and hovered midair. Then, she turned and launched an attack, thinking to herself, it's time to increase the demon beast kill count for the Changming sect. Yi Qiao decisively struck, instantly slicing the giant python into several pieces. Simultaneously, she landed on the ground. Upon landing, Yi Qiao tossed a magical tool towards Chu Xingyun, saying, "Senior brother, catch." Chu Xingyun replied softly with an affirmative sound and happily reached out to catch it, thinking to himself, finally, it's my turn to play. He then swiftly moved away, his movements as fast as the wind. Shouting Wind Tower, Yi Qiao stood stunned, watching. Her eyes shone with admiration as she exclaimed, "Senior brother's Wind Tower has reached the highest realm." Lost in thought, Yi Qiao didn't notice the demon beast attacking her from behind. Fortunately, Mu Zongi reacted in time, slaying the beast and saving her from danger. He asked in bewilderment, "What were you spacing out for, junior sister?" Mu Zongi looked around excitedly, saying, "This is exciting. So much fun." Having said that, he quickly charged forward to fight the demon beasts. His fighting spirit grew with each passing moment. He declared loudly, "I've decided to play until the secret realm closes." Zongi had never felt so satisfied. Raising his sword, he thought triumphantly, "Before, in the great secret realm, we were chased to the brink of despair by the direct disciples of other sections. This time, we finally turned the tables. Congratulations to us." During the day, countless swords rained down from the void above the secret realm. Below, the demon beasts, along with the people from the Changfeng sect and Wenjian sect, were still desperately fleeing. Ming Xian suddenly exclaimed, as expected of junior sister, "This is probably the first time since eldest sister started, thousands of years ago, that someone has single-handedly chased the direct disciples of 3 sects until they ran for their lives." Lost in her own thoughts, Yi Qiao shouted, "Second senior brother, third senior brother, what are you two still standing around for? Go and leech off Yi Qinghan." Xie and Ming Xian both stared blankly and asked, "Leech what?" Yi Qiao explained rapidly, gesturing with her hands, "You know the last hit, right? When Yi Qinghan is about to kill a demon beast, you two suddenly appear behind him, right before his finishing blow. That kill will be counted towards our total." Imagine the scene of that pig's head being finished off by Ming Xian before Yi Qinghan's final blow, making him wail and cry. What a vivid image. Xie and Ming Xian, filled with admiration, said, "Master, we've been enlightened." At this moment, in their minds, Yi Qiao appeared as a towering master, radiating a brilliant light. Then, Ming Xian quickly applied invisibility talismans to himself and Xie. At this time, Yi Qinghan had just finished slaying a ferocious demon beast. He paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, looking exhausted. Ming Xian and Xie, using invisibility talismans, rushed to an ambush position behind Yi Qinghan, preparing to steal kills. Their plan was to wait until Yi Qinghan had weakened a demonic beast, then rush in, one releasing talismans, the other throwing his alchemy furnace, to finish it off together, leaving Yi Qinghan bewildered. The number of demonic beasts slain by the two senior brothers steadily accumulated, becoming countless. Their plan a resounding success. The two landed in front of Yi Qinghan. Simultaneously, they turned, gave a thumbs up, and grinned, the image of their kill-stealing antics bordering on comical. Elsewhere in the secret realm, a man held a jade slip, reviewing the status of the various sects. Currently, Changming Sect 2000, Chengfeng Sect 3000, Wenjian Sect 5000. The man was Su Zhua of Yueqing Sect. After hearing his report, everyone was astonished. He voiced his own confusion and worry. How could the kill counts of these three sects rise so rapidly? Were they finding all these demonic beasts? He thought to himself, I've searched every demonic beast lair marked on the map, but they're all empty. It's like every demonic beast in existence has vanished. Meanwhile, in the observation area, a group of men engaged in heated discussion. One exclaimed, "You fools, go find Yi Qiao. She's driven all the demonic beasts away." Another sighed, adding, "If this continues, I have a feeling Yueqing Sect is in serious trouble." Time flew by, and 3 days of the trial passed. With a resounding boom, everyone in the secret realm was transported out. The presiding elder announced, 5 days have elapsed. All direct disciples have been transported out. A large screen appeared before him. He continued, the rankings of the 5 great sects are displayed on this screen. Wenjian Sect 200, Changming Sect 150, Chengfeng Sect 100, Bisui Sect 50, Yueqing Sect 0. As he announced each sect's ranking, Yi Qiao and her group were fully transported out, her 4 senior brothers and junior sister trailing behind her, smugly taking their places in the 2nd and 3rd ranks. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Yi Qiao glanced towards the Wenjian Sect disciples and noticed they were staring at her. She stared back, puzzled. Their eyes met, and Yi Qinghan, suddenly enraged, jumped to his feet and roared, causing those around him to restrain him. "What are you looking at? Are you mocking us?" Others quickly intervened, urging him to calm down. Yi Qiao, seeing this, whistled nonchalantly, her eyes gleaming with smugness. She stopped whistling after a moment, but the smug, mocking expression remained. She continued her provocation, retorting, "Can I celebrate a little?" Her senior brothers echoed her sentiment. "Yeah, what's wrong with us being happy? We're happy that Changming Sect placed 2nd. The observation area remained crowded, even in daylight. Song Hanqing, trembling with rage, clenched his fists and sputtered, You. His outburst immediately drew the attention of both Yi Qiao and Yi Qinghan. Seeing Yi Qinghan's gaze upon her, Yi Qiao turned back and offered another mocking smile, causing his face to pale. Yi Qinghan, suppressing his anger, said coldly, "Let's go." At this time, the people in the stands were still discussing animatedly. Someone said, "Although Asking Sword Sect is in 1st place, why do I feel like they're not as happy about being at the top as Changming Sect is?" Another person couldn't help but sneer, "I think Yi Qinghan is sulking." The person opposite nodded in agreement. In recent years, because of the rise in strength of their direct disciples, the disciples inside and outside Asking Sword Sect have become very arrogant. It's strange they're not sulking, encountering such a tough opponent for the first time. Suddenly, someone remembered something important and asked loudly, "Who did you all bet on to win?" A few people said, "I bet on Asking Sword Sect." Others chimed in, "Chengfeng Sect." Someone disagreed, retorting, "The Talisman cultivators of Yueqing Sect are still very strong." After listening to them, the man stroked his chin and thought for a while, then decided, "Since you've all bet on other sects, I'll bet on Changming Sect." At this moment, the Chengfeng Sect elder's face darkened as he angrily thought about Yi Qiao. "Looking at your performance in the competition, if you obediently return to Yueqing Sect, I might not be unable to forgive your mistakes." The Changming Sect elder looked around, frowned, and asked, "Where's Yi Qiao?" Mu Zongyi, acting as the one who understood his junior sister best, stroked his chin and said, "She's probably asleep. After all that commotion, she must be tired." Late at night, at the lodgings of the participating sects, Yi Qiao was sleeping soundly in bed, having a sweet dream. While she was deep in sleep, Elder Duan Yu suddenly grabbed her by the collar and pulled her up. He said sternly, "Yi Qiao, wake up. Let's review what happened in the secret realm." Yi Chao reluctantly sat cross-legged on the bed, rubbing her eyes. The elder, having no other choice, opened his eyes wide. He began to ask, "What's the deal with the staff in your hand?" Yi Chao didn't hide anything, handing the staff to the elder and slowly explaining, "I picked it up. It's called the seizing segment. I don't know what it is, but it attracts demonic beasts, so it must be something good." The elder took the seizing segment, glanced at it briefly, then began to observe and evaluate it carefully. "I'll go find some artifact refiners later to have a look and see if they can recognize it." Suddenly, the elder shifted his attention to Yi Chao and said with a smile, "And another thing." He grinned, reaching out and patting Yi Chao's small shoulder hard, making a thump-thump sound. "Good job." It made Yi Chao break out in a cold sweat. After saying that, he turned and left. Yi Chao watched his retreating figure, her whole body trembling as she rubbed her shoulder and silently complained, "That hurts." Elder Duan Yu is really strong. At this time, Yi Chao's 4 senior brothers arrived at the door at the same time and asked her solicitously, "Little junior sister, what do you want to eat tonight? Do you want to go to a restaurant to celebrate?" After thinking for a moment, Mu Zongyi stroked his chin and calculated, "But things in Fuxing City are very expensive. A meal will cost at least 100 high-grade spirit stones." After a while, she pondered and said to her senior brothers, "In that case." Yi Chao continued, "Why don't we go find the neighboring sect?" At this moment, her senior brothers still didn't quite understand. Yi Chao's eyes lit up, excitedly imagining herself riding on Song Hanqing as a horse, him angrily but helplessly below, while she held the reins and extorted him, saying, "Song Hanqing still owes us money. We'll take his spirit stones, and after a while, it won't hurt so much anymore." A moment later, the night sky outside remained quiet. Xiaoyu, breaking out in a cold sweat at the sight of his junior sister's expression, asked, "How much does he owe you?" Yi Chao quickly held out her hand and counted 1, 2, 3. After counting for a while, she pouted and said, "More than 100,000 high-grade spirit stones." Hearing this, even Kang Duk-ku, perched on her shoulder, was startled, let alone her senior brothers. The 3 senior brothers were utterly shocked, screaming internally, "What? Heavens! More than 100,000! This kid!" Ming Xian was the first to regain his composure. He grabbed Yi Chao's hand and said, let's go. We're going to collect that debt." Then, Ming Xian angrily pulled her along, gnashing his teeth. "So many spirit stones. We can't let the Lunar Clear Sect get away with this." After a few steps, someone tugged on their clothes. It was Xiaoyu, who hesitantly asked, "Wait, if we go to collect the debt this late, won't they do something to us?" Only then did Yi Chao and Ming Xian pause to consider. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and continued, "Moreover, if we go to their door like this, it will be considered provocation and we'll lose competition points." Suddenly, someone struck a gong that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It was Mu Zongyi, who excitedly held up the gong and said, "Well, isn't it simple then? Use this." Then Mu Zongyi proudly explained, "We'll bang the gong in front of their door." I don't believe the Lunar Clear Sect can lose face like that. Seiyu thought for a bit and said, "That's not quite right. If we do that, we might be held collectively responsible." Their eldest senior brother, who had been leaning against the wall observing and listening from afar, seemed to have an idea. He calmly glanced at everyone and said, "It's all right. We're second place." Hearing this, Ming Xian nodded in agreement. "That's right. We just won second place for the sect. Master won't punish us for this." Yi Chao, standing beside them, also nodded vigorously. Right. After their pep talk, Ming Xian became emboldened. He pulled out some talismans and said with a mischievous grin, "I have sound amplification talismans. We'll use these to shout." Seeing the toys, Mu Zongyi's eyes widened with excitement as he volunteered, Me, give them to me. I'll shout." At this moment, the Lunar Clear Sect's courtyard was quiet. Inside a room, Song Hanqing frowned and roared, "Are you crazy? You dared to enter the Void Secret Realm with someone from the Asking Sword Sect." It turned out Hanqing was talking to Van Thwok. He continued, "We are rival sections. Do you understand? The moment Qing Han makes a move, you'll be the first to be eliminated." Then, she feigned a pitiful cry and said, "I'm sorry." Her image in Song Hanqing's eyes seemed to glow. That light stunned Song Hanqing, and his anger immediately dissipated. He sighed helplessly and instructed, "All right, fine. The next round is the ancient battlefield. You're not allowed to be with the Asking Sword Sect anymore, understand?" Van Thwok maintained her expression and softly replied, "Yes." Song Hanqing regained a serious expression and continued, "And as for that Yi Chao, has our Lunar Clear Sect ever had such a shameless person before? He thought to himself, if his sect really had someone like Yi Qiao before, considering her capabilities, there's no reason he wouldn't have known about her until now. Van Thwok, hearing this question, also nodded, recalling Yi Qiao's past demeanor, and replied, Second senior sister was always quiet. I don't know why she changed so completely after going down the mountain. Before she finished speaking, a sudden commotion erupted outside, startling the birds into flight. Then someone shouted, the Lunar Clear Sect owes debts and won't pay. This startled both Song Hanqing and Van Thwok. Mu Zongi banged the gong again, excitedly yelling, the Lunar Clear Sect owes debts and won't pay. Another clang of the gong. Xiaoyu exclaimed, struck by thunder and lightning. After a dramatic pause, to add to the momentum, Ming Xian continued Xiaoyu's line with indignant fury, worse than pigs and dogs. Another rhythmic pause. Yi Qiao finished with utterly shameless. The gong now served as a beat for our rapping group, letting them rap to their heart's content. Chu Xingyun, shaking with suppressed laughter, tears streaming down his face, finally burst out laughing. Then, covering his face with his hand, he muttered, hold it in, thinking to himself, everyone's even adding idioms, why am I here? People from other sects curiously came out to see the commotion. A man asked in confusion, what's going on? Two women from another sect tilted their heads and looked out, wondering, has the demon lord invaded the cultivation world? Then someone who understood the situation answered their question. The Lunar Clear Sect owes debts and won't pay. At this moment, Elder Qin, his face darkened with anger, thought, isn't that familiar voice my disciples? We finally managed to get second place. Can't these brats stay put for a bit? I just barely regained some face, and tonight, it's all gone again. The knocking on the door outside grew louder and louder. The Lunar Clear Sect owes debts and won't pay. Song Hanqing, clutching the spirit stones he had just borrowed from his senior brother, hurriedly said, they're here, they're here. His mouth kept muttering, this is so infuriating, shut up. Suddenly, someone called him, Hanqing. The young man turned around. It was his master. His master said, give me the spirit stones. I'll go talk to Yi Qiao. Hearing this, Hanqing obediently handed them over, but he thought to himself, with the personalities of those Changming sect people, going out there will definitely result in another round of ridicule. Well, if master wants to go in my place, that's great. He went outside and saw Yi Qiao and her group standing there. She greeted him playfully, oh, sect leader Yun. Then, crossing her arms, she asked, what's up? Is Song Hanqing too afraid to face us directly? So he sent you to deal with it. Yinan felt very uncomfortable hearing Yi Qiao's words, but he had to compromise and handed over the bag of spirit stones. Ming Xian quickly stepped forward to accept it, expressing his thanks. Holding the bag of money, he took a deep breath of satisfaction, thinking to himself, as expected, shamelessness is the greatest skill. Collecting debts is incredibly fast this way. The group, having successfully collected their debt, happily prepared to return, discussing as they walked, let's go get some late-night snacks. I want roasted chicken. Just as they were about to leave, Yinan called out Yi Qiao twice. He sternly said, disrespectful to your elders. Is this how Changming sect taught you? Hearing this, she turned her head and glanced at him. He shamelessly continued, as long as you apologize and leave Changming sect after the competition ends, I will consider keeping a position for you. Mu Zongi, hearing this, was very dissatisfied and turned around to question him on Yi Qiao's behalf, keeping a position. As a direct disciple, Yun Yin maintained his contemptuous expression, thinking to himself, a direct disciple. How could that be possible? Direct disciples are all geniuses, born with top-grade spiritual roots. No matter how well Yi Qiao performs, I won't consider it. So you also chimed in, or maybe your sect should go take a nap. Mu Zongi thought to himself, has this Yun Yin been kicked in the head? Who would give up being a direct disciple to become an inner disciple of the Lunar Clear sect? He pointed at himself and proudly declared, hey, old man, although our Changming sect is a bit poor, we are direct disciples. Do you know what a direct disciple is? In other words, we are the future hope of the cultivation world. Ming Xian waved his fan, adding a few sarcastic remarks. Sometimes I really admire the confidence of your sect. Ever since I failed to break through to the Golden Core stage, I've always been very self-conscious. But now I realize that self-consciousness is also a virtue. Yi Qiao was even bolder, directly raising her middle finger and saying, I'm a disciple your Lunar Clear sect can only dream of having. Qin Fanfan poked his head out from afar to watch the commotion, seeing the two sides exchanging words. Seeing Yi Qiao's response, he couldn't help but sigh. Well said. No need to give face to this old seventh autumn, daring to poach disciples from Changming's sect. Yanin, on the other hand, unable to argue back, ground his teeth in anger and could only manage two words, you guys. At this moment, Qin Fanfan also spoke up, calling out fellow Taoist Yin. He stroked his beard and said, "Don't be angry, don't be angry." The old man remained as unhurried as a lazy student dragging their feet before a red light. My unworthy disciples have troubled you. Fanfan stood in front of Yi Qiao's group, as if shielding them, and slowly said, but perhaps they are just overly excited about achieving second place tonight. Please be understanding. Although his words were gentle, they hit Yun Yin's sore spot. It was all because their sect came in last. His face began to darken, and he said menacingly, "Is that so?" Fanfan calmly replied, "Isn't it?" Then he kicked Mu Zongyi and said, "Fortunately, Sect Master Yin isn't holding it against you. Now hurry up and go." The little devils left with a single sentence, "Yes, we'll go right away," and then ran off. Yun Yin was powerless, only able to curse inwardly. That old fart Qin Fanfan definitely waited until Yi Qiao and the others finished talking before slowly showing up on purpose. A few days later, in Yi Qiao's room, she held a brush, lost in thought. I heard that the terrain and environment of the ancient battlefield will change at any time, and you could stumble upon dangerous formations at any moment, so modifying talismans is very important. Yi Qiao focused on drawing talismans while calculating. In our Changming sect, only second senior brother is a talisman cultivator. To win the next match, he's been staying up all night drawing talismans lately. She looked at her work and thought, initially, I wanted to share the burden with him, so I tried drawing a few Four Directions talismans. Unable to succeed, Yi Qiao angrily crumpled the talisman and threw it away, sighing, "It's too difficult." Annoyed, she kicked at the pile of failed talismans, thinking to herself, the Four Directions talisman is really too difficult. I've drawn so many, and not a single one has succeeded. Yi Qiao picked up a talisman and muttered, I have to carefully protect the Four Directions protection talisman second senior brother gave me. He said this type of talisman is extremely difficult to draw. He failed many times before finally managing to draw 3. She consoled herself, I'm not a specialized talisman cultivator anyway, so constantly failing isn't a big deal. Yi Qiao then closed her eyes, trying to focus all her energy. After drawing for a while, she felt a sensation in her limbs. Let's try again, she thought. With each stroke, a stream of energy flowed out. Then, she felt as if she'd entered another world, her body feeling weightless. A brilliant light suddenly erupted from Yi Qiao's room. The talisman floated up, and she gazed at it happily, proudly exclaiming that she had been blessed by the heavens and had finally succeeded. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, startling Ming Xian nearby. He looked out the window and saw a tremendous flash of light. Ming Xian couldn't help but exclaim, amazing. It's a heavenly blessing. I wonder who it was. Xiaoyu. Curious, he went to Xiaoyu's room, but Xiaoyu waved his hand in denial, saying, don't falsely accuse me. Ming Xian stroked his chin and confidently replied, aren't you curious who caused such a commotion? Hearing this, Xiaoyu also became curious and started to wonder who it could be. So the two of them went to find the culprit. In the blink of an eye, the two busybodies arrived at their eldest senior brother's room. Upon arriving and opening the door, they were greeted by a shocking sight. Their eldest senior brother, with a dazed expression, asked, what do you want? He was holding a noose in his hand. The two didn't try to stop their eldest senior brother from what appeared to be a suicide attempt. They slammed the door shut and said, sorry to bother you. Please continue. The two then hurried away. Their eldest senior brother was simply wearing a necklace with a noose pendant, something everyone was used to. They continued walking until they reached the flower garden. Ming Xian waved to junior brother Muzongi, calling him over to see him move. Before he could even show much, he was easily kicked away by his opponent. Lying on the ground, Zongyi, pale and groaning in pain, whined, Elder, could you slow down a bit? Give me a chance to react. Duanyu, however, commented, your speed is already very slow. In a real fight, no one will wait for you to draw your sword. You need to learn from Yi Qiao, either attack by surprise or develop a more underhanded approach. He instructed Zongyi to get up and continue. Ming Xian and Xiaoyu, who were watching, were dumbfounded. They continued on their way, muttering sympathetically, so pitiful, so pitiful. The scene then shifted to Yi Qiao's room. Inside was the magnificent divine talisman. She was still sitting there in a daze, holding the talisman she had drawn. The sound of the door opening startled her. Turning around, she saw Ming Xian and Xie standing there. She asked what's up, while inwardly cursing, barging in like this from morning till night. Don't they know how to knock? The talisman in her hand was still glowing, catching the attention of the two. Just like that, the two were astonished to discover that the one blessed by the heavens was their junior sister. Ming Xian spoke up seriously first. Were you the lucky one blessed by the heavenly Dao earlier, junior sister? Yi Qiao nodded, confirming it was me. Why? The two exclaimed in surprise, saying, isn't that the legendary dual cultivation of sword and talisman? It's the first time we've seen a real one. Ming Xian hurriedly put his arm around Yi Qiao's shoulders, saying, come on, tell us, junior sister, are you a dual cultivator of sword and talisman? Yi Qiao, who hadn't wanted to say anything, reluctantly replied, if you're going by your standards, then yes, I'm a dual cultivator of sword and talisman. Xie Yu, standing beside them, sighed, junior sister is truly an underestimated genius, isn't she? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly said, I feel like there's something wrong with your spiritual root. But in his heart, he was actually thinking. Logically speaking, the testing stones rarely malfunction, but to be a dual cultivator of sword and talisman, the breadth of her sea of consciousness must be wider than others. How could she only have a mid-grade spiritual root? Hearing this, Ming Xian scolded him. Why think so much about it? Anyway, our sect has 2 talisman cultivators this year. He turned around and declared loudly, I declare that the next competition is our Changming sect for the taking. Then Ming Xian turned back to ask her, does Yan'an know you can draw talismans? Because he knew that the Yu Qing sect claimed to be the home of talisman cultivators, and basically all talisman cultivators went there. He secretly mused that if Yan'an knew that the person he had personally driven away was a talisman cultivator, he would surely regret it to death. Unexpectedly, she replied, of course he doesn't. But the truth was that the original owner was initially a proper sword cultivator and only learned talisman drawing after leaving the Yuqing sect. Ming Xian hurriedly grabbed her hand and whispered, so you must have studied talisman drawing at Yuqing sect for 15 years and only came to bless our Changming sect after mastering it, right? Yi Qiao looked bewildered, unable to tell the truth. I came to Changming sect purely because this sect always comes in last. The negative attitude really suits those of us who lack ambition and don't want to put in any effort. Ming Xian, still joyful, patted her shoulder and said, with a genius like you, Changming sect has nothing to worry about. He hugged her, whispering, then we don't care about anything else now. Seeing him tearing up, Yi Qiao could only say helplessly, well. Xie Yu, watching his affectionate display towards Yi Qiao, couldn't help but comment, you look like an idiot, grinning like a fool. He didn't mind at all, and even held up 2 fingers, saying, you don't understand the pressure of being the only talisman cultivator. The entire sect's hopes are on me for the next competition. It's suffocating. Now that junior sister is here, I can relax a little. She finally managed to break free, hurriedly saying, the commotion from the heavenly Dao just now was too big. People will definitely come to investigate soon. We can go out and ambush them with a decoy. Yi Qiao tried to cover Ming Xian's mouth to stop him from talking further. Xie Yu, standing beside them, watched their bickering and finally couldn't help but call out junior sister. Only then did she give her instructions. Spread the news that senior brother received the heavenly Dao's blessing. Then they'll naturally lower their guard against us. Thinking of his senior brother, Xie Yu asked, so, will senior brother become a target? Ming Xian calmly replied, it's all right, they can't beat senior brother. At this moment, Yi Qiao remembered her treasured talismans and hurriedly took them out, saying, that's right, I have subduing talismans, trapping talismans, concealment talismans, and some supplementary talismans. She handed them all over to him. Ming Xian couldn't help but ask, what about you? Yi Qiao then boasted, these are crawling talismans. If you can stick them on them, you might be lucky enough to see a bunch of their descendants crawling all over the ground. Then we can use a recording stone to capture it and enjoy it every day. She took out another one and said cheerfully, in this one, I call it the chaotic dance talisman. You can watch a bunch of direct disciples dancing around. Ming Xian looked at her mischievous smile and remained silent. Seeing his expression, she started to act coquettishly. I'm pulling my weight as a talisman cultivator, you know? Ming Xian thought to himself, little junior sister really has too much free time. She can draw the 4 directions talisman, one of the 4 great talismans, at will, yet she has nothing better to do than create these strange things. Nevertheless, Ming Xian took the talismans, and a dark thought flashed through his mind. If I could really stick these on, I could watch Yi Qinghan and senior brother holding hands and dancing. That would be amazing. Hearing his thoughts, she exclaimed, that's actually something to look forward to. Ming Xian continued, the next round of matches starts in half a month. Let's hurry up and draw some talismans. He hugged her and declared, 3 days and 3 nights of drawing, then we'll sleep. As soon as she heard about having to work hard, her expression changed, showing great reluctance. Seeing this, Ming Xian began to coax her. Think about the 100,000 we bet at the gambling house. If we can win first place, the return won't just be 100,000. As soon as she heard about money, her eyes lit up. He then asked, so, want to work hard with me? Yi Chao happily replied, okay. Waiting for just this answer, Ming Xian immediately conjured a pile of brushes. He started advertising them. These are top-grade wolf hair brushes. Use whichever one you think is best. She pointed to the most unique brush, then this one. Trying a few strokes, Yi Chao couldn't help but exclaim, this brush is so smooth. After a few more strokes, she said in astonishment, top-grade spiritual tools are indeed different from mid-grade ones. Drawing is so much smoother now. Ming Xian stood beside her, watching her draw, and also praised her. If the old men in the Sect or Yun Yin saw your talisman drawing speed, they would kneel down and worship you. The faster a talisman cultivator's speed, the greater their talent and the stronger their divine sense. For some unknown reason, Yi Chao's nose suddenly started bleeding. It dripped directly onto the talisman, making a sizzling sound. She was also quite helpless, not understanding why she was like this. Without hesitation, she wiped the blood with her sleeve. Then, under Ming Xian's worried gaze, she slumped face down on the table. She said to him in disappointment, I can't draw too many. I get dizzy if I draw too much. Yi Chao thought to herself, if I didn't get dizzy, I would have made a fortune selling talismans long ago. Ming Xian understood her feelings. He looked at her and said, you won't suffer from kidney deficiency if you faint after drawing, will you? She raised her head with a gloomy expression and retorted, you're the one with stage 1 kidney deficiency. Just like that, 3 days later, the rooster's crow echoed throughout the sky, announcing the arrival of morning. Yi Chao yawned and complained, finally finished drawing. She excitedly held up a few talismans, showing them off, and said to her 2 senior martial brothers, let's go sell these talismans. It'd be a waste not to sell any after staying up for 3 days and nights drawing so many. Ming Xian looked at her seriously and said, the sect has a rule against selling talismans outside without permission, right? She calmly leaned against the wall, shaking her head fearlessly, and replied, it's fine to sell them secretly. If we get caught, we'll just be confined to the forbidden grounds. He reluctantly agreed with her idea. Fine, right. Yi Chao began outlining her plan. First, we'll do this, then we'll do that, and finally, we'll pocket the money. Ming Xian smiled to himself, thinking, ever since Junior Sister arrived, the 4 of us have been going to the forbidden grounds every day, like it's our home. This carefree life may not be making us stronger, but it's certainly comfortable. The scene shifted to Fuxing City, bustling with people coming and going. After tidying up, she turned to him and said, let's set up a stall here to sell talismans. Then, Yi Chao enthusiastically called out to customers to buy her talismans, while Ming Xian watched over the stall with a smile. After shouting until her voice was hoarse, the result was as desolate as an abandoned temple, without a single customer. He wondered suspiciously, aren't talismans supposed to be hard to come by? Why isn't anyone coming to our stall? Even Yi Chao replied helplessly, because there are too many scammers. I set up a stall once before, and the guy selling obscene books next to me had more customers than I did. Hearing this, he picked up a talisman called the Explosive Charm. Ming Xian said with determination, how about we demonstrate the power of the explosive charm on the street? She broke out in a cold sweat and said, then the next time I see you will probably be in the Wunjian Sects prison. Drawing swords is forbidden in Yunzhong City, and naturally, causing destruction in Fuxing City is also prohibited. Just as she and he were looking up at the sky in despair, waves of shouting suddenly rang out. Yueqing's Sect talismans for sale. Hurry up, they'll be gone soon. A chaotic scene unfolded before their eyes, with people jostling and pushing each other to buy Yueqing's Sect talismans. She and he stared blankly at the bustling business. Ming Xian adjusted his hair, and said to her, "Let's go take a look at the Yueqing Sects talismans." He squeezed into the crowd, where everyone was trying to buy a few more talismans. Ming Xian picked up a talisman, sniffed it, and commented, "The drawing is quite poor. When did the Yueqing Sects talismans become this bad?" The customers who were scrambling to buy them heard this and immediately scolded him for talking nonsense. Yi Qiao asked helplessly, "Have you not been beaten up yet since you've been out here?" He replied irritably, "Of course not. I'm a direct disciple." Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he blurted out, "I've got it. I've figured it out." As he spoke, Ming Xian took out paper and a brush, drawing a few strokes. He held up the paper he had just written on and shouted, "We have the authentic Yueqing Sect talismans here. 50 high-grade spirit stones each. First come, first served." The crowd immediately turned back and yelled, "Even a direct disciple wouldn't be this unreasonable. 50 high-grade spirit stones. Might as well rob us." Undeterred, Ming Xian displayed the talismans and said, "These are talismans refined by a direct disciple." He thought to himself, "They talk as if we aren't direct disciples. We are direct disciples, just not of the Yueqing sect." Yi Qiao cheerfully joined in, standing beside him and shouting, "We too are direct disciples of the Yueqing sect." She playfully gave him a thumbs up, inwardly praising his brilliant idea of not only avoiding punishment, but also shifting the blame to the Yueqing sect. The crowd still seemed unconvinced, scoffing and demanding. "Saying so doesn't make it true. Where's the proof?" Without a word, Ming Xian took out a talisman and activated it, then stuck it on the head of a nearby customer who had just spoken disrespectfully. The person immediately flew back 100 meters, crying out in shock and terror. Having demonstrated his power, he brandished the talismans triumphantly, saying, "See, are the talismans you bought as effective as this? This is the real deal." The crowd looked slightly embarrassed, thinking to themselves that the talismans they bought were indeed not as effective. Pressing her advantage, Yi Qiao jumped onto the table and announced, "Besides the one just now, we also have the explosive power talisman. It can instantly boost your spiritual energy to its peak, with effects lasting for half a cup of tea." She continued to introduce their products. Someone interrupted, "But I remember seeing Yueqing Sect disciples a few days ago at the competition, and they didn't look like this." She didn't let him finish, leaning close and manipulating him psychologically. "Why wouldn't they look like this? Think carefully. Weren't those disciples very handsome and beautiful?" He thought for a moment and replied, "I think so." Yi Qiao suddenly feigned an ugly expression and said, "Those with good looks are all liars. Maybe you remembered wrong." The man hesitantly echoed, "Is that so?" Just like that, the time it takes to burn an incense stick passed. The two of them had sold out their goods and began to pack up. She and Ming Xian happily high-fived, celebrating their success. Ming Xian hugged the money bag, chuckling to himself. "So, making money is this fun. No wonder little junior sister always wants to earn money." Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, it was half a month later at the plaza. She and her senior brothers had just entered when they heard cheers. Changming Sect is here. Nearby fans threw flowers and cheered, "Go Ming Xian! Ming Xian!" He enthusiastically caught the flowers, not forgetting to wink in thanks, causing the girls in the stands to swoon and blush. Seeing Ming Xian's popularity, some people couldn't help but sneer, "How disgusting." Another senior brother said, "There's nothing we can do. This match is on the Talisman Cultivator's home turf. Let him show off." Next came a series of powerful footsteps. Her own cheering squad had also arrived, looking determined and confident of victory. One of them took a deep breath, preparing to chant their idol's name. The whole group started shouting, "Yi Qiao is the best. Number one in the whole competition. Yi Qiao is the most outstanding. Yi Qiao, Yi Qiao, defeat them all." The junior brother's shouts were like slaps to her face, leaving her embarrassed, helpless, and a little worried. Another junior brother nearby started chanting, "Yi Lang Lang, can you get first place?" Yi Qiao cheerfully waved and turned around to reply. Song Hanqing was extremely annoyed by this scene. He crossed his arms and said, "What makes you so confident?" He thought to himself, "The ancient battlefield is the Talisman Cultivator's domain. What gives you the right to be so arrogant?" Not to be outdone, she snapped her fingers and retorted, "Those who understand, understand." A huge question mark appeared in his mind, completely baffled by her words. The two senior brothers standing next to her smugly chimed in to defend her. Right? Those who understand, understand. It's just like that. Those who understand, understand. Then the two looked at each other and said about Yi Xiao, our junior sister is the first dual sword talisman cultivator in the cultivation world. Ever since the great powers of the 5 sects ascended, even the Asking Sword sect and the Abundant Wind sect aren't a match. Our ever-bright sect is the strongest. Mu Zongyi watched the 3 of them showing off, thinking they were trying to provoke Song Han-Qing, and couldn't help but wonder what they were up to. Chu Xingyun, after hearing this, turned around and scolded. Don't ask. To ask is to understand, and those who understand, understand. He replied, feeling wronged. All right. Then he started sobbing, not understanding why he was being scolded, wondering, are you 4 trying to isolate me? You all understand the meaning, but won't tell me, right? Chu Xingyin walked a distance before realizing something was wrong. Mu Zongyi, but he still didn't know why. Back with her group, they were holding their heads high with pride, while Song Hanqing was extremely annoyed. A shout came from afar. It's still me. Breaking the arrogant atmosphere, a brother dressed in a long robe ran over excitedly. It's still me. It turned out this was the host, and he began to introduce the second round of the secret realm. The ancient battlefield is about to begin. Have a direct disciples of the various sects receive the secret realm map. He took out a snatching segment and said, but please note, after deliberation by the elders, the use of external artifacts is prohibited. Upon hearing this, Mu Zongyi sighed. This is intentional, isn't it? The people from the Asking Sword sect are truly shameless. On this side, Yi Qiao secretly felt fortunate. Luckily, I wasn't planning on using the snatching segment to cheat. If I really played like that, I'd be beaten up by the fans of the other sects. The host continued, now, I invite the direct disciples of the various sects to enter the secret realm. The entrance has opened. Just like that, the direct disciples entered the secret realm one after another. The eldest senior brother began to instruct his beloved junior disciples. You and Ming Xian should split up. Both of you are talisman cultivators, so each of you should take a senior brother with you. The survival rate in the secret realm will increase greatly. If the 2 of you go together, it won't be as effective as acting separately. After hearing this, she clasped her hands together and prayed. Then let's leave it to fate. The group finally entered the secret realm. This place was called the Ancient Battlefield. Dust and sand flew everywhere, and Yi Xiao had to rub her eyes. At this moment, she saw Ming Xian and hurriedly called out to her second senior brother. He also responded, is that junior sister? The 2 looked at each other sadly, sighing continuously. How unlucky. It's all because of Xie Yu's crow's mouth. Now the 2 talisman cultivators are together again. At this time, in the observation area, every move of the contestants was being broadcast live. The 2 elders were discussing animatedly. Elder Zhao asked doubtfully, why does that girl Yi Qiao hate being with Ming Xian? They're both talisman cultivators. Isn't that a good thing? Elder Qin pointed at the projection screen and continued, I see that they both dislike each other. Elder Zhao stroked his beard and commented, that child Yi Qiao has always had very good luck. In the previous round, she wasn't alone either, and now she's met Ming Xian as soon as she entered. Elder Qi nodded, sighing inwardly. Whatever the case, at least being with a talisman cultivator can ensure survival. The scene shifted to the inside of the ancient battlefield. Yi Qiao and her brother were walking slowly. Ming Xian told her that the One Jian sect had already hunted 2 demonic beasts. Yi Qiao exclaimed at their speed. Suddenly, he noticed strange movements ahead. He quickly stood up to protect her. There's a demonic beast ahead, likely late-stage Foundation establishment. Just ahead, a large, fat demonic spider appeared. His face paled with worry. He warned, it's a man-eating spider. Yi Qiao drew her sword without hesitation. Second senior brother, let me handle it. You provide support from behind. The spider began to attack them with the silk from its mouth. Ming Xian successfully dodged and counterattacked with a talisman, immobilizing the spider. Yi Qiao then charged forward with her sword. With one slash, viscous fluid rained down. She landed safely, successfully eliminating the monster. Yi Qiao looked at him happily, and he returned her smile. The 2 siblings exchanged joyful glances. Then they high-fived in celebration of defeating the monster. Ming Xian excitedly told her, we killed a demonic beast. Eldest senior brother is probably going crazy. Hearing this, she thought to herself, if no one upsets the balance, it'll be fine. But once someone does, Chu Xingyun will immediately take out 100 demonic beasts with his sword. She turned to Ming Xian with a worried expression. We encountered a late-stage Foundation establishment demonic demonic beast right away. This is definitely much harder than the last round, he replied. After all, the remaining demonic beasts in the ancient battlefield aren't weak. This is just the beginning. While they were chatting happily, two people suddenly called out to Yi Xiao. She turned around and recognized Duan Xingdao. She didn't know the other person. Ming Xian recognized him at a glance and said he was a qi cultivator from the Changfeng Sect. He began to cast a spell on the talisman in his hand, then said the name Shun Ziwei aloud, calculating inwardly. Two qi cultivators aren't that scary, but they're still golden core cultivators. This match is not in our favor. Before she understood what was happening, the atmosphere between the two sides had become tense. They stared at each other, sparks flying between their gazes. Yi Qiao suddenly transformed into a delicate young lady, taking out a handkerchief and smiling. Shinzi Wei, I am Yi Wuha from the shores of the Great Ming Lake. Seeing her like this, all three of them were stunned into silence. The audience outside buzzed with discussion. What are they doing over there? Can they be serious? She hadn't yet dropped her act, continuing to put on a pitiful expression. The onlookers, not understanding what Yi Wuha meant, urged, hurry up and fight. How can the inheritors in the secret realm meet opponents and not fight? One of the opponents turned to ask his companion, Brother, do you know Yi Qiao? The other person shook his head with a melancholic expression, screaming internally, how would I know her? And what the hell is a Yi Wuha? Suddenly, Yi Qiao approached them and said, instead of forcing it, why don't we go with the flow? How about we discuss cooperation? Xingdao quickly shielded Ziwei, repeatedly demanding that she back off and threatening, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call my second senior brother to beat you up. It turned out their attitude stemmed from the fact that their previous cooperation with Yi Qiao had resulted in their swift elimination. Unwilling to give up easily, Yi Qiao continued to coax everyone. It's rare for us to meet like this, so why keep fighting? We could join forces and take down the Yuqing sect first. Seeing no one react, Yi Qiao switched to a pitiful tone. Brother Duan, have you forgotten the days the three of us huddled together in that belly? Shin Ziwei shot her a suspicious glance. Huddled together. Embarrassed and disgruntled, Duan Xingdao muttered under his breath. Can you at least phrase things properly? We were clearly trapped inside a demonic beast's stomach. Don't make it sound like we had some kind of shady relationship. Yi Qiao, however, had already begun another round of persuasion. On the ancient battlefield, the most troublesome were cunning talisman cultivators. She continued to present her persuasive arguments. The Yuqing sect has 4 talisman cultivators. If we don't join forces, they'll definitely win first place in this round. Can you really stand by and watch them snatch first place from us? Duan Xingdao finally spoke up. Why should we trust you? She began offering all sorts of convincing reasons. We only have 1 talisman cultivator. We don't pose that much of a threat to your first place position, do we? So, wouldn't it be better to team up and take out a strong opponent like the Yuqing sect first? He listened, finding her words somewhat reasonable, and began to consider. The Changming sect was indeed the most harmless sect besides the Baishui sect. Although they had gained an advantage in the previous round, the danger level had increased significantly in the second round. Ming Xian, a lone talisman cultivator, didn't pose a substantial threat. Duan Xingdao pondered for a long time, carefully weighing his options. Finally, he made up his mind, extending his hand and saying, all right then, happy cooperation. Yi Qiao boldly grasped his hand, firmly declaring, happy cooperation. Producing a piece of paper seemingly out of nowhere, she said, all right, let's start planning. It turned out to be a map. Pointing at it, Yi Qiao began to discuss. These are all demonic beast lairs. If the Yuqing sect wants to win first place, they'll definitely go to these locations. As the other 3 listened intently, she continued, if we're fast enough, we can ambush them. At this point, Yi Qiao's expression shifted into something resembling an excited little dragon as she said, this is the only path with inheritances. Duan Xingdao looked at her with an expression that could curdle milk, a cold sweat breaking out as he thought to himself. Cunning people are still cunning, after all. Yi Qiao, map in hand, pointed and said, you can set up an ambush here. Upon hearing this, Duan Xingdao immediately interrupted. Hold on. He asked her suspiciously, we are righteous qi cultivators, not villains who spend their days digging pits. Outwardly calm, Duan Xingdao screamed internally. Does she even know what a qi cultivator is? We refine qi to create magical artifacts and combine them with primordial seals. Crossing his arms in disapproval, he stated, "In 1,000 years I've roamed the cultivation world. I've never seen a righteous chi cultivator resort to ambushing others." Suddenly, she patted his shoulder and said, "As the leader, you could be a villain too." With just that one sentence, his eyes lit up and he agreed. The two high-fived, determined to be the first sect to take the plunge. Those in the audience, witnessing her swift change in tactics, couldn't help but comment, "Did Yi Qiao work in multi-level marketing before?" Another group worriedly exclaimed, "Duan Xingdao, you've fallen. What decent person would do this with Yi Qiao?" The sound of a table being slammed came from the other side. It was Yunin. He angrily scolded. "Instead of focusing on the competition, you're always thinking about these unorthodox and shameless tricks." Duan Xingdao, standing beside him, praised, "I think it's good. It allows Yi Qiao to train their vigilance." The two masters also echoed in agreement, nodding repeatedly. These youngsters are used to being prodigies. But if they encounter cunning demonic cultivators outside, they won't be able to cope. Besides, what unorthodox methods? This is intelligence. Song Hanqing and Suzhua were still wandering aimlessly. Suzhua, with a bright smile, praised, "It's not hard at all, senior brother. Along the way, we easily avoided the formations and even killed quite a few monsters. Those sword cultivators from the Asking Sword Sect are probably still trapped in the formations." Hanqing, with a narcissistic expression, was about to strike a pose when he carelessly slipped. He then fell directly into a deep pit without time to react. He started to yell in panic. And just as he was about to fall into the net set by Yi Qiao and the others, luckily, with his nimble reflexes, he threw out a talisman and landed gently on top of it. Thanks to that, he flew back to the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief, muttering curses, "Who's so immoral as to dig a pit here?" The quick-witted Suzhua immediately checked with a stone. Feeling it was safe, he called out, "Senior brother, there's no pit on that side. Let's go that way." Thus, the two carefully held hands and walked towards the right. But escaping wasn't that easy. After a short distance, they fell into another trap. Before they could react, they were pulled up with a whoosh like two sandbags. The two were tied up tightly, hanging from a tall tree. Seeing the success of her plan, Yi Qiao came out giggling provocatively. "Oh dear, you've all been hung up." Hanqing's face turned purple with rage. He yelled, "It's you again." The two trapped individuals wailed miserably. "Summit Peak Sect, you're resorting to sneak attacks again, having been hit where it hurt." Duan Xingdao could only silently think, "I used to be a righteous gentleman until I met Yi Qiao." Ming Xian stood there, laughing at their misfortune. "You guys finally have your comeuppance." Song Hanqing, "You're doing this because the Yu Qing sect always looks down on talisman cultivators from other sections. I've been attacked countless times before, and now it's finally my turn to hold my head high." The two brothers, Duan Xingdao and Ming Xian, searched all over the Yu Qing sect disciples, but were dumbfounded when they couldn't find any identification tokens. Song Hanqing chuckled in response, "Of course I hid them. Did you think I'd be as naive as the first time?" Yi Qiao immediately ran over and snatched a green pouch from him, saying, "Even without the tokens, we can take a storage pouch." She rummaged through it excitedly. "I wonder what kind of talismans are hidden inside." From inside, she pulled out a pair of bright red underpants, extremely eye-catching. The four of them stared into the pouch. It turned out to be filled with his underwear. Everyone was embarrassed, and hurriedly said this, "Song Hanqing, how old are you this year?" "Junior sister, let's not take his talismans anymore. These men are too dirty." Seeing his secret exposed, he was incredibly ashamed and could only scold. "What are you looking at? Just you wait. We're all here for the competition. What's it to you if I bring some personal belongings? How does it affect your ever-bright sect?" The audience outside was also whispering amongst themselves, cursing, "These direct disciples are disgusting, good-for-nothing direct disciples. Are they really the future of our cultivation world? I thought direct disciples would be noble and refined, but the reality is..." Meanwhile, Yi Qiao and her companions began to discuss, "How should we deal with him now?" She clapped her hands and said, "All right, let's lock him up first. If that doesn't work, we'll find someone to guard him. I think my senior brother is perfect for the job, but we have to find him first." Duan Xingdao followed up, "Then let's go too." Everyone dispersed, leaving the two Song Hanqing brothers behind, desperately yelling, "Hey, don't go. Come back and let us down." Elsewhere, two other people were talking. Van Thwok said, "Since fate has brought us together, why don't we cooperate?" She raised her hand and swore an oath. "Yu Qing sect, you want first place, we don't need it. Third place is enough for us." Van Thwok, secretly delighted upon hearing this, asked, "Cooperation sounds good. What do you have in mind?" Si Yaoyin answered frankly, "The Wunjian sect must find a talisman cultivator to cooperate with to survive in this secret realm. Among the 5 sects, the Changming sect is the weakest, so they will definitely seek out Ming Xian of the Changming sect for collaboration." Her eyes gleamed with calculation. As long as we eliminate Ming Xian, the Wunjian sect's problem will be solved. At this moment, the audience in the stands was in an uproar. Everyone commented continuously, "Qinhuai of the Chengfeng sect will definitely want to eliminate Ming Xian too." Except for the Wunjian sect, all the other sects wished for Ming Xian's death. The frequently mentioned Ming Xian suddenly sneezed. They continued, "If Ming Xian doesn't die, how can the Wunjian sect be finished? His death is the best option." Elder Sun, who was observing from the side, suddenly spoke, "Those 2 youngsters are moving faster than the others." He felt it was very strange. That's not right. How could Ming Xian avoid all the formations? Even Song Hanqin couldn't do it. He couldn't help but suspect. Of course, if there are 2 talisman cultivators, it's a different story. Elder Sun turned to look at sect leader Qin Fanfan beside him. "Are you hiding something?" Finally, as the competition was about to enter its climax, the audience couldn't help but cheer Van Thwok. The Bai Shui sect has encountered the Changming sect. There's going to be a good show. The 2 teams sized each other up with cold gazes as soon as they met. Si Yaoyin chuckled softly. "Unexpectedly, our luck is this good. If Ming Xian were with Mu Zongyi, I would have to consider whether we could win. But Yi Qiao is basically someone we can deal with." She began to take out her flute and cast a spell, preparing for a big fight. She played a clear and melodious tune, and spiritual energy began to manifest following the music. Yi Qiao, affected by the demonic music invading her mind, cried out, "It hurts." "What is this?" Ming Xian beside her also clutched his head and quickly replied, "This is sonic cultivation. As far as I know, the Bai Shui sect relied on those few cultivators to safely arrive here, which clearly means they have other magical artifacts." He explained, "In the cultivation world, some people shoot arrows, some play flutes, and some use swords. The magical artifacts that cultivators can use are very diverse." Seeing this scene, Ming Xian's face paled, and he hurriedly took out a soundproof talisman. Van Thwok didn't just stand idly by. She used a spell to destroy the talisman. She shouted. Yi Qiao and her brother, who were being protected by the talisman, suddenly saw the talisman in Ming Xian's hand burst into flames. He hurriedly threw it away, cursing, "Damn it, Van Thwok formation is restricting my use of talismans." Si Yaoyin said sinisterly, "Sorry, Ming Xian, you're too dangerous. We have to deal with you first." Van Thwok no longer hesitated and began to attack directly. She said go, and 3 talismans flew towards the Yi siblings. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiao's face darkened. "Fine," she said, "you forced my hand." Then, Yi Qiao drew her sword and decisively slashed. She turned and hurriedly asked her second senior brother, "Where's your gong?" Pointing at the 2 women, Yi Qiao said, "Take it out and play it for them." Hearing this, the 2 women looked a little scared. Ming Xian didn't hesitate either. He took out his instrument and sighed, "I never thought a gong would actually be useful." The 2 of them, one playing the gong and the other blowing a horn, looked like a pair of beggars pitying each other. The clang and bang of the instruments echoed throughout the area. Mu Zongyi, in the distance, couldn't help but comment how lively. Is someone holding a wedding ceremony in the secret realm? There's both a gong and a horn. Hearing this, Seiyu turned and reminded him, "Stop thinking about that. We need to find our junior sister and second senior brother quickly. One of them is at the Foundation establishment stage, and the other is at the peak of Foundation establishment. If they run into Yi Qinghan, they'll be eliminated." Zongyi sighed, all right. With Yi Qiao there, what are you worried about? Nothing will happen with her around." Seiyu could only hold his head in exasperation and reply, "But I'm afraid Yi Qiao will cause some trouble." Back with Yi Qiao and Ming Xian, the sounds of the gong and horn continued. Their playing completely drowned out Si Yaoyin's flute. Even she couldn't stand the funeral-like music. So noisy. She yelled, "Do you even know how to play instruments? It's so annoying." Si Yaoyin felt deeply insulted and decided she couldn't let this go. From this experience, she learned a valuable lesson. Next time she entered a secret realm, she would definitely bring earplugs. Seeing her put down her flute, Yi Qiao immediately shouted, "An opening." Then she summoned the Qing Feng Ju. A gust of wind swirled around her sword as she lunged forward. The sword light instantly cut through the formation Van Thwok had created on the ground. The formation slowly cracked and then disappeared. The screen replayed the scene of Yi Qiao and Ming Xian's actions. The Grand Elders outside couldn't help but praise them. She found the formation's weakness so quickly. This young lady understands formations. Qin Fanfan listened with immense pride. Perhaps the Yu Qing sect formations are just too simple. He believed that Yi Qiao was very capable, but if Ming Xian hadn't been with her today, he would certainly have been eliminated. Seeing the old man's smug expression, Yanin couldn't help but retort, "You're going too far." "What do you mean simple formation?" Within the secret realm, the four people stared at each other, suddenly frozen. To break the silence, Yi Qiao suddenly yelled in broad daylight, "You dare to..." The other two were completely baffled by her words. Suddenly, she grabbed Ming Xian's sleeve and shouted, "Run." This move was truly brilliant. Xiaoyan and Van Thwok didn't even have time to react before we ran away. Because Yi Qiao also knows that of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. We're simply no match for them. This was the first time Ming Xian had retreated so early. He asked, puzzled, "Aren't we just running away without fighting?" Yi Qiao immediately corrected him, "Running away. We're strategically withdrawing." To her, their retreat was simply a tactical maneuver to conserve their strength. So they ran very quickly, leaving the two behind, unable to catch up. After running for a while, Ming Xian looked at the token in his hand and said with a smile, "Our sect's ranking is about to reach the top." He looked at her smugly and said, "Let me tell you, right now everyone thinks I'm some kind of prodigy and they all hate me for it." The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. Ming Xian considered it a successful trick. Who doesn't know that our sect actually only has 2 talisman cultivators? Everyone must think I've used my profound understanding of formations to boost our ranking all this way. Yi Qiao sighed after hearing this. "You've worked hard. After you're eliminated, I'll lead our sect to victory." Hearing this, Ming Xian politely replied, "Thank you." Suddenly, at this moment, a burst of sword energy flew towards them. It slammed into the ground in front of them, blocking their path. Yi Qiao and Ming Xian reacted quickly, swiftly retreating to dodge the attack. Looking at the remaining rubble, she cursed, "Who's so unscrupulous as to suddenly attack like that?" Then someone shouted, "Yi Qiao, Ming Xian." It turned out to be Qin Huai and Di Chun. As soon as they met, they said, "Consider yourselves unlucky to have run into us." Seeing that it was Qin Huai, Yi Qiao started a ramble. "It's you. Looks like the Changfeng sect and the Yu Qing sect have teamed up." Hearing her say this, Qin Huai felt insulted. He brandished his sword and said, "Less nonsense, prepare to die." With that, he slashed his sword towards Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao reacted quickly, throwing out her own sword. But as soon as her sword came into contact with Qin Huai's, it was cut in two. Seeing her beloved sword bullied like this, Yi Qiao said dejectedly, "This sword has been with me for so long, I can't believe it broke. I'll have to ask Master for a new one when I get back." Hearing this, Qin Huai played along, saying, "Then I'll grant your wish and send you back immediately." The elders outside witnessed Yi Qiao desperately dodging Qin Huai's attacks. Finally, she couldn't help but say, "Don't be so violent. You've already broken my sword, and you're still going at it. What's a cultivator to do without a sword?" Qin Fanfan also noticed her disadvantageous situation. He said that as long as Yi Qiao could hold on and prevent Qin Huai from dealing with Ming Xian would be able to handle Di Chun. The two elders felt helpless seeing their disciples being bullied like this, but there was nothing Yi Qiao could do in her current state. The two old men thought with heartache, "This child will never learn to run away." It's truly frustrating. Seeing her desperately dodging the attacks, Ming Xian yelled, "Little junior sister." Hearing her second senior brother's reminder, Yi Qiao knew that simply dodging wasn't a solution. She had to think of a way. But Ming Xian's opponent was Di Chun, who attacked with talismans while saying, "You can't even take care of yourself, and you're worried about Yi Qiao." Suddenly, Ming Xian had a flash of inspiration and quickly devised a plan. He shouted, "I've got it. Yi Qiao for our 1 million. Upon hearing the words 1 million, the treasure hunter, Yi Qiao, instantly transformed into a wolf. She roared and frenziedly charged towards Qin Huai. With a gleam of diamonds in her eyes and thoughts of cash filling her head, she launched her attack. Yi Qiao couldn't let anyone touch her enormous sum of money, so she used the killing wind kick, directly striking Qin Huai's face, letting him know the power of capital. One kick wasn't enough to satisfy her anger, so Yi Qiao delivered another, which Qin Huai managed to block this time. He even counterattacked, accompanying his fierce attack with the words, "Don't get cocky, Yi Qiao." Di Chun and Ming Xian quickly dodged. Di Chun rushed towards Ming Xian. Suddenly, Ming Xian took out a token and began to negotiate. "How about you give me your token, and I'll give you mine?" Of course, Di Chun wasn't that foolish. He replied, "Sure, you give me yours first." As soon as the words left their mouths, both seemed to understand the other's intentions. They stared at each other, sparks flying. Then, they simultaneously crushed the tokens in their hands. Immediately, an announcement rang out: Ming Xian of the Changming Sect and Di Chun of the Yuqing Sect have been eliminated. Confirming that both had been eliminated, Ming Xian pretended to ask heartbrokenly, "Where's the trust between people? You've hurt me deeply." Hearing this, Di Chun couldn't help but retort, "As if you're any different." Qin Fanfan was deeply moved by Ming Xian's sacrifice. That kid Yi Qiao had also tried her best. He knew that being able to hold off Qin Huai for so long was quite impressive. Elder Zhao became even more worried upon seeing the situation and said, "It's over. Our only talisman cultivator is gone. How are we supposed to continue?" Di Chun and Ming Xian were transported to the waiting hall, where those eliminated from the game were gathered. The two went their separate ways, having nothing more to do with each other. As soon as Ming Xian stepped onto the platform, a round of applause erupted, along with shouts of "Ming Xian, our darling. How do you feel now?" echoing throughout the hall. Aware of the cheers, Ming Xian turned to address his fans. "I don't have any particular feelings. To be honest, although my body couldn't fight alongside them in the secret realm, my spirit was always with them." These words further captivated his fans. Seeing this, Ming Xian thought to himself, being eliminated isn't so bad. It's not bad being out here. Meanwhile, the members of the Wenjian sect were poking and prodding at the formation that trapped them with their swords. They didn't know how many days they had been trapped here. At this moment, Yi Qinghan spoke. They eliminated 2 talisman cultivators on the first day. These guys are pretty good. After saying this, he began to think about his own sect. Unlike our Wenjian sect, still trapped in this formation with no way out. His fellow disciples suggested, "We need to find some talisman cultivators to cooperate with, but now that Ming Xian has been eliminated, what can we do?" Han Qi listened enviously and said, "Those talisman cultivators are truly blind, all flocking to the Yuqing sect. What's so lacking about the resources of other inherited sects?" But his words were like rubbing salt into the wounds of the Wenjian sect. Yi Qinghan felt helpless after hearing this. At this rate, forget about the top 3, they wouldn't even make it into the top 10. After thinking for a while, Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered Yi Qiao. "Wait, it seems I've forgotten someone." The scene shifted to Yi Qiao and Qin Huai. The two were fighting fiercely, still locked in battle. Qin Huai panted, "I underestimated you." He couldn't help but reevaluate this girl. He hadn't expected to be entangled with Yi Qiao for so long. She was clearly only at the foundation establishment stage, so he should have been able to deal with her quickly. Yi Qiao calmly said, "Indeed, among the geniuses in this competition, one is my senior brother, and the other is Yi Qinghan." Then, she boasted confidently, "And another underestimated genius is me." Looking at her gleeful expression, Qin Huai said, "Wait until you escape from my grasp before saying such things." Suddenly, several footsteps approached from behind. The newcomers were Duan Xingdao and his senior brother, calling out, "Senior brother, we're here." Seeing 2 more people suddenly appear, Yi Qiao stretched out her hand and counted her fingers. She suddenly pointed at them accusingly. "3 of you against me alone. Aren't you ashamed?" The 3 people from the Chengfeng sect were stunned. The most shameless person here was Yi Qiao. They asked doubtfully, "What morals are you talking about?" Qin Huai, who understood her best, said, "You're the one without morals." Yi Qiao brandished a firearm and said, "If you don't talk about morals, then don't blame me for being impolite." Yi Qiao was trying to minimize the impact on her fellow disciples. Initially, she worried that using this would affect her second senior brother, but now that he was gone, she didn't need to hesitate. The audience, upon seeing her gun, turned to each other in confusion, asking what it was. Qin Fanfan didn't know, but still tried to appear profound, like a sage. He remained calm and pretended to be mysterious, not saying a word. Suddenly, a talisman flew out, apparently shot from Yi Qiao's gun. She shouted, "Try the power of my gun." The speed of the bullet was too fast for the Changfeng Sect disciples to dodge. Even Qin Huai felt it was too quick. Unexpectedly, a strange talisman flew out, sticking directly onto Qin Huai's forehead. Yi Qiao then introduced the Ha talisman. Immediately, the talisman took effect, and the corners of Qin Huai's mouth curled up into an M shape. He suddenly burst into manic laughter and started playing hide-and-seek with everyone in the secret realm. Don't run. Come chase me. See if you can catch me. If you can't, you're a dog. The disciples of the other sects looked at them with disgust, whispering amongst themselves, "Can they stop laughing? It sounds like a bunch of creepy old men harassing young girls." They continued, "I guess they can't help it. Why would Ming Xian hurt himself like this?" He even gave the talisman to his junior sister before entering. In the elimination zone, Dichen couldn't help but comment, "Why did you draw such a disgusting talisman for no reason?" Ming Xian, the sudden victim of this false accusation, didn't know how to explain himself and could only suffer in silence. "I said I didn't draw the talisman. Do you believe me?" At this moment, only Chen Ziwei remained calm and noticed Yi Qiao trying to escape. He immediately shouted, "Junior brother, let's chase after her." However, the effects of Yi Qiao's haha talisman hadn't worn off yet. Duan Xingdao was still clutching Chen Ziwei's leg, laughing foolishly. He giggled, "Spiritual energy, such vast spiritual energy." Realizing his pants were in danger, Chen Ziwei could only yell at Duan Xingdao to snap out of it. "Wake up. Stop pulling my pants. They're about to fall off." Chen Ziwei really wanted, if he could, to give him a couple of slaps. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Qin Huai and Duan Xingdao finally returned to normal. A good laugh is the best medicine, so Duan Xingdao and Qin Huai looked a few years older. The most despairing one was Chen Ziwei. He said, "Now that you two are back to normal, what should we do next?" Chen Ziwei then said, "The current rankings are Yueqing's Sect first, Changming Sect second, our Sect third, and Wenjian Sect is who knows where." Duan Xingdao, seemingly still high from the talisman's effects, said dreamily, "This trip wasn't a complete waste. At least we eliminated Ming Xian. That kid knew Yi Qiao was tough. It's fine if we can't catch Yi Qiao. Without Ming Xian, Changming Sect won't be able to do much anyway." Qin Huai said listlessly, "Our main target this time is Yueqing's Sect." Under another starry night, Yi Qiao was flying on her sword, searching for her senior brothers. Suddenly, she spotted a light. Yi Qiao exclaimed, "Found them." She approached the formation that trapped her 3 senior brothers and waved, calling out, "Senior brothers." However, they were like frozen computers, completely motionless. Helpless, Yi Qiao resorted to psychological tactics. She took out a horn and blew it in their ears, toot toot. This actually worked. The 3 senior brothers jolted awake. Zhongxi recognized her and called out, "Junior sister, you're alive." After checking on her, he added with a thoughtful expression, "Your horn, combined with the drums in the secret realm and another horn player. It was you and Ming Xian, wasn't it?" Seeing her senior brother call her musical taste bizarre, Yi Qiao couldn't help but retort, "What's bizarre about it? I call it efficient use of resources." Then she angrily slapped his hand. Yi Qiao started inquiring about Si Yaoyan, that Si Yaoyan knows musical instruments. We have to be careful of her. But then she thought, however, Si Yaoyan doesn't want to fight us for the time being. Zhongxi, upon hearing this, spoke without thinking. Use the horn against her sound techniques. I also have Ming Xian's sound amplifying drum talisman. We can attack her together. What do you think? But Yi Qiao ignored her foolish senior brother and turned to ask the other two, "Why were you two trapped here? Did second senior brother use up all the array-breaking talismans before we entered the secret realm?" Zhongxi started to tattle, pointing at the eldest senior brother. Seeing this, Yi Qiao said helplessly, "Tell me about eldest senior brother." Zhongxi said, "His luck is truly terrible. He's always leading us into arrays. This is already the 30th array we've stumbled into, and we've used up all the array-breaking talismans." Looking at Chu Han Van in front of her, Yi Qiao thought gloomily. If this were a game, Chu Han Van would definitely be the unbelievably unlucky type. Then, she kindly took out an array-breaking talisman. Yi Qiao stuck it onto the array surrounding everyone. A moment later, the array shattered, and everyone was free. Yi Qiao turned to her senior brothers and said, "All right, the array is broken. Let's go." The 3 senior brothers looked at her as if she were a precious diamond, proudly exclaiming, as expected of junior sister. Meanwhile, on the ancient battlefield, day 2, Yi Qiao was testing her movement technique, constantly leaping back and forth, slaying a few small demons. Seeing her stop from exhaustion, Xiaoyu quickly took out 2 pills, saying, "Here, junior sister, eat some spirit pills to replenish yourself." Zhongxi looked at the token in his hand. The results displayed made him extremely excited. Currently, the Yueqing sect is still in first place, and we're in second. It seems they'll catch up to us soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Yi Qiao, who was eating Xiaoyu's pills, and said, Let's go somewhere else to kill demons." But as soon as Zhongxi took a step, he stepped on an array. Then he was quickly sucked inside. "Zhong," she cried out in terror, "help." Unable to let himself die alone, he quickly grabbed the legs of his 2 senior brothers, pulling them in with him. Seeing him clinging like a leech, Xiaoyu quickly took out 4 pills and said, "These arrays are so troublesome. Junior brother, let go, or I'll use these pills to knock you unconscious." Chuhan Van was even more domineering. He drew his sword and swung, directly cutting off the corner of the robe Zhong she was holding. Yi Qiao watched her senior brothers bicker like children. "Let go. Help me." Unable to look directly, she thought to herself, "Can my 3 senior brothers be a little more reliable?" She honestly approached and observed the array trapping Zhongxi, saying frankly, "This array is a bit like the Yueqing sects. It might have been left behind by one of their disciples." Hearing this, Chuhan Van fell indignant and said, "Let's go capture Song Hanqing." However, Yi Qiao stopped him, saying, "No need, I found the array's core." Thinking smugly to herself, she added, "Thanks to Song Hanqing's generosity, he really did let me see the Yueqing sect's inner disciple talisman manual." Thinking this, she gripped her divine weapon tightly and threw it forward. As soon as her weapon touched the array's core, it exploded. Finally, Zhongxi was freed, and the green aura surrounding his legs disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "The array is broken." Zhongxi turned into a crying child, calling out, "Junior sister Yi Qiao is so amazing." Those in the spectator area fell silent after witnessing the previous scene. Seeing Yi Qiao's performance, Yin Yin angrily scolded, "How audacious! How dare she secretly learn our Yueqing sect's array formations?" He remembered clearly, if she had broken the array from the inside, it could be attributed to luck, but breaking it from the outside while claiming to have never learned array formations, who would believe that? Seeing someone trying to falsely accuse his disciple, Qin Fanfan immediately spoke up in her defense, demanding fairness. "What Yueqing sect array formations? Don't you use array formations for people to learn from?" Hearing this, Elder Sun could only say, "This isn't the point. The point is Yi Qiao. She's a talisman master." The woman beside Elder Sun also spoke up, "Sword and talisman dual cultivation. So this is Changming sect trump card." Hearing this, old Master Qin Fanfan became even more smug, saying, "You're allowed to hide your trump cards, but our sect isn't allowed to have another genius. We call this strategy." Suddenly, she dramatically gestured towards Duanyu, saying, "You knew about this all along, didn't you? This Yi Qiao girl is a dual cultivator of sword and talisman." But she didn't know that even the elders within the sect weren't aware of this. Duanyu wore a complicated expression, recalling the days of hitting Yi Qiao and regretting it. "If I had known, how could I have hit Yi Qiao every day?" Talisman masters are treasures in the cultivation world. Back with Yi Qiao, she was asking her senior brothers if they had encountered Song Hanqing on the way. Zhongxi took out a stone, saying, "Yes, I recorded it with a recording stone. I'll post it on the forum later to see if anyone recognizes him. I used 6 stones to record it. It should sell for a good price, maybe 10 high-grade spirit stones." Hearing the opportunity to earn money, Yi Qiao immediately seized the chance to demand share. Seeing this, Zhongxi asked helplessly based on what. She began to list her contributions. "I tied him up. Without me, could you have filmed it?" Seeing this, she had a compromise. "All right, we'll split it 60-40. Yi Qiao cheered with satisfaction. Suddenly, Xiaoyu patted Yi Qiao's shoulder, announcing, "I received news. Baishui sect and Yueqing sect have formed an alliance. Chengfeng sect hasn't allied with anyone yet, and Wenjian sect is currently ranked 4th, their lowest ranking ever." Hearing this, Yi Qiao made a suggestion. "Then let's seek an alliance with Wenjian sect." She touched her talismans and said, "I just happen to have some talismans that could be used as bargaining chips for the alliance." The scene changed. A sword chi flew towards a green array formation. The array formation that had trapped the Wenjian sect disciples for so long was finally broken by Yi Qinghan. He looked at the array formation before him, thinking to himself, this array formation is finally broken. Suddenly, Xingji noticed someone following them. He patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Senior brother, it's someone from Changming's sect. Seeing that they had finally noticed her, Yi Qiao spoke. Don't be alarmed. I'm here to propose an alliance. I have my second senior brother bring you some talismans. You're rather weak when it comes to breaking formations. Knowing she was a tough opponent, Yi Qinghan got straight to the point. What do you want? Yi Qiao responded honestly. You know the current situation. Changming's sect is in second place. Next, they'll deal with Yueqing's sect first. How about this? We have talismans to break formations. You're trapped, and I can help you. The two, sharing a tacit understanding, looked at each other for a moment. Yi Qinghan suddenly fell silent for a long time. Seeing his senior brother in a difficult position, Suo Xingji spoke up indignantly. What are you plotting? We won't. Before he could finish, Yi Qinghan interrupted. Fine. We'll be second. You'll be first. Hearing this, Suo Xingji vehemently objected. Senior brother, how can you agree to their terms? However, this fool didn't know that the wolf in sheep's clothing, Yi Qinghan, was harboring a scheme. Wait until her talismans were used up, then deal with them. He thought smugly. Our Wenjian sect has always been number one. Having reached an agreement, Yi Qiao's and Yi Qinghan's groups immediately set off. Yi Qiao then spoke up. See, this path is safe and sound, avoiding all the formations. It's all thanks to my second senior brother's talismans. Yi Qiao used Ming Xian's reputation to boast, claiming his techniques were incredibly useful. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan believed her. He thought with respect. Ming Xian was eliminated, yet he still possesses such terrifying strength. Yi Qinghan's expression turned grim. He guessed, could this be the difference in family background? At the match observation area, although Ming Xian wasn't participating, his name was constantly mentioned. He was incredibly exasperated. You all believe my little junior sister's lies. Well, I can only thank you for thinking so highly of me. Suo Xingji, upon hearing this, was incredulous. He said, someone so powerful, how could they be eliminated? Zhong Shi, who had been dejected just moments before, flew into a rage upon hearing this and yelled, he's so annoying. I want to stab him to death with my sword. His impulsive action prompted Xieyu to quickly intervene. Calm down. Suo Xingji, either genuinely not hearing or pretending not to, turned around and added another jab, rubbing salt into the wound. What are you two good-for-nothing losers babbling about? This time, Xieyu couldn't hold back either. He prepared to take out a bottle of cyanide, saying, all right, I'm going to go kill him now. This time, it was Zhongshi's turn to challenge him. Calm down, Xieyu. Suddenly, it began to rain. Everyone was bewildered, unsure why it was raining at this time. Yi Qiao reached out her hand to catch the falling raindrops. She recognized the familiar sensation. Falling on us, it even feels warm. Isn't this the acid rain I encountered before transmigrating into the book? Seeing this, Yi Qinghan turned to ask his junior brothers, do any of you have defensive artifacts? Unexpectedly, his junior brothers answered in unison, no, we're poor. Faced with their honesty, Yi Qinghan was speechless. He knew the artifact from Changfeng's sect were exorbitantly expensive, something they could never afford in their lifetime. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiao pulled out a pot and placed it over her head. She made a rather creative suggestion. How about you guys wear basins or pots too? Xieyu even went up and knocked on her pot, asking, where did you get that? Yi Qiao answered honestly, I borrowed them from the kitchen. Then she asked, I have 3 more. Do you want them? Her senior brothers' eyes lit up at her words, eager to join in the fun, and said they did. So 4 pots were brought out to shield them from the rain. The pot maker probably never imagined they would be used like this. Those outside, seeing the 4 pots in the downpour, burst into laughter. They joked that Yi Qiao hadn't brought any ordinary items to the competition grounds, only things to benefit the Asking Sword sect. The people around them were dumbfounded. The 4 from the Changming sect, operating on the principle that if they weren't embarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to everyone else, calmly wore the pots on their heads, making Yi Qinghan and the others feel utterly mortified. However, on some level, he couldn't help but admit, but I have to say, it seems rather effective. Then Yi Qinghan feigned friendliness and asked, do you have any more pots? Unexpectedly, Yi Qiao said they were all gone. She admitted, I'm not a wholesaler, Naturally, I wouldn't senselessly bring so many pots into the competition grounds. Outside the arena, Qin Fanfan, watching the outstanding performance of his Sect's disciple, remarked the Asking Sword Sect and the Moonclear Sect can only rely on their spiritual energy to resist the corrosive rainwater. This method consumes a lot of spiritual energy. It's not as good as learning from Yi Qiao and wearing a pot. He was unaware that Yun Yin and Elder Wang were already fuming, thinking to themselves, Qin Fanfan's smug smile is truly irritating. However, they didn't voice their annoyance, only keeping it in their hearts. After a while, the rain finally stopped. Seeing the rain had stopped, Yi Qiao took the pot off her head and said, "We've arrived at the Wind Beast lair." Then, she turned to everyone and said, "The Moonclear Sect is definitely heading here too." Hearing this, Yi Qinghan replied, "The Moonclear Sect is almost here. They have 3 Talisman Cultivators and 1 Golden Core Stage Sword Cultivator." He decisively said to Chu Hanvan, "I'll deal with their Sword Cultivator. It'll be faster if you join me." It turned out Yi Qinghan wanted to probe Chu Hanvan's strength, as he had never seen him fight. Looking at Chu Hanvan's slender figure, Yi Qinghan made some assumptions. He could just take this opportunity to observe his swordsmanship. Thinking of this, his eyes brightened like a curious puppy. Chu Hanvan looked at him, unsure of what to say. Unexpectedly, Chu Hanvan suddenly turned around and feigned ignorance, saying, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Yi Qinghan. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan was truly angered. He gritted his teeth and said, "We're cooperating. Your Changming sect just needs to show some sincerity." Unexpectedly, Chu Hanvan pulled Yi Qiao in front of him as a shield, saying, "Changming sect's sincerity is right here." Chu Hanvan was extremely confident, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Yi Qinghan, seemingly conveying the idea of dual cultivation of sword and talisman. "Our junior sister is currently Changming sect's greatest sincerity, don't you know?" Yi Qinghan, seeing Yi Qiao, exercised considerable restraint. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Yi Qiao finally spoke up, "Don't be angry, we can just help out a little." She was very mature, confidently displaying her personality as she said, "Don't you trust our Changming sect? We're all honest people." Thinking about this, Yi Qiao felt that the current plot seemed to have gone off track. According to her memory of the novel, Yin Shua always stayed by the male lead side. With her, a talisman cultivator, present, the Asking Sword Sect would have smooth sailing. Now, it seemed that the first battle of the Moonclear Sect might end with her involvement. This angered Song Hanqing so much that he reprimanded Yin Sha, leading to Yin Shua, unlike in the original story, not staying by Qinghan's side. Suddenly, Seiyu approached her and whispered, "Are you really going to help the Asking Sword Sect? Do you believe Qinghan won't deal with us after taking care of the Moonclear Sect?" Yi Qiao, knowing her senior brother was worried about her, said, "It's all right, I'm not a good person anyway." Elsewhere, Yin Shua and the people from the Moonclear Sect were venturing deeper into the secret realm together. At this moment, their group encountered another. Song Hanqing recognized at a glance that these 2 sects had joined forces, but he still asked suspiciously, "Hasn't the Asking Sword Sect always refused to collaborate with weaker sects?" Hearing this, his junior brother started to say, "Yi Qinghan wants to rely on the talismans left by Ming Xian to smoothly enter the secret realm. Those brainless sword cultivators don't know what they're doing all day." Outside, everyone heard Sujua's words. They felt it was unfair and unbearable, saying that Sujua called those people brainless, while just a few days ago, they were the ones trapped. Yin Yin, listening nearby, didn't miss a single word of their pleasantries. Indeed, Yi Qiao was a dual cultivator, different from those brainless sword cultivators. Actually, if Yi Qiao had stayed in the Moonclear Sect from the beginning, the Moonclear Sect would have had 2 sword cultivators and 5 talisman cultivators. One way or another, it would have been a gain. Their words were no different from mocking him, calling him selfish. Yinny knew it, but couldn't refute them, only enduring it silently. Finally, for the sake of face, he said, "A mid-grade spiritual root, that's all. Even as a dual cultivator, she's ultimately just a small fry." Elder Zhao immediately retorted with a sentence that stunned him. "Aren't all of you with high-grade spiritual roots still always ranked last? A high-grade spiritual root doesn't change the fact that you're at the bottom." On the other side, Yi Qinghan also recognized the people from the Moonclear Sect. He called out, Song Hanqing, and then unsheathed his sword, flying towards him. Yi Qinghan blocked their path, saying, "Want to be first? Don't even dream of it." Seeing him threatening them, Song Hanqing wouldn't be outdone and immediately mobilized his spiritual power. The collision of the two spiritual energies emitted a piercing sound. The two fought more and more fiercely, moving further away from their initial positions. The force they generated was like a storm, making it difficult for Yi Qiao to withstand. She watched and silently assessed. The power of two golden core cultivators was truly too strong, and she felt a bit breathless. Suddenly, Han Van stood behind her and released his spiritual power, enveloping Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao was completely stunned and turned to look at her senior brother. She said happily, "Thank you, senior brother." Being shielded by her senior brother's spiritual pressure was much more comfortable. Then, she suddenly hid behind her senior brothers and said, "Brothers, please shield me a bit." She busied herself behind them. Yi Qiao circulated her spiritual energy, focusing it in her palms. Her hands moved with incredible dexterity, each finger guiding a stream of spiritual energy. Then, Yi Qiao shouted confinement array. A golden formation appeared, encasing her 4 fellow disciples. Those outside were stunned by Yi Qiao's sudden actions, exchanging astonished whispers. If I'm not mistaken, that formation was set up by Yi Qiao herself. You're not mistaken. She started setting it up secretly as soon as she arrived. What is this? Has she trapped herself? The clang of Yi Qinghan and Song Hanqing's weapons still echoed in the air. Only then did Song Hanqing notice Yi Qiao's strange, cage-like formation. Strange, I didn't trap anyone from the Changming sect inside. Racking his brain, Song Hanqing couldn't understand. Could it be the confinement array that idiot Su dropped? Taking advantage of the formation's one-way visibility, Yi Qiao cried out, "Oh no, we're trapped. What are we going to do?" She called for help in a helpless voice. "Someone save us." Hearing this, Song Hanqing and Yi Qinghan immediately stopped fighting. But both thought to themselves, "Who cares about you?" Seeing her plan succeed, Yi Qiao said triumphantly, "All right, let them fight for a bit longer. We'll break the formation and reap the benefits once they've exhausted their energy." After a while, Yi Qinghan and Song Hanqing were panting from exhaustion. Finally, they had to stop to catch their breath. Like a spectator watching television, Yi Qiao commented, "Yi Qinghan's in trouble. Song Hanqing's beating him so badly, he can't even get close." Xiaoyu mimicked her expression, saying, "Talisman Masters are truly formidable. I've decided to treat Ming Xian better from now on." Seeing this, Yi Qiao suddenly stood up, urging them. This formation doesn't have any offensive power, and it can only be maintained for a short time. It's about to disappear on its own. Let's get ready to go out and help Yi Qinghan. Then, a crack appeared on the formation. The crack gradually widened, eventually causing the entire formation to shatter. Chu Han Van told everyone, "I'll deal with Song Hanqing." He calmly assigned tasks. Yi Qiao, you, and Zhongxi go deal with the others. With that, Chu Han Van walked up to Song Hanqing and said, "I'm serious." However, Chu Han Van seemed to sense something was amiss. He felt a great deal of pressure. Suddenly, Chu Han Van sheathed his sword, ran away, and shouted, "Just kidding." Song Hanqing, at his age, had never been toyed with like this. He yelled, "Chu Han Van, don't run." He had originally wanted to test Chu Han Van's strength, but he hadn't expected him to run away before even fighting. Watching the two of them act like children playing hide-and-seek, with Chu Han Van even making faces to taunt Song Hanqing, and Song Hanqing shouting, "If you have the guts, don't run." On the other side, Yi Qiao was being targeted by Su. "Sorry, I can't show you any mercy anymore." He summoned a talisman and threw it towards Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao quickly tilted her head, dodging his attack. Unexpectedly, another talisman appeared over Yi Qiao's other shoulder. The talisman was like the boulder pinning down Sun Wukong, immobilizing Yi Qiao. Su Zhua, seeing his success, started to approach, reaching out for Yi Qiao's token, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at her restrained form. Suddenly, Yi Qiao gave a faint smile, like an overbearing CEO, and declared, "It's getting cold. Yuaqing's Sect, you're out." Su Zhua was caught off guard as Yi Qiao moved, even managing to kick him. He stumbled back, asking in astonishment, "How?" Su Zhua, lying on the ground, trembled as he spoke. "You were clearly hit by my immobilization talisman. How can you?" Yi Qiao seized the opportunity to snatch his token, replying, "Not so many hows." With the token in hand, Yi Chao happily examined it with a smile. Only then did Su Jue start to plead, second senior sister. Crushing the token in her hand, she said without a trace of mercy, "Sorry, I won't show any favoritism." Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan, unable to hold back any longer, called out, "Are you two done yet?" Song Hanqing and Chu Hanvan, after their prolonged chase, were now exhausted, standing there panting. Just then, a burst of sword energy flew towards them. Song Hanqing found himself with Yi Qinghan's sword at his throat. He threatened, "Crush it yourself, or we'll help you." Seeing the situation, Song Hanqing considered his options with a hint of fear. Based on the current rankings, even if he were eliminated, Yueqing Sect could still maintain their third-place position. Resigned, Song Hanqing took his token, thinking to himself, "This competition has already proven enough for our Yueqing Sect. I don't care anymore." Then, without hesitation, he crushed the token. Mu Zongi had also completed his task, crushing a token. He then turned around to report, "This side is taken care of." The remaining members of Yueqing's sect were like snakes without a head, trembling in fear. Yi Chao looked at them, thinking, now, only Yun Shuo remains from Yueqing's sect. The four of them called out Yun Shuo's name in unison, their gazes fixed on her. Sensing the rapidly shifting tides, Yi Chao brandished her staff and charged towards Yun Shuo. Just as she was about to strike Yun Shuo, Yi Qinghan intervened, deflecting the blow with his sword, the clash of weapons ringing out. He glared at Yi Chao, declaring firmly, "Don't even think about harming her." While his words sounded chivalrous, Yi Qinghan was scheming inwardly. When Jian's sect needs a docile talisman practitioner to guide us, someone who won't betray us midway, she's the perfect choice. Those Changming sect fools are useless now. Yun Shuo stood innocently behind Yi Qinghan, completely oblivious to his intentions, touched by his actions. Brother Yi, Mu Zongi, not one to be easily fooled, stepped up beside Yi Qinghan, mocking him, hey, using us and then turning on us. Not very nice. Yi Qinghan, feeling a bit embarrassed, retorted, "Blame your own stupidity." Unwilling to waste any more time on him, Yi Chao swiftly deployed the Four Directions formation. Yi Qinghan and the Wenjian sect disciples were immediately affected by the talismans, bound by chains. The Asking Sword sect disciples erupted in disgruntled shouts. "What's going on? That Changming sect trash, losing and resorting to dirty tricks." One of them said doubtfully, "Wasn't there only one formation master in Changming sect? And wasn't she already eliminated?" Yi Qinghan turned around and was surprised to see Yi Chao standing nearby. A triumphant look spread across her face as her hands continued to weave formation seals. Astonishment filled Yi Qinghan's voice. "Yi Chao, you're a formation master." He pieced everything together, finally understanding. No wonder Ming Xian leaving didn't worry the Changming sect disciples. No wonder she had the ability to cooperate with us. Yi Chao laughed, delighted, as if she had reaped a bountiful harvest. She lifted her chin, her expression radiant as she declared, "Who's to blame for your stupidity?" Her expression turned serious as she pointed her staff directly at Yun Shuo, proclaiming, "Next, it's your turn." Yun Shuo panicked, cold sweat beading on their forehead. Despite their fear, Yun Shuo tried to maintain composure, saying fiercely, "Second senior sister is always targeting me. Don't blame me for being ruthless." They also began to set up a formation. A formation began to materialize around Yun Shuo, causing their robes to flutter. Yi Chao didn't show any weakness, deploying a corresponding formation, carefully calculating in her mind. Here it comes, here it comes. Yun Shuo's formation is almost complete. Mine too. Yi Chao's formation was unleashed with a resounding crack. As she continued to weave her magic, Yi Chao calmly asked Yun Shuo, "Have you ever experienced the power of two formations combining?" Yun Shuo suddenly remembered that the collision of two formations would result in a massive surge of spiritual energy. The two formations collided, emitting a blinding light, stunning those bound by the chains. Before they could react, a deafening explosion rocked the area. The explosion sent the Asking Sword sect disciples, along with Yi Qinghan and Yun Shuo, sprawling to the ground. Yun Shuo coughed violently, lying on the ground. Seeing them all injured and unable to recover quickly, Yi Chao waved her hand and shouted, "Quickly, crush their command tokens." During the day, on the ancient battlefield, a voice suddenly echoed through the quiet landscape. "All members of the Asking Sword sect have been eliminated. All members of the Moonclear sect have been eliminated." Xiao Yin was stunned. It's only the third day. What happened to the Asking Sword Sect and the Moonclear Sect? How could they all be eliminated? Did they mutually destroy each other? At the observation point, the crowd buzzed with excited chatter. Several men were discussing, putting forward theories. One said, "Can two formations be combined?" Another replied, "It's like the principle of two alchemy furnaces combining. Two formations overlapping will definitely explode." She wanted to use this method to blow up the Asking Sword Sect disciples. The man listening couldn't help but exclaim, "So impressive. I consider myself the most outstanding disciple." Su Zhua approached Song Hanqing and said, "The formation Yi Qiao used belongs to the Moonclear Sect." Song Hanqing frowned angrily, replying, "Did she secretly learn it before leaving our sect?" After saying this, Song Hanqing found it strange himself and thought, "That's not right. The last time I met Yi Qiao in the secret realm, she was still a good-for-nothing. Could it be she started learning after stealing the inner sect's cultivation techniques and talisman manuals? But it's only been half a year." Song Hanqing looked towards Yunnan, continuing to think, "After the competition ends, I must discuss Yi Qiao's matter with Master." Back in the present, on the ancient battlefield, Yi Qiao was watching the injured Yun Shuo lying on the ground. She asked, trembling with pain, "If you actually secretly learned our sect's array formations?" Yi Qiao spread her hands and replied calmly, "I was also an inner disciple of the Yueqing sect before, so what's wrong with learning a few array formations?" At the same time, she thought to herself, "I'd rather die than admit I learned it from the talisman manuals. Otherwise, it would be the same as publicly admitting to theft." Suddenly, a large pit appeared in front of Yi Qiao. At this moment, the senior brothers and Yi Qiao curiously approached the edge of the pit. Mu Zongyi analyzed, "This pit is so big. It doesn't feel like it was formed by an exploding array, but rather dug beforehand." Suddenly, Mu Zongyi laughed excitedly, his eyes narrowing like a happy puppy as he said, "There's a not-so-reliable rumor in the cultivation world that says if you throw the name of someone you hate into the pit, you can curse them. I wonder if it's true. How about we try throwing Master's name down?" Senior brother Taiyu beside him nodded, Elder Zhao too. Yi Qiao said decisively, "Yunnan too. I have a grudge against him." Yi Qiao and the others casually discussed this, unaware that three people outside were fuming at their conversation. The elders of the Changming sect furrowed their brows and gritted their teeth, cursing helplessly, "A bunch of brats." Mu Zongyi excitedly suggested, "Why don't we try throwing it down?" Yi Qiao nodded cheerfully. "All right." Taiyu looked at everyone doubtfully and moved to the side without commenting. The two of them skipped towards the mouth of the pit, hand in hand. Senior brother Taiyu quickly grabbed Chu Han Van, who was about to run away, and sighed helplessly, "Senior brother, let's go too." The group entered the deep pit together. There wasn't any light source. Mu Zongyi called out shakily, "It's so dark here." This was followed by a pained cry, "Ouch." Seeing the situation wasn't good, Yi Qiao quickly made a fire talisman. Thanks to the firelight, Taiyu glanced at Mu Zongyi and asked coldly, "Are you all right?" At this moment, Mu Zongyi's head was bleeding from the impact. Just then, something brushed past them. Mu Zongyi, clutching his bleeding head, pointed at it and yelled. Yi Qiao said suspiciously, "Really? I don't believe it." Senior brother Taiyu mocked Mu Zongyi, "You're so dramatic." After everyone finished speaking, Chu Han Van said, "It's a demonic beast." Hearing his senior brother say it was a demonic beast, Mu Zongyi, ignoring his profusely bleeding head, quickly drew his sword and declared forcefully, "I didn't expect this ghostly place to have demonic beasts too. Let me handle it." He was aggressively preparing to fight the demonic beast when senior brother Taiyu interrupted and advised, "Stop the bleeding first." Everyone was preparing to rush forward and quickly deal with the demonic beast when Yi Qiao suddenly raised her hand to stop them. "Wait, leave the females alive." Mu Zongyi, pulling out a handkerchief from somewhere, wiped the blood and asked blankly, "Leave them alive. Why only the females?" Yi Qiao didn't answer immediately, turning to look at senior brother Taiyu with an excited expression. "Second senior brother, do you have any aphrodisiac pills?" Senior brother Xiaoyu blushed, clutching his chest and exclaiming, You lecher." Without a word, Yi Qiao's face darkened as she strode forward and rapped him sharply on the head. "You're the lecher," she retorted. "I just realized that female demonic beasts in heat emit a scent to attract mates, which could lure more demonic beasts to us." Senior brother Xiaoyu froze, then understanding dawned on him. He nodded. "That seems right, but I'm a proper alchemist." The more he thought about it, the more he frowned, his face reddening in embarrassment. "If my old man finds out I came to the sect to learn how to refine aphrodisiac pills, he'll blow his top. Lost in thought, Yi Chao suddenly held up a finger, her outward appearance calm, but a mischievous glint in her eyes. 100,000, she declared. Beside her, Mu Zongi looked at senior brother Xieyu with a slightly bewildered expression. Meanwhile, Xieyu, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a large, gleaming alchemy furnace. He sat down properly, seriously studying a book, and loudly reminded everyone should quiet. After a moment of contemplation, senior brother Xieyu also held up a hand, mimicking Yi Qiao, and declared resolutely, "I understand. I'll refine more. It's always good to be prepared." He then set to work. During the day, at the competition viewing area, curious spectators asked each other, "Does anyone know what the 100,000 they mentioned means?" Someone suddenly speculated, "I don't know. Maybe it's a Changming Sect secret." After a pause, another person added, "If the head of the Xie family, one of the 8 great families, knew Xieyu was refining aphrodisiac pills, he'd definitely give him an earful." A short time, about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, quickly passed. The corpses of numerous demonic beasts lay scattered across the ground. Yi Qiao and Mu Zongi stared at them, panting. Yi Qiao stifled a laugh. "Cough, cough. The aphrodisiac pills are really effective. They've attracted so many demonic beasts. Senior brother Xie, you consulted the ranking board. We're only 300 demonic beasts away from surpassing the Yueqing sect and taking first place. If we go back and hunt more along the previous route, our ranking will be even more secure." Mu Zongi hesitantly suggested, "But since we've come this far, why don't we continue forward and see what's there?" Yi Qiao and Mu Zongi's eyes lit up, and they agreed in unison. Chu Han Van, meanwhile, sighed in resignation, glancing around listlessly, his opinion clearly unimportant. Xieyu glanced at the surrounding cliff face, searching for clues. This fissure doesn't look like it was made by a cultivator from the 5 sects. The composition is very similar to the stone in the demonic clan's territory. Chu Han Van spotted a door and shouted, "There's a door here." Yi Qiao shot towards it like a speeding train. She observed the many strange characters on the door and quickly reached out to touch them, hoping to find a clue. Seeing this, senior brother Xieyu immediately warned her not to touch them carelessly, as they looked dangerous. Behind them, Chu Han Van slowly reached towards the door. Chu Han Van, seemingly afflicted with obsessive-compulsive disorder, repeatedly wiped at the door with his hand. "No, this is too unsightly." With that, he unhesitatingly swept his hand across the door, erasing all the characters. The spectators in the viewing area burst into laughter upon seeing Chu Han Van's actions. "Forget it, senior brother Xieyu. It's not like their eccentricity is anything new. Let's just enjoy watching the Changming sect's direct disciples compete." In stark contrast to the laughing spectators, the 3 Changming sect elders hung their heads in shame. Meanwhile, outside, Ming Xian gnawed on his sleeve in frustration, roaring, "Damn it, I want to play with him too." Song Hanqing, sitting opposite him, looked at Ming Xian with disdain. "You're courting death." Song Hanqing had been transported to the viewing area behind Ming Xian. Ming Xian chuckled. "I thought it was a pig squealing, but it turns out it's the genius of the Yueqing sect. Both your Yueqing sect and Wenqing sect have been eliminated, yet you still have the energy to worry about us." Struck by Ming Xian's words, Song Hanqing gritted his teeth in anger. "Don't push it." Behind him, someone from the Yueqing sect angrily exclaimed, "Is no one going to go beat him up with me?" The man beside him sighed and advised, "You'll lose points. Calm down." Back in the secret realm, a map appeared before Yi Qiao and the others. Yi Qiao asked curiously, "What is this?" Chu Han Van pondered for a moment before replying, "It looks like some sort of guide that maintains the secret realm." Mu Zongi's eyes suddenly lit up. The spiritual energy powering the secret realm must be something good. "What if we take it?" Chu Han Van responded wearily to his 4th junior brother. "No one's tried that." 3rd senior brother, Xieyu, staring intently at the map, added, "Let's try it later." Suddenly, a green pillar of light appeared near where Yi Qiao and the others were standing. A voice called out from within, "Little girl." Yi Qiao, startled, frowned and looked around before hesitantly saying, "A ghost." Both Xieyu and Mu Zongi shook their heads. "No, I don't think so." Yi Qiao whirled around and shouted angrily, "Are you mimicking me?" Chu Han Van glanced towards the source of the voice and said seriously, "Be serious. Show some respect to the old man." Yi Qiao, unconvinced, retorted sarcastically, sarcastically, "Senior brother, is calling him old man your idea of respect?" The four of them then turned to look at the formation-like pillar of light, which held a man captive within. The man inside trembled as he spoke. "Little girl, I've been trapped here for decades." Yi Qiao's face darkened as she listened to him continue. "I didn't expect to finally meet you." He clasped his hands together in front of his chest, tears welling in his eyes as he pleaded, "You're a talisman cultivator, aren't you? Just do as I say, and I'll reward you when I get out." Xiaoyu frowned and stepped protectively in front of Yi Qiao, who was still bewildered by the situation. He thought worriedly, this old man is probably a member of the demonic clan. Peeking out from behind her senior brother, Yi Qiao said to the man inside, "But I'm just a basic early-stage cultivator." The man in the pillar of light chuckled. "I can teach you how to open the formation. It's very simple." Inwardly, however, he sighed. Are the standards for direct disciples in the cultivation world this low now? Or is she a genius with exceptional talent, causing the 5 sects to make an exception? Sighing, he began to demonstrate for Yi Qiao. She watched intently, and after he finished, Yi Qiao said, "I've seen it." She memorized it secretly, thinking, there are many cultivators watching outside. If I learn something so obviously unorthodox now, I'll inevitably be punished after leaving. But if I memorize it and learn it later, they won't know. The man, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, asked Yi Qiao, "Have you learned it yet?" He smiled smugly, thinking, ever since I was trapped here by a group of direct disciples 100 years ago, I haven't encountered a situation like this. My soul is about to dissipate. If I can escape, I'll immediately seize a body to nourish my demonic spirit. Yi Qiao waved her hands and shook her head repeatedly. "It's too difficult. I can't learn it. Why don't you try something simpler?" Although angry, the man quickly nodded. All right. He consoled himself internally. This will do for now. In the observation area, Song Hanxing thought smugly. That old man's method of breaking the formation is so simple, yet Yi Qiao can't learn it. It seems she really can't learn the Yu Qing sect formation techniques within half a year. Half an hour later, the man anxiously asked, "Have you learned it yet?" Yi Qiao answered slowly, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. "It's all right." Then, as if she had just realized something, she asked, "Are you really unable to get out?" The man replied with feigned distress, "Yes, little girl." Hearing his definite answer, Yi Qiao smiled brightly, her eyes narrowing. "If you can't get out, then I'm relieved." The man was stunned, his eyes wide, still not understanding what had happened. Yi Qiao's senior brothers also stared at her in disbelief. While everyone was still dumbfounded, she quickly snatched the scroll. Without further explanation, Yi Qiao grinned, spun around, and skipped away, calling out, "Let's go." As they moved further away, the man roared furiously, "Come back. You come back here." He cursed inwardly. Damn it, tricked by a little girl again. It seems my life ends here. At this moment, the secret realm began to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse. Duan Xingdao said in bewilderment, "What's going on? Is the secret realm ending early?" He wondered, what unexpected event could have caused the secret realm to end prematurely? Duan Xingdao's senior brother, who was looking at the ranking board, read aloud, "Currently, Yu Qing Sect is still in first place with 4,300 points. Changming Sect is second with 4,000 points. Chengfeng Sect is third with 2,200 points." Qin Huai chuckled after hearing this. The Yu Qing sect has been eliminated. Logically, the Changming sect just needed to wait a few more days to secure first place. What a pity. He rejoiced inwardly. I bet they didn't expect the secret realm to close early. I really want to see their expressions. With that thought, Qin Huai couldn't hide the excitement on his face as he said, "Crush your tokens. Let's leave." He then crushed his own token. Following suit, Duan Xingdao and the other Chengfeng sect disciples crushed their tokens, the sounds echoing one after another. Back with Yi Qiao, the surrounding space was still shaking violently. She stopped, bent over, and gasped. I didn't expect taking the scroll would actually cause this place to collapse. Glancing behind her, Yi Qiao asked, "How many more demonic beasts do we need to kill to take first place?" Xiaoyu looked at the token, calculated, and replied, 300 left. Chengfeng Sect and Bai Shui Sect have already left the secret realm. Currently, only the 4 of us remain. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiao immediately brightened, raising her magical weapon and excitedly saying, "Only 300 left." Then she giggled and said to her senior brothers, "Then let's get enough. I just happen to want to try the second chapter of the Qing Feng secret art." Chu Han then crossed his arms and mused, "Oh, junior sister wants to learn the second chapter of the Qing Feng secret art." Turning to Yi Qiao and seeing the demonic beasts ahead, he said, "These demonic beasts arrived at just the right time." He didn't say anything more, walking towards the demonic beasts and saying as he went, "Junior sister wants to learn the second chapter of the Qing Feng secret art, so watch carefully." As he finished speaking, his hands were already prepared to strike. Chu Han Van leaped up to attack the demonic beasts. Yi Qiao watched intently as he struck, his movements powerful and decisive. His final move wiped out the entire pack of demonic beasts. After the intense battle, Chu Han Van sheathed his sword and slowly walked back. Now he was surrounded by large boulders that had been sent flying by the aftershocks. This was the second chapter of the Qing Feng secret art. Waiting until the effects of the technique completely dissipated, he turned his head and asked Yi Qiao, "Understand?" Yi Qiao and Mu Zongyi, their eyes shining brightly, applauded continuously, praising, "So amazing." In the observation area, Elder Duan Yu frowned and muttered, "They're crazy." He worried inwardly. The secret realm is about to collapse, and they're in there comprehending sword techniques. After Chu Han Van's demonstration, Yi Qiao closed her eyes and calmly recalled each movement. She couldn't help but think, clutching the incomplete blueprint in her hand. Too abstract. Having someone demonstrate in person is truly different. She confidently walked towards an enraged, drooling, demonic beast, thinking to herself, "I've grasped it." Without hesitation, she charged towards the demonic beast, which was also preparing to attack. Yi Qiao unleashed a powerful strike. Slowly executing the technique she had just learned, a powerful force condensing in her hand. She continued to execute the technique, sparks and lightning clashing and exploding continuously. After a fierce battle, she sheathed her sword, having just finished using the second chapter of the Qing Feng secret art. At the same time, Xie Yu shouted, "Enough! Enough! We're in first place." Yi Qiao smiled with satisfaction and, without hesitation, took out her token and decisively crushed it. "Then let's go." The three elders of Changming's sect finally dared to sit down and breathe a sigh of relief, simultaneously exclaiming, "These spirited children have finally decided to come out." The elder of Baishui sect softly praised, "It's been a long time since I've seen such courageous core disciples. A vast secret realm like this won't collapse so quickly. It's just that the other core disciples are a bit timid." The moment Yi Qiao and the others were teleported out, the crowd of spectators couldn't help but shout, "Yi Qiao is out." The crowd roared her name, much to her surprise. Some people even excitedly ran to surround her, vying to give her flowers and gifts, and some took the opportunity to get acquainted with her. "Yi Qiao, you cultivate both swordsmanship and talismans, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. I've long admired your great name." Yi Qiao. Having just been teleported out, Yi Qiao was still a little dazed. Everyone's enthusiasm left her at a loss. While she was still reveling in the excitement, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. Who caused the secret realm to collapse? This shout startled Yi Qiao. Just as the four of them were stealthily trying to slip away, Elder Wang, incredibly furious, pointed directly at Yi Qiao, Xie Yu, Mu Zongyi, and Chu Han Van and roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he angrily scolded, "You four, come here and compensate me." The more Elder Wang thought about it, the angrier he became. If it weren't for Yi Qiao, their Asking Sword sect wouldn't have ended up in last place in the second competition. Elder Wang clenched his fists and continued to roar. This is something that hasn't happened in thousands of years. Elder Qin came from afar to mediate. The secret realm would have closed sooner or later. Talking about compensation is rather disharmonious. Without a word, Elder Wang raised his hand to stop Elder Qin and interrupted, "Shut up. There's no harmony to speak of between me and your Changming sect." Elder Wang questioned Elder Qin, "Do you know how dangerous it is for the secret realm to close early?" Compensation. Elder Qin, suppressing his distress, put on a pitiful expression, then took out a money pouch and offered it, sobbing, "Giving money will do, right?" Elder Wang didn't stand on ceremony and snatched the money pouch, delighted but still feigning indifference. Well, that's barely acceptable. At the same time, Yi Qiao was discussing the events in the secret realm with her fellow disciples when someone suddenly shouted, "Yi Qiao, This call attracted everyone's attention, and she and the others turned to look towards the source of the shout. At this moment, Song Hanqing approached with a displeased expression and asked, "Since when did you start learning array formations?" Yi Qiao curled her lip and replied casually, "Learned it a few months ago. From now on, just call me a humble genius." "Thanks." Suddenly, Yi Qiao strutted up to Song Hanqing, holding a magical tool in her hand, and said, "And another thing, remember to speak politely to the top scorer of the second competition." That evening, at the Sects lodgings, Yi Qiao collapsed on her bed and sighed. "So tired, finally I can rest." Suddenly, a chick appeared out of nowhere and bumped into her. Seeing the chick holding its head high with pride, Yi Qiao's eyes sparkled as she praised, "Oh, Kang Duk-ko, it's been a while. You've gotten quite pretty. Seems like raising you wasn't a waste." As soon as Yi Qiao put the chick down, it walked toward the scroll and looked at it curiously, chirping. Seeing this, Yi Qiao explained, while reaching out to take the scroll, "Right, this is from the secret realm. I haven't studied it yet." Driven by curiosity, she decided to take the scroll and ask her senior brothers. A stick of incense later, she went to find them. Inside Xieyu's room, a scroll lay on the table, a chick perched beside it. His voice echoed, "I've seen this spiritual energy mentioned in books before. It should be the third-ranked Shan He Tuesday. It's a Xian Qi, very useful." Yi Qiao, chin resting thoughtfully on her hand, listened as he continued, arms crossed and brow furrowed. "It's said that after it's opened, a picture will appear within the scroll, capable of trapping enemies within their memories." Hearing such a miraculous function, Yi Qiao's eyes lit up. "Then let me try it." She decided to give it a go. "If I fall unconscious inside, kick me." Xieyou nodded cheerfully, radiating an aura of trustworthiness. "All right." He quickly unfurled the scroll and chanted, "Shani too." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Qiao was enveloped by the light emanating from the scroll, and suddenly collapsed to the floor. When she slowly regained consciousness, a shimmering, translucent door appeared before her eyes. Confused, she wondered, "What is this?" Stepping forward, she gently pushed the door open and saw a young woman inside, sitting before a desktop computer, typing furiously on the keyboard. Yi Qiao was stunned. "Isn't this where I used to pull all-nighters designing every day before I transmigrated?" She was jolted awake by the dreamlike scene, still reeling. That was terrifying. Seeing her awake, Xieyou hurriedly asked, "Junior sister, what did you see?" At the same time, he was puzzled. Junior sister went in and came out so quickly. "Is the third-ranked spiritual artifact useless?" Yi Qiao sighed, covering her face. "I saw the life of a wage slave." Xieyou was even more perplexed after hearing this, completely lost. "What are you talking about, junior sister? I don't understand." "Not that it's the first time I haven't understood." Composing herself, Yi Qiao said firmly, "Let me try again. Maybe you didn't open it correctly." Xieyou nodded in agreement. "All right." He unfurled the scroll and chanted the incantation again. A few seconds later, Yi Qiao saw a portly man scolding her. "What is this you've drawn? There's no theme, no focus. Redo it." In the next instant, she was startled awake once more, so abruptly that even Xieyou was taken aback. Xieyou sighed, picking up the scroll to examine it. "This spiritual artifact is broken." The night was quiet, the courtyard silent. Yi Qiao sighed, her fingers brushing lightly against the scroll as she resolutely pushed it back towards Xieyou. "Forget it." She lowered her head, a hint of regret in her eyes, but unable to hide her resignation. "The further this Shan He too is from me, the better." Xieyou was dumbfounded, unsure of what was happening. Yi Qiao broke out in a cold sweat. She hadn't expected the Shan He too to bring back all her memories of the modern world, but she felt no attachment whatsoever to that life of endless all-nighters spent designing. Just then, Mu Zongi burst through the door. Xieyou, who had just made his discovery, glanced up and saw Mu Zongi. He said cheerfully, "Junior sister, third senior brother." Mu Zongi gave a triumphant thumbs up. "Second senior brother, and I have started grilling in the courtyard. Come join us." Images of fragrant skewers of grilled meat and fish flashed before their eyes. Putting the matter of the scroll aside, the three of them headed out to the courtyard where the grilling was underway. They sat together, chatting as they cooked. The sizzling skewers of meat were placed onto plates as they finished cooking. Mu Zongi and Yi Qiao ate enthusiastically, skewer after skewer. Mu Zongyi ate while holding a skewer, and Ming Xian ate heartily while noticing Chu Han Van standing behind Xiaoyu, repeatedly asking, "Aren't you done yet?" Senior brother is hungry. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu looked at the skewer he had just grilled with confusion, wondering why it was burnt black. The aroma of the grilled food traveled far, reaching the lodgings of other sections. Song Hanqing smelled the grilled meat carried by the wind and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, so fragrant. He and Su Zhuo were sitting at a table, drinking tea and eating fruit. He couldn't help but ask Su Zhuo, what are they doing in the next courtyard? Su Zhuo thought for a moment and replied, I heard they're having a celebration. Attracted by the smell of grilled meat, Su Zhuo swallowed, involuntarily moving towards the source of the aroma, thinking, so fragrant, so fragrant. Song Hanqing coughed and said, let's go see what's happening at the neighboring sect. As they walked, he chuckled wryly. It's truly impossible to remain calm with such a tempting aroma. Soon, Song Hanqing and Su Zhuo approached Yi Qiao. At this moment, Yi Qiao also recognized who was coming. She immediately turned around and shouted, if you want to eat, you have to pay. The two people behind her were stunned. Before she finished speaking, Song Hanqing reached out and offered something, saying 3 spirit stones. He thought to himself, now that I'm here, I can't leave just because of a few spirit stones. That would be too embarrassing. He quickly sat down next to Yi Qiao. Although unwilling, he handed over the stones, which Yi Qiao happily snatched. Mu Zongyi walked over to Song Hanqing with several skewers of meat. I can't eat anymore. I'm full. Here you go. Xiaoyu also generously stepped forward and offered him some. Mine too. Song Hanqing looked at the overflowing plate of food in front of him, his eyes shining brightly. He couldn't help but swallow. Half an hour later, there were still many skewers of meat left on the plate that Song Hanqing hadn't finished. He ate until he was stuffed, lying sprawled on the chair, rubbing his belly with a satisfied expression. Yi Qiao looked at Song Hanqing and asked suspiciously, you're done eating. Why haven't you left yet? Song Hanqing sat up, frowned, and replied to Yi Qiao, what's the rush? Can't you see there's still food on my plate? Yi Qiao looked disbelieving and stepped closer, asking, are you planning to finish it all here? Can you even eat that much? Song Hanqing looked at Yi Qiao as if she were a fool and said smugly, if I can't finish it, I'll just take it back with me. After saying that, Song Hanqing turned and left, carrying the plate of food, thinking triumphantly, I didn't expect myself to be so clever. From now on, the people of Changming Sect won't be able to trick me out of my money again. He left Yi Qiao and her fellow disciples dumbfounded. After Song Hanqing had gone far away, Ming Xian spoke up in confusion. What's wrong with him? He used to be the top disciple. Yi Qiao added with a sigh, I've noticed Song Hanqing has changed a lot recently. Hearing this, Mu Zongyi touched his chin with a puzzled expression, become kind. Yi Qiao and Kang Duk-ku, who was perched on her head, immediately turned around and interjected without hesitation, become stupid. After cleaning up, on the way back to her room, Yi Qiao happened to see Elder Qin and hurried forward to greet him. Elder Qin nodded and said, I have good news and some neutral news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yi Qiao quickly asked, Elder, what's the good news? Elder Qin replied, the good news is that the secret realm won't open for another 2 months, so you can rest assured. Yi Qiao and the others cheered with delight upon hearing this, their faces beaming as they jumped and clapped. After a pause, Ming Xian asked Elder Qin, what's the news that's neither good nor bad? In the quiet night, Elder Qin slowly spoke, someone has commissioned a mission for the 5 sections. You may not have any rest for the next 2 months. Their joy was short-lived. Upon hearing this, they were all stunned, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Hearing that they had to go on a mission, Ming Xian resolutely shook his head. We won't accept any missions. What business is it of the 5 sections? We won't do anything bad. He thought with disgust. The main task of the Changming Sect Academy is to hunt demonic beasts for spirit stones. There's no need to accept this mission. I'm not sure of money. Elder Qin squinted, a cryptic smile on his face, and spoke vaguely about the reward for this mission. He then emphasized that it was the Chaos Orb. The image of an orb possessing earth-shattering power appeared in everyone's minds. Even Ming Xian and senior brother Xiaoyu were surprised, thinking, it's actually the Chaos Orb. Senior brother Xiaoyu continued to think, it's the orb that created heaven and earth. It's said to carry a certain kind of opportunity left behind by the heavenly Tao. Elder Qin walked over, patted Mu Zongyi on the shoulder, and said with a smile, this is a mission commissioned by the city lord of Yanshui City. He then encouraged everyone everyone. The demonic clan has been making big moves recently. Whoever can deal with the demonic clan, the orb will belong to them. Do your best." Pausing for a moment, Elder Qin looked at Yi Xiao and said, "But Yi Xiao stays behind." Mu Zongyi, standing beside the elder, was utterly astonished. Mu Zongyi, unwilling to accept this, pointed at Yi Xiao, who was covering her mouth and giggling, and asked why. "Why is she staying behind?" Hearing this, Elder Qin snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "She's at the basic stage. What about the rest of you?" Hearing this, Ming Xian sensed a loophole. He stepped forward, stood in front of the elder, raised his hand, and said, "I've reached the peak of the basic stage, unlike Ming Xian." Elder Qin frowned and sternly shouted, "You go too. Don't make excuses. It's a good opportunity for training." Yi Xiao, standing beside them, smiled brightly and offered comfort. "Don't worry, senior brothers. Go with peace of mind. I'll miss you." Then she narrowed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and said prayerfully, "Though my body may not go, my spirit will always be with you." Elder Qin nodded and said, "Rest assured." Just as Yi Xiao was rejoicing, Elder Qin squinted at her and continued, "Yi Xiao won't be idle either." Her face immediately darkened, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Elder Qin continued, "I'll have little martial uncle come and train your reaction speed and proficiency in formations. He's a very powerful talisman master." At this moment, near where they were standing, a man appeared, yawning as he walked, his expression indifferent. It was Xie Chu Shui, the peak master of the Talisman Peak. Still looking tired, he wiped the tears from his eyes caused by his long yawn and said, "I'm here." Then, although not fully awake, he tried to appear enthusiastic and cheerfully introduced himself. "I am your little martial uncle, Xie Chu Shui." He quickly walked up to Mu Zongyi and asked, "You're Yi Xiao, right?" Mu Zongyi was also confused upon hearing this. Before anyone could react, Xie Chu Shui grabbed Mu Zongyi's face with both hands, squeezing and laughing cheerfully, saying, "You look so silly, yet you top the rankings." Mu Zongyi could only endure it helplessly. Yi Xiao, standing behind them, was surprised, her head full of question marks. Frowning at the scene, she asked, "Is he blind? Does my name sound like a man's name?" Chu Han Van, also silent and embarrassed, stepped forward to comfort her. "Little martial uncle has always been like this for many years. Even our master can't control him. Please be understanding." After hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes widened, completely speechless. Mu Zongyi, rubbing his reddened face, pointed at Yi Xiao and managed to say, "Little martial uncle, she's the one you're looking for." Only then did Xie Chu Shui realize his mistake. He gave an awkward laugh, scratching his head while still trying to explain, I know, I was just joking with you." Seeing that it was time, Elder Qin frowned and cleared his throat to remind everyone, "Enough noise, let's depart quickly." Then he carefully instructed the four, including Chu Han Van, "You all go to Yinshui City. If you encounter any danger, crush the jade slip to inform us." Before leaving, Chu Han Van didn't forget to remind Yi Xiao, who was still standing there dumbfounded, "Little martial uncle is very mischievous. You should stay away from him." Xie Yu sighed helplessly, turning back to say, "Don't worry." As Chu Han Van and his senior brothers left, Xie Chu Shui approached Yi Xiao, and before she could react, he snapped his fingers. A formation immediately deployed beneath their feet. Before Yi Xiao could understand what was happening, Xie Chu Shui casually announced, "Let's begin. Finish early, sleep early." Then he narrowed his eyes with a harmless smile and, forming a hand seal, asked ready. Without giving Yi Xiao a chance to prepare, Xie Chu Shui activated the formation. A giant pillar of light suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xiao, surrounded by lightning. Astonished, she exclaimed in disbelief, "How can there be sword chi?" Her mind in chaos, she panicked, crying and running away in fear. "There are fireballs too. Don't come near me." Xie Chu Shui watched Yi Xiao for a moment, then said sarcastically, "I've reviewed some of your memory stones. It seems you enjoy attacking enemies from a distance." Yi Xiao continued to flee and dodge the fireballs, crying out, "Wah." Xie Chu Shui continued, "Sometimes it's effective, but if you encounter someone with faster reflexes, you'll only be controlled." The attack paused for a moment. Yi Xiao's entire body was covered in injuries, tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes. She looked towards Xie Chu Shui, who was still talking. "So, Xie Chu Shui narrowed his eyes, smiling, holding a talisman in his hand. So let's continue. Yi Qiao wore a pitiful, bewildered expression, tears streaming down her cheeks. A loud explosion rang out. Only the echoing sound from within could be heard, but no one could be seen. This one-sided battle continued. Soon, morning arrived, and sunlight illuminated the entire courtyard. Yi Qiao, covered in injuries and tears in her eyes, trembled as she struggled to stand, thinking, I finally found a way out. Thankfully, little martial uncle still has some conscience and didn't set up an attack formation in the back. Closing her eyes, she couldn't bear to imagine, if it weren't for that, I probably wouldn't have lasted 3 days. She was standing unsteadily in the courtyard when Xie Chu Shui, having just woken up, walked out, stretching languidly and yawning widely. He nodded, his eyes narrowed in a smile of praise. You came out quickly. Yi Qiao turned around with a frustrated expression. Before she could understand what was happening, her uncle approached, raising his hand as if preparing to unleash another torturous formation on her. Yi Qiao tugged at her uncle's robe, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded pitifully. Grasping Xie Chu Shui's hand, she begged, Little uncle, I really can't take it anymore. Was it like this for Chu Han Van back then? Xie Chu Shui, seemingly unfazed, replied with a smile, Yes, it was. Hearing this, Yi Qiao completely despaired and fainted on the spot. Xie Chu Shui asked in bewilderment, That's impossible. It was just a little bit of torment. I remember Chu Han Van and Xie Yu being quite resilient. He reminisced about the good old days. I was so overjoyed back then that I developed a method for roasting children's bottoms. The image of Chu Han Van wrapped up like a cocoon, tied to a tree branch, and wailing loudly, flashed through his mind. Xie Chu Shui stroked his chin, chuckling smugly. Such precious memories. Just then, Elder Qin appeared out of nowhere. From afar, he saw Yi Qiao lying motionless on the ground and became extremely worried. Without a word, he smacked Xie Chu Shui hard on the head, roaring, What have you done to my disciple? Rubbing the lump forming on his head, Xie Chu Shui said with a smile, She's fine. At that moment, a small, weak, and pitiful Yi Qiao looked up at Xie Chu Shui and asked, Little uncle, do you have a teleportation talisman? She bit her lip, determined. I have to find senior brother. I never want to see another formation again. Xie Chu Shui calmly replied, No teleportation talisman, but you can try the transportation formation. He smiled, listing numerous reasons to persuade her. The transportation formation takes a bit longer, but it can move many people at once. With that, he grew serious and activated the transportation formation, saying to Yi Qiao, Want to learn? I'll teach you. Yi Qiao let out a startled cry as the formation opened beneath her feet. Yi Qiao's face scrunched up in a mixture of frustration and fear. No, she yelled. With a flick of Xie Chu Shui's wrist, the transportation formation activated, launching her into the air until she was out of sight. Elder Qin, standing behind them, was stunned, unable to react. Elder Qin's face paled, his brows furrowed in confusion as he stared at Xie Chu Shui, who still wore an innocent smile. After a moment, Xie Chu Shui turned to him and said, Look, my niece has disappeared. Elder Qin's face darkened considerably. Frowning, he was clearly furious. Unable to contain himself any longer, he smacked Xie Chu Shui on the head again with a loud crack. His brows relaxed slightly, hands still raised. He bellowed, Where's my Yi Qiao? Xie Chu Shui, now sprawled on the ground face down, remained in that awkward position. He replied, I think the transportation formation took her. Struggling to lift his head, he continued, I don't know where she was sent. All I can do is wish her luck. Meanwhile, Yi Qiao had been transported to an unfamiliar place, an autumn forest filled with golden leaves. Brushing herself off, she looked around in confusion. Where am I? Yi Qiao sighed, glancing to the side. Transmission formations are just like teleportation talismans, she muttered. Good for everything except you never know where you'll end up. Seeing no one around and utterly bored, Kang Duk-ku tried to fly off to explore, but she quickly caught him. Kang Duk-ku sighed in resignation. His plan had failed. To be safe, Yi Qiao said, We should find a place to hide and observe the surroundings first. After a moment of thought, she tossed Kang Duk-ku into her sleeve. Kang Duk-ku, you're too red, too conspicuous. Give my sleeve. Having ensured Kang Duk-ku's concealment, Yi Qiao sighed dejectedly. That little uncle of mine is so unreliable. I just wanted a teleportation talisman, and he sent me who knows where. As she cautiously explored, she reminded herself to steer clear of her uncle in the future. Suddenly, a group of people appeared out of nowhere, their footsteps echoing with a steady thump, thump, thump as they approached. Seeing them, Yi Qiao quickly hid, waiting until they passed her hiding spot. She wanted a closer look without alerting them, so she used an invisibility talisman and stood up to observe. Recognizing them as soldiers wearing helmets, she thought in surprise, "There's a barracks here." Looking down at her bright red dress, completely out of place amongst the troops, she quickly decided, "These clothes are too noticeable. I need a change." The soldiers continued marching in formation. At some point, Yi Qiao had begun stealthily tailing them, observing carefully. Seizing her opportunity, she swiftly covered the last soldier's mouth and knocked him unconscious, quickly dragging the now unconscious soldier into the nearby bushes. "My apologies," she thought. In no time, Yi Qiao emerged wearing the soldier's uniform. Adjusting the helmet, she frowned. "This cursed place is dangerous everywhere. I need to find a way out." Lost in thought, Yi Qiao suddenly felt a large hand slam down on the helmet of the soldier in front of her, which of course was now her head. The soldier yelled angrily in a language she couldn't understand, causing her to frown in confusion. He continued berating her, then shouted lazy. This she understood. Lowering her head, she thought, "What language is he speaking? Does he think I'm actually a soldier?" Slacking off. Deciding her deduction was reasonable, Yi Qiao continued to follow the troops. Discretion is the better part of valor, she reasoned. Running now would likely lead to a gruesome death. It was best to play along and find a chance to slip away unnoticed. The soldier who had yelled at her kept his arms crossed, watching her intently. After marching for a while, Yi Qiao overheard the soldiers talking. One laughed, saying, "Tomorrow, the people from Cloud Water City will arrive in full force." Another replied, "Once the 5 great sects are here, they won't be leaving." Understanding some words, but not others, Yi Qiao speculated, could these be the legendary demon clan? I understand some of their language, but not all. Still, I'm a quick learner. Listening carefully shouldn't be a problem. After marching for a long time, they finally arrived at the demon clan camp at nightfall. Many tents had been erected, suggesting a considerable number of soldiers stationed there. In the cold night, a large bonfire blazed. Yi Qiao sat among the soldiers around the fire, smugly thinking to herself, as expected, the demon clan's language doesn't pose a problem for me. Speaking in the demon clan's language, she asked, "When will we reach Cloudwater City?" A soldier, now noticing her, replied, "In 2 days." Continuing in their language, Yi Qiao pressed, "Then why aren't we setting off immediately?" The soldier, with a sneer and an arrogant air, replied, "Those core disciples have already arrived in Cloudwater City anyway. Capturing them is only a matter of time. But to be safe, we should wait for the Saintess to arrive." Yi Qiao, unable to hide her worry, quickly asked, "The Saintess is coming too." She frowned in thought. Master didn't mention anything about a Saintess in the demon clan. The image of a beautiful yet dangerously cold demon clan, Saintess, flashed through her mind. "I thought this mission from the 5 great sects was simple. If it's this dangerous, the other sects wouldn't have sent their core disciples so readily." Yi Qiao, lost in worried contemplation, broke out in a cold sweat. Could there be an error in the 5 great sects' intelligence? As Yi Qiao continued to ponder, the soldier beside her boasted loudly, "Just wait. Once our Saintess arrives, those core disciples from the 5 great sects will have no way out." Restless, Yi Qiao feigned composure and told the soldier, "I need to relieve myself." Walking away, she planned her next move. "I have to contact Master with the jade pendant quickly and report this information." Thinking this, she quickly headed towards a deserted area to avoid being seen. Glancing back at the soldiers and seeing that she had gone some distance without anyone around, Yi Qiao softly chanted, "Blazing Skyfire." She quickly took out the jade pendant, poured her spiritual energy into it, and began to establish contact. Elder Qin, upon receiving the signal from the jade pendant and seeing that it was Yi Qiao, was overjoyed to the point of tears. "Thank heavens, I've finally contacted you." Seeing Elder Qin's image appear on the jade pendant, Yi Qiao was also stunned. The elder continued, "Yi Qiao, where have you been taken? Are you in danger?" Yi Qiao touched her head, embarrassedly telling the elder, "You may not believe this, but I've reached the demon clan's main camp." Elder Qin, upon hearing this, was furious. Glaring, he grabbed Xie Shui by the collar with one hand while holding the jade pendant in the other. He gritted his teeth and said, "Look at the mess you've made." Xie Shui, knowing his fault, avoided the elder's fierce gaze. After the elder finished speaking, he immediately turned and defensively retorted, "How is this my fault? She was the one who wanted to activate the formation. I even generously gave her one," he said, attempting to remove the elder's hand from his collar. No longer wanting to argue with Xie Shui, Elder Qin turned back to Yi Qiao, his brow furrowed with worry as he stroked his beard. He both questioned and instructed Yi Qiao, "Be careful. Don't cause any trouble in the demon clan. It's not a place you can easily escape from. I'll send someone to support you when the time is right." Yi Qiao honestly replied, "I can't escape for now." After pausing for a moment, as if thinking of something, she clenched her fist and then pointed her index finger, smiling smugly as she said, "But since I'm already in the demon clan's territory, I have to participate in this mission too. Remember to share the reward with me later." At that time in Cloudwater City, every house hung lanterns, illuminating the entire area. Inside and in, the candles were still brightly lit. Mu Zongi lay on the bed, yawning listlessly, and said, "Where are we going to find the demon clan now? It feels like there's nothing strange anywhere, not a single clue." Chu Han Van sat beside him, his right hand propping up his chin, also helplessly wondering. If little junior sister were here, what would she do? Just as he finished speaking, Chu Han Van's jade pendant lit up, emitting a buzzing sound. At this moment, everyone was startled, hearing a familiar voice. "Hello, hello." Then Yi Qiao's image appeared. The four senior brothers, who had somehow gathered together, all stared wide-eyed at their little junior sister, Yi Qiao. Seeing them, she cheerfully greeted them. "Hello, for senior brothers, long time no see." After the greetings, Yi Qiao immediately asked urgently, "Can you find any information about the demon clan Saintus? Tell me quickly." Chu Han Van suddenly understood, furrowed his brows worriedly, and asked Yi Qiao, "The Saintus. The demon clan Saintus is coming too. Didn't they say this mission wasn't dangerous?" Yi Qiao warned her four senior brothers, "This mission is extremely dangerous. Be careful. The demon clan has 7 or 8 golden core experts." Chu Han Van asked suspiciously, "How do you know there's 7 or 8 of them?" Yi Qiao calmly spread her hands and replied, "I'm with the demon clan right now. You guys quickly investigate the demon clan's specific situation. The more detail, the better." After hearing Yi Qiao's answer, Chu Han Van was stunned, his eyes wide, his jaw almost dropping, thinking in astonishment. The demon clan. While we still don't have any clues, little junior sister has already run off to the demon clan. Then Chu Han Van lowered his head, cupped his face in his hands, and sighed helplessly. Is this the difference between people? Xie silently reached out and touched his chin, thinking for a moment. Xie spoke up, "Little junior sister, we're looking for information in the city, but we haven't found any useful clues." Yi Qiao was a little surprised, reminding her senior brothers, "Haven't you thought about investigating from the City Lord's mansion?" At the same time, she thought to herself, they still haven't realized that there's fundamentally no problem within the city. The problem lies within the City Lord's mansion. Mu Zongi, with an innocent expression, said, "That's right, thinking about it that way, the City Lord is indeed very strange." He suddenly became serious and said, "It doesn't make sense for a small city like this to have a primordial chaos pearl." But he asked for our help, yet provided no clues at all. Every time we ask, he just brushes us off. Chu Han Van also added a few words. "This matter isn't simple. Let's discuss it with the other sect disciples." After Chu Han Van finished speaking, the entire table suddenly fell into a frightening silence. Siyu broke the tense atmosphere and began to analyze. First, based on the clues provided by our little junior sister, he slowly and carefully analyzed. The demon clan has a nascent soul saintess. Zongi buried his face in the table and sighed. One nascent soul expert can take on 3 late-stage golden core cultivators. This is basically not a mission we can handle. He acted as if he wanted to abandon the meeting, saying, "Could it be that the information from the 5 sects is wrong? Is their intelligence network this useless?" Chu Han Van, sharing similar doubts with his senior brother, said, "Perhaps this is a training exercise to test our adaptability." Seeing everyone's discouragement, Han Qing slammed his hand on the table in frustration and shouted, "Are we just going to mess around here? I'm going to the demon clan to investigate and scout the situation. He abruptly stood up and asked the others, "Does anyone want to come with me?" Seeing Han Qing's eagerness for action, Yi Qing Han also wanted to go along. "I'll go too." Chu Han Van seemed hesitant, hearing the decision of these two idiots. He asked, "Are you two really going?" "As far as I know, the Demon Clan has 7 or 8 golden core cultivators. Going there might get you captured." Hearing this, Yi Qing Han scoffed. "No wonder your Changming sect is always last. It's because you're all cowards." Mu Zongyi was so angry he nearly jumped up to fight. "Do you want to fight?" Yi Qing Han, unafraid of Mu Zongyi's provocation, replied, "Afraid of you." Yi Qing Han's provocation forced Chu Han Van and Xieyu, who were standing beside them, to restrain Mu Zongyi to prevent a conflict between the two sections. Xieyu quickly said, all right, what's the point of fighting? If you two want to go, then go." Chu Han Van added, "Indeed, we can't stop those who want to die." Song Han Qing and Yi Qing Han were also angered by this. Ignoring the Changming sect disciples, they stayed behind. Yi Qing Han said angrily, "There's no use talking to them. Let's go." Time flew by like a dog running in the fields. 3 days passed in a flash. Yi Qiao and the Demon Clan members were standing guard in the shadows. Suddenly, one of them said, "I heard our Lord just captured 2 direct disciples." Yi Qiao was startled and rushed over to the group of Demon Clan members, asking who was captured. She worried inwardly, "Please don't let it be my senior brothers." The Demon Clan member, unsuspecting, replied to Yi Qiao, "It seems they are from the Asking Sword Sect and the Moon Clear Sect." Yi Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. The Asking Sword Sect and the Moon Clear Sect. Then there's no rush. She also thought about the Demon Clan's social hierarchy and said, "The Demon Clan's social hierarchy is very strict." She thought to herself, that demon lord locked up in the secret realm before was at least an elder-level figure, so he wouldn't speak in bird language or wear these gray robes. As she thought, Yi Qiao imagined the appearance of the demon lord. After finishing her thoughts, she smiled smugly. "All right, tonight I'll go see those 2 captured disciples." Yi Qiao held the concealing pill and thought, "Take the pill to hide my cultivation." She donned a dark purple cloak and dressed in the Demon Clan's attire. Boom! We have a half-demon named Yi Qiao. At that moment, she confidently walked into the enemy's lair as if she were on a fashion runway. Yi Qiao held her head high, each step exuding an unmatched aura, without any worry of being discovered. The Demon Clan members murmured amongst themselves in their unique language. "Who is this?" They questioned each other, but no one had a definitive answer. "Is it someone sent from above to monitor us?" Suddenly, from behind, someone shouted in the Demon Clan's language, "Who are you?" Yi Qiao immediately and confidently displayed her personality, responding in the Demon Clan's language. "The Saintess sent me to inspect the 2 direct disciples you just captured." Although slightly suspicious, the Demon Clan members couldn't do anything because her rank was higher than theirs. Then she turned around and kicked the one who had just questioned her, shouting, "What are you standing around for? Do you want to die?" Seeing this, the others cowered in fear. They could only obey Yi Qiao's commands without daring to resist. Then, another one stepped forward and flattered her. "So it turns out you're an important person sent from above. Those 2 direct disciples are in the prison." Then he asked curiously, "I wonder what the Saintess said. Which important person are you?" Hearing this question, Yi Qiao smiled slyly and replied, "Oh, you want to know who I am?" She spoke while smiling, simultaneously emitting a murderous aura that made the questioner tremble. He said fearfully, No, I wouldn't dare. I'll take you there now." Han Qing and Yi Qing Han were imprisoned in the dark dungeon. Yi Qiao asked the Demon Clan member leading the way, "How do you plan to deal with the 2 direct disciples you just captured?" Hearing Yi Qiao's question, he answered excitedly, "Imprison them first. These cultivators value loyalty and camaraderie. The other direct disciples will definitely come to rescue them when they find out they've been captured. Then we'll catch them all in one swoop." After saying that, he laughed loudly and continued to express his thoughts. "They're just direct disciples of the cultivation world, nothing to worry about. One day, our Demon Clan will unify the cultivation world." He didn't realize the person standing before him also belonged to the cultivation world. Listening to his speech, Yi Qiao thought to herself, "These Demon Clan members really love to laugh loudly." Soon, he led her to the prison where Han Qing and Yi Qing Han were held. She thought to herself, I was wondering who was foolish enough to rush in and get captured. The two stopped in front of the prison door. Looking at the two inside, she thought, so it's those two, the Crouching Dragon and Hidden Phoenix. In her eyes, Yi Qing Han resembled the Hidden Phoenix, while Han Qing resembled the Crouching Dragon. Standing before the prison door, Yi Qiao could only sigh helplessly at these two stubborn individuals. Suddenly, Yi Qing Han shouted from inside, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. One day, I will flatten the demon clan. Yi Qiao tried to maintain her composure, but she was laughing internally, truly living up to the name of a cultivation world Long Hao Yin. Even in prison, he doesn't forget to talk big, not even considering whose territory this is. Hearing Yi Qing Han's words, the demon clan member became enraged and cursed, kicking the bound Yi Qing Han. How dare you? How dare you be so disrespectful to this important person? Yi Qing Han stubbornly retorted, do what you will, kill me if you want. Then he continued loudly, we are disciples of the righteous path and will absolutely not bow to you. Yi Qiao, standing beside them, thought to herself, he's got some backbone. Seeing the situation escalating, Han Qing said in a low voice, Yi Qing Han, if you don't want to live, don't drag me down with you. He thought to himself, showing off and dragging me into this, I don't want to die yet. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Yi Qiao turned and scolded the demon clan member. What are you standing there for? Get out. Hearing their superior's words, the demon clan member could only reply, yes, I'll leave immediately. At this time, Yi Qiao was still putting on an act. What are you doing in the demon clan territory? Yi Qing Han stubbornly retorted, of course, we'll flatten your tiny demon clan one day. Han Qing anxiously said from beside him, you should stop talking. Suddenly, Han Qing seemed to realize something, thinking to himself, why does this demon clan member's voice sound so familiar? The more they thought about it, the paler their faces became. They wondered, what are we doing here in the middle of the night? Why is her gaze so strange? What is she planning? She stared blankly at their expressions for 3 seconds. After a moment of silence, she suddenly burst out laughing, saying, your expressions are priceless. I'm laughing so hard my head hurts. With that, she roared with laughter at the two young men's bewildered, deer-in-the-headlights expressions. Though not born on the same day, month, or year, at this moment they shared the same thought. Has this demon clan member suddenly gone mad? Then she removed her mask, revealing a lovely face, and asked, remember me. She then bombarded the two opposite her with questions, surprised, astonished, thrilled. Upon seeing Yi Qiao, Han Qing and Yi Qing Han's faces immediately darkened. Meanwhile, at the Elder's meeting room in the Asking Sword Sect headquarters, Elder Son of the Tan Fong Sect asked, what's the current situation on your end? Elder Wang of the Asking Sword Sect replied, Yi Qing Han has entered the Demon Clan's dungeon. At the same time, an elder from a Noyet Tan sect was deep in thought. The sect master of the Changming sect said calmly, my disciple is fine. He's already greeted your disciples. Then, he asked everyone, would you like to hear what's happening over there? As he spoke, he casually took out a command token and connected with Yi Qiao. The other sect masters watched silently, waiting for the results. Inside the Demon Clan dungeon, while the Demon Clan members were calling for the guards outside, Yi Qiao continued to playfully provoke Yi Qing Han and Han Qing. Let me see, isn't this Han Qing and Yi Qing Han captured after just a few days? And you dare call yourselves direct disciples? From now on, I'll call you the dynamic duo. She chattered on, ignoring the fact that they were giving her the cold shoulder. Then she chuckled to herself. One Han Qing, one Qing Han. Such interesting names. Suddenly, Yi Qing Han seemed to realize something and asked suspiciously, how did you get in here? Han Qing wearily thought, we're both completing the same mission, but Yi Qiao's methods are so different from ours. Then he said, we stormed the enemy's lair, while Yi Qiao infiltrated and became their boss. Yi Qiao quickly untied them. She pointed outside and said, don't worry, I'll get you both out safely. Then she said with a grin, now, she dashed forward, surprising Han Qing and Yi Qing Han, and told them, let's make a run for it. Han Qing asked suspiciously, why run? Don't those Demon Clan members listen to you? Seeing Han Qing's suspicion, Yi Qiao explained, I tricked them. I just found some different color clothes and said a few things to temporarily deceive them. They'll probably figure it out soon, so stop asking questions and let's hurry. Meanwhile, the Demon Clan members were searching everywhere with torches. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The two direct disciples in the dungeon have escaped. Go find them." The demon clan members called out to each other as they searched everywhere. The three of them were hiding in a corner when Han Qing suddenly turned and asked Yi Xiao, "Didn't you say you'd get us out?" Yi Xiao calmly replied, "I said I'd get you two out, but I didn't say when." Han Qing exclaimed in frustration. At the questioning Sword Sect headquarters, the Sect leaders were puzzled. Two late-stage Golden Core cultivators relying on a Foundation establishment cultivator to escape. This is preposterous. Han Qing held up a talisman in front of Yi Xiao and said, "I still have a few talismans, but there are too many Golden Core Demon Clan members. Using a transmission talisman will expose our spiritual energy. Besides, the Demon Clan has already set up a formation to cut off communication with the outside after discovering our escape, so the chances of successfully escaping are slim." Yi Xiao suddenly pulled something out of her sleeve. "I have a displacement talisman," Han Qing said impatiently. "The transmission talisman won't work, and neither will your displacement talisman." Yi Xiao suddenly smiled brightly. "Who said I wanted to go outside?" She explained her plan to Han Qing and Yi Qing Han. "You two hide well, and don't make me come back to save you again." With a slap, she stuck the talisman on herself. "See you later." She then vanished before the astonished eyes of her two senior brothers. The two were stunned by this sight. Han Qing asked, "What is she planning to do?" Yi Qing Han, equally confused, replied, "Who knows?" Outside, the Demon Clan members were buzzing with discussion. They used a talisman, their spiritual energy. Another said, "The energy seems to be coming from the women's bathhouse." Someone added, "Go check it out." Inside the women's bathhouse, the women were enjoying the cool water. Yi Xiao suddenly appeared from the ground like a ghost. She immediately reached out and stole a woman's clothes, thinking, "I'm sorry, miss, but I'm forced to take your clothes." With that thought, she left behind a dozen high-grade spirit stones for them. Consider it compensation. The scene suddenly shifted to the rooftops of the Demon Clan's buildings. Yi Qing Han hid behind a building, the clamor of the Demon Clan echoing outside. He was determined to fight to the death against them. Han Qing, seemingly still clinging to the last vestiges of his reason, angrily grabbed Yi Qing Han by the throat. "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." At this moment, Han Qing seemed to deeply regret his earlier foolish decision. Why did I go with Yi Qing Han in the first place? He's even less reliable than Yi Xiao. Just as he thought this, Yi Xiao ran back to where the two were hiding. "I'm back," she said, holding out the stolen clothes in front of Han Qing and Yi Qing Han. Yi Qing Han looked at the clothes curiously and asked, "Where did you get these?" Yi Xiao replied without a trace of remorse, "Stole them from the women's bathhouse." Han Qing glared at Yi Xiao, saying in disbelief, "You, Yi Xiao, you're something else." She immediately retorted, "You're the lecherous one." Having said that, she tossed the Demon Clan clothes to the two men. "Put on these Demon Clan soldier uniforms and follow me later." Han Qing asked suspiciously, "What are you planning?" Now dressed in the clothes she'd just stolen, Yi Xiao explained, "I've gathered specific information about the Demon Clan Saintess." She continued, "I hear she's arriving in 2 days, but she's apparently complaining about the food here and hasn't arrived yet. If we act quickly, we can absolutely catch this big fish before they get here." Yi Qing Han asked Yi Xiao, "Are you planning to impersonate the Saintess?" Yi Xiao, now fully immersed in her role, replied, "What's with the you and I? Watch how you speak to the Saintess." The two men were taken aback, both thinking, "Isn't she getting into character a little too quickly?" Time flew by, and a moment later, Yi Xiao told Qing Han and Han Qing, "If the Demon Clan questions you, just respond using the Demon Clan language I just taught you." Then she asked them again for confirmation. "Got it." Just then, a member of the Demon Clan approached, and Han Qing spoke up, "You're here." Yi Xiao gestured for the two to approach, like servants. Right on time. As she spoke, Yi Xiao quickly set up a formation. Han Qing, seeing this, was stunned. What is she doing? He wondered. Suddenly, a member of the Demon Clan asked, "Who are you?" He thought to himself, "Who is this person? I can't sense their cultivation level." He frowned, suddenly recalling something he'd overheard earlier. "But I heard humans are very cunning. They have a kind of pill that can conceal cultivation. Could they be the disciples we're looking for?" Yi Qing Han followed the plan Yi Xiao had laid out. He stepped forward, shielding Yi Xiao, and said, "You don't even recognize your own Saintess." Hearing this, the Demon Clan members all recoiled. Yi Xiao behind him thought smugly not bad. As expected of the male lead's taste. Yi Qing Han, this domineering top is truly impressive. The Demon Clan guard asked, "Saintess, when did you return?" After questioning Yi Xiao, he looked at the three of them, thinking for a moment. These two men seem to be late-stage Golden Core. So, is this person really our nascent soul Saintess? It does make sense that the Saintess would arrive around this time. Then, another demon clan guard whispered, "Big brother, but I clearly remember the two disciples we captured yesterday were also late-stage Golden Core." Hearing this, the lead demon clan member rapped the other guard on the head. "Idiot, do you think they're fools? Why would they escape and then come back so brazenly?" Yi Xiao inwardly chuckled. "We did escape, and we're tricking you too." Then, the lead demon clan member said to Yi Xiao, "Saintess, we must leave for Cloudwater City." With that, she turned and said coldly, "Let's go." As she walked, she seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "Wait." She turned around and asked, "Which way is the exit from the demon realm?" Hearing this, the demons grew even more suspicious. "Could it be that you've forgotten the way?" Yi Xiao quickly replied, "I know, I was just testing you." Han Qing silently observed everything, evaluating Yi Xiao's move. It seems like she's intentionally making them suspicious, but what's her purpose? Suddenly, the demon holding the saber raised it, a flash of lightning-like light streaking past everyone's eyes. Then, he flew towards Yi Xiao. He leaped up, raising the axe in his hand high, aiming straight at Yi Xiao. Seeing this, Yi Xiao smiled faintly. At this moment, both Han Qing and Yi Qing Han had the same thought. We're done for. We're both spiritual cultivators. If we make a move, we'll be exposed. What should we do? Although she knew she would be struck from behind, Yi Xiao wasn't afraid at all because she had already set up a formation. She turned around, smiling inwardly. I knew these demons were suspicious, so I set up the formation beforehand. Recalling the past, she realized she had been incredibly lucky. Moreover, she had learned this formation from the old demon imprisoned in the secret realm last time, a genuine demon formation. The two young men who had just escaped from prison breathed a sigh of relief, still feeling terrified a moment later, thinking they had almost been caught. The demon who had just swung his axe at Yi Xiao grimaced. He couldn't understand why his attack had vanished, seeing Yi Xiao still standing firmly, unharmed. He thought, could it be that the Saintess's cultivation is so profound that she can neutralize attacks without even moving? He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, as expected of our Saintess. The demon clan unifying the cultivation world is only a matter of time. Thinking this, he put his hands behind his back and apologized. My apologies, Saintess. Yi Xiao said cheerfully, did you know? The great demon Lord once said that being hit can make us younger. Hearing this, the demon breathed a sigh of relief. Really, Saintess? Yi Xiao smiled and boldly said to the demon, of course. After saying that, Yi Xiao turned around and physically assaulted the demon who had just tried to attack her with the axe, while saying, take this as an example. Aren't you being beaten like a dog by me right now? After hitting the demon's face, her anger subsided and she walked away calmly. Seeing her actions, Han Qing was stunned. He had a few strange questions in his mind that he couldn't answer. How does Yi Xiao know the demon clan's formations? Yi Xiao walked with the demons towards the exit of the demon realm, asking as she went, what are your names? One of them immediately replied, my name is Adai. Yi Xiao replied indifferently, let's go out and meet the others. As she walked, she thought, I need to thoroughly understand the demon clan's specific strength. I must try to observe how many golden core stage cultivators they have. While walking, Yi Xiao suddenly raised her hand, signaling everyone to stop. She said loudly to those behind her, wait until I get out. I'll let those ignorant disciples know who the true master of the cultivation world is. Seeing her determination, the demon clan members rejoiced, their faces beaming as they shouted, Holy Maiden is mighty. Holy Maiden is invincible. Elsewhere, Yi Qing Han and Han Qing, overhearing this, were speechless at Yi Xiao's superb acting. Inside the tent, the fire flickered in the quiet night. Yi Xiao suddenly lifted the curtain and called out, Adai, call those hiding in the shadows out here. Adai asked in confusion, what is it, Holy Maiden? Pointing to where Yi Qing Han and Han Qing were standing, Yi Xiao said, they're disturbing us. Adai pictured the dark scene in his mind, his eyes widening as he thought, 3 people. As he spoke, he imagined the 3 of them. As expected of our Holy Maiden, she knows how to have fun. After sending them away, Yi Xiao reached for a still warm bun from the plate. She brought the steaming bun to her mouth, ready to enjoy it. But after one bite, she felt dizzy and vomited bile. She casually tossed the half-eaten bun aside. This bun is terrible. Then, rubbing her growling stomach, she lamented, I should have brought more steamed buns. I'm so hungry. Then she thought, now I understand why the city lore never comes back. Eating this stuff every day. I wouldn't come back either. Yi Qiao then said to the two beside her, the demon clan's food is awful, but they must be rich, right? Han Qing and Yi Qinghan were puzzled. They both asked simultaneously, what are you planning? Hearing this, she smiled and asked in return, do you want to try a little exciting adventure? She lightly propped her chin on her hand, thinking if we're going for thrills, we might as well go all the way. At that moment, in the underground vault of the demon clan, she led Han Qing and Yi Qinghan to the vault, saying, this is the demon clan's forbidden area. Don't they have guards inside? Han Qing reached out and touched the barrier, but was puzzled, unsure what was happening. He turned to Yi Qiao and said, this restriction seems familiar. Do you remember it? Yi Qiao replied to Han Qing, that old demon from the secret realm. Han Qing then said, yes, I saw a demonstration once. I could try to open it. Yi Qiao turned to Yi Qinghan, then you do it. Your cultivation is at the late gold course stage. You can use your spiritual power to enhance it. He turned around resolutely and said, let me do it. It might take some time. That old man used too many formations. After saying that, Han Qing extended his hand and circulated his internal energy. Seeing this, Yi Qiao said, based on what you said, I can do it too. Then she thought, I just don't have enough spiritual energy, but I can supplement it with pills. Han Qing said angrily, would you die if you didn't speak for a day? If you're so sure, then you do it. Hearing this, Yi Qiao agreed. With that, she poured an entire bottle of pills in her mouth. Then, she stretched and flexed her muscles before circulating her energy. Yi Qiao relaxed her body, closed her eyes, and extended one hand forward. Yi Qiao cleverly channeled her energy, forming a sphere in her hand. Finally, the inscription flowed out from her palm. With that, the door shattered in an instant. Han Qing gaped in astonishment at Yi Qiao's power. Yi Qiao clapped her hands, turned around smugly, and said to Han Qing, see, I told you I could do it. Han Qing blushed and mumbled, Yi Qiao, did you memorize it with just one glance? The moment the door opened, she skipped ahead excitedly, saying, never mind that. Let's go see what treasures are inside. Before her lay a mountain of treasures, all glittering and enticing. Her eyes lit up as she turned to Yi Qinghan and Han Qing. There's so much good stuff here. Weapons, Danyao, cultivation techniques, everything. Why does our sect have so many weapons? Yi Qinghan, standing beside her, replied, if we don't have weapons, we can always buy them in Fengzong City, though they are a bit pricey. Yi Qiao, however, was still engrossed in admiring the piles of gold, silver, and jewels. Han Qing simply picked up a small compass, saying, I'll take this compass for setting up formations. We need to prepare the formations first, and having a compass will save us time. Yi Qinghan picked up a cool-looking sword from the ground. Then I'll choose a few swords, he said, drawing one to examine it closely. While the two young men only took a few small items, Yi Qiao was different. Why bother choosing? She said, just take whatever catches your eye. Han Qing was speechless, thinking to himself, just who are the demons here, them or her? She's taking other people's things without a second thought. A thought struck him. Yi Qiao, he asked, if Master had kept you back then, would you have become my junior sister? Yi Qiao, still scooping up gold, replied no. Besides, that's just a hypothetical. Yining wouldn't keep a strange disciple with mid-grade qi refining spiritual roots like me, and you wouldn't pay attention to an ordinary inter-sect junior sister with average talent. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan stood silently, listening to their conversation, thinking she's right. I only started noticing Yi Qiao now. Isn't the cultivation world just like that? Only exceptional people are remembered. Yi Qinghan continued, your memory is excellent. If you had shown your abilities, you wouldn't have remained so obscure in the Yu Qing sect for so many years. If you had revealed your talent earlier. Yi Qiao cut him off with a wave of her hand. Stop, stop, stop. You're just bitter because you didn't get it. She continued, what? Suddenly realized I'm more capable than your prodigiously talented junior sister. Regretting it now, she stood up, yawning, and said languidly, don't even think about it. I'm the kind of disciple your Yu Qing sect could only dream of having. Han Qing's face turned as red as a chili pepper. He really wanted to hit her. The next morning, at the Demon Clan camp, where Yi Qiao was staying, she sat on a throne, gazing down at those below. Suddenly, someone clasped their hands and reported, there's news from Yinshui City. It seems those direct disciples have figured out our collusion with the city lord. Unexpectedly, they're not completely stupid. Adai added, it's a shame they didn't expect our saintess to have already broken through to the nascent soul stage. Yi Qiao stood up, extending her hand with a bright smile. Excellent. Then she commanded everyone, let's go. I'll lead you to flatten the 5 sects. Hearing this, the members of the demonic sect cheered, flatten the 5 sects. Everyone chanted in unison, flatten the 5 sects. Flatten the 5 sects. But they were unaware that they had fallen into the trap of someone seeking revenge. Not long after, in a meeting hall of the 5 sects, Yi Qiao seemed to be holding something to her mouth, speaking to someone. Her gaze became resolute as she held the glowing command token and said, Senior brother, can you hear me? Suddenly, Chu Hanvan's voice came from the command token. Little junior sister, I finally got through to you. Is everything all right over there? He continued to ask, is it convenient for you to return? I'll tell eldest senior brother to look for you. Hearing Chu Hanvan's words, Yi Qiao replied, no, don't look for me. I have my own way to escape. She thought that if eldest senior brother were captured before even getting close, it would be even more troublesome. Suddenly, Yi Qiao realized something. She told Chu Hanvan, the reason I contacted you this time is to let you know. Her expression was filled with worry. There are about 20 golden core stage cultivators on the demonic sect side. The scene shifted to Chu Hanvan's side. Yi Qiao was speaking through the command token in a panicked voice. However, I don't know the situation in Cloudwater City. You all should prepare yourselves. This greatly surprised Chu Hanvan. After hearing this, both Chu Hanvan and Mu Zongyi's expressions changed. Chu Hanvan asked again to confirm the information. 20 golden core stage cultivators. Hearing that there were so many golden core cultivators, Mu Zongyi said to Yi Qiao, why don't you just run away? We can't possibly win against them. As he spoke, he thought to himself, anyway, we're not certain about obtaining the primordial chaos pearl, so why bother going through all this trouble? So he took out a small bottle from his pocket and said to Yi Qiao, wait a minute. Since the elders assigned us this mission, they must be able to guarantee our safety. Xiaoyu, holding the small bottle, continued, I have pills that conceal our aura. How about we let eldest senior brother and Qin Huai go scout out their strength? Chu Hanvan felt that Xiaoyu's suggestion made sense, so he reached out and took the bottle of pills from Xiaoyu, agreeing with Xiaoyu's proposal. From the sky, Qin Huai and Chu Hanvan saw the demonic sect's flying ship. Qin Huai said, that's the demonic sect's flying ship. He seemed to realize that what Yi Qiao said was completely true. He could indeed sense 10 golden core cultivators and 2 late-stage golden core cultivators. Seeing that the situation was not good, he thought to himself, that young woman, I can't sense her cultivation level. Then, he imagined the image of the saintess before him and thought, so she's the nascent soul stage saintess. Chu Hanvan, still unaware that Yi Qiao was impersonating the saintess, quickly drew his sword. A monstrous killing intent radiated from him as he said, let me test her strength. With a grim expression, Chu Hanvan threatened, let's see what she's capable of. Suddenly, Yi Qiao in the distance shivered slightly in fear. Why do I feel a chill? Seeing Chu Hanvan about to act rashly, Elder Qin stopped him. If the 5 sects information isn't wrong, that saintess has already broken through to the nascent soul stage. Don't go looking for death. Hearing Elder Qin's reasonable words, Chu Hanvan hesitated and stopped. Seeming to understand, Chu Hanvan replied to Elder Qin, go back and tell the junior brothers. Meanwhile, at the inn in Cloudwater City, senior brother Xiaoyu was shocked by the news and asked, is a nascent soul stage that powerful? Mu Zongyi was equally puzzled, and she brought 2 men with her. Senior brother Xiaoyu was also startled. Those 2 men are also at the late golden core stage, one on each side. At this point, senior brother Xiaoyu was sweating profusely. Are they her favorites? He thought, is the demonic sect's power truly this terrifying, that even their favorites are at the late golden core stage? On Yi Qiao's side, Yi Qinghan sneezed while walking. Rubbing his face, he walked ahead, wondering who was talking about them behind their backs. That morning, in the main meeting room of the Cloudwater City Inn, the direct disciple of the Azure Water Sect pondered for a long time before saying to everyone, we can't beat her. Xiao Yin said with distress, if Han Qing were here, we wouldn't be so passive. Lin Lin, the direct disciple of the Azure Water Sect, found it difficult to say, but he and Yi Qing Han have disappeared. Senior brother Xiaoyu suddenly thought of a slightly risky plan. How about this? I'll go and probe the Saintus' strength. He picked up an item and said, I have the landscape map. After saying that, he threw the landscape map into the air. After being thrown, the landscape map unfolded, emitting a sparkling light, brightening the space. The treasure flew high into the air, then fell onto the demonic Sect's flying ship with a thud. Yi Qiao, who was inside the cabin, suddenly heard the thud. This sound suddenly reminded her of her days in the modern world. Yi Qiao grimaced, thinking to herself, I really don't have any good memories of reality. Third senior brother wanting to use the landscape map to probe her strength was truly difficult. The landscape map, which was hovering in the air, gradually lost its light. Finally, with a thud, it fell to the ground in front of all the elders of the 5 sects. Seeing this, Chu Han Van scolded Xiaoyu, are the spiritual tools you brought back such trash? Then, pointing at the landscape map, he said, is this really the landscape map? Senior brother Xiaoyu, being scolded, blushed and said awkwardly to Chu Han Van, didn't you say that Saintus is very powerful? The landscape map didn't even last a single move in her hands. After saying that, senior brother Xiaoyu picked up the landscape map. He rolled it up in his palm, thinking to himself, this scene feels very familiar. He quietly recalled the past, but ever since Junior's sister escaped from the mystic realm in 1 second, I've tested it with others, and there haven't been any problems. Seeing senior brother Xiaoyu's unpleasant expression, Mu Zongyi asked, according to what you said, she must be more than just early nascent soul stage. The two of them simultaneously thought of a woman with unparalleled strength, their faces suddenly turning pale with fear. Suddenly, Chu Han Van spoke up, something's not right. He continued, haven't you noticed anything amiss? Chu Han Van suddenly felt suspicious. That's right, where's Yin Shaw? I haven't seen her. Lin Lin turned around when she heard Chu Han Van ask. She's disappeared again. Si Yao Yin immediately said, I saw her walking very closely with a man whose cultivation is higher than mine earlier. Mu Zongyi, upon hearing this, grinned mischievously and whispered into the ear of the nearby Suzhua, your junior sister sure has a lot of men around her. Embarrassed by Mu Zongyi's teasing, Suzhua pushed his hand away and defended himself. Junior sister is still young. Seeing this, Chu Han Van joined in on the teasing. Right, we, the protectors, are here painstakingly setting up formations to defend against the enemy, and she's off having romantic conversations. Serves us right. After saying this, he seriously thought to himself, busy for half a day, and if the reward goes to the Yu Qing sect again, I'll be furious. Yi Qiao was standing on the deck of the ship with the people from the demon realm and the other two. Adai, having sensed a wave of spiritual energy, reported to Yi Qiao, Saintus, I just sensed a wave of spiritual energy. Did something happen? Yi Qiao didn't hide anything upon hearing Adai's question and replied directly, someone just used the Shan He 2 to probe me. She pondered with a serious expression. Just now, when I broke the illusion of the Shan He 2, I intentionally leaked a bit of spiritual energy, preparing to use this to solidify the demon clan's trust. Adai immediately became excited upon hearing this and exclaimed joyfully, the Shan He 2 is said to be the third-ranked spiritual artifact. Even nascent soul stage experts can get lost in it for a while. His eyes shone brightly as he continued. Unexpectedly, our Saintus was able to break the illusion in an instant. Truly remarkable power. Suddenly remembering something, he reported to Yi Qiao, right, Saintus, news from Yinshui City says that the direct disciple of the Bai Shui sect walked right into our trap. He moved closer to Yi Qiao and whispered, their city lord also wants to meet you. Do you want to see him? Yi Qiao agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll meet him. After saying that, she turned around and called Yi Qing Han and Han Qing over. The three gathered together, and she whispered to them, we'll go meet the Yun Shui city lord later. You two go inside and set up the Yin formation. We can catch them all in one go. Han Qing was a bit puzzled, thinking to himself, meeting the Yun Shui city lord. Although Yi Qing Han and I are wearing masks, we've met the city lord a few times before in Yin Shui City. It's hard to avoid being recognized. The next morning at the Yun Shui City Lord's Mansion, Yi Qiao sat upright in a chair, flanked by Han Qing and Yi Qing Han standing solemnly. Then, Yi Qiao softly began. Have you captured the direct disciple of the Bai Shui sect? The Yun Shui city lord stammered in response to Yi Qiao's question. Yes, Saintess. But that disciple seems to have realized something and has become secretly wary of us. He then offered a suggestion. I suggest that while they haven't reacted yet, we immediately dispatch our men to attack, catching them off guard. Yi Qinghan feigned agreement. Good idea. But inwardly, he was seething with rage, wanting to strangle the Yun Shui city lord. He really wanted to kill this old man with a single sword strike. The Yin Shui city lord suddenly seemed to realize something. He hurried to Yi Qinghan and asked, haven't I met you somewhere before? He thought to himself, that voice sounds familiar, and the face looks familiar too. The Yin Shui city lord exclaimed, I remember now. Pointing at Yi Qinghan, he said, you're a direct disciple of the Asking Sword sect. Seeing his cover about to be blown, Yi Qinghan drew his sword threateningly. Pointing it at the Yin Shui city lord, he said, are you tired of living? Then, the Yin Shui city lord pointed at Yi Qiao and continued, could you also be a direct disciple of the 5 sects? He thought to himself, but I've never seen this person before. Could they have split into 2 groups? One side uses a foolish direct disciple to distract us, while the other sends a direct disciple to the demonic clan as a spy, even pretending to be the saintess. Yi Qiao calmly rested her chin on her hand and said, do you think the 5 sects are unaware of your plans? I was able to infiltrate here, naturally because the 5 sects provided sufficient intelligence. All of your plans have unfolded right under my nose. Then, she glared at him menacingly. However, it's not too late for you to regret and surrender now. The old city lord trembled with fear upon hearing this. The demon lord promised to give me what I want if this succeeds, he thought, but forced himself to say, the 5 great sects and 8 great families hoard all the good things. You naturally don't understand the hardships of the smaller cities. Yi Qiao naturally didn't believe him. She raised her hand as if giving an order. Everyone knows that if this succeeds, I can appoint you as a great general. The demon lord obviously doesn't care about your lives. But if you listen to me and release the direct disciple of the Azure Water sect, I guarantee that no innocent people will be harmed. Having gained the upper hand, she pressed her advantage and continued to threaten the old man before her. Colluding with the demonic clan is a heinous crime. Yi Qiao sat leisurely in her chair and said, if the plan succeeds, then fine. But if it fails, your entire family won't escape retribution. She thought to herself, if he doesn't agree to cooperate and still wants to ally with the demonic clan, then I can only knock him unconscious and tie him up. After all, I already had Han Qing set up a soundproof array beforehand. Even if he screams his lungs out, no one will hear him. The Yin Shui city lord pondered for a moment, then said, all right, I agree to cooperate with you. Seeing his agreement, Yi Qiao said happily, excellent. Then release the direct disciple of the Azure Water sect first, and then find the other direct disciples and explain the matter of colluding with the demonic clan. At this point, the Yin Shui city lord was completely helpless. He could only sigh and say, I understand. Elsewhere, Xiao Yin said in surprise, Lin Lin, you're back. Xiao Yin, the direct disciple of the Azure Water sect, immediately asked what happened. Lin Lin replied, I was going to investigate the Yin Shui city lord, but I was captured. But I don't know why I was suddenly released. Moreover, pointing towards the Yin Shui city lord, Lin Lin continued, he says he has something to tell everyone. Hearing this, Xiao Yin, Su Zhua, and Di Chun were all stunned. The 3 of them asked in unison, Yin Shui city lord, what are you doing here? His face pale, he replied regretfully, I'm here to confess my collusion with the demonic clan. The old man continued, although everyone is feeling indignant right now, the recent Sect competition has drawn the demonic clan's attention to you. Perhaps they see the current generation of direct disciples as quite capable, so they've sent an offer to have you all killed. Then he reflected on his own wrongdoing. At the time, I was blinded by greed, but now that I've calmed down and thought about it, the direct disciples of the 5 sects aren't so easily captured. The demonic clan hasn't succeeded in all these years. Suddenly someone yelled, enough. Then he kicked towards the Yin Shui city lord. It was none other than Chu Xingji. He kicked the Yin Shui city lord repeatedly, saying, it really was you. You've been deceiving us and all these innocent people. Xiao Yin found this situation awkward and asked Lin Lin doubtfully, is he crazy? Why would he choose to bring people to us for help at a time like this? Lin Lin replied, puzzled, it's very possible. As night fell at the Yin Shui city inn, The members of the demonic clan shouted in unison, "Overthrow the 5 sects. Unite the world." At the same time, Xingji looked down from above, puzzled. "They're here, they're here." Ming Xian and Su Zhuo calmly dealt with the members of the demonic clan. Ming Xian calmly told everyone to activate the formation first. At this time, Zhongxi was ready. He shouted, "Charge! Kill them!" The members of the demonic clan and the 5 great sects immediately clashed in a fierce battle. Yi Qiao stood above, looking down at the earth-shattering battle between the demonic clan and the 5 great sects. At this moment, she just stood there looking down, without any movement. Xie looked up and saw only a dark shadow. He said fearfully, "Oh my God, that's terrifying." Xieyu's face turned pale, terrified that Yi Qiao was a ghost. He said, "This saintess's face is as white as a ghost. Her head is huge, and her shadow is enormous." Hearing this, Ming Xian was also frightened and turned around, saying, "Is what you're describing even human?" Seeing that the person in front of her wasn't moving, Yao Yin turned to ask Shu Xingji, "Why isn't she making a move? Can't she see that her underlings are about to die?" Xingji was silent for a moment, then began to analyze the situation. He said, "I heard that villains in stories always make their move last." Lin Lin turned her head while fighting and said, "So she wants to wait until we're exhausted before making her move. What a vicious woman." She continued to worry. Right now, the fates of Yi Qing Han and Song Han Qing are unknown. I'm afraid they've also fallen into this woman's hands. Ming Xian, Yao Yin, and the others stood above, looking towards Yi Qiao with worried expressions. Yi Qiao seemed to sense their scrutinizing gazes. She could only think to herself, the expressions on these people. She crossed her arms, suppressing a laugh. What kind of monster do they think I am? Han Qing, standing behind her, couldn't help but laugh at this scene and called out to Yi Qing Han. He said cheerfully to Yi Qing Han, "Don't you find the panicked looks of our junior disciples amusing?" Han Qing thought to himself, "I suddenly understand why Yi Qiao chased after that group of people running in the secret realm before." Thinking this, he covered his mouth and chuckled. Yi Qing Han, on the other hand, said seriously, "I didn't see him." He thought, "I really don't understand how Song Han Qing became like this." From above, the 5 sects bombarded the demonic clan with beams of energy, leaving them in tears. The members of the demonic clan were thrown into chaos, stumbling and fleeing. Adai ran to Yi Qiao's side and reported, "Holy Maiden, the Yinshui city lord has betrayed us." Clutching his stomach covered in syrup, he said, "Now that the demonic clan has been defeated, what are we going to do?" Hearing Adai's words, Yi Qiao replied cheerfully, "It's my turn to take the stage." Adai's face lit up with joy. He seemed revitalized, and his pain seemed to vanish. He declared, "The Holy Maiden is invincible." On the opposite side, the members of the 5 sects became extremely tense upon seeing the demonic clan's Holy Maiden appear. Yi Qiao, along with Qing Han and Han Qing, slowly advanced towards them. The two sides faced each other, the atmosphere tense, dust swirling around them. Suddenly, the corner of her lips curled up into a mischievous smile. Seeing Yi Qiao's smile, Mu Zhonghai broke out in a cold sweat. He exclaimed, "She's smiling." Mu Zhonghai was extremely flustered. This is the smile of a villain in a novel. Qin Huai, standing beside him, was equally alarmed. He warned everyone, "She's here. She's about to attack. Be careful." Suddenly, Yi Qiao reached up and pulled down her veil. As the veil fell, Yi Qiao's face was revealed. She smiled and greeted everyone, "Senior brothers. We're all family. It's been a while. Did you miss me?" Everyone was so astonished by this scene that their jaws dropped and their eyes widened. Junior sister Yi Qiao, still in disbelief, Ming Xian ran to Yi Qiao's side and pinched her cheek, asking, "Is it really you, junior sister?" The members of the demonic clan were thrown into disarray upon seeing this. They cried out, "How can our holy maiden be the junior sister of the 5 sects?" They asked each other what was going on. Annoyed by their incessant chatter, Ming Xian snapped, "Stop chirping. No one understands you." Then he shouted to everyone, "Keep attacking them. Don't stop." The demonic clan members were beaten and scattered like a disturbed beehive. At this moment, a loud voice from the demonic clan roared, "Despicable humans. Traitors!" Suo Heng, Ji frowned upon seeing the 2 young people dressed in demonic clan attire. He gnashed his teeth in anger and roared, "Senior brother, have you fallen? How could you collude with Yi Qiao?" Suo Heng, Ji thought to himself, and even become her bodyguard. At this point, Yi Qinghan removed his mask and said, I had no choice. Xiaoyu calmly walked to Yi Qiao's side and greeted her calmly. Junior sister, the sect leader told us to return quickly. He said there's an important matter to discuss regarding the mission rewards. After speaking, Xiaoyu handed something to Yi Qiao. Leave the rest to the other disciples of the 5 sects. Hearing this, Yi Qiao beamed and said excitedly, this can't wait. Let's go back. A few days later, early in the morning at one Jin sect, sect leader Fan Fan, Changming sect, and the other sect leaders of the 5 sects stood before everyone. Old Fan Fan said, everyone, you worked hard. You've completed this mission exceptionally well. He publicly praised and rewarded Yi Qiao. After discussion among the sect leaders and elders of the 5 sects, the reward for this mission will be given to Yi Qiao of the Changming sect. Do any of you have objections? Having said that, he summoned a small orb. Upon hearing this, Su Zhuo disagreed. He said, I object. Xiaoyu immediately whispered to Zhong Hai beside him. The first one to object wasn't Song Hanqing. Zhong Hai also spoke up. He might have been persuaded. Su Zhuo still disagreed. He asked, what did she even do to deserve first place? Suo Hangji, Qin Huai, Xiao Yin, and Di Chun said in unison, she didn't do anything. Seeing everyone's dissatisfaction with the result, Lao Fan Fan said, if you feel dissatisfied. Then he turned to Yi Qiao and said, then Yi Qiao, show them your recording stone. Yi Qiao quickly agreed, oh, all right. She then took out the stone for everyone to see. Han Qing and Yi Qinghan were both startled upon seeing the recording stone. Song Han Qing asked suspiciously. Yi Qiao brought a recording stone too. Then, his jaw dropped as he thought, the images of us running around in circles after entering the prison, being commanded by Yi Qiao. They won't be seen by everyone, will they? Then, Yi Qiao held up the stone and said, recording scatter. After the recording scatter revealed the entire event, Xiao Yin was now completely convinced. She said so impressive, with her skills, but without her courage. With this courage, I'm afraid we wouldn't have even remembered the demonic clan's language. Seeing this scene, Su Zhuo was speechless. Ming Xian, after watching, said sarcastically, so they really did go into the prison. Ming Xian turned to tease Han Qing and Qing Han. I told them not to go. They didn't listen. Who can they blame? Suo Hang Ji was naturally unwilling to accept it. He said, all right, the one who excellently completed the mission is Yi Qiao, fine. However, in his heart, he thought, seeing Yi Qiao obtain the Hun Chun Pearl is more frustrating than killing me. After watching, Lin Lin couldn't help but admire Yi Qiao. She said this is what a leader looks like. If the drunken secret realm opens, our 2 sects should join forces. Lin Lin's face flushed with excitement. She thought to herself, who said our leader was a useless little sister? Our leader can totally carry the team. Seeing Lin Lin's enthusiasm, Yi Qiao replied, sure, if there's a chance. Lin Lin, practically drooling, ran to Yi Qiao's side. Yi Qiao smiled inwardly, thinking girls should be pampered. Seeing Song Han Qing walk away, Su Zhuo asked, senior brother, are we leaving? Song Han Qing, still Bufu Cheat, replied, let's go. Next time, we'll definitely show them what we're made of. So Su Zhuo, Song Han Qing, and Lin Lin turned and left. Unexpectedly, Yin Shuo suddenly emitted a purple aura. All of this was witnessed by Yi Qiao's senior brother. He said, the younger martial sister of the Weiqing sect has demonic energy. Hearing this, Yi Qiao asked the Demon King. She thought so fast. Has the poisonous cloud Thrush clan, by absorbing men's cultivation, already become a Demon King so quickly? Ming Xian, who was beside her, voiced his speculation, probably not. Perhaps she has subdued a demonic beast. Suddenly, a hand landed on Yi Qiao's shoulder, and the person said, I heard Xiao Yin saw her with a man before. She changes men quickly. Yi Qiao wasn't surprised. She touched her chin thoughtfully and said, well, she's beautiful after all. Xiaoyu, standing beside them, thought they're gossiping like the old men in the village. He pondered silently, then assessed the situation internally. Even little junior sister is gossiping. This isn't good. She's a girl too. Xiaoyu's expression darkened. He said to Yi Qiao, little junior sister, you won't find a partner like this. Mu Zhonghai, acting as a senior brother, pointed at Yi Qiao and said, our wives, as sword cultivators, are our swords. Then, hugging his sword, he continued, a life devoted to the way of the sword is a life of solitude. Your sword won't cheat on you. Yi Xiao took all this in and clapped her hands happily, thinking, unexpectedly, fourth senior brother has such enlightenment. So impressive. At that moment, Mu Zhonghai was beaming with pride at his eloquent speech. Amidst the chatter, Fan Fan arrived, holding the Hun Chun pearl. He said, "Here, Yi Xiao, the Hun Chun pearl for you." Yi Xiao took the Hun Chun pearl, and since she didn't know what kind of treasure it was, she asked, "Master, what does this pearl actually do?" Hearing Yi Xiao's question, Fan Fan sighed and said, "I don't know." Yi Xiao, upon hearing this answer, was stunned for 3 seconds. She thought to herself, "It seems my only hope lies with that unreliable martial uncle." A moment later, at the Wonjin Sects guest hall, Yi Xiao burst in, pushing the door open and shouting, "Little martial uncle." Seeing Xie Su Shui asleep, she didn't hesitate and quickly approached him, asking, "Martial uncle, do you know how to use the Hun Chun pearl?" Xie Su Shui, still drowsy, rubbed his eyes and said, "Why don't you try swallowing it?" Looking at the large Hun Chun pearl, Yi Xiao said worriedly, "I'll choke to death." She then put the Hun Chun pearl away. Suddenly, Xie Su Shui seemed to notice the sword Yi Xiao was wearing and asked, "Is this your natal sword?" Yi Xiao explained, No, it's not a sword." Then she honestly said, "It's a stick." Hearing this, Xie Su Shui reached out and drew it. He held it, examining it closely. Although it looked strange, it was indeed a sword. As if suddenly enlightened, Yi Xiao curiously asked, "What sword? Is it a good sword?" Seeing her confusion, Xie Su Shui explained in detail, "This sword is called Wu Jianjun." He pointed to the inscription on the sword and whispered, "Look, there's a name engraved on it." Yi Xiao finally noticed and, overjoyed, hopped around with the sword. Seeing this, Xie Su Shui thought to himself, "This is the first time I've seen someone with a bigger heart than me." Fan Fan's teaching methods are truly impressive. Xie Su Shui, looking at the sword, answered Yi Xiao's question. As for why it looks like a stick, it's because the owner is too weak. A spiritual weapon grows with its owner, not the other way around. Hearing this, Yi Xiao playfully replied, "But I've already named it Duo Duan." Xie Su Shui rested his chin on his hand, stifling a laugh. "Who taught you to name it something like that?" Spiritual swords have sentience. If it develops a spirit, it'll chase after you and beat you up. Yi Xiao asked doubtfully, "Swords have personalities too." Xie Su Shui leaned closer and covered his mouth, whispering, "Of course. Your martial brother's sword is called Duan Shun. It usually despises your martial brother's half-hearted attitude towards life, so he rarely uses it." Suddenly, a clap of thunder boomed across the sky. Xie Su Shui looked up and said, "It's a tribulation lightning." Yi Xiao also looked up. "A golden core tribulation." Looking towards the door, she said, "Judging by the direction, it should be second martial brothers." Standing at the door, Xie Su Shui looked at the thunderclouds. The greater the talent, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. Ming Huin's tribulation won't be small. Yi Xiao shuddered, exclaiming, "That's terrifying. It's a good thing my talent is ordinary." Suddenly, an idea struck her, her eyes lighting up. "Let's go see if we could draw some supportive talismans." Suiting action to word, she ran past Xie Su Shui, thinking tribulation lightning can be mitigated, especially with lower-level talismans. The influence of the tribulation is smaller. With my low cultivation, watching the commotion shouldn't be dangerous. She left Xie Su Shui standing there alone. The clouds in the sky continued to crackle with lightning. In the forest outside the sect, a figure paced back and forth, then sat down. It was Ming Huin. He sighed in relief. "This place is so far from the Asking Sword sect. Even if I create a huge crater, I probably won't have to pay for the damages." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Second martial brother." Ming Huin looked towards the voice in confusion. Yi Xiao came running over, beaming. "Second martial brother, I've come to draw talismans for you to help with the tribulation." Under Ming Huin's bewildered gaze, she stopped at a distance, explaining, "This spot is quite safe." Yi Xiao sat far away from Ming Huin, leaving him speechless. "Drawing talismans here, I definitely won't be struck by lightning." Ming Huin, unconvinced, muttered, "Not reliable." But seeing her enthusiastically drawing talismans, he thought, "This is the first time I've seen someone dare to sit next to someone undergoing a tribulation and draw talismans." Elsewhere, Mu Zhonghai and Xie, you were looking towards the thunderclouds. Xie, you asked, "Is that Ming Huin's tribulation?" The clouds are huge, a bit scary. Suddenly, Xie Su Shui appeared behind them. "Yes, but it's nothing surprising. Shu Hangyun's tribulation lightning was even bigger." Xiesu Shui continued. By the way, Yi Qiao went to draw talismans for Ming Huin to help him withstand the tribulation. Don't you want to see Yi Qiao's talisman drawing skills? He placed a hand on his chin, a smile playing on his lips. Although Yi Qiao is a talisman master, sword cultivators and talisman masters are different. The faster a talisman master, the higher their success rate. Only then can they be called a prodigious talent. Xiesu Shui grabbed the two by their collars and pulled them along, ignoring their bewildered expressions. Come on, let's go see how she draws. Where Ming Huin stood, bolts of heavenly lightning struck down one after another. Suddenly, a bolt hit Ming Huin, causing him to cry out in pain. Yi Qiao, who was drawing talismans on a rock, angrily asked, "How many lightning strikes are there in total?" Xiesu Shui, having dragged Xieyu and Mu Zhonghai over, replied, "I don't know. The higher one's talent, the more strikes there are." Eldest senior brother was chased by them day and night. Then he closed his eyes and clasped his hands in prayer, hoping that Ming Huin would be all right. Seeing this, Xieyu and Mu Zhonghai also prayed like Xiesu Shui. At this moment, a shout came from Ming Huin's direction. With disheveled hair and smelling of burning, he yelled, "Junior sister, didn't you say you'd draw talismans to help me with the tribulation lightning?" Hearing this, Yi Qiao immediately and swiftly moved her brush, drawing two talismans. Then, holding them up, she said, "Here." Seeing her actions, Xiesu Shui thought silently. Yi Qiao not only draws talismans quickly, but her precision is also astonishing. They say cultivating swordsmanship and talismans can only favor one, so Yi Qiao's swordsmanship talent must be very poor. From now on, she's a talisman cultivator. An hour later, as dawn approached, Yi Qiao sat on the ground, rubbing her hands while crying. She said angrily, "When will this tribulation lightning finally end? My hand is numb." Then she stood up straight, raised her middle fingers to the sky, and provocatively shouted, "Trash." Seeing the situation wasn't good, Xiesu Shui hurriedly grabbed Mu Zhonghai and Xieyu and ran, leaving Yi Qiao still glaring at the sky. Suddenly, a few rumbling sounds echoed from the sky, followed by a bolt of lightning that shot towards Yi Qiao, making her entire skeleton visible like an X-ray. Xiesu Shui and the other two could only silently watch from afar as Yi Qiao was struck stiff by the lightning. Then Xiesu Shui hurriedly ran over and asked, "Are you all right?" As the smoke cleared, Yi Qiao was revealed with disheveled hair and a soot-covered face. She said, "I'm fine, my spirit is still good." Then, lifting her skirt and looking at the rising electric current, she muttered, "Just feels like the hem of my skirt is a bit static." In her heart, she complained, "No one told me tribulation lightning could understand human body language." Suddenly, she felt something change within her body and couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Then, pointing at her spiritual root on her chest, she said excitedly, "Junior sister, my spiritual root has grown." It suddenly grew longer. Hearing this, the other three crowded around to look at her spiritual root. What? A spiritual root can grow. Xiesu Shui stroked his chin and said, "I remember when you entered the sect, your spiritual root was tested as a lightning spiritual root. Could it be that lightning spiritual roots can absorb tribulation lightning?" Looking at Mu Zhonghai and Xieyu teasing the Pikachu-fied Yi Qiao, he thought to himself, lightning spiritual roots are very rare in the cultivation world. It seems very few people can utilize this type of spiritual root. After all, lightning spiritual roots have low talent and are basically not valued. A good idea suddenly occurred to Xiesu Shui. From now on, when someone undergoes tribulation lightning, the people standing next to them should point their fingers at the sky. He still couldn't help but marvel at how miraculously a spiritual root could grow. At this time, Pikachu Yi Qiao couldn't take it anymore and punched Xieyu before running away. Ignoring Yi Qiao, who was about to explode with anger, Xieyu rubbed his face and asked, "Little Martial Uncle, if one wants to undergo tribulation lightning, how can they do it?" Having dealt with Xieyu, Yi Qiao turned to deal with Mu Zhonghai. Xiesu Shui, hearing Xieyu's question, responded about that, but no one paid attention to Ming Huin. Ming Huin, having just finished his tribulation, weakly and pitifully said, Hey, why aren't any of you concerned about whether I live or die? Seeing that there was still no response, he could only cry internally, feeling like he couldn't go on. The sky finally brightened, the thunderclouds dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky. Ming Huin lay sprawled on the dusty ground, uncomfortable electrical sparks still crackling around him. He said, "The tribulation seems to have passed." At this point, Siesu Shui stepped forward and said, "I have to return to Changming's sect, to the scripture library, to find some information on lightning spiritual roots." Then he looked towards Yi Qiao and instructed, "Right, Yi Qiao, you can use your lightning spiritual root to refine the Hun Shun Pearl and guide it into your Dantian." Hearing this, Yi Qiao immediately took out the Hun Shun Pearl and asked, "Refine it with spiritual fire." Then she released the Hun Shun Pearl and said, "Then I'll give it a try." Next, she took out a talisman, a fire control talisman, and fire from the talisman gradually enveloped the Hun Shun Pearl. The fire burned the Hun Shun Pearl, producing thick smoke, but when the smoke cleared, the Hun Shun Pearl was revealed completely unharmed, causing Yi Qiao to say in surprise, "There's no reaction." Then, remembering something, she turned around and said, "That's right, third senior brother, you have a top-grade fire spiritual root, right? Lend me some fire." Hearing this, Xieyu extended a hand, creating a flame, and then launched the flame towards the Hun Shun Pearl, but it seemed to have no effect either. Looking at the still intact Hun Shun Pearl, Yi Qiao thought that even a top-grade fire spiritual root couldn't refine it, so what kind of fire should she use? Suddenly, Kang Duk Ku emerged from her sleeve and flew away, leaving Yi Qiao puzzled. Kang Duk Ku slowly flew to the Hun Shun Pearl and spat a tiny flame towards it. Seeing such a small flame, Yi Qiao wasn't very confident. But surprisingly, the small flame fused with the Hun Shun Pearl, causing it to crack. Yi Qiao gasped in astonishment, then quickly absorbed the Hun Shun Pearl, never expecting such a small flame to have such a great effect. Mu Zhonghai looked at the strutting Kang Duk Ku and said, "The Hun Shun Pearl was actually burned by its flame." Then, placing a hand on his chin, he said in surprise, "A top-grade spiritual root couldn't do it, but a chicken could." By now, Ming Huin had rested and sat up, saying, "I think I know what King Duk Ku is." Ming Huin continued, "It seems we also need to return to Changming's sect, to the scripture library, to find some information." Seeing that Ming Huin was stable, Yi Qiao exclaimed, "Second senior brother, you finally made it through." Then Ming Huin asked Yi Qiao, "So, after refining the Hun Shun Pearl and guiding into your Dantian, what does it feel like?" Yi Qiao replied, "My Dantian is very hot, like there's a fire burning inside." Then she closed her eyes and focused on her Dantian, thinking she might be able to use it like this. A stream of fire flowed throughout her body. After sensing it, she looked at her hand in surprise. Then she extended her hand towards a withered tree. A green light emanated from her hand, and the withered tree began to sprout new buds. Seeing this, Xieyu said in astonishment, "This creation pearl actually has restorative properties. Just a little refinement is enough to revive a dead tree. No wonder the 5 sects consider a reward." Yi Qiao excitedly hugged Kang Duk Ku and said, "While we're resting, let's quickly return to Changming's sect and find out what Kang Duk Ku really is." And so, our group of handsome men and beautiful women arrived at the Changming sect's library. The librarian stood up and looked at the group and read with surprise. "What are you all doing here?" he asked loudly, anger evident on his face. "Do the 5 of you consider this place a playground?" This startled Yi Qiao, and Mu Zhonghai hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Don't be angry, don't be angry." He then rushed over and placed a hand on the librarian's shoulder. "We're here on business today, just looking up some information." The librarian, naturally unconvinced, said reluctantly, "Fine, all right. Finish quickly and leave." He thought to himself, just now Siesu Shui was like a sick person in the library. The group of handsome men and beautiful women were naturally delighted, while the old librarian held his head and muttered, "A spiritual root can actually grow, turning this place upside down." Now Yi Qiao and her group are here again. There's no peace. There are so many books on the shelves. How can we possibly find it? Yi Qiao stroked her chin and let out a silly giggle. This is difficult. Ming Huin, thanks to his height, reached up and grabbed a book. I'm thinking our starting point might be wrong. For example, we shouldn't be looking for Kang Duk Ku's true form in records of strange beasts. This startled Yi Qiao. Her second senior brother was intently looking at the book in his hand. It was a record of divine beasts. Ming Huin showed the book to his junior sister. It recorded the divine beast that had mysteriously disappeared from the cultivation world for tens of millions of years. Yi Qiao took the book and exclaimed, "It's so thick." All three were engrossed in reading, with the turkey perched on Yi Qiao's head. Xiaoyu spoke up, "Vermilion bird." But a vermilion bird's tail isn't this long. Mu Zhonghai also offered his opinion. It looks more like a phoenix than a vermilion bird. Hearing her fourth senior brother say this, the more she looked, the more it resembled one. She looked up at her turkey. How could a majestic phoenix be this fat, chirping bird? She was very doubtful. Could it really be a rare phoenix? Yi Qiao looked at the fat bird in her hands and said in surprise, "Is that so? Why does it nest on my head every day?" Her second senior brother used his knowledge to answer her question. "I've heard that the azure luan, peacock, and golden phoenix are all descendants of the phoenix. If it is a phoenix, its growth cycle could be very long. Who knows? It might still be like this even when you die." Hearing this, she seemed to have lost all patience. "Then what good is it to me? An immature divine beast is just trash to me." These words also angered the little bird. The two of them exchanged dangerous looks and disgust. "I've heard that phoenixes can be reborn from nirvana. How about we throw it into a fire and see?" The poor little bird chirped in between them. Then a hand grabbed the poor little bird. Xiaoyu stroked the small bird, gently comforting it. "If it doesn't work, we can pool our money and buy a spirit stone to feed it." Ming Huin, thinking about the prospect of stealing spirit stones, said, "After the Changming sect returns home, I'll go to the Ming family vault and steal some spirit stones to feed it." This left his junior sister speechless. She seemed to want to stop her senior brother from continuing and quickly change the subject. "When does our sect celebrate the new year?" Suddenly, a voice boomed from somewhere, nearly deafening her. "Celebrate what new year?" It was the Changming sect leader. He hurriedly urged everyone to prepare quickly, as they were about to depart for the next secret realm. Yi Qiao felt disheartened upon hearing this. Wondering why the break ended so quickly, she felt a little disappointed, thinking to herself, "I finally graduated in the modern world, but I didn't expect to still have to compete in this world." Her second senior brother asked her, seemingly not understanding what she was talking about, "What's New Year?" This left her stunned. Yi Qiao, filled with questions, asked, "Don't you celebrate New Year?" Her senior brothers calmly replied, "We have to cultivate." Her gaze dropped, and after a moment of thought, she said, "Except for Mu Zhonghai, who comes from the mortal world, the other three senior brothers seem to have grown up in the cultivation world." Mu Zhonghai stroked his chin and said, "We used to celebrate New Year back home with feasts, but it was quite boring. Cultivation is much more interesting." These words surprised their third senior brother. "Feasts? What was your status back home? Do you have a throne to inherit?" Their fourth senior brother chuckled and said, "You're right. My family is in the royal palace. I do have a throne to inherit." Good heavens, the other three were stunned, completely taken aback. Yi Qiao made a respectful bow. "My apologies, Your Highness." This made Mu Zhonghai feel apprehensive. She sighed, feeling melancholic about her own background. "It turns out everyone here, except me, has a prestigious background." Suddenly, a hand reached out and pinched their fourth senior brother's cheek. It was none other than Ming Huin. "I'll visit your home next time." Mu Zhonghai's cheeks hurt from being pinched. "Don't pinch the prince's face. The sect leader will be angry." This time, the joke went too far, and each of them received a knock on the head. He angrily said, "Stop making noise and go pack your things." Each of them had a large bump on their heads, and the sect leader was still fuming. Chuhan Van looked at Ming Huin, tears welling up in his eyes, wondering what was wrong with him. At the match observation area, the Changming sect disciples were chatting animatedly. After a period of rest, the third match was finally about to begin. On the viewing platform, amidst the cheers of hundreds of people, an elderly man announced loudly, "We invite the core disciples of the 5 sects to the stage." The female fans below were equally enthusiastic, holding up signs and chanting nonstop, "Chow chow, chow chow. Every time you fart, I'll call out your name." The other side was not to be outdone, Yi Qing Han. But none of them could compare to one particularly passionate male fan. "Brother Han Qing, I'll bear your monkey children." Seeing this scene, Ming Huin and Mu Zhonghai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although Yi Qiao felt a little embarrassed, she spoke up in defense of the male fan. "How can you discriminate against someone's male fan?" Her words made Xiaoyu and Ming Huin laugh even harder. "Junior sister, this isn't a matter of discrimination." She looked at the two of them, laughing uproariously, not understanding what was so funny. Han Qing could only sigh, facing the two. "Don't mind them. Although he said so, he was still overly sensitive. Even without proof, he felt like those people from Changming's sect were laughing at him. It wasn't like their unusual behavior was anything new. The 4 disciples of Yu Qing's sect discussed the matter together. Han Qing spoke first. This competition has a lot of illusions. We'll need a large quantity of tranquility pills. After entering the secret realm, let's find the people from Bai, Shui, Sect to cooperate. Suzhua felt that this plan wasn't guaranteed to succeed, unsure if they would agree to cooperate. Han Qing also had his own thoughts. He still had some questions about Yi Qiao. After all, that direct disciple named Miao Miao had previously wanted to invite Yi Qiao. Could Yi Qiao really be that charming? Why hadn't he sensed it back at Yu Qing's sect? Fan Fan spoke up shyly. Senior brother, I'm good at finding treasures. Maybe I can find some tranquility pills. Han Qing looked up at him, feeling that this plan wasn't reliable at all. But we don't have an alchemist. Fan Fan still didn't give up, continuing to offer suggestions. We could trade with Bai Shui's sect. They'll definitely need this kind of spiritual herb. Han Qing looked at his junior brother in front of him with a surprised expression, thinking to himself that although Fan Fan was a bit foolish, his luck was indeed quite good. He immediately agreed. The participating competitors had all gathered, preparing to proceed with the competition. This time, the entrance to the Flame Mountain secret realm had appeared. The competition was about to begin, and the organizer's voice rang out. Competitors, please enter the secret realm. Flame Mountain lived up to its name. Lava was everywhere, and the heat could be felt from afar. Yi Qiao was drenched in sweat, fanning herself with her hand, complaining about the heat. The senior brother behind her couldn't help but sigh. What an unpleasant place. He seemed to be sympathizing with her. She turned around and waved to her senior brother. Senior brother, I didn't expect this competition to put us in the same group. Looking at the serious young man in front of her, she felt happy. Being in the same group as her powerful senior brother this time made her feel much more at ease. Yi Qiao opened her mouth wide and then tossed a medicinal pill into it and handed the remaining one to her senior brother who was looking at her. This place easily makes people irritable. Here, senior brother, have a tranquility pill and calm down. Before he could even touch the pill, 2 black beasts suddenly leaped out from somewhere and pounced towards them. Its claws were aimed directly at the frightened Yi Qiao, letting out a growl. She didn't even have time to react, as in an instant, her senior brother used his sword to protect her. He struck the 2 ferocious beasts, causing them to cry out in pain. Han Qing calmly put the medicinal pill into his mouth, under her admiring gaze. Yi Qiao couldn't hide her admiration, clapping her hands in praise. Senior brother is indeed senior brother. So cool. The audience in the stands was also astonished. Before, it was always Yi Qiao taking action, protecting both the alchemist and the Talisman Master. Now, they were gradually realizing the benefits of being with a sword cultivator. So what real use was a lucky charm? At the critical moment, they still had to rely on a sword cultivator. Yi Qiao, her face flushed with excitement, pleaded with her senior brother, "Can I touch your sword?" She recalled Mu Zhonghai clutching his sword, refusing to let her touch it. Frowning, she said, "When I asked before, 4th senior brother refused, as if some sleazy guy was trying to grope his wife." But Han Qing wasn't like that. He immediately tossed her the sword. Taking it, she was incredibly surprised. "You just threw it to me. Want to be angry?" His expression remained calm, seemingly unafraid of its anger. "My sword looks down on me, and, conveniently, I look down on it too." Yi Qiao covered her face, happily thinking, "It seems I'll have to treat Duo Duan better from now on. I can't just kick it around like a ball. What if it gains sentience and starts looking down on me?" Suddenly, her eldest senior brother spoke, startling her. "Let's go find the others." She looked at him, spreading her arms wide with a cheerful, "Okay." But looking at the lava-filled, dangerous mountain, she glanced at Han Qing's back, seemingly wanting to say something, but unable to find the words. She looked around, feeling a shiver down her spine. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt like something was watching them. Suddenly, Yi Qiao's eyes widened, as if she had discovered something. She hurriedly tugged on her senior brother's sleeve, pointing ahead. "Eldest senior brother, look, what's that?" Han Qing turned around just as she froze. A giant eagle was diving down towards them from the sky. His eyes remained calm, his voice even. Nascent soul stage. Unlike him, she pulled him and ran for their lives. Run. As Yi Qiao ran with her senior brother, she thought, the higher the realm of the demonic beast, the weirder they get. I thought the snake rat was strange enough, but I didn't expect a nascent soul-stage demonic beast to just straight up not be human. Her eldest senior brother let her pull him along. As he ran, he looked back at the demonic beast, its eyes still fixed on them. Something in its mouth glowed. Han Qing, genuinely annoyed, looked at it and cursed. So ugly. He looked up at the demonic beast, still circling overhead, then threw something at it, causing it to pause in surprise. Han Qing smiled, the smile of a victor, as if he had just tamed it. Seeing this, Yi Qiao became extremely worried. Eldest senior brother, don't provoke it. The demonic beast became even more frenzied, charging straight towards the two running figures. Exhausted, Yi Qiao said fearfully, we're done for. It's about to catch us. Just as Han Qing grabbed Yi Qiao, she used the treading green wind technique. Powerful gusts of wind sliced through the rocks, pushing the nascent soul beast back. He simply picked Yi Qiao up and continued running. She furrowed her brows in confusion. There are nascent soul-stage demonic beasts in the secret realm too. As he ran, Han Qing replied, Junior sister, all great secret realms have nascent soul-stage beasts. We've just been lucky enough not to encounter any before. Sect leader Qin stroked his beard thoughtfully, a somewhat exasperated look on his face. It's this lively on the first day. I can't imagine what the later secret realms will be like. Elder son blurted out as he looked on, what is that? Yin Thuok happily hugged the small beast and said, so much tranquil heart grass. Good job, treasure hunting beast. Elder Tun blurted out suspiciously. Yin Thuok is from the Lunar Clear Sect, yet she's using a treasure hunting beast to find tranquil heart grass. Can this kind of spiritual beast even form a contract with humans? This secret realm has been open for so long. A woman, seeing someone using a treasure hunting beast to find spiritual herbs for the first time, replied, this child's luck has always been very good, but this is cheating. A Lunar Clear Sect elder, standing nearby, curled his lip in disdain and couldn't help but ask, didn't the ever-bright Sects say this is called strategy? Then, looking towards Fan Fan, he said, they allow Yi Qiao to do it, but they don't allow us to use treasure hunting beasts. Faced with his question, Elder Qin glared angrily. Who did what? What does this have to do with our ever-bright sect? Elder Wang, noticing the rising tension, raised his hand to mediate. This has never happened before in the secret realm, but the Tranquil Heart Pill is very useful. If Yin Thuok has a spiritual beast, using it to find spiritual herbs is normal. He continued, changing the subject, let's check on the other children. Switching to another part of the secret realm, Ming Huin and Mu Zhonghai were trying to overcome the current challenge. He seriously said to Zhonghai, the pill cultivator is key in this formation. We must find Xieyu quickly. Zhonghai also felt that there wasn't a major problem and divided the tasks with Ming Huin. You use your divine sense to find people, and I'll be responsible for clearing the path with my sword. Their roles were clearly defined. Just as they finished speaking, they encountered a group from the questioning sword sect. Recognizing them, Suo Hang Ji stepped forward and asked, isn't that Ming Huin? Ming Huin greeted him. What a coincidence. I was just about to use a transportation talisman. Hang Ji said smugly, don't think I'll look up to you just because you broke through to the Golden Core stage. Unexpectedly, this only amused Ming Huin. He put his hands on his hips and retorted, you care whether I've broken through or not. Could it be you have a secret crush on me? Unable to respond, Hang Ji could only manage, you're disgusting. Zhu Huang, the junior sister standing behind Suo Hang Ji, couldn't help but draw her sword provocatively. Fight him, second senior brother. Don't let him anger you. Suo Hang Ji also began to draw his sword, but Mu Zhonghai stopped him by patting his shoulder. It's only the first day. Don't fight. We can negotiate. He angrily pushed Zhonghai away and said, loudly with a defiant expression, I have nothing to say to you. Suo Hang Ji, seemingly eager for a duel, pointed his sword directly at Ming Huin and shouted, take this. Ming Huin took out a Vajra talisman to block the attack. Suo Hang Ji immediately noticed it and thrust his sword directly at the shield, producing several cracking sounds. Suo Hang Ji sneered at Ming Huin, even if you've broken through to Golden Core, that's all you've got. He then successfully broke the Vajra talisman, his sword point aimed directly at Ming Huin, about to stab him. His defense suddenly broken. Ming Huan didn't know how to defend himself. Just as Suo Hengji's sword was about to strike, another flying sword intercepted it. Mu Zhonghai shielded Ming Huan, expressing his displeasure. A mid-stage golden core, aren't you ashamed to fight a beginner golden core? This angered Ming Huan, who stood behind him and declared, Suo Hengji, you forced me to do this. Mu Zhonghai stood beside him, listening as he spoke, glancing over just as he requested. Fourth junior brother, I'll count to 3. Having said that, he really did start counting. 1. Suo Hengji and his junior sister were clearly on high alert, their swords already halfway drawn. Unexpectedly, Ming Huan performed a series of unpredictable actions, first sticking a talisman onto his own chest. Next, he quickly grabbed his fourth junior brother's hand, skipped the number 2, and went straight to 3, then ran away. Truly, of the 36 stratagems, running away is best. Suo Hengji and his junior sister immediately noticed something was amiss. Wait a minute, weren't you counting to 3? Where's 2? Understanding the issue, the senior brother immediately flew into a rage, yelling, Ming Huan, you dare trick us. By this time, the other 2 hadn't run far, and were being closely pursued by the brother and sister, who shouted at the 2 desperately fleeing figures, if you have the guts, don't run. Ming Huan, both surprised and silent, thought, only a fool wouldn't run. Just because you say don't run doesn't mean I won't. I'm not that concerned about saving face. The 2 men, still running, suddenly encountered junior sister Yi Qiao and Chu Hangvan also running towards them. Mu Zhonghai said joyfully, junior sister, senior brother, you came at just the right time. Then, turning to them, he urged charge. Charge! Charge! Go surround and attack those questioning sword sect disciples. Teach those 2 questioning sword sect brats a lesson. Just as they were preparing to gang up and use their superior numbers, junior sister Yi Qiao pulled them along, continuing to run, and didn't forget to explain, don't look back. There's a nascent soul stage demonic beast behind us. Ming Huan immediately added, junior sister, what a coincidence. We also have Suo Hengji and his junior sister behind us. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiao, as if seizing an opportunity, exclaimed, perfect. They immediately stopped, having just been unsure of how to escape the nascent soul stage demonic beast. Now, hadn't they found their helpers? The 2 senior brothers immediately coordinated, throwing restraining talismans towards the pitch-black demonic beast. It was immediately bound by the talismans, which transformed into chains. The restrained nascent soul stage beast could only let out ear-piercing whines. The unpleasant sound foresaw Hengji and the other 4 to cover their ears, utterly unwilling to hear anymore. Unable to bear it, Ming Huan created a soundproof barrier, enclosing themselves, Suo Hengji and his junior sister within. Left with no other choice, Ming Huan was forced to offer a truce. Suo Hengji, let's cooperate for now. Even at this point, Suo Hengji remained stubborn, shifting the blame. Get lost. Who needs to cooperate with you? You're the ones who led this demonic beast here. Saying this, he pulled Zhu Huang, intending to leave. Junior sister, let's go. Suddenly, Suo Hengji's body became immobile. He strained, his whole body trembling, but he couldn't budge. Turning his head, he discovered he had been tagged with a talisman by Ming Huan, and his anger boiled over. A restraining talisman. Where did you put this on me? Ming Huan sneered, still holding a talisman in his hand, and slowly replied, when? Weren't you chasing after us like dogs just now? We stopped running now. Consider it our enthusiastic welcome. Suo Hengji was so furious he was speechless, only able to sputter, Ming Huan, you have such a foul mouth. Yi Qiao hastily interjected, her tone surprisingly cheerful. It's probably not like that. It's more like, if you don't help us, we'll chase after you and we'll all die together. Suo Hengji's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. Caught between a rock and a hard place, his expression was unsightly. If we cooperate, then after we deal with that demonic beast, you'll give us its demonic chi and inner core. Ming Huan immediately cut in to refute him. No, you don't understand the situation. We're not negotiating with you. There are 4 of us and only 2 of you. Besides, just now, if we weren't happy, we would have chased after you. The faces of the 2 from the Wanjian sect grew even uglier, thinking that there were 6 people here, 5 at the Golden Core stage. Yet they had to deal with this demonic beast, seeing Yi Qiao standing there in a daze. The nascent soul stage beast suddenly roared, targeting her for an attack. Yi Qiao, already alert, immediately dodged to the side. The demonic beast relentlessly attacked her, forcing her to use Treading Green Peak. Even counterattacking, it wasn't easy. She threw another exploding talisman at it. A loud explosion echoed, but besides enraging the nascent soul beast further, it didn't seem to affect the colossal monster at all. Junior sister Yi Qiao could only change her tactics, taking out a fog talisman and signaling the others to attack. Mu Zhonghai shouted a provocation. Come on. The four of them charged forward, and the beast didn't back down either. Its bright eyes stared fixedly at them. The multi-eyed demonic beast flapped its wings, sending increasingly more black chi towards them. Mu Zhonghai realized the problem and yelled urgently, No, junior sister, this monster has too many eyes. It can see all of our attack routes. Yi Qiao, holding her soul-snatching needle, seriously proposed a plan. I'll lure it and use senior brother's attack from different directions. Suo Heng, Ji expressed his disapproval. Lure it again. You're only at the foundation establishment stage. What makes you think you can do it? His condescending attitude infuriated her. She sneered. What makes you think you can? A hand reached out and grabbed Yi Qiao's. Zhu Huang hesitantly pulled her back, saying, I can go. Yi Qiao gave a triumphant smile, comforting her senior brother. Trust me, I'll be fine. Stepping forward, Yi Qiao took out 3 sparkling small projectiles, and as planned, through the projectiles, Yi Qiao struck towards the demonic beast with her staff. She thought to herself, one projectile is as powerful as a golden core cultivator. I've thrown a few at you. I don't believe you're unscathed. The projectiles exploded upon contact with the demonic beast, but the nascent soul beast appeared unharmed. Looking even more ferocious, it roared, Damned humans, I'll kill you. The spectators outside watching the commotion commented, Yi Qiao is definitely only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. She doesn't have enough spiritual energy. Others said, it's too risky. Zhu Huang should have gone. Yi Qiao doesn't have the guts. Elder Zhao stroked his beard thoughtfully as he watched. Yi Qiao never actively seeks death. If she wasn't confident, she would have run away already. His beard stroking paused. He pondered just what was she so confident about in this situation. The large screen displayed Yi Qiao using medicinal pills. Elder Wang couldn't believe it. You actually rely on revitalizing pills. Your Changming sect is truly wealthy. In the observation platform, Qin Fan, who was sitting, suddenly jolted, thinking, before entering the secret realm, each sect would give their disciples medicinal pills. But thinking up to this point, he became bewildered and wondered, did we give Yi Qiao so many medicinal pills? At this time, Yi Qiao had poured the entire bottle of pills in her mouth. And then, under the ferocious gaze of the demonic beast, she provoked it. You can't beat me. Just as it was about to extend its claws to strike Yi Qiao, she dodged while taking out a bottle of medicinal pills and began to advertise Changming Sect's medicinal pills. 1 pill is stronger than 6, unparalleled in treating internal injuries. Welcome all heroes to visit and choose our medicinal pills. After speaking, she didn't forget to strike a pose to showcase the products she was introducing. Suo Hengji, who was enduring the attacks of a large, ferocious beast, saw her like this and angrily said, You waited for the right moment to say that, didn't you? Mu Zhonghai quickly raised his resting sword, executing the Clear Wind Decree, and severed one of the demonic beast's arms. The injured demonic beast fell to the ground, and Mu Zhonghai and Suo Hengji also landed simultaneously. Seeing their opponent like this, neither of them yielded, vying with each other. Mu Zhonghai said, I'm faster than you. Suo Hengji also retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Without me, could you have done it? On the observation platform, fans of the Asking Sword sect, seeing this scene, said Suo Hengji is very strong. If they really fought, even against Mu Zhonghai with his natural sword bone, it wouldn't be a clear victory. Fans of Changming sect also defended their idol. Unwilling to be outdone, they've been at the Golden Core stage for a long time. Mu Zhonghai seems to be only 16 years old. Our child is still young. Those watching the excitement became even more thrilled, their eyes shining brightly as they said, I really want to see them fight. It's just that for now, they can't beat it. At this moment, in the arena, the sky had brightened. The demonic beast that fell to the ground was no longer breathing, only able to lie there and melt from the high temperature. Mu Zhonghai breathed a sigh of relief, reaching out to wipe the sweat on his forehead and saying, Consider the nascent soul stage demonic beast slain. At this time, a heavy cloth bag was thrown to the ground. Yi Xiao, with her arms crossed in front of her chest, stood before Suo Hangji, ignoring his disgruntled expression, and said, "The demonic beast bones will be divided equally among everyone. We'll take the inner core." Just as Suo Hangji was about to get angry, Zhu Huang pulled him back, calling out senior brother. Then she pointed at the 4 people with Yi Xiao and said helplessly, "There are more of them." Having just seen Yi Xiao use the medicinal pills, Mu Zhonghai leaned close to her ear and asked softly, "Little junior sister, where did you get so many medicinal pills?" Hearing this, Yi Xiao replied, "I refined them myself. Remember how the pills I refined before were difficult to eat?" Recalling the painful memory of vomiting and Qin Fan yelling, "Isn't this just cooking feces?" Mu Zhonghai was horrified, remembering that Elder Zhao had also said the 2 words cooking feces. Yi Xiao, ignoring Mu Zhonghai's weary expression, said narcissistically, "After that, you all called me a genius. Thanks for the compliment. If you need any, you can come to me. I'll let them try some." Seeing her bright eyes, Ming Huin quickly raised his fan to cover his face and said, "I thought you were just playing around, but I didn't expect you to be so persistent in your training." Feeling the heat of the volcano, Mu Zhonghai asked, "It's so hot here. Junior sister, do you have any pills that can cool us down? Second senior brother, third senior brother, and I all have fire spiritual roots. We're practically dying here." Yi Xiao replied, "There are no cooling pills, just bear with it." Thinking about the heat, she took out Kang Duk-ku and said, "This secret realm isn't suitable for you guys, but it's perfect for Kang Duk-ku." Seeing Kang Duk-ku excitedly fly off, she instructed, "Go find some fire tribute rocks to eat, Kang Duk-ku." Before leaving, Kang Duk-ku chirped a few times in response to Yi Xiao. The 4 of them silently watched Kang Duk-ku fly away excitedly. Ming Huin said worriedly, "I'm a little uneasy about Kang Duk-ku going off like that. Let's follow and see." He thought to himself, "There are so many demonic beasts in this secret realm. Our sect worked so hard to get a divine beast. What if it gets eaten by another demonic beast?" Meanwhile, Yun Thuok held the treasure-seeking beast in her arms, with the azure lawn sparrow perched on her shoulder, her whole being radiating a desire for praise. Lin Lin and Si Yao Yin noticed her approaching. They exchanged glances, communicating silently. Yun Thuok has contracted with 2 beasts by herself. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Moreover, these 2 beasts are extraordinary. One is a spiritual beast, and the other looks like the azure lawn sparrow from Legends. Seeing their envious looks, Yun Thuok thought smugly, "It feels so good to be admired by everyone. I must seize all the glory in this training session." Suddenly, the azure lawn perched on her shoulder, spread its wings, and flew away. She hurriedly asked, "Azure Lawn, where are you going?" The Azure Lawn ignored her and flew straight towards Kang Duk-ku, who was eating volcanic rocks. Upon arrival, it landed and chirped at Kang Duk-ku. Despite Kang Duk-ku's disdain, the Azure Lawn lowered its head, expressing its affection. At this moment, Song Han-Qing arrived and saw Kang Duk-ku looking at the Azure Lawn with disdain. Song Han-Qing recognized Kang Duk-ku and immediately warned everyone, "That's Yi Xiao's contracted beast. The Changming Sect people are nearby. Everyone be careful. This could be Yi Xiao's trap." Yun Thuok ignored her and walked forward, calling for the Azure Lawn to return, but the Azure Lawn paid no attention to her and continued to fawn over Kang Duk-ku. Seeing it extend its beautiful leg to charm Kang Duk-ku, she became furious, thinking, before, the treasure-seeking beast always clung to Yi Xiao, and now even the Azure Lawn is clinging to Yi Xiao's contracted beast. This can't be happening. She immediately stepped forward and grabbed Kang Duk-ku, who was focused on eating, causing it to chirp in confusion. Then Yun Thuok threw Kang Duk-ku into the lava, causing the Azure Lawn to scold her in beast language. Seeing this, Song Han-Qing and the other 2 paled, their minds filled with question marks. Who am I? Where am I? What is she doing? Just as Yun Thuok was feeling smug, a shout rang out. Lin Lin questioned, "How could you throw Yi Xiao's contracted beast into the lava?" Yi Xiao and her group, who had just arrived, heard this and loudly asked, "What?" Ming Huin asked Yun Thuok, "You threw my junior sister's contracted beast into the lava." Mu Zhonghai, clenching his fists in anger, yelled, "Yun Thuok, you did that on purpose." Mu Zhonghai, imagining Yi Xiao vomiting blood, thought furiously, of all the places she threw it into the lava. If Kang Duk wasn't a fire-loving phoenix, it would be dead. The death of a contracted beast causes immense damage to its contractor. Yin Thuok either did it on purpose or she's just plain stupid. Seeing the flames of fury rising from Yi Qiao, Yin Thuok immediately put on a pitiful act, crying, "Second senior sister, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to fall in. Besides, it should be fine." She thought, if something had happened, how could Yi Qiao be standing here safe and sound? Ignoring her, Mu Zhonghai angrily drew his sword. "I'm going to kill this idiot today." He swiftly swung his sword towards Yin Thuok. She screamed as Mu Zhonghai's sword struck something on her chest. His face paled in astonishment. He thought, she actually has a heart-protecting mirror. Mu Zhonghai snorted. "You have quite a few good items, Yin Thuok, but your heart-protecting mirror is broken now." At that moment, a dark figure rapidly approached, landing with a powerful stomp. Yi Qiao appeared behind Yin Thuok, shattering her defenses. Before Yin Thuok could react, Yi Qiao punched her. Yin Thuok collapsed, trembling and crying out in pain. She called out to Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao sneered. "Not calling me second senior sister now, so you do know how to speak properly." She thought, the way Yin Thuok calls me second senior sister every time she opens her mouth makes me want to vomit. Just as she was feeling smug, a flash of light erupted from behind her. Immediately after, a heavenly thunder sword swiftly intercepted the light. Sua Heng, Ji shielded Yi Qiao, saying, "Don't be afraid." A stern voice rang out, "Changming Sect, you've gone too far." It was Yi Qinghan. He stood protectively in front of Yin Thuok. A competition is not an excuse to bully the weak. Emboldened, Yin Thuok immediately chimed in, "I didn't do it on purpose. It was just an accident." Then, feigning innocence, she added, "Besides, that contracted beast is fine, isn't it? You're all targeting me." Mu Zhonghai's face paled, and he let out a cold laugh. "Well, there's nothing we can do about it. That's just how we are at Changming Sect." He thought, don't ask. If you ask, it's just the Sect's nature. Sua Heng, Ji looked at Yi Qiao behind him. "Junior sister, go get your revenge." He then pointed his sword at Yi Qinghan. "I'll take him." Yi Qiao replied cheerfully, "Okay." She then gave Yin Thuok a mischievous grin. "I wanted to beat you up for a long time." Seeing this, Yin Thuok immediately ran. Yi Qiao excitedly chased after her. "Don't run." Yin Thuok frantically threw out talismans. A Xian Bing talisman, a Quan Feng talisman, a Shui Xiang talisman, and a Jin Song talisman. Yi Qiao furiously slashed them apart. Trash! A large explosion rocked the screen, filling it with smoke. Elder Wang, sitting next to Yan'an, asked Yin Thuok is at the Golden Core stage, while Yi Qiao is only at the Foundation Establishment mid-stage. How can she suppress her? What kind of disciples are you raising at Yuqing Sect? He thought to himself, what kind of ability is this that can turn a top-grade water spiritual root genius into a waste? Yan'an stiffly replied, "Talisman cultivators and sword cultivators are different. It's not just about fighting and killing." At this moment, Qin Fan interjected sarcastically. How did this child even form their gold core? It couldn't have been by forcing it with Anyal, could it? The wind howled through the forest, and the waterfall roared. The audience below buzzed with discussion. It's true, lately it seems like no one from the Yuqing zone has undergone tribulation. Elder Wang expressed disgust, ignoring Yannan's gaze, and said, "Breaking through with pills, what a disgrace to a righteous sect." Yan'an, upon hearing this, felt very uncomfortable. Didn't Yi Qiao also break through quickly? Why don't you doubt her? A provocatively dressed woman joined their discussion. There's nothing suspicious about a dual sword and talisman cultivator breaking through quickly. Since ancient times, sword cultivators have researched through combat, and talisman cultivators have gained enlightenment through drawing talismans. The advantage of dual cultivation is that mastering either the way of the talisman or the sword is enough to break through. Yan'an sneered, expressing disdain for her. How fast could drawing talismans be? Array formation is fast, but it's unrelated to talisman drawing. This greatly angered the Changming Zong Sect master. Qin Fan, naturally, couldn't help but retort, "Faster than you is all that matters." Though she spoke this way outwardly, she thought to herself, although I haven't witnessed Yi Qiao's talisman drawing skills, it doesn't stop me from boasting. At this time, within the Fire Flame Mountain secret realm, the wind howled and the lava was scorching. Yi Qinghan blocked Suo Hang Ji's sword with his own, shouting, "Get out of the way." Senior brother saw Hang Ji retorted, "Don't even think about it." Seeing the two in front clashing fiercely, Zhu Huang and Suo Hang Ji were startled. Zhu Huang hurriedly shouted, "Senior brother." Feeling both fear and confusion, he wondered why his senior brother was suddenly fighting with someone from the Changming zone. Mu Zhonghai jumped out from somewhere, blocking their path with his sword, threatening, "Do you want to join in too?" She hastily waved her hands, flustered. "Are you kidding? What does this have to do with me? Don't vent your anger indiscriminately." Zhu Huang, looking at his two senior brothers with sweat dripping down their faces, asked, "Who are you chasing? What did she do to offend you?" Ming Huan replied with dissatisfaction, "She threw my junior sister's contracted beast into the lava." His words shocked the other two. She dared to do that. Zhu Huang retreated while looking at his senior brother and said, "That junior sister from Yuqing Zone is really courting death. Let's not get involved in this." Her eyes were filled with worry. "What do we do now? Even the Wonjin Zone doesn't dare to fight the Changming Zone, and Yin Thuok has just gone and offended them. Having this junior sister is really making things difficult for you." Song Hanqing looked at Zhu Huang with distress and sighed sympathetically. Hanqing sighed helplessly. Where did Yin Thuok learn to cause trouble everywhere? He sighed and sank into contemplation, thinking that Yi Qiao also caused trouble, but she could handle it. Su Zhua, with a worried expression, pleaded with her senior brother. "Senior brother, let's go help little junior sister." Maybe she didn't know it was Yi Qiao's contracted beast and threw it away unintentionally. Song Hanqing had no other choice. "We have to save her. We can't just watch her get eliminated." Mu Zhonghai, looking at the person blocking his way, said, "Not so fast." He then drew his sword and chuckled, "We won't let you disturb our junior sister." Elsewhere, a more intense battle was unfolding. A shout rang out, "Try to run." Yi Qiao, with a furious expression, kicked Yin Thuok. After kicking her opponent, she landed gracefully, while her opponent fell flat on her face. Bruised and battered, Yin Thuok put on a pitiful expression and cried, "Senior brother Yi, save me." Suo Hang Ji, hearing this, was enraged. He roared, "Who's your senior brother Yi? Stay away from our asking sword sect. Otherwise, I'll beat you senseless, even if I have to piss myself doing it." Yin Thuok, her face flushed with embarrassment, suddenly knelt down, her hands clasped tightly and trembling. "No one has ever humiliated me like this. It's all Yi Qiao's fault." Yin Thuok's face was filled with resentment, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, she shook the bell on her wrist and then held it high, letting it ring. Yi Qiao's eyes widened in alarm. The clarity bell. Shaking the bell, Yin Thuok smiled slyly. "Yin Thuok does have some good things. This is a 10th-ranked spiritual artifact." A beam of light shot out from the bell, spreading out in all directions. Everyone suddenly froze. Yin Thuok laughed triumphantly. The clarity bell can disrupt consciousness. Looking at Yi Qiao before her, she felt victory was within her grasp. All she needed was the right moment to counterattack. But she had underestimated Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao kicked her, sending her sprawling and spitting up what looked like syrup. Yi Qiao then picked up the clarity bell, smiling and saying, "Don't bother." Yin Thuok sobbed dejectedly. The clarity bell had no effect on Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao crushed the bell in her hand. With her life-bound spiritual artifact destroyed, Yin Thuok coughed up blood from the backlash. The audience below expressed their regret. The clarity bell is destroyed. What a pity. The crowd continued to exclaim, "A worthless person, but she had some good stuff." Ming Huan, with a smirk, threw out a fire control talisman. Not to be outdone, Suo Hang Ji threw out a lightning talisman. The two talismans collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Suo Hang Ji clenched his fists, watching his junior sister being trampled by Yi Qiao. Distressed and helpless, he yelled, "Don't you go too far." He thought to himself, "I really want to save junior sister, but Ming Huan is too difficult to deal with." Ming Huan surreptitiously threw out a talisman behind his back, thinking to himself how ridiculous it was. Who was really going too far? Hadn't they made the first move? The talisman he threw was a transmission talisman. Mu Zhonghai swung his sword, trying to break the formation, marveling at how strong Song Hanqing's formation was. No matter how he struck, he couldn't break it. His second senior brother's talisman reached Mu Zhonghai, fourth junior brother, southwest. That's the formation's weakest point. Hearing the guidance, he swung his sword again. Then I'll try again. The sword's edge struck the formation barrier, shattering it. Song Han-ching paled at the sight. He then slid behind his younger brother and cursed. You useless thing. You couldn't even guard someone properly. And let Ming Huin send a message talisman. Suo Hang, Ji was furious. Spinning around to retort, you can only bully those with a lower cultivation level than you. Why don't you admit that even you couldn't handle Mu Zhonghai? You even set up a formation, making me lose face. The two brothers' relationship officially fractured from that point on. What about you? Ming Huin and Mu Zhonghai couldn't help but sigh at the sight, remarking on the internal conflict. Suo Hangji and Yi Qinghan were still fiercely engaged in a sword fight. Their swords separated, pointing directly at each other, the wind whistling around them as they simultaneously shifted their stances. Yi Qinghan continued to hold his sword aloft, a puzzled expression on his face. Your sword seems to be disobeying you. Suo Hangji, also holding his sword, didn't deny it. It is indeed a bit rebellious. Elder Wang sighed at the scene. The Duanshan sword doesn't seem to want to acknowledge him. The two continued to fight. From the scene, it was clear why the man and sword were not in sync. He and two other women looked towards Qin Fan Fan, hesitation in their expressions. Qin Fan Fan, how long has he been in this state? An elder stroked his beard and said, it doesn't acknowledge him now, but sooner or later it will. Don't rush it. His sword was a family heirloom, the Duanshan sword, a treasured sword passed down through the Suo family. Only the future head of the Suo family was qualified to wield it. Although the Duanshan sword was uncooperative, no one but Suo Hang Ji could draw it. The fight was intense, filled with smoke and dust, leaving the two disciples of the Asking Sword sect at a loss. A hand reached out. Wait, causing the two fighters to stop in bewilderment. She hurriedly pulled her senior brother away, waving her hand dismissively. We'll go to a meeting. This left the two even more confused. Suo Hang Ji stared blankly as Zhu Huang pulled Yi Qinghan away in a hurry. After running for a while, they stopped. Senior brother, she sighed, explaining to her still bewildered senior brother. Yi Qiao's spirit beast was thrown into the lava by Yun Thuok. It's normal for the ever-bright sect to be angry. This isn't ganging up on someone, it's revenge. Despite saying this, she still showed a bit of bias. But Yun Thuok is a girl. Is it really appropriate for her to be surrounded and attacked by a group of people? Her senior brother suddenly exclaimed, but Yi Qiao is also a girl. Zhu Huang covered her face, feeling helpless towards her senior brother. You can't mistake her gender just because she spends all her time with a bunch of men. She pulled out her ranking board. Senior brother, look, our Asking Sword sect is now ranked 4th. She covered her face with a ranking board, as if trying to manipulate him psychologically. Senior brother, what's more important, the glory of the sect or playing the role of a flower protector? Suo Hang Ji and his junior sister chimed in together. Senior brother, Yun Thuok was only beaten up a little, leaving Yi Qinghan speechless. Seeing their senior brother hesitating, Suo Hang Ji said anxiously, but if our Asking Sword sect loses, I'm afraid the title of the #1 sect will change hands. The two of them grabbed Yi Qinghan's hands. He was dragged away in a daze. Let's go. Yi Qiao stood with her hands on her hips, her foot firmly planted on the struggling Yun Thuok. Mu Zhonghai said excitedly, quick, 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 crush her token and send her to the elimination zone for some tea. Song Han-ching pleaded with the three of them. Don't crush it. I want her to apologize to you. Ming Huin, holding her token, said resentfully, our Kang Duk Ku is still missing. He toyed with the token gleefully. What good is her apology? Yi Qiao sneered, a sinister look on her face. How about this? You could buy your junior sister back. She asked the stunned person directly. How much do you think she's worth? Song Han-ching was so angry he was speechless. He clenched his fists, suppressing his anger as he thought. The Noyet Tantong has money, but that doesn't mean we should let these Truong Min Tong people extort us again and again. Seeing Yun Thuok being bullied, Tatrok couldn't help but shout angrily, you haven't even suffered any losses. He stubbornly thought, clearly, the one who was beaten the worst in the end was my junior sister. Yun Thuok was beaten so badly she's a pitiful sight, and her mouth is still bleeding. Mu Zhonghai slowly covered his face with his hand, feigning distress. Our spirits have been damaged. Hearing this, Tatrok was so angry he choked, gnashing his teeth, only able to squeeze out the word you. Song Han-ching was calmer, saying indifferently, "The IOU, have her sign it herself." Then, his gaze turned coldly towards Yun Thuok. He thought to himself, every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor, and I can't be the debtor here. Yun Thuok was still huddled miserably in the distance, covered in wounds, tears welling up in her eyes, thinking hatefully, I hate these people to death. So many people are watching. I'll definitely be the subject of gossip when I get out. While she was fuming, the IOU was presented to her. Yi Qiao showed no mercy, her actions decisive. Yun Thuok still held a sliver of hope, putting on a pitiful expression, hoping to gain Yi Qiao's sympathy. After a while, seeing that Yi Qiao wasn't wavering, she spoke loudly, trying to save face. Fine, I'll sign it. Just as her thumb was about to press down on the paper, Yi Qiao abruptly pulled the paper back, catching Yun Thuok off guard. Confused, Yun Thuok heard Yi Qiao say, "Actually, I've changed my mind. You should just be eliminated." Without giving her a chance to plead, Yi Qiao smiled, crushed her token, and said bye-bye. Yun Thuok was enraged by Yi Qiao's actions. She struggled to sit up, gritting her teeth. "Yi Qiao, you tricked me." A green formation gradually appeared beneath where Yun Thuok sat. Then, Yi Qiao, Song Han-ching, and Atroc watched as Yun Thuok slowly disappeared. Tatroc cried out in regret, "Junior sister." Standing behind him, Song Han-ching saw Tatroc's heartbroken tears, and a look of disgust and mockery appeared on his face. He said, "If you're that heartbroken, why don't you go with her?" Before Tatroc could retort, Tu Jugan approached from behind and said, "Now that Yun Thuok has been eliminated, the treasure-hunting beast has also left. The cooperation between Bitch Tui Tong and Noyet Ton Tong ends here." Hearing this, Song Han-ching turned to look at Tu Jugan, his expression worried. Then, despite his reluctance, he couldn't refute Tu Jugan's words and could only sigh in response. All right. Hearing that the alliance between the two sects had been cancelled, Lin Lin excitedly said to Tu Jugan, "Senior sister, let's go find Yi Qiao and form an alliance." She paused, then continued, "Senior brother Xiaoyu isn't here, so won't we benefit?" Just as she finished speaking, as if in response, Senior brother Xiaoyu sneezed somewhere. Tu Jugan smiled gently, feeling that Lin Lin's suggestion was reasonable, and nodded. "Yes, let's go find the Changming sect and discuss a collaboration." In the distance, Yi Qiao tilted her head, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. The original host in the novel had her spiritual roots dug out. She murmured, then lowered her head in contemplation. "But after I stopped being that human tool, how were Yun Thuok's spiritual roots restored?" With Lingji, Ming Huin, who was beside her, also tilted his head, noticing his junior sister. His gaze rested on the beautiful Yi Qiao, her expression serious and contemplative. Watching her for a moment, Ming Huin quietly said to Mu Zhonghai, "I've discovered something. Our junior sister looks very beautiful when she's not talking." Hearing this, Mu Zhonghai's curiosity was piqued. He quickly stepped forward to carefully observe Yi Qiao's appearance, making her feel inexplicably awkward. After a while, he also spoke to Ming Huin. "Indeed, you're right." Having just stopped her contemplation, Yi Qiao saw her two senior brothers discussing and evaluating her appearance. Angrily, she smacked both of them on the head, scolding loudly, "Don't any of you care about senior brother Xiaoyu's life or death?" Two lumps promptly appeared on the heads of the two senior brothers. Still fuming, Yi Qiao closed her eyes and furrowed her brows, continuing to scold, "Truly depraved morals, cold hearts. You have no fellow discipleship." Her words made the two brothers break out in a cold sweat. Enduring the pain, Mu Zhonghai rubbed the lump on his head and handed a jade slip to Yi Qiao. "Of course we care. Look at this jade slip. Third senior brother is still alive and well. He's with Xiaoyu." The situation wasn't as rosy as Mu Zhonghai made it out to be. Xiaoyu had the misfortune of running into Qin Huai. As he bit his lip anxiously, Qin Huai let out a cold laugh. What a coincidence. The image of senior brother Xiaoyu, whom Mu Zhonghai claimed was alive and well, was clearly displayed. He had encountered Qin Huai and Duan Xing Dao, and at this moment he could only stand still and endure their attacks. Senior brother Xiaoyu felt a wave of helpless sadness wash over him. How unlucky, he thought anxiously. Why am I alone? I've been wandering for so long, and instead of meeting fellow disciples, I run into enemies. Qin Huai, now drenched in sweat, continuously fanned himself with his hand. He reluctantly asked Xiaoyu if he had any tranquil heart pills. Xie replied curtly no. But inwardly, he thought, of course I have some, but they're reserved for my sect members. Yu Qingfeng's sect people can keep dreaming. Qin Huai said nothing more. He leaned over and reached into the pouch at his side, speaking in a roguish tone. Let me see your pouch. Quick-witted, Xie hurriedly clutched the token in his hand. No way. Knowing he was no match for Qin Huai and his companion, senior brother Xie held up the token in one hand and clutched his pouch tightly in the other, threatening Qin Huai. I'm warning you, if you force me, I'll die right here. Seeing that Qin Huai actually hesitated slightly, senior brother Xie continued, we're golden core cultivators. Do you think you're faster, or my crushing grip is faster? Just a single threat made Qin Huai reconsider. Although unwilling, he helplessly withdrew his hand, thinking to himself that this guy was resorting to self-harm again. Even senior brother Xie hadn't expected this, thinking to himself, I didn't expect eldest senior brother's self-harm warning tactic to be so effective. Then he smugly calculated, if I'm eliminated, forget the pure heart pill, they won't get any pills at all. Clutching the token in his hand, Xie contemplated a significant decision. Just as he raised the token, preparing to crush it, Qin Huai hurriedly raised both hands, urging him to calm down. Wait, let's talk this over. Duan Xingdao, standing behind them, couldn't help but clench his fists in worry. Then, he forced a smile and chimed in. That's right, we never intended to rob you. We just wanted to trade. To show his sincerity, Duan Xingdao unhesitatingly took out his own pouch, saying, I have all sorts of magical artifacts in my pouch. Let's trade. His voice carried a hint of pleading. Although he was smiling on the outside and offering his pouch resolutely, Duan Xingdao's heart was bleeding. This hurt so much, he thought. I planned to get effortlessly, but who knew Xie would pull this stunt? Meanwhile, with Yi Xiao's group, everyone was engaged in a lively discussion. Ming Huan turned to look at Tu Jiugan and Lin Lin, only to see them wide-eyed, hands cupping their faces in anticipation. He asked, are we really going to form an alliance with the Azure Water Sect? Mu Zhonghai quickly furrowed his brows and loudly objected. No, we'll have to protect them too. Chu Han Van, after hearing his junior brother's words, also frowned and replied, they're all pill cultivators. Yi Xiao, her eyes shining with anticipation, whispered, if we ally with them, we can get more pills along the way. Yi Xiao looked pleased, thinking to herself, pills are so expensive. The pills refined by me and third senior brother won't last me until the end of the secret realm. But if we cooperate with the Azure Water Sect, it'll be different. We can have a steady supply along the way. Having carefully considered her strategy, Yi Xiao decisively nodded and declared, all right, let's cooperate. She quickly walked towards Tu Jiugan and Lin Lin, extending her hand with a friendly expression. Happy cooperation. Lin Lin, overjoyed, clasped Yi Xiao's hands tightly and said with a bright smile, yay. Happy cooperation. Pausing for a moment, Lin Lin curiously asked, with two Sect cooperating, there needs to be a leader. So who'll lead? Everyone from the Changming Sect didn't hesitate, simultaneously looking at Yi Xiao and saying, you go. Yi Xiao furrowed her brows in worry, unsure of what to say. Before she could speak, a man approached from afar. He raised his hand, volunteering, let me lead. Then, he introduced himself. I am Lu Yuan, a disciple of the Azure Water Sect, and Tu Jiugan's junior brother. Lu Yuan stood before Yi Xiao, arms crossed, and said, Yi Xiao, I acknowledge your fame, but you're not a pill cultivator after all. I understand this secret realm. Just follow me. Ming Huan glared sharply at Lu Yuan, startling him. Ming Huan asked, are you sure you want to lead? Lu Yuan nodded arrogantly. Given the current situation, shouldn't we pill cultivators lead? Are you talisman cultivators going to lead instead? Suddenly mocked. Ming Huan was so angry he was speechless, managing only to utter a single word. You. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Yi Xiao gently tugged on Ming Huan's sleeve and advised, just let it go, second senior brother. She continued to persuade Ming Huan. Anyway, the bitch Tuitong has a lot of pills. If they want to lead, let them lead. After a few minutes of persuasion, Yi Xiao's senior brothers reluctantly agreed, letting Lu Yuan smoothly become the leader. While Yi Xiao was dejectedly following everyone, the Kang Duk Kuchik flew back, chirping familiarly. Hearing this sound, Yi Xiao's eyes immediately lit up, her mood brightening considerably. She looked affectionately at the Kang Duk Kuchik. Letting it perch on her hand, Yi Xiao happily thought, Kang Duk Cook can fly now, Before, it was like a chick that could only hop around. Mu Zhonghai, hearing the chick's chirps, glanced at Yi Qiao and asked, "It must have found quite a bit of lava to eat. After so long, has anything changed?" At this moment, Yi Qiao was smiling, holding Kang Duk Kuo in her arms. Smiling and stroking the chick, she replied, "It's gotten fatter." Hearing this, Mu Zhonghai also smiled, his eyes crinkling. Chu Han Van stared intently at the chick, rubbing his chin thoughtfully for a moment before concluding, "When it wakes up, its cultivation level will definitely increase quite a bit." At the same time, he thought to himself, demons and divine beasts are probably similar, breaking through much more easily than humans. They can easily break through after a nap, while cultivators not only have to overcome lightning tribulations, but also need opportunities. Seeing the Changming Sect disciples suddenly lagging behind, Tu Jugon curiously tilted her head for a glance, but that glance made her gasp. She immediately turned back and asked, her voice full of doubt, "A phoenix?" Ming Huin replied loudly, startling Tu Jugon, "Are you kidding?" Then Ming Huin continued, "This is a chicken." He emphasized, "A chicken." Ming Huin carried a stubborn conviction, resolutely refusing to admit otherwise. He frowned, thinking, celestial realm divine beasts are extinct. If one is discovered, it must be reported to the 5 sects. Ultimately, the sects and the 8 great families will discuss how to handle it. As long as we say it's a chicken, who would dare say that the Changming sect is hiding a phoenix? Tu Jugon and Lin Lin could only try to convince themselves, forcing a smile as they complimented, "Your chicken is really beautiful." Putting the matter aside, Tu Jugon and Lin Lin began distributing pills to everyone. Seeing that everyone had received one, she slowly said, "1 bottle of pills for each person. Inside are calming heart pills, spirit restoration pills, and also pills for injuries." Hearing this, Yi Qiao excitedly picked up the bottle and shook it, then couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a great sect. Ming Huin brought the pill bottle to his nose and sniffed, praising, "These pills have a subtle fragrance. Little junior sister, you should learn from their scent." Hearing this, Mu Zhonghai also took a sniff and commended, "These are pills refined by a true pill cultivator." Chu Han Van, who had never experienced the destructive power of Yi Qiao's pill refining, thought to himself, "Why are 2nd senior brother and 4th senior brother talking about little junior sister like that? Does she often fail at pill refining?" He didn't say anything more, quietly walking to Yi Qiao's side and gently patting her shoulder. He softly comforted her. "It's very normal for pill furnaces to explode." Yi Qiao listened quietly. Suddenly, she turned to look at Chu Han Van, curiously asking, "Has 3rd senior brother ever messed up too?" Chu Han Van thought for a moment, then nodded. Yi Qiao continued, "I remember when 3rd senior brother's furnace exploded, it was even more terrifying than your snail noodles. That's right, when he first entered the sect, he blew up the furnace every day, making the whole sect feel like an earthquake. His hair was always singed. It was quite a sight." Chu Han Van still remembers it to this day. After finishing his story, Seiyu smiled sheepishly and said, "Help me send a letter to everyone." After quietly listening to Chu Han Van, Yi Qiao felt a bit emotional, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "It seems I've never actually blown up a furnace, but maybe that's because I use more stable equipment." While Ming Huin and Mu Zhonghai were still excited, Yi Qiao confidently declared, "After we get out of this secret realm, I have to go to the night market and buy a pill furnace to try it out." Except for Chu Han Van, the others could only respond to Yi Qiao's bold words with strained smiles. Not long after, Tu Jugon suddenly cried out in surprise, attracting the attention of Yi Qiao and the others. "Quick, look, so many fire bees." A massive swarm of fire bees appeared, fiercely attacking the people there with their stingers. Lu Yuan quickly assessed the situation and ordered, "Charge straight in and kill them all." He took out his flute, preparing to play an attack to disperse the swarm. Yi Qiao didn't rush to speak. Instead, she silently calculated. The demonic beasts in the flame mountain usually travel in swarms. Their cultivation isn't low, but their intelligence is. There's no need for a direct confrontation. A little strategy will take care of them. Not wanting everyone to expend too much energy, Yi Qiao said to Lu Yuan, "Actually, we could use a different approach." Hearing this, Lu Yuan frowned angrily. He already disliked Yi Qiao taking the lead, and hearing her speak annoyed him. He snapped, "Mind your own business. I have my own methods." Lu Yuan fumed, his face turning pale. Yi Qiao has been getting a lot of attention lately. Even when Yi Qinghan was at the peak of her popularity, she was overshadowed by Yi Qiao. Now she's definitely trying to show off and steal the spotlight. Resigned, Yi Qiao could only sigh fine. She thought wearily, I think I've finally figured out the personalities of the 5 sects' direct disciples. They're at least a little rebellious and don't like others questioning their decisions. Meanwhile, Mu Zhonghai continued to slash at the insects. Seeing the slow progress, he said dejectedly, at this rate, monkeys will evolve into humans before we make any headway. Seeing his discouragement, Lu Yuan quickly reminded him, it's only the 2nd day. Lu Yuan said, we have the pills, you have the strength. 1st and 2nd place will be ours sooner or later. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Ming Huin, who was casting talismans, couldn't help but think, we just want to earn some pills, not get involved in the fight for 4th place. By now, he was fed up. If it weren't for wanting to profit from them, he would really want to end this cooperation. A day later, somewhere within the Flame Mountain Secret Realm, suddenly, someone said, something happened over at Changming Sect. Yuqing Sect and Chengfeng Sect were surprised to hear this. Sohan Qi of Wanjian Sect, upon hearing the news, said smugly, they actually dropped to 4th place. Seeing Changming Sect's rapid decline, Song Hanqing thought for a moment and said, Changming Sect must be cooperating with Bai Shui Sect now. Having those pill cultivators holding them back will definitely affect them. He knew that having to protect the pill cultivators while also killing demonic beasts would naturally lead to a 4th place ranking. Zhu Huang hurriedly recalled Yi Qiao's exceptional talent and spoke, but Yi Qiao seemed unaffected. Qin Huai, understanding her lively nature, scoffed, saying that she of course wouldn't mind, but when working in a group, one must consider the bigger picture. Thinking of Yi Qiao racking her brains for a solution, Qin Huai couldn't help but grin. Both cooperating sects would have team leaders, both direct disciples, and surely neither would yield to the other. Perhaps internal conflicts were already brewing. At Fiery Flame Mountain, Yi Qiao and the others, though struggling, were cheerful. Yi Qiao probed Lu Yun, if we continue like this, we'll lose sooner or later. Why don't you let me lead the team? But he didn't answer. She knew his stubbornness. Yi Qiao, heartbroken to the point of tears, thought, it's been 3 days and I still want to win. Lu Yun, seeing her dejected look, said incredulously, how could a Qi Foundation cultivator like you lead the team? Hearing this, Yi Qiao immediately retorted, if we win, I'll get 1 million, escaping this poverty. Lin Lin, seeing this, pulled Lu Yun's arm. She took him aside and whispered, 3rd senior brother, Yi Qiao is very capable. Then she thought, 3rd senior brother seems to have never done missions with us before. He probably doesn't know how Yi Qiao turned the tide in the past. Just then, a fire ant appeared, crawling towards them. Ming Huin quickly spotted it and shouted, a fire ant. They're sensitive to scent, using it to track people. Scatter, don't let them surround us. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of fire ants surrounded them. Si Jugan turned to Yi Qiao in a panic. What do we do now? She was completely at a loss. Facing so many demonic beasts was a disaster. Seeing this, Chu Han Van said angrily, ask your junior brother. We're just Qi Foundation cultivators. How dare we speak up? Lu Yun, not embarrassed, immediately delegated. Ming Huin and Yi Qiao set up a formation. Everyone else, search your bags for pills that can disrupt the ants' sense of smell. Sword cultivators, go out and deal with them. Hearing this, the bitch Tui Sect disciples rummaged through their bags. But after a long search, they couldn't find the pills he needed. Si Jugan had to admit, there are no pills that could disrupt the fire ant scent. Ming Huin, knowing the urgency, took out a talisman, creating a cage around them. But the fire ants quickly secreted a liquid, breaking Ming Huin's formation. Ming Huin, observing the situation, said, they're eating the formation. Hurry, it's about to collapse. At this point, Lu Yun was also out of options and turned to Yi Qiao for help. Yi Qiao knew the responsibility had fallen on her shoulders again. She pondered. The situation was critical, and they were pushing the task onto her. Yi Qiao felt resentful. Humph, now you remember me. Despite her thoughts, she still took out a few pills. However, as soon as they held them, they realized they were pills with horrific smells from garlic, durian, and stinky tofu, to even the smell of farts. But Yi Qiao didn't care. She urged them, 5 of you, each take 1 pill and hold in your mouths. Don't spit it out. Si Jugan, not quite convinced, looked at the durian-flavored pill in his hand and said, will this really work? Yi Qiao replied, confidently, it will. Lu Yun looked at the pill in his hand, then down at the fire ants below. He turned to Yi Xiao and asked, "What are you planning to do?" "We asked you to think of a solution, not provoke the fire ants." But Yi Xiao calmly replied, "Isn't this me thinking of a solution?" She ordered the others, "The 5 of you are pill cultivators. Take out your pill furnaces and get inside." Yi Xiao handed them each a talisman, instructing, "These are sealing talismans. Just stick them on your pill furnaces to prevent the fire ants from getting in. The furnaces are thick enough to withstand their gnawing." Lu Yuan, who was only in his teens, had never heard of anyone telling him to climb into a pill furnace. He said fearfully, "You're telling us to get inside the pill furnaces." Yi Xiao, however, found it perfectly reasonable. "Yes," she said, "I'll also get inside one to draw their fire. Why fight when we can hide?" After a stick of incense burned, Yi Xiao's method proved effective. The fire ants lay scattered on the ground. Yi Xiao poked a fire ant on the ground with her snatching Duan. Drenched in sweat, she sighed in relief, considered handled. Having completed the task, she turned to the others and said, "Come out." Hearing her signal, the Bai Shui Sect disciples immediately opened their furnace lids and crawled out one by one. Si Jigan spoke as soon as he emerged. "The smell of these pills is actually quite pleasant after a while." Lin Lin, holding the pungent pill in her hand, added, "I bet it doesn't taste bad either." Ming Huin couldn't understand their tastes. He thought, saying such foul-smelling pills are delicious. Are these pill cultivators crazy? Do they even know what they're saying? Lu Yuan, standing beside him, looked at the pill and then popped it directly into his mouth. He felt his life bloom with the first bite. Lu Yuan hadn't expected the awful-smelling pill to have such a delicious taste and be so rich in spiritual energy. Looking at the pill, he concluded that as long as the effect was good, it was a good pill in the eyes of an alchemist. Yi Xiao smiled confidently, took out a replenishing spirit pill, and tossed it into her mouth. "Of course," she said, "people from my hometown love to eat these." They were unaware that their every move was being observed by Shun Ziwei. Witnessing this strange new world, Shun Ziwei couldn't handle the shock. The Bai Shui Sect and Changming Sect were eating dung together. He immediately ran back to his sect to report this earth-shattering news. "Senior brother, I just saw the Changming Sect and Bai Shui Sect eating dung together. I'm not joking." Duan Xingdao, his mouth faster than his brain, blurted out, "How could they? They didn't even invite me." Qin Huai looked at his junior brother, asking doubtfully, "Are you crazy too?" At this point, Duan Xingdao's brain finally caught up. He waved his hands awkwardly, saying, "Sorry, I misspoke. Carry on. It's just a habit, really." Lately, the 3 direct disciples keep dragging me into bad-mouthing Yi Xiao, and I always chime in. It just slipped out. Based on their information, the rankings of the 3 sects are basically settled. But to continue surviving in this secret realm, we still need to rely on the pills from the pill cultivators. Suzhua, beside him, said, "So, do we need to go negotiate a collaboration with the Clearwater Sect?" But Qin Huai didn't think so. Collaborate? What for? Shun Ziwei gave us their location. We'll just go rob them later. Song Hanqing agreed with him, saying, "If we're not fighting today, we're robbing." Then he turned to Yi Qinghan. "We'll rob them and run. We'll split the pills evenly. We'll protect you." Yi Qinghan readily agreed to join them in their scheme. On this side, the rogue cultivators were discussing their plans. Things had taken a turn for the worse. They had changed. They were no longer the simple people they once were. A rare scene of 3 sects allied together. Yi Xiao had practically become the enemy of the entire world. They laughed at Yi Xiao's predicament, her actions having drawn the ire of others. The disciples of the 3 sects always suffer the most at Yi Xiao's hands. It's over for the Clearwater Sect. The scene shifted to Yi Xiao's side. At this moment, Si Jiugan noticed something. She turned and warned everyone, "Someone's coming, and it seems like quite a few. Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Huin stepped on a formation. It was immediately activated. Ming Huin quickly turned and reminded everyone, "It's a talisman formation. Don't separate. There's a trap." They quickly avoided the formation, following Ming Huin's warning. But Ming Huin wasn't so lucky. He was trapped within the formation. Ming Huin struck the formation a few times, but it had no effect. He cursed helplessly, "Damn it." Seeing the situation wasn't good, Yi Xiao immediately grabbed Lin Lin's hand and said, "Follow me." She was certain someone was laying a trap. Currently, the Changming sect was ranked 4th, posing no threat and not worth the effort for other sects to target. So, their target could only be the pill cultivators. But she had only taken a few steps. when someone chased after them and blocked their path. Don't even think about running. It turned out to be Yi Qinghan, who jumped in front of the two, quickly thwarting their escape plan. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qiao with disdain and then swiftly cut off Lin Lin's pill pouch, taking the pouch for himself. Yi Qiao hadn't expected this move. She had truly been fooled by their plan. These direct disciples had improved. Qin Huai wasn't going to sit idly by either. He joined in the robbery. He quickly snatched a few more pouches from the Clearwater Sect disciples, their pouches severed by Qin Huai's kicks. Even Si Jiugan wasn't spared. Realizing the situation was dire, she cried out, "This is bad." Seeing her pouch falling, she quickly reached out to grab it. But Chu Han Chi noticed her movement and shouted, "White Moon Slash." Si Jiugan's pill pouch was knocked out of her hand and landed in Chu Han Chi's grasp. He said smugly, "There you go." Si Jiugan couldn't stand it. "You guys are too much." But Chu Han Chi, the robber, felt quite proud of his actions. All's fair in war. Qin Huai, having also plundered quite a few pills, said triumphantly, "We got the pouches. Their pills must all be in here. Let's go." Yi Qiao watched Yi Qinghan's departing figure and suddenly called out, "Yi Qinghan." He turned around, puzzled, and looked at her expression. "What?" Yi Qiao approached him and patted his back cordially. She left a GPS-like tracking marker on Yi Qinghan and said, "It's nothing, just wanted to say hello." Yi Qinghan pushed her away unceremoniously and said, "Get lost." Unfazed, Yi Qiao replied casually, "Just a greeting between experts." Yi Qiao was in a good mood after her fortune-telling session today, so she decided to read his fortune. Counting on her fingers, she said, "It seems with your bad temper, you'll definitely be cheated on in the future." Actually, Yi Qiao had known this for a long time. In the original story, Yin Thuok had so many admirers. The green pasture on Yi Qinghan's head would eventually be open for grazing. Hearing her insinuate that his head was a lush green pasture, Yi Qinghan angrily retorted, "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." After saying that, he stormed off like a sulking child, thinking to himself, "This person is so strange, suddenly patting my shoulder just to say hello. Are we that close?" The Clearwater Sect watched the other three sects depart cheerfully, dumbfounded. Si Jiugan said, "Now we have nothing left, just empty hands. Our pills and alchemy furnaces were all in the storage bags, and now they've been robbed." Hearing this, Ming Huin said sympathetically, "Then we're doomed. If we had the furnaces, we could still refine pills on the spot, but even those were taken. What are we going to use?" But the optimistic furnace queen, Yi Qiao, clapped her hands and said, "Don't worry, friends. Let me ask you, have you ever heard of turning the tables? They only know how to change their faces, not how to turn the tables yet." She continued, "Tomorrow, we'll split into two groups. Follow my instructions." Just as she finished speaking, a figure appeared behind her. It turned out to be the ascetic monk, Teet Du, who had finally found them. Teet Du called out shakily, "Little junior sister." He had wandered for 3 days before finally locating them. Ming Huin, like a widowed wife waiting for her husband, was on the verge of tears upon seeing Teet Du. He said, "Long time no see. I missed you so much." Teet Du and Ming Huin rushed towards each other like Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, calling out, "Ming Huin, Teet Du." Unexpectedly, Ming Huin hugged Teet Du's leg tightly. Teet Du frowned at the sight and said, "You want my storage bag, don't you?" Upon seeing Teet Du, Yi Qiao immediately asked, "Third senior brother, do you still have any Ganodermal lucidum for alchemy?" Hearing her question, Teet Du honestly replied, "Yes." Yi Qiao turned to the dejected members of the Clearwater Sect and asked, "You guys?" Teet Du followed Yi Qiao's gaze and immediately understood who had robbed them. Seeing this, Ming Huin explained to Teet Du, "We encountered the other 3 sections. Now everyone is following Yi Qiao's lead and robbing others." People really change. Hearing this, Teet Du realized they had offended quite a few people. He asked, "What should we do next?" A grudge this big could lead to an alliance between the 3 sections. Yi Qiao fell into deep thought. After a moment, she said, "Next we..." Then she said excitedly, "Let's refine pills together." But the atmosphere became even quieter than before, and no one dared to respond to Yi Qiao. Only Lam Lam spoke up and asked, "How can we refine pills without furnaces?" Our furnaces are all in the storage bags. Yi Xiao pulled something out of her magical bag and said, "What treasure is this?" What she took out made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. Yi Xiao solemnly introduced it. "Do you guys know how to use a large cauldron for alchemy?" Si Jugon felt her profession insulted. She and all the members of the Clearwater Sect cried out in unison, "Yi Xiao, we are alchemists, not cooks. Have you ever seen any immortal use a pot for alchemy?" But Yi Xiao is a successful person, and successful people all have their own ways. She confidently stated, "I do." Yi Xiao then asked doubtfully, "Are alchemists in the cultivation world so rich? Each person has an alchemy furnace." Si Jugon immediately replied, "Our direct disciples have several alchemy furnaces, and the inner disciples also have them." Hearing this, Yi Xiao was startled and said, "Several each. So rich." Yi Xiao couldn't believe this reality. She felt faint and wanted to collapse on the ground. "So, it turns out I'm the only poor one." Seeing her about to faint, the precocious Ming Huan immediately ran over to comfort her. "Yi Xiao, calm down. It's just an alchemy furnace. We'll take you to buy one after this is over." This comfort was worse than no comfort at all. Wasn't this just rubbing salt in Yi Xiao's wounds? She said miserably, "Second senior brother, have you heard this saying?" Yi Xiao's face was so green with envy. She said, "Being poor myself is fine, but the wealth of my companions makes me want to die." Lu Yun, who was standing beside them, watched their deep sibling affection and couldn't help but ask Yi Xiao, "Do you mean you know alchemy? Or do you know how to use a pot for alchemy?" As soon as her expertise was mentioned, Yi Xiao immediately declared, "It's alchemy. Why can't I use a pot? If you can't walk, don't blame the road for being uneven." Lu Yun said in disbelief, boasting shamelessly, "Then try it. Then I'll broaden your horizons." Yi Xiao immediately mobilized her spiritual power, channeling all her spiritual energy into her cooking pot, and declared, "Try it is." While refining, Yi Xiao explained, "Then let's refine a large clear heart pill. Without any spices, I can only make an unscented one." A moment later, she pointed toward the sky and shouted, "Rise, rise, rise." Qin Fanfan worried that his disciple would become the laughingstock of the cultivation world, doubting whether she could succeed. At this moment, the other three sects were trembling. They had never prayed so sincerely and in unison. "Fail, fail, you must fail. If she succeeds, the cultivation world will have its first triple cultivator, and won't the Changming sect be incredibly smug?" A grand elder, watching the display of Yi Xiao's actions, said, "It's hard to say. She looks very proficient, but selecting medicinal ingredients and controlling the fire are just the initial stages." Observing Yi Xiao's movements, she commented, "They're still condensing the pill embryo, refining, and fusing the pill. Just a slight mistake, and the result will be an exploding furnace." On this side, Yi Xiao was also thinking, how many pill embryos are enough? I can make 10 at a time, but I'll need a long rest afterward. But in the end, she decided to forget it and just make 5. Lin Lin, looking at the results in front of Yi Xiao, exclaimed, "Senior sister got 5 pill embryos." She self-critically reflected, "I can only get 3 at a time." Seeing Yi Xiao making a fuss, Si Jugon immediately covered her mouth, reminding her to be quiet. Being an alchemist herself, Si Jugon knew the process well. Any disturbance could affect the alchemy refinement, especially since Yi Xiao wasn't using a normal pill furnace, but a large cauldron. Looking at Yi Xiao's cauldron, she thought the chances of it exploding are very high. Outside, Elder Sun asked the woman beside him, "How many pills can Si Jugon make?" The best alchemist of the Azure Water sect was Si Jugon, rumored to have been blessed by the heavenly Tao. Her master replied, 8. With some effort, maybe 10. Qin Fanfan seized the opportunity to say, "So what does that prove?" "It proves our Xiao Xiao is a genius. She can make 5. The woman looked a bit worried. Indeed, the way Yi Xiao forms the pills so proficiently shows this isn't her first time. If she truly succeeds, I'm afraid it will cause a stir in the cultivation world. Yi Xiao's cauldron finally reached a boiling point, then slowly subsided, emitting a thick plume of smoke. Ming Huan watched anxiously and asked, "Did she succeed?" "Did you da?" It seems like she did. Unexpectedly, Junior Sister is a triple cultivator. At this point, Yi Xiao began to lift the lid. Those around her, unable to wait any longer, widened their eyes. but upon seeing the unsightly pills, they couldn't help but comment, so ugly. Hearing this, Yi Xiao pouted, defending her creations. Even if they're ugly, their essence is pure. Why do you all despise my pills? Are looks really that important? Si Jugan slowly picked out a pill that looked the best from the cauldron. She sniffed it a few times, judging its aroma. Suddenly, she praised, the spiritual energy is incredibly dense. Hearing Si Jugan's personal praise of Yi Xiao, Lu Yun immediately turned to Ti Du and asked, who told you she had a mid-grade spiritual root? A mid-grade spiritual root can be a triple cultivator. I don't believe it. If that's possible, let me become mid-grade. I don't even need this top-grade one. Ti Du shook his head in disagreement. It's not a rumor. Looking at Yi Xiao's confident figure, he said, Junior sister's spiritual root seems extraordinary. Lu Yun, watching Yi Xiao taste her own pills, asked, so what's her level? High grade. Hearing this, Lam Lam boasted, think bigger. Maybe top grade. Ti Du chimed in, think even bigger. Isn't it super top grade? Si Jigan suddenly said, super top grade is heavenly grade. Those watching the competition outside were stunned into silence. Several elders, unable to believe their eyes, remarked, a VIP right after logging into the server. So Yi Xiao is a 1 in 10,000 heavenly grade. Si Jugan's master turned to Qin Fanfan and asked, Qin Fanfan, where did you pick up this outer disciple? Let's go check some time and see if we can pick one up too. He said confidently, picked her up at the Crescent Moon Sect. Hearing this, the Grand Elder of the Azure Water Sect started to sneer. Anyone want to go to the Crescent Moon Sect with me to see if we can pick up a triple cultivator? Finding one would be quite the steal. The elder's words were like slaps to Yin Nan's face. He thought bitterly, a triple cultivator. Back when Yi Xiao was still at Crescent Moon Sect, why didn't I realize she had a talent for talisman drawing and alchemy? Yin Nan clenched his fists around his thighs, recalling, it's all Yin Thuok's fault for causing trouble. If it weren't for him, Yi Xiao, who has always been obedient since childhood, wouldn't have turned against me over a single Lingji mushroom. Back with Yi Xiao, she was saying to everyone, all right, now do you believe I can refine pills? Who's next? The Azure Water Sect disciples immediately called out excitedly, I want to try too. But one after another, they acted like they were making bombs, blowing up Yi Xiao's cauldrons. The initially enthusiastic group quickly turned into timid turtles, leaving Yi Xiao speechless. Her entire fortune consisted of these alchemy cauldrons. If they were all destroyed, what would she do? Yi Xiao scolded angrily, are you all crazy? Don't touch my cauldrons. Lu Yun, refusing to believe he was that incompetent, pleaded persistently, give us another chance. Even if it burns to the bottom of the pot, I want to try again. I've got a feeling for it now. Trust me, I won't blow it up again. Seeing Lu Yun's sincere attitude, Yi Xiao felt a bit sympathetic. Finally, she said resignedly, remember to compensate us for the Lingji we used and the cauldrons you blew up after we leave the secret realm. Lu Yun, though unhappy about being asked for compensation, still replied, understood. The moon is bright and the breeze is gentle tonight. What could be better than sleeping under the open sky? But at this moment, they had just finished refining pills. Everyone was exhausted, collapsing on the ground, panting, and saying, the pills are finally refined. I'm dead tired. Seeing that they had completed their experiment, Yi Xiao clapped her hands and said, all right, while it's still dark, let's go pay a visit to the other 3 sects. Yi Xiao acted like a team leader, assigning tasks. Ti Du, Mu Chong Hai, Si Jiugan, you 3 go catch some demonic beasts. The rest of you, follow me. I'll lead the way. She took out 2 firecrackers and asked, have you ever heard of guerrilla warfare and ambushes? The others, seeing the 2 round objects for the first time, stared wide-eyed and asked what they were. Yi Xiao didn't explain, just smiled mysteriously and said, you'll find out later. Then she turned to Ti Du and asked, 3rd senior brother, do you have any poisonous Lingji mushrooms with you? Ti Du rummaged through his spatial pouch. Yes, he said, pulling out a pile of colorful medicinal ingredients. Some are poisonous, some are not, but many Lingji mushrooms have conflicting properties. Junior sister, you can choose and combine them yourself, depending on the poison you need. Lu Yun looked at the 2 sly foxes before him, feeling suspicious. Are you 2 really healers? Yi Xiao, seeing that someone was wrongly accusing her, couldn't help but clarify, don't slander me. I'm a sword cultivator. Lu Yun fell silent after hearing this. You're a triple cultivator. Do whatever you want. Then she suddenly asked, by the way, does anyone know how to use a bow? As she spoke, she took out a bow she had obtained from the demonic clan. Lam Lam shyly said in a small voice, I know a little. Seeing the girl confidently volunteer, Yi Qiao said, then you take the bow, apply poison to the arrows, and then aim and shoot at people. Remember to return it to me after you're done. Lam Lam replied, okay, we'll do our best. Yi Qiao radiated a brilliant light and said confidently, I placed a tracking device on Yi Qinghan earlier. Their movements are completely under my control. After speaking, Yi Qiao unconsciously transformed into an assassin. Looking at the 2 pills in her hand, she said, the situation now is that we are in the dark and they are in the light. An ambush is most suitable. Back at the encampment of the 3 sects, they were resting, surrounded by a protective formation. From the Asking Sword Sect to the Wind Peak Sect, even the Moonclear Sect were all sound asleep. The quiet late night was the best time for predators. Yi Qiao and Lam Lam got into position. Seeing the opportune moment, Yi Qiao commanded, the 3 sects are sleeping over there. Loose your arrow. Though tense, Lam Lam immediately obeyed. Yes. Her archery skills were steady. As soon as she released the bowstring, a flaming arrow whistled through the air. A flaming arrow streaked across the night sky, landing directly on the 3 sects' protective formation. Song Han Tan, who was sleeping, was startled awake by the arrow before his eyes. He cried out in fear, someone's here. Hearing Yi Qiao say, let's go, don't let them catch us, Yi Qiao's group quickly fled. According to Yi Qiao's experience, guerrilla warfare was all about advancing when the enemy retreated and retreating when they advanced. If the situation was unfavorable, they would immediately run. Those who were attacked immediately recognized her silhouette. Annoyed by the sudden interruption to his sleep, Yi Qinghan couldn't help but say, it must be those people from the Changming sect playing tricks. Assign people to keep watch tonight, rotating shifts starting at midnight. Suo Hangji immediately agreed. All right. Half an incense stick later, he couldn't stand it anymore. Suo Hangji angrily roared, Yi Qiao, are they insane? They've pulled this stunt over a dozen times in half an hour. Every time I go to check, they've already run away. Yi Qiao seemed to want to taunt him, playing funeral music madly behind him. Furious but helpless, Suo Hangji could only curse under his breath. There it is again. They're at it again. They've started with the psychological torture. Harassed by Yi Qiao all night, the sects sat together to discuss. What game are they playing? Suzhua, with a headache, couldn't keep up with Yi Qiao's train of thought. They're not stealing tokens, they're not stealing bags. Creating such chaos, making us anxious and fearful. Do they want to scare us to death? Chen Huai, seeing that thinking wouldn't get them anywhere, decided to let sleep solve the problem. He said, don't mind them anymore. Let's go to sleep. They wouldn't dare confront us directly. Everything went according to Yi Qiao's plan. She felt their vigilance had significantly decreased. Then, Yi Qiao turned to her fellow disciples and said, let's go. Following Suo Hangji's words, all right then, everyone go to sleep. They leaned against each other and slept peacefully. But seeing them so comfortable, Yi Qiao couldn't resist. She threw 2 more pills at them. Ultimately, it caused another uproar, tormenting the 3 sects to the point of utter chaos. At this point, Suo Hangji couldn't take it anymore. The wild beast within him awakened, and he roared, I want to kill Yi Qiao. If those Changming sect people weren't as fast as rabbits, impossible to catch, I would definitely teach them a lesson. The next day, just as dawn broke. However, the members of the 3 sects all looked like they had panda eyes, appearing utterly exhausted. Suzhua, pale from a night of strenuous activity, complained, Changming sect is truly desperate. Even if they can't defeat us, they're determined to wear us down. It seems like this can't continue. Yi Qinghan suggested they stop hunting demonic beasts for the day and rest where they were. They could set out again on the 5th day. He thought to himself, I've been tormented enough by Yi Qiao last night. At least our position is secure. If we don't rest, our morale will crumble. Outside, the livestream viewers witnessed Yi Qiao's brilliant tactics and were still buzzing with excitement. That's it. This is what guerrilla warfare looks like. Amazing, simply amazing. How can the 3 sects compare to Yi Qiao's cunning? A group of cultivators watching from outside continuously commented, like father, like daughter. The skilled remain skilled. A moment later, another passerby chimed in. In a sense, Yi Qiao has achieved her goal. Using these underhanded methods, she's delayed the 3 sects for a day in which they could have killed quite a few demonic beasts. Passerby B after listening, said, "There are 2 days left now. Yuqing's sect has 2,000 demonic beasts, Wenjian's sect has 1,600, and Chengfeng's sect has 1,300. Changming's sect has 900, and Bai Shui's sect has 700. Whether they can surpass the others in points depends on how long Yi Qiao can stall the 3 sections." Back with Yi Qiao, she seemed to be deep in thought. She was weighing whether to continue hindering the 3 sects or let the cultivators experience some difficulty. But stealing the cultivators' storage bags seemed like a better option. Having decided, she turned and announced to her companions, since the locations of their alchemy furnaces. "Tonight, we'll raid their camp and take their storage bags." Ming Huin, puzzled, asked, "Steal their storage bags? I think they'll be on guard tonight after being attacked last night." However, Yi Qiao firmly stated, "That's why we need to put on a show during the day and then steal at night." After speaking, Yi Qiao turned and patted Ming Huin's shoulder, calling out, "Second senior brother, come act with me." Based on her long experience, the other senior brothers weren't suited for stealth operations. Only the Talisman Cultivator, second senior brother, was devious enough and the most suitable. After a stick of incense, the 2 of them arrived at the resting place of the 3 sections. Hiding behind a boulder, Yi Qiao and Ming Huin conversed. "The core disciples of the 3 sects are resting now. Suahang Ji is on guard duty. We should see him soon." Just then, the naive Suahang Ji was walking towards them. Yi Qiao immediately took action. "He's here." Ming Huin silently released 2 talismans and followed behind Suahang Ji, but his move was detected by the other party. Suahang Ji swiftly swung his sword, severing the talismans, and said, "A sneak attack. Such petty tricks." Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Yi Qiao immediately pulled Ming Huin and ran. "Second senior brother, run." Enraged, Suahang Ji didn't want his prey to escape. He immediately brandished his sword and shouted, "Try to run." His sword light flew straight towards Yi Qiao and Ming Huin's backs. She quickly pulled Ming Huin and slid to the side, dodging the sword light. Immediately afterward, the 2 of them played their roles, falling to the ground and crying out, "We're injured." The sword chi is too strong. Suahang Ji also seemed to sense something was wrong, looking at the 2 of them trembling on the ground. "Why do I feel like my sword chi hasn't even touched them yet?" This naive kid seemed to have grasped a principle. Could it be that I've become so powerful that I can defeat enemies from afar? Those outside watching his self-delusion were laughing their heads off. Are the requirements for a true disciple this high now? Not only do they need talent, but they also need to be good at acting. Perhaps only the Changming sect is this special. The Wenjian sect fans, looking at Suahang Ji's unsightly expression, were frustrated. "I can't stand it anymore. This idiot Suahang Ji." Still oblivious, Suahang Ji, fantasizing about his own strength, reported to his sect members, "Let me tell you, I just encountered Yi Qiao of the Changming sect, and I sent them running with a single move. He seemed to feel more powerful than ever," saying smugly, "I struck down with 1 sword." Yi Qiao and Ming Huin were sprawled on the ground. If they hadn't run fast, those 2 would have been eliminated tonight. Song Han Tan seemed to sense something was wrong and asked, "Are you sure they were injured?" He reminisced, "Why does this action seem so familiar?" A distant memory suddenly flashed in Song Han Tan's mind. "I encountered 2 masked robbers in a similar situation before. At that time, a woman among them gave me a box. I believed her, thinking there was a treasure inside. As a result, after opening the restriction, there was only a half-eaten cookie inside." Seeing that someone didn't believe him, Suahang Ji started to get mad, imitating a rooster's crow several times. "You can doubt my character, but you can't doubt my strength." Seeing this kid so worked up, Song Han Tan said helplessly, all right, your strength is indeed very strong." Hearing that someone finally acknowledged him, Suahang Ji was beaming. Looking at him like this, Song Han Tan also started to hypnotize himself. Those 2, Yi Qiao and Ming Huin, with their low cultivation levels, one being a talisman master, are both the type who don't know how to fight. Maybe they really were injured by Suahang Ji. Chen Huai, after hearing the whole story, said, "If Yi Qiao and Ming Huin are injured, will they still come here tonight?" Yi Qinghan offered his opinion. "They probably won't come. Yi Qiao and Ming Huin are both injured. The remaining cultivators don't have the guts to cause trouble. We can just rest for another night and hunt demonic beasts again tomorrow." Elsewhere, Ming Huin was marveling at how magical this red fruit was, making such effective fake blood. Recalling Suo Hangji's foolish appearance, Ming Huin couldn't help but say, Suo Hangji was really stupid just now, thinking he was so cool. Yi Qiao knew the plan was going well, and she said excitedly, we'll start our operation tonight when they let their guard down. Everything gradually quieted down. The people from Wenjin Sect, Changfeng Sect, and Yuqing Sect all lay down to rest. Taking advantage of their lowered guard, Yi Qiao stealthily approached their resting area. On Ming Huin's side, he had already found several bags of Anyao. Ming Huin carefully took each bag one by one. Then he didn't forget to show off to Yi Qiao that he had found the bags. Afterward, the two carefully returned. On the way back, Yi Qiao saw Yi Qinghan's clothes and quietly approached. Seeing his junior sister try to steal someone else's belongings, countless scenarios flashed through Ming Huin's mind. Lin Lin, seeing Ming Huin's return, called out, Yi Qiao and the others are back. As soon as Ming Huin arrived, he tattled on Yi Qiao's behavior to everyone. Junior sister stole Yi Qinghan's clothes. How perverted. Mu Zhonghai couldn't believe his junior sister had fallen to such depths. Astonished, he asked, Yi Qiao, do you have a crush on him? You even took that kind of person's clothes. Yi Qiao felt like vomiting upon hearing this and retorted, you're the one with a crush on him. Who told him to sleep and leave his clothes lying around? Why are you talking about me like that? But after thinking it over, she felt she was a genius. Clothes left scattered around. We absolutely must take advantage and grab them. We might even be able to sell them on the forum. The title will be Personal Clothes of the Chief Disciple of the Asking Sword Sect. Having thought of this, Yi Qiao pulled out the pouches she had just stolen and said, right friends, I got the pouches. Your pill furnaces and Lingji are probably inside. Lin Lin picked up a pouch and opened it, saying disappointedly, its pills all right, but they're all used up. They must have eaten them all. Seeing this, Xiaoyu suggested, since we have Lingji, why don't you refine some aphrodisiac pills tonight? Xiao Yin blushed upon hearing about this strange pill and waved her hands, saying, what are aphrodisiac pills? Xiaoyu, who refined aphrodisiac pills, was surprised these professional pill refiners didn't know about them. He said, it's literally what it sounds like. Don't you understand? It's the kind of pill that can make demonic beasts go into heat, make them passionately in love. Seeing their continued embarrassment, Xiaoyu explained the benefits of the aphrodisiac pills. We're running out of time. If we don't use some special methods, we'll end up at the bottom of the rankings. Hearing this, Xiao Yin had to comply. Understood. Ming Huin, who was standing nearby, took out some talismans and said, we'll start the operation tonight. Xiaoyu will use the aphrodisiac pills to lure the demonic beasts here. I'll set up the formation, and Mu Zhonghai will support us from behind by killing the demonic beasts. Yi Qiao chimed in, the rest of us will obstruct the 3 sections. As long as we hold them off until the secret realm closes, victory will be ours. Then, she didn't forget to instruct those staying behind. You have the pill furnaces. If anyone approaches tomorrow, just throw the pill furnaces at them. Xiao Yin didn't understand her meaning and asked, how do we throw them? Yi Qiao calmly replied, whoever comes, smash them with it. She taught them a lesson. Beneath the pill furnace, all beings are equal, but I am more noble. The next day, as dawn broke, the members of the 3 sects gradually woke up. Just then, someone shouted, wake up, the pill pouches beside us are all empty. Suo Hangji looked around in astonishment and asked, where are the Azure Water Sects pouches? Hearing this, Suzhua also ran over to see what was happening, muttering something. He took out his token and read the information on it, seeing that the 3rd place was the Everbright Sect and the 4th was the Azure Water Sect. Suzhua didn't understand how the Everbright Sect and Azure Water Sect had become 3rd and 4th, so he turned to Song Han Tan and asked, in just one night, where did they find so many demonic beasts? Song Han Tan thought for a moment and then said, it seems they took advantage of our lower guard and stole the pouches. Realizing the situation had become difficult, Song Han Tan frowned and said, Yi Qiao's tricks are too much. There's only one day left until the secret realm closes. We can't continue like this. Suo Hangji immediately understood him and ordered several junior disciples. Go out and find demonic beasts to stabilize our ranking quickly. The junior disciples immediately obeyed the order. Qin Huai suddenly spoke up, cautiously saying, Yi Qiao has most likely set traps along the way. Everyone be careful not to fall for her schemes. Just then, an arrow shot toward them. Song Han Tan cried out in alarm, someone's there. Be careful. Fortunately, they dodged in time. Suo Heng. Ji immediately used his sword to slice the arrow in half. He said confidently, "Who do you think you're dealing with?" Yi Xiao, hiding nearby and witnessing the whole scene, saw that these guys had jumped in her trap and chuckled to herself, "That's right, you're the best. Come on." Yi Xiao became even more smug, but the good show had just begun. She had prepared many surprises for these lovely readers. Song Han Tan was still unaware of anything. He walked for a while and arrived at the place where Yi Xiao had placed several bombs, and so the whole group inhaled another puff of smoke. Fortunately, Song Han Tan had a protective treasure. He was only slightly singed. Good thing I have the golden armor talisman, otherwise I would have been blown away. Qin Huai, on the other hand, was unlucky. He coughed violently and said, "What the hell is this thing?" Duan Heng Dao found this thing very familiar. He shouted, "It seems to be Yi Xiao's stuff. This thing will explode, and the explosion speed is very fast. No time to defend. Luckily, I have this." Duan Heng Dao said, "I remember Yi Xiao used this to blow up a demonic bee stomach at the beginning." Yi Qinghan, accustomed to dealing with dangerous situations, immediately commanded everyone to scatter. He turned back and instructed Su Zhua, "Su Zhua, go confirm their attack position. Today we must deal with them." Su Zhua immediately obeyed the order. He circulated his qi and entered a meditative state. Then, Su Zhua released his spiritual energy for several miles around. After searching for a while, Su Zhua finally found their location. "Found them," he shouted here, and charged towards Xiao Yin, who was standing there. Xiao Yin, seeing someone coming, panicked slightly, but remembering Yi Xiao's instructions, she immediately threw out her alchemy furnace. "Don't come any closer." The small alchemy furnace, once thrown, transformed into a giant one, flying towards Su Zhua. He couldn't dodge in time and took the giant alchemy furnace full in the face. Just like that, the unlucky Su Zhua was gone. Yi Xiao, observing from the side, was very pleased. She heard Su Zhua muttering, "What on earth did this pill cultivator learn from Yi Xiao?" The fish had taken the bait. She threw out several fog talismans. "Go fog." As soon as the fog was released, it took effect, and the whole group was submerged in the fog, screaming frantically, "What kind of fog is this again? Where does Yi Xiao get all this stuff?" The fog, along with cannon fire and arrows, continuously flew towards them. Duan Heng Dao, standing under Yi Xiao's barrage of weapons, was about to cry, "Oh my God, not again." Having no other choice, Duan Heng Dao could no longer use physical methods to defend himself. He yelled, "Golden armor." A giant bell instantly materialized around him. Duan Heng Dao, inside his magical artifact, shouted, "Senior brother, stay inside my artifact. Don't come out, it's too dangerous." Song Han Tan quickly applied several golden song talismans to himself for protection. Meanwhile, So Han Chi, helplessly dodging Yi Xiao's rocks, complained, "Is Yi Xiao crazy? She's even throwing rocks." Chuck Hong, living up to her name, frantically dodged both talismans and rocks. "This is annoying. She's trying to wear us down." Seeing victory within her grasp, Yi Xiao clenched her fist and shouted, "Brothers and sisters, the time for revenge is now. Attack." She immediately cast a paralysis talisman, which flew out and stuck directly to So Han Chi's back. Realizing he was hit, So Han Chi exclaimed in frustration, "I'm done for. I can't move." Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards him from afar. Unable to dodge, he took the full force of the attack. Just like that, So Han Chi vanished from the battle. In his final moments, he roared in fury, "I hate all of you." Chuck Hong asked, stunned, "Wait, who took out So Han Chi?" Yi Qinghan, as emotionless as a Su Guang Shao song, said, "It was me. I think that my sword chi hit him." Chuck Hong was completely dumbfounded. "Senior brother," she asked, bewildered, "So Han Chi was foolish, but you didn't have to kill him in the competition. That's a bit much. His offense wasn't that serious." Recalling his self-sabotaging actions, Yi Qinghan said regretfully, "It was chaotic. I didn't know it was So Han Chi behind me, and he didn't dodge." In the eliminated contestants area, So Han Chi raged, demanding justice. "I didn't want to dodge. Some jerk from Changming Sect put a paralysis talisman on me." The spectators below buzzed with discussion. A sword cultivator stabbing a fellow disciple. Is this a Wunjian sect tradition? Hilarious. Changming Sect and Baishui Sect are resorting to any means necessary to win. I stand by what I said. The biggest schemer in the cultivation world is definitely Yi Xiao. Look at Changming's sect making a comeback. Even the elders watching from above had to acknowledge Yi Xiao's cunning. She was truly resourceful. Only the elders of the three remaining sects understood how dangerous Changming's sect's antics truly were. Knowing her plan was about to succeed, Yi Xiao yelled excitedly, "Keep stalling. Don't worry about your tokens being crushed." She encouraged her comrades, optimistically, "Being eliminated is no big deal. We could be eliminated, but the others are still in the game." Hearing this, everyone jumped up and shouted, "All right." They united, determined to take down the remaining three sects. As the fog thinned slightly, Qin Huai groped his way forward, trying to escape. He hatched a plan. "No, I have to sneak out and find some demonic beasts. I can't let my ranking drop." Lu Yin spotted his movements and shouted, trying to run. "Not a chance." Yi Xiao quickly chased after Song Han Tan, who was stealthily setting up a formation. She spun around, throwing out several smoke bombs. "Nobody's going anywhere today." Song Han Tan, who was setting up the formation, couldn't help but pause to dodge the bombs. Truly enraged, he gritted his teeth and said, "You're such a nuisance." Outside the arena, everyone was dumbfounded by the current situation. They felt it was quite awkward. The fog inside made it impossible to see how they were fighting, but the battle was fierce, and it seemed someone else had been eliminated. Just then, the system announced, Su Zhuo of the Yueqing sect and Si Yaoyan of the Bishui sect have been eliminated. The elders of the two sects were stunned. But the next announcement was even more shocking. Duan Hangdao of the Chengfeng sect has been eliminated. Yi Xiao of the Changming sect has been eliminated. The elders of the remaining three sects were also astonished. Hearing that Yi Xiao had been eliminated, the audience in the stands burst into laughter. "What? Yi Xiao has been eliminated too? That's hilarious." Just as expected, it's normal for her to be defeated, considering all the wicked things she's done. She deserves it. I'm curious if she'll get beaten up after she leaves. In the eliminated area, except for Si Yaoyan and her allies, everyone else was Yi Xiao's enemy. While people were still worried about Yi Xiao's safety after leaving the arena, she had already been teleported out. At this moment, she felt truly regretful. Wiping away her tears, Yi Xiao thought, "So this is what it feels like to be eliminated." However, what awaited her were the hateful gazes of the three eliminated people behind her. As soon as Yi Xiao saw them, she put on a righteous and fearless expression, striking a pose like a powerful woman from a reality show, and said, "What a coincidence. You guys are here in the eliminated area too. It's all right, I'm here with you. Let's all take our seats in the eliminated section." But these three people didn't care about her jokes at all. They had had enough and really wanted to tear Yi Xiao into pieces. At that moment, someone announced, "Time to leave. The secret realm is closed." Immediately, the remaining people inside were teleported out. As soon as Yi Xiao saw her senior brothers appear, she shouted, "Senior brothers." Seeing Yi Xiao running towards him, Mu Zhonghai couldn't help but ask, "Are the results out?" Yi Xiao excitedly took out her token and showed it off. "Yes, we're first place. 300 points accumulated. Yueqing sect is second, and Bishui sect is third." Lin Lin, standing next to Lu Yun, praised Yi Xiao. "So exciting. I told you, following Yi Xiao would bring us benefits." She thought happily, "This is the first time Bishui sect has placed third, and we didn't even have to do anything." But at this moment, Qin Huai's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He said sarcastically, "Done flattering her yet? You're alchemists. How can you be so shameless?" In fact, it was just the single word loss that sparked this thought in Qin Huai. "I'm so angry." Chengfeng sect was originally in third place, but Yi Xiao led a bunch of alchemists and turned the tables. Hearing this, Duan Hangdao said, "Senior brother, the point is, who wouldn't want to join the leading team?" He was also a bit swayed. Following Yi Xiao to the Bishui sect can also turn the tables. Why didn't such a good thing happen to us? I'm dying of envy. Seeing his junior brother's decision to follow Yi Xiao, Qin Huai immediately spoke unkindly. He angrily pointed at Yi Xiao and asked, "Hey Yi Xiao, you weren't like this before." Yi Xiao smiled confidently, boasting about her achievements, and said, "That's because I've evolved." Upon hearing this absurd reasoning, Song Han Tan twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Shameless. How could a righteous disciple resort to such tactics?" Yi Xiao, unfazed by the reprimand, nodded and explained, "That's right. When you win, it's called skill. When you lose, it's called reasoning. That's how you people from the Yueqing sect are." At this moment, the referee announced the final results. This competition has concluded. In the 3 rounds of team competition, the Changming Changming Sect achieved 2 first-place finishes and 1 second-place finish, achieving the highest total score. He gestured for everyone to look as the Changming Sect's name appeared on the golden board, announcing, "Congratulations to the Changming Sect for achieving first place." The fervent fans of the Changming Sect below cheered nonstop. Changming Sect, first place. Who's the most cunning in the cultivation world? Yi Qiao. Our Changming Sect reigns supreme. The host began the next segment. We invite the direct disciples of the Changming Sect to come on stage and share their thoughts. At this moment, the eyes of everyone around focused on the 5 members of the Changming Sect. Full of confidence, Yi Qiao began a lengthy acceptance speech. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, senior brothers. Thank you to the other sects for helping us grow. Thank you to fate for allowing us to meet. I believe that in the future, we will coexist harmoniously." Sohan Chi, upon hearing this, curled his lip in disdain. Fake. Seeing their impatience, Yi Qiao waved them over and offered some words of advice. "The road ahead is long. Don't be too wild. Yi Qiao will make sure you have nothing to worry about." She didn't forget to make a promise to everyone. See you at the individual matches. But it seemed that aside from her, the others weren't very enthusiastic, thinking to themselves, too wild. Afterward, Elder Zhao called Yi Qiao aside and said, "You've worked hard, Yi Qiao. I didn't expect you to know alchemy." He patted her shoulder and suggested, "Since you know alchemy, let's see you take you to choose an alchemy furnace. Go to the night market and see if there's one you like." Upon hearing that Elder Zhao was allowing her to choose an alchemy furnace, Yi Qiao said excitedly, "Thank you, Elder Zhao. We'll go choose one tonight." That evening, the 5 of them strolled through the night market in a line. Looking at the lively atmosphere, Yi Qiao exclaimed, "Fusheng City is as bustling as ever." Just then, someone recognized them. "Quick, look, it's the direct disciples of the Changming Sect." Like a butterfly effect, everyone immediately started shouting, "Mu Zhonghai, I love you. Yin Yang Yang, I've liked you for 10 years. Ming Xian." Seeing the fans approaching, Mu Zhonghai immediately pulled Yi Qiao's sleeve and ran. Experiencing such a large crowd calling her name for the first time, Yi Qiao exclaimed, "Oh my God, so many people, run." Before the people on the street could get a clear look, they had quietly slipped away. Finally, the 5 of them hid behind a building, Mu Zhonghai panting and saying, "Everyone's too enthusiastic. We even changed out of our sect clothes, and they still recognized us." They eventually pulled out thin black cloths, looking like they were about to rob a bank, and said, "Looks like we still need to disguise ourselves." The 5 peeked their heads out to check the situation outside. Looking at their actions, Yi Qiao remarked, "Honestly, I think we look pretty badass." Survival tip number 1. Just a piece of cloth, and no one will recognize you. They carefully made their way through the crowd. Mu Zhonghai kept feeling uneasy. Are we acting a bit suspicious like this? Xiaoyu spotted a stall selling alchemy furnaces and pointed it out to Yi Qiao. "Look, alchemy furnaces over there." The stall owner, seeing them approach, greeted them enthusiastically. "Young cultivators, are you looking to buy an alchemy furnace? What kind are you after?" Xiaoyu got straight to the point. "What's the best one you have here?" The owner began showcasing his premium product. "The best is this high-grade alchemy furnace. I've been selling these for years, and this one is top-notch. 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. What do you think, young cultivator?" Hearing the exorbitant price, Yi Qiao gasped. 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. But then she felt relieved. "Thankfully, it's not my spirit stones. It's the Changming Sects." Yi Qiao anxiously turned to Xiaoyu for his decision. After observing it for a moment, Xiaoyu said to Yi Qiao, "This one is not bad, junior sister. Let's take this one." Since it wasn't her money, Yi Qiao happily accepted. Meanwhile, over at the Yuqing sect, Song Han Tan was lecturing Yun Qi, "Use your brain. Listen and tell me if it sounds like there's only water inside." He questioned her. The competition was going well. Why did you provoke Yi Qiao? Were you the one flying, or could those sword cultivators not hold their swords? Thinking about the sect's current situation, Song Han Tan grew even more frustrated, thinking to himself, right now, aside from the Wenjian sect, there are no sects we can afford to offend. Those Changming sect sword cultivators, they were a good card to play. This is truly troublesome. Yin Qi frowned and said, "But they were deliberately targeting me." Hearing this flimsy excuse, Song Han Tan's anger flared, and he shouted, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're important enough for them to target you specifically? Can't you see those Changming sect people are targeting all the sects? After scolding her, he thought, the individual matches are next. She'll be difficult to deal with. She's a triple cultivation genius, and the other sects are all trying to figure out how to eliminate her early. Suddenly, Song Han Tan made a suggestion. How are your talisman drawing skills? Draw one and let me see. Yin Qi agreed and began drawing, but she would draw for a bit, pause for several minutes, then continue, looking incredibly reluctant. Talisman drawing expert Song Han Tan couldn't bear to watch any longer and said, "All right, that's enough. Come with me back to the Song family. We'll find a suitable magical artifact for you to use in the individual matches. Don't embarrass our Yu Qing sect." Looking at Yin Qi's drawing speed, he thought to himself, a talisman cultivator's drawing speed represents their talent. Yin Qi draws a stroke, then pauses. What a waste of top-grade spiritual roots. Hearing this, Yin Qi immediately nodded, expressing her determination to Song Han Tan. I will try my best to defeat Yi Qiao. Looking at Yin Qi's frail appearance, Song Han Tan could only think helplessly. Yi Qiao wouldn't even give you a second thought. The next morning, Qin Fan Fan woke them up early. Wake up, it's morning. Why are you still sleeping? Yi Qiao, still lost in a pleasant dream, mumbled, so sleepy. Let me sleep a little longer. There's no competition today. Unexpectedly, Qin Fan Fan grabbed her by the collar and pulled her up, then tossed her towards her senior brother, saying, "Wake up. I need to talk to you about the individual matches." He started speaking seriously. The individual matches are conducted in a point-based system. Participants aren't just direct disciples, but also rogue cultivators and other disciples from the 5 sects and 8 great clans. There are 3 rounds in total. The first round has a relatively high number of rogue cultivators. Those of you who are eliminated, return to the sect and repent. Qin Fan Fan explained to Yi Qiao, the individual matches are divided into Talisman Dao, Pill Dao, Sword Dao, and Qi Dao. Direct disciples with dual cultivation can't participate in both. So Yi Qiao, you can only choose one. Understand? After listening to Qin Fan Fan's long explanation, Yi Qiao said, "Understood. I choose Sword Dao." Old Qin, after hearing this, said the top 10 in Sword Dao can go to the Sword Cave to choose a sword. The rewards for the top 10 haven't been announced yet. Those of you who can make it into the top 10, go for it. The rewards are better than going down the mountain for training. Seeing him mention the rules, Yi Qiao asked, "Sect leader, you just said the individual matches have 3 rounds. How many people advance from the first and second rounds?" Qin Fan Fan began to explain, this year, each Dao has 10,000 cultivators participating. The first round selects the top 1,000. The second round selects the top 100 from those 1,000. The third round is for the top 10. He continued, the first round lasts for a month. You have to draw lots to fight against other cultivators and quickly accumulate points. After listening, Yi Qiao pondered for a moment and said, then, me being in the last position shouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She said, in any case, for the first round, getting into the top 1,000 is enough. It seemed Mu Zhonghai was increasingly influenced by her. He agreed, that's right. If you encounter someone strong, just fight them. Other cultivators, as long as they draw you, will forfeit. Seeing the benefits becoming increasingly clear, the 2 senior brother and junior sister couldn't help but exchange a few secret smiles. This way, they wouldn't need to painstakingly accumulate points, saving them a lot of trouble. Seeing them paint such a bright future, Qin Fan Fan felt it made sense and said, your method is a bit cunning, but it's indeed worth a try, especially for Yi Qiao. But he didn't forget to set a limit for Yi Qiao. Try to reach the golden core stage within a month. Otherwise, the later matches will be difficult. Yi Qiao frowned upon hearing this and said, reaching golden core in a month. This task is too difficult. A few days later, the list for the next round of the competition was announced. Everyone crowded around the list to see. They chattered amongst themselves. The list for the second round is out. Come and see. Why is the Changming Sect's sword cultivator ranked last? Could it be intentional? As expected of the Changming sect, only the strong would do this. Like Yi Qinghan, before even drawing their sword, their opponent forfeited. What does the Changming sect have to be modest about? Just throw a name up there. They aren't afraid of not making it into the top 100 in the second round and being eliminated. Remember their heroic appearance. Chu Hangvan and Mu Zhong, I shouldn't have any problems. They're famous. Unless Yi Qiao could defeat someone of the same realm to prove her strength. The sword cultivators on the list won't Chu Dong, Run Shu. Suddenly, someone said, "That's right. I heard that Yi Qiao broke through to Golden Core a few days ago. Looks like there's a good show to watch." On this side, Yi Qiao was in a state of distress. She cried out, "Help! Heaven wants me dead." Seeing his junior sister's dejected spirit, her senior brother approached to inquire about the reason. Mu Zhonghai added fuel to the fire. "Your luck has been pretty good recently, always drawing Qi refinement stage cultivators, basically ranked around 8,900. It doesn't prove your real strength at all." At this point, Yi Qiao felt like her soul was leaving her body for paradise. Dejected, she said, "Do I really have to fight my way up from rank 1,000? I knew I shouldn't have bothered." Chu Han Van, after hearing this, said, "If that's the case, you'll have to fight nonstop to get into the third round." Ming Huan appeared out of nowhere, patting her head comfortingly. "That's right. How about I let senior brother draw for you? His luck is terrible." As soon as Yi Qiao heard this, she immediately perked up, her eyes widening. "Good idea." She looked at Chu Han Van with puppy dog eyes, waiting for him to agree. Unable to resist the little girl's innocent charm, Chu Han Van said, "I'll give it a try." He then went to draw a lot for her. Looking at the slip in his hand, Chu Han Van announced, "Number 190, name Tong Quang, early Golden Core stage." Upon seeing the result, Yi Qiao immediately rushed over and hugged Chu Han Van's waist, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior brother. I finally drew a strong opponent." Yi Qiao was truly determined. She declared to Chu Han Van, "I must seize this opportunity and show everyone my true strength." The day of Yi Qiao's match arrived. The hottest topic was, of course, Yi Qiao. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. Yi Qiao drew a Golden Core opponent. They're both Golden Core. It's bound to be an intense match. In the stands, her enthusiastic fans were cheering wildly. Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao. Take first place. Yi Qiao, the invincible war god. A passerby, finding the noise irritating, remarked, cheering before the fight even begins. What if she loses? Seeing someone seemingly curse their idol like that, her fans couldn't help but retort, how could she lose? Our Yi Qiao is the strongest in the world. They looked at a tense and anxious Yi Qiao, thinking to themselves that even if she heard their loud cheers, it wouldn't help. As Yi Qiao was feeling nervous, Chu Han Van offered words of encouragement. "Go on, our invincible war god." Bolstered by his support, Yi Qiao confidently stepped onto the stage, facing her opponent. Tong Quang began the introductions. "Tong Quang, please advise." Yi Qiao politely clasped her hands and replied, "Likewise." As the referee announced the official start of the match, Tong Quang immediately drew his saber. He charged straight towards where Yi Qiao was standing. His movements were swift, but Yi Qiao was even faster, quickly dodging the saber. Pretty fast. However, Yi Qiao was very confident in her own speed, thinking to herself, "Not as fast as me." She leaped back to evade another attack. She told herself, "This is my first time fighting a Golden Core opponent besides my senior brothers. I need to gauge his strength first." Tong Quang followed up with the Qing Feng step, slashing his saber at the ground. He relentlessly pursued her, shouting as he spotted Yi Qiao, "Where do you think you're going?" Like a nimble squirrel, Yi Qiao dodged each of his saber strikes, even finding the time to comment casually, "We can keep doing this." Missed again and missed again. The spectators below were completely baffled, bombarding each other with 100,000 questions. Why is Yi Qiao dodging? With such fast movement, why is she running away? If you can't fight, then run. Who wants to fight you like that? Yi Qiao loved this tactic. Tong Quang, growing tired, expressed his disdain for this strategy, a direct disciple resorting to a war of attrition. "Can't you face me head on?" Hearing this, Yi Qiao immediately retorted, "Are you sure?" She said, "It just so happens I'm bored too, so I'll indulge you." Then she suddenly disappeared in front of Tong Quang. He looked around blankly, wondering, where did you go? Suddenly, Yi Qiao appeared behind him and said, "Here." He quickly grasped her weapon. As soon as Tong Quang grabbed the Duo Duan, a current of electricity ran through his hand. At this moment, Tong Quang remembered, forgetting that Yi Qiao had a lightning spiritual root. "My hand is numb." Yi Qiao gripped her weapon tightly, saying with a dangerous look, "Did you think that was it?" Yi Qiao thought to herself, "This is a good opportunity to try the Duo Duan transformation that little martial uncle taught me 2 days ago." Then she transformed her duo Duan into a cannon. Yi Qiao channeled all her spiritual energy, firing directly at Tong Quang's stomach. He was ultimately sent flying several meters. The referee ran out to check on Tong Quang's current condition, then announced, Tong Quang has been knocked out of the ring and is unconscious. Yi Qiao wins this match. As soon as everyone heard that Yi Qiao had won, they cheered, Madam Yi is so cool. She crushed her opponent. What was that with Yi Qiao's magical weapon? It can even transform. The difference between ordinary disciples and direct disciples is huge. The other rogue cultivators chattered amongst themselves. If we had a few cups of wine and some snacks, it would be even better. These direct disciples are truly formidable. Yun Thuok of the Noyet Tan sect also had the same thought. She wields the Huin sword and selected a few good talismans. Now she's practically invincible. Is that even allowed? They were just talking about Yi Qiao, and now they're thinking about Yun Thuok. It really is like that. I heard she previously comprehended the way of the sword, and now she cultivates both sword and talisman. The competition rules don't explicitly state that talisman cultivators can't use swords. If they can dual cultivate, then they might as well use it. Hearing them talk like this, Yi Qiao also thought about dual cultivating sword and talisman. It seems Yun Thuok is just as described in the original work, having obtained the legacy of the way of the sword. That evening in the resting area, Ming Huin's voice rang out, Oh my God, it's my turn to be unlucky. He dejectedly looked at the nameplate in front of him and said, I drew number 78, Yun Thuok. Thinking about it made him feel even more despairing. Ming Huin said, she uses the Huin sword against talisman cultivators. She's basically reached the realm where talisman cultivators are scared just by seeing her. Not only did senior brother Tai do not comfort him, but he also handed him a medicinal pill and asked if he wanted to use it. Talisman cultivators will be defeated as soon as they get close. Sword cultivators fighting against talisman cultivators is truly terrifying. Why don't you take some medicine? Mu Zhonghai, who was beside him, said that would also give her time to take medicine. He didn't forget to tell Ming Huin that he might be knocked off the stage within a second, a statement that dealt a heavy blow to Ming Huin's fragile heart. The senior brother's attempts to comfort Ming Huin went from heartwarming to cold. Ming Huin became even more despondent and said, if I can't win, I'll just admit defeat. When it comes to talisman cultivation, Yun Thuok's wouldn't be a match for me. Ming Huin said tearfully, but now she dual cultivates. It would be strange if we won. Chu Han Van, the most serious of the young people, suggested, but she might exploit loopholes, and so can we. Yi Qiao, the best at exploiting loopholes among them, also spoke up. Are there any rules? I want to help Ming Huin find a loophole. In the end, they still had to find a way around the rules. Senior brother Shui Yu said helplessly, I didn't expect the key to this match would be exploiting loopholes. The next morning, Ming Huin entered the arena. The referee announced, today's match is a Talisman Dao competition. Competitors Yun Thuok and Ming Huin, please come to the stage. Begin. As soon as the match began, Yun Thuok attacked, saying, take this. Against a sword cultivator, Ming Huin was naturally no match. He dodged while trying to maintain his footing on the platform. Ming Huin thought helplessly, oh my God, she's aiming for all the vital points. Is she crazy? Observing from below, Chu Han Van also noticed Ming Huin's predicament. He said, Ming Huin can't beat her. Looking at the arena, Chu Han Van said, the arena is too small. There's no room to maneuver against a sword cultivator. Yi Qiao commented from beside him, that's why I always feel that mages are completely unreliable in a one-on-one fight against assassins. Luckily, I'm a sword cultivator. Ming Huin finally found an opportunity. He created a talisman, then shouted for directions formation. I finally found a chance to set up a formation. Yun Thuok was immediately bound by a chain. Ming Huin continued to create several fog talismans, silently thinking of a strategy. Yun Thuok understood formations, and with her quick pace of breaking them, Ming Huin thought to himself, I have to stall for time and speed up my formation attacks. Just as he predicted, Yun Thuok quickly broke the formation Ming Huin had created and said disdainfully, useless. Yun Thuok's expression turned dangerous. Mimicking Detective Conan, she said, there's only one outcome for you, and that is. Yun Thuok charged forward with a full-powered attack, shouting, defeat. Ming Huin couldn't dodge in time, and her sword grazed his waist. A part of Ming Huin's clothes was torn to shreds. He lay on the ground, feigning death, thinking in fear, it's over. Does she really want to kill me? He used all his strength to stand up. Ming Huin couldn't admit defeat anymore. If she was going to be so ruthless, then he wouldn't hold back. He asked, Shuiyu, where's your alchemy furnace? Hearing Ming Huin's signal, Shuiyu took a moment to process it. Shuiyu's processor was analyzing. Here it comes. He's finally using the loophole we researched yesterday, using my alchemy furnace. Hearing Ming Huin's words, the audience was puzzled. What's he going to do with an alchemy furnace? Alchemy is useless against Yun Thuok now. Senior brother Shuiyu immediately threw out the alchemy furnace, saying, here you go. As he spoke, the alchemy furnace gradually grew larger, then rolled towards Yun Thuok on the platform. After catching the alchemy furnace, Ming Huin shifted it from one hand to the other. Unable to attack him, Yun Thuok said angrily, what are you doing? Put the alchemy furnace down. Ming Huin held the alchemy furnace in front of him, sticking his tongue out to taunt her. You can't hit me. You can't hit me. Seeing that she couldn't do anything to Ming Huin, Yun Thuok shouted angrily, referee, they're cheating. The referee immediately pointed at Shuiyu and the others, saying, Changming's Sect disciples, no cheating. Do you hear me? Mu Zhonghai pretended not to hear and replied, what cheating? We're just casually tossing an alchemy furnace around. This statement infuriated the referee. At this moment, Yi Qiao stepped forward and asked the referee, I have a question. Whose alchemy furnace is that? The referee immediately replied, it belongs to senior brother Shuiyu. She continued to ask, and what is senior brother Shuiyu? The referee answered, an alchemist. Hearing this, Yi Qiao asked again, aren't alchemists prohibited from participating in the Talisman Dao competition? The referee replied, that's correct. Alchemists are not allowed to participate. By now, the referee had lost patience and said irritably, but that's no reason for you to cheat. Seeing that the referee had fallen into her trap, Yi Qiao said with a smile, isn't that exactly the point? He didn't participate. He didn't even step onto the arena. He's just holding an alchemy furnace. The referee still disagreed, saying, you are providing outside assistance. Seeing this, Yi Qiao put on a pitiful expression with sparkling eyes and said, sword cultivators can control their swords, so why can't alchemists control their alchemy furnaces? We're not helping him. Senior brother Shuiyu is just controlling his alchemy furnace. The furnace isn't attacking anyone, nor is it harming Yun Thuok. Shuiyu followed Yi Qiao's lead, adding, that's right, referee. This is discrimination. Look how you've discriminated against my alchemy furnace. The referee was speechless, but still insisted, regardless of the reason, put the alchemy furnace away. Senior brother Shuiyu replied, all right. He then withdrew the alchemy furnace, thinking to himself, after stalling for so long, Ming Huin should have finished setting up his defensive formation. Meanwhile, a flame appeared in Ming Huin's hand. He muttered, thank you everyone. I'm ready. Ming Huin then flung the flame outwards. The fire of the live fire formation quickly surrounded Yun Thuok, causing her to cry out in pain. She finally understood that their earlier commotion was just a delaying tactic. Yun Thuok quickly began to set up her own formation, a sphere of water gathering in her hand. Flowing water technique. But before she could unleash it, the water in her hand evaporated completely, shocking her. Before she could react, the vaporized droplets flew into her face, causing her to cry out, it hurts. Yun Thuok hurriedly covered her face and crouched down, crying, stop. Make it stop. Ming Huin walked up to her and said confidently, Yun Thuok, I win this match. Morning. Warm sunlight bathed the Asking Sword Sect. At this moment, in a secluded area, a group of people were whispering and gossiping. One person spoke up, have you heard? The organizers of the individual matches have changed the rules. Hearing this, another person said, now it's forbidden to throw anything from outside into the Talisman Dao arena, especially alchemy furnaces. The others chimed in, moreover, the matches for the top 10 talisman cultivators now require them to draw their talismans beforehand, and then they can only use those talismans in the competition. At this moment, Yi Qiao and her group arrived. Overhearing their conversation, Yi Qiao said cheerfully, looks like the Talisman Dao matches will be interesting to watch. She was very excited. The novel didn't elaborate much on Yun Thuok's dual cultivation skills, seemingly only describing her bewitching face. She wondered what Yun Thuok's actual abilities were. Just as Ming Huin was feeling doomed, senior brother Shuiyu, standing behind him, said, the top 10 talisman cultivators have to draw their talismans in advance. Isn't that a public execution? All talisman cultivators rely on drawing all night. Hearing this, Ming Huan thought dejectedly, I'm done for. Most of the Ming family's talismans are defensive. The offensive ones are all bought. Doesn't that mean I have to practice offensive talismans too? Knowing what Ming Huan was worried about, Yi Xiao came over to comfort her. Don't worry, things will work out. That evening, a light still shone in one room. Someone was still diligently drawing talismans. It was Yun Thuok and the others, each drawing talismans. Yun Thuok, with a brush handle in her mouth, innocently asked why the rules were suddenly changed. She complained inwardly. Losing to Ming Huan today is one thing, but then they announced that the Talisman Dao competition requires focused talisman drawing. Seeing her complaining, Tong Han Tan said, if you hadn't used your sword against a talisman cultivator, we wouldn't have to practice all night. Hearing this, she puffed out her cheeks with a wronged expression. Tu Troc didn't defend Yun Thuok, but continued, little junior sister, what you did really wasn't right. Hearing this, she angrily said, everyone in Trong Min Tong is the same. She thought scornfully, you dare to lecture me. Suddenly changing the rules, because of me, it's clearly targeted at me. Tu Troc explained to her that they only used it once, and moreover, the rule change was also aimed at them, banning throwing alchemy furnaces in the Talisman Dao competition. But isn't that a good thing? You can prove your real strength. Hearing this, Tong Han Tan snorted coldly. He looked at her, thinking to himself, with Yun Thuok's level, using a sword against a talisman cultivator could cover up her weaknesses, but compared to drawing talismans against the top 10 talisman cultivators, she's bound to be humiliated. The next morning at the competition venue, the contestants stood before their respective platforms. First, Tong Han Tan drew his talisman, followed by Ming Huan quickly wielding her brush to draw her inscription. Observing from the sidelines, Ta So Tuet predicted that, if nothing unexpected happened, Ming Huan would likely be the runner-up. Then he looked towards Yun Thuok and said, however, it still depends on what Yun Thuok draws. The other talisman cultivators are almost finished. What is she hesitating about? Yun Thuok held the talisman in one hand and a brush in the other, comforting herself. Don't panic, Yun Thuok, you can do it. This time, you absolutely cannot fail again. Then she began to draw. When she saw the talisman take shape, her eyes lit up and she thought to herself, finally, I succeeded. At this moment, a light gathered in the sky, and someone pointed upwards and shouted, is that a heavenly Dao blessing? Could it be that Yun Thuok has received the heavenly Dao's blessing? Hearing this, Yi Xiao was incredibly surprised. A heavenly Dao blessing. She truly is the daughter of heaven. Even scribbling gets her a heavenly Dao blessing. Yun Thuok thought smugly, the heavenly Dao truly favors me. This time, I'll definitely amaze everyone. But before she could celebrate for long, the talisman in her hand burst into flames. The onlookers began to murmur. The celestial phenomenon has disappeared. Why did it disappear? Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao suddenly felt an inexplicable joy. What's going on? What's wrong with the heavenly Dao? Isn't Yun Thuok celebrating prematurely? Watching the panicked Yun Thuok on the screen, the audience began to chatter. It's the first time I've seen a top 10 talisman cultivator fail at drawing a talisman. Truly living up to her reputation. Is this all she's capable of now? Is this the extent of Noyet Tantong's skill? Someone standing next to Yi Xiao asked, what does this have to do with Noyet Tantong's skill? Failure is normal. Everyone fails sometimes. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. Yi Xiao, have you ever failed? Hearing the question, Yi Xiao replied, yes, I have. The person said, see, it's very normal, right? Yi Xiao thought for a moment and then said, my brush snapped in half at that time. Hearing this, the person said in surprise, then you must not have drawn for a long time. At this time, someone noticed Tong Han Tan and asked, how is Tong Han Tan doing? Let me see. On the screen, each brushstroke flowed smoothly. Tong Han Tan in the image was extremely focused, causing everyone to admire and praise. So fast. Seeing this, the disciples of Noyet Tantong applauded and cheered. Good. This is the strength that our Noyet Tantong geniuses should have. On this side, the person standing next to Yi Xiao curiously asked, young mistress, I heard that your sect was once blessed by the heavenly Dao. Who was so lucky? Yi Xiao took out a talisman and replied, oh, I was drawing a talisman at the time, and unexpectedly, I received the heavenly Dao's blessing. She proudly held up the talisman to show off. I still haven't been willing to use this talisman until now. I can let you all see it. The surroundings immediately became lively. So, it was you. I want to see this talisman. Can you sell it to me? I've never seen a talisman blessed by the heavenly Tao before. Seeing Yi Qiao standing out like this, Yin Thuok, standing behind the crowd, looked at her with resentment. She frowned and thought, it's her again, it's her again. She's stolen all the glory again. Seeing her like this, Tong Han Tan, standing behind her, reminded Yin Thuok, calm down, be careful of qi deviation. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed Yi Qiao's hand, saying, Yi Qiao, why are you here? Muok Tronghai pulled her out of the crowd while reminding her, it's your turn to draw lots. Hurry up and go. Yi Qiao followed behind and replied, that's right, I almost forgot. A moment later, she saw the 3 words Deep Tan Han on the lot. Yi Qiao said helplessly, oh no, I drew Deep Tan Han. I'm in the top 10, and my first match is against Deep Tan Han. Muok Tronghai walked over and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Women have to be strong. At this time, Ming Huan returned to the room and asked little junior sister, we're back. How did your draw go? Seeing that she didn't answer, Muok Tronghai replied for her. Her next match is against Deep Tan Han. Hearing this, Ming Huan said, in that case, let's go take a bath and sleep. Seeing everyone's reaction, Yi Qiao's face darkened, and she turned her head and said, no way. Don't you have any faith in me? I'm a genius. After all, Ming Huan replied, it's mainly because the opponent is Deep Tan Han. At this moment, Ta So Tuet walked in cheerfully, carrying a pot of soup. Hello, my dear junior disciples. I'm here to bother you all. Come and try my love chicken soup. Hearing this, her senior brothers quickly retreated at the speed of light. Muok Tronghai immediately pushed Yi Qiao forward. You go cheer for Yi Qiao. Just cheering for her is enough. She's going on stage first. Seeing this, Ta So Tuet happily shoved the soup into Yi Qiao's mouth, really. Then little Qiao Qiao, come and have some soup. Yi Qiao wanted to cry, but had no tears, not understanding what was happening, only knowing that spoonfuls of soup were being poured into her mouth. After tasting the chicken soup, Ta So Tuet sat in the corner, vomiting uncontrollably, complaining inwardly. No wonder the senior brothers all backed away. This soup is unbelievably awful. Yi Qiao and Yi Qinghan stood on the arena, preparing to duel, while the spectators in the stands buzzed with excitement. This match will be interesting. Yi Qiao versus Yi Qinghan. I heard Yi Qinghan recently broke through to the Nascent Soul stage. Golden Core versus Nascent Soul. I hope Yi Qiao doesn't lose too badly. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qiao and said, please advise. Yi Qiao calmly replied, please advise. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Qinghan drew his sword. He then leaped and struck down towards Yi Qiao, the light of his sword flashing like lightning. Seeing this, Yi Qiao exclaimed, what a fierce stance. Unfazed by the situation, she responded, but I'm not foolish enough to fight you head on. She raised her hand, chanting imprisonment formation. Witnessing this, Yi Qinghan remained unperturbed. He raised his hand, shattering the formation, and said, you want a war of attrition. Yi Qiao smiled and replied, you guessed it. She continued to deploy illusion formations. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 beautiful women appeared before Yi Qinghan, blocking his path. He immediately swung his sword, dispelling the illusions before his eyes, his gaze unwavering. Yi Qinghan then declared, I won't let you have your way. With that, he slammed his sword onto the arena floor, shouting, domain expansion. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce wind arose, encircling Yi Qiao. Seeing this, Ta So Tuet coughed slightly and remarked, this is a domain. Yi Qinghan is only at the nascent soul stage, yet he has already comprehended a domain. His comprehension is truly remarkable. Then Muok Tronghai spoke. They're gone. Ta So Tuet, seemingly understanding the situation, explained, Yi Qiao has been pulled into Yi Qinghan's domain. Within his domain, he can establish rules to control her. Inside Yi Qinghan's domain, howling winds raged, and a chilling cold assaulted Yi Qiao, freezing her feet to the ground. Looking down at her feet, Yi Qiao thought to herself, it's over. I can't move. After a moment of thought, she applied a talisman to herself. The wind howled as a fire rooster suddenly appeared. Yi Qiao commanded, Kang Duk Ko, face me. Hearing her command, the fire rooster immediately breathed fire towards her. Feeling a sense of relief, Yi Qiao sighed. Finally, it's warmer. Then, her eyes flashed, and she declared, ice lacerating sword. Just as she reacted, Yi Qiao saw Yi Qinghan rush towards her and attack. Struck by the blow, she clutched her stomach and groaned. She then took out a small bottle and drank it dry. After finishing the bottle, Yi Qiao seemed to have fully recovered. Smiling, she said, "Your domain is about to end. Now it's my turn." Hearing this, Yi Qinghan asked in disbelief, "You also have a domain?" As soon as he finished speaking, jet black hands seized his body. More and more arms sprouted from Yi Qiao's body as she replied, "Yes." She thought to herself, "The task my senior brothers gave me a few days ago to make a contract with a minor demon who possesses a domain can be used against Yi Qinghan." Soon, Yi Qiao pulled Yi Qinghan into her domain. "Welcome to my domain," she said to him. "In my domain, everything becomes slow." Then she smiled and said, "Exactly." With that, she charged towards Yi Qinghan, sword in hand. "And I'm even faster." The words had barely left her mouth when she appeared before Yi Qinghan, swinging her sword. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan managed to block the attack with his hand, but he was still injured and cried out in pain. Unconvinced, Yi Qinghan yelled, "Then I'll just have to be faster than before." He pointed his sword at Yi Qiao, but due to his restricted speed, Yi Qiao dodged his attack. In the midst of the fight, she suddenly cried out, "My stomach. It's cramping, it hurts." Then she remembered the bowl of soup her junior uncle had given her last night. Could it be the soup from last night? She wondered. She thought she would have to end the fight quickly. With that thought, she lunged towards Yi Qinghan. "Witness my shadowless kick," she declared, raising her leg high. With a single downward kick, the ground around them cracked. Yi Qinghan was taken aback. His eyes widened as he thought, "So ferocious. Why has she suddenly become like a mad dog?" Suddenly, the domain shattered with a loud explosion. The spectators were thrown into chaos. They were back, but what had just happened? Between Yi Qinghan and Yi Qiao was a crater created by Yi Qiao's landing. Yi Qinghan roared, 10,000 swords decree. Countless swords materialized around him. The swords flew towards Yi Qiao, but she calmly responded, "Try these talismans I've recently developed." With that, she threw several talismans in front of Yi Qinghan's swords. Upon contact, the swords were stopped in their tracks. The onlookers exclaimed in astonishment, "These are Noyet Ton Tong talismans, but something's been added to them." No, wait, they're not entirely Noyet Ton Tong. She's incorporated Changming Sect techniques as well. Ta So Tuet breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Qiao is indeed a traitor, but her talent is truly exceptional. Ordinary people couldn't do this. He thought to himself, but isn't she afraid of the Changming Sect patriarch finding out and striking down this unfilial disciple? At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally spoke, assessing the situation. "I underestimated you, but your spiritual energy is depleted." She didn't bother hiding it. Indeed, she thought, "I've used all the medicine I could, but Yi Qinghan is truly difficult to deal with, especially with my stomach still aching." Yi Qinghan said sternly, "Use whatever other skills you have." Yi Qiao replied, "Not so fast." Her hands moved as if drawing some kind of inscription. Then she asked, "Is your father here?" She continued, "I only have one curse mark." Then with a smile, she added, "But it can detonate a nascent soul." Just as she finished speaking, there was a boom. A large explosion erupted before everyone's eyes. Space seemed to freeze. The whistling wind roared in everyone's ears, and then the dust slowly settled. In the stands, everyone buzzed with discussion. "Oh my God," the inscription exploded. "She's truly worthy of being called Lady Yi. She's defied heaven." Below, Yi Qinghan collapsed on the ground, coughing violently from the dust. People continued to talk. It doesn't count as a win. It's a mutual destruction. As soon as the match ended, Yi Qiao hurriedly ran off. From the stands, someone suddenly asked, "Yi Qiao, do you have anything to say?" Hearing this, Yi Qiao turned around and replied without any hesitation, "I need to use the restroom." Ming Huan, looking at the smiling Ta So Tuet, thought to himself that there must have been something wrong with last night's soup. Luckily, he hadn't finished his bowl of soup from his junior martial uncle last night. Half a month passed in a flash. The final results were finally announced. The surrounding people chattered excitedly. The recent matches have been truly amazing. Among them, someone said loudly, "Muok Tronghai has won consecutively, even defeating Tan Hoai, and now stands at the top of the sword cultivator rankings." Another person said, "It's a pity for Yi Qinghan. If it weren't for the match against Yi Qiao, he would definitely be at the top of the leaderboard." Someone else added, "The final results for the Talisman Dao are out. Tong Han Tan is first, and Ming Huan is second." Reading through the rankings, Yi Qiao heard that Van Thuok was last. Hearing this, she remembered the original story. In the original story, Van Thwok was supposed to be at the top of the Sword Cultivator rankings. So why was he now at the bottom of the Talisman Cultivator rankings? She then wondered, could it be because he didn't steal her spiritual root, so his talent was affected? Tan Hai saw Yi Qiao lost in thought and paused. He walked over to Yi Qiao and said, Yi Qiao, I just drew your name. We'll have a match later. Hearing this, Yi Qiao raised her hand and said, I'm going to forfeit. Inwardly, she complained, Tan Hai fights like he's harming the enemy 800 while losing 1,000 himself. I'm not fighting that kind of vicious person. Hearing this, Tan Hai thought Yi Qiao was looking down on him. His face darkened, and he snapped, What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Yi Qiao felt indignant, thinking to herself, besides, I'm already in third place now. Even if I beat him, I'll still be third. Seeing the tense situation, Muok Tronghai came to mediate, saying to Tan Hai, calm down, calm down. She forfeits because she respects you. Ming Huan also chimed in, if Junior Sister doesn't fight Tan Hai, the rankings for the other matches won't change much either. It seems like the final results will be announced today. Shuiyu also said cheerfully, let's go to the arena and get good seats to hear the good news. The competition judge stepped forward and announced loudly, after 4 months of competition, the Sects Grand Tournament has officially concluded. He continued to declare powerfully to everyone, I believe everyone is eagerly awaiting the final results. Combining individual scores with team scores, the first place ranking goes to. Then he continued with congratulations. Congratulations to Truong Min Tong for achieving first place. Yi Qiao, Muok Tronghai, and Ming Huan were all overjoyed upon hearing this. At this moment, everyone buzzed with excitement. Truong Min Tong is first. Lady Yi, you're amazing. I love you. Ming Huan, look over here. Congratulations. Old Tan Fan, hearing this, teased Elder Zhao we won. Elder Zhao was astonished upon hearing this, and could only utter 2 words, we won. He stood stunned for a moment, then overjoyed that his sect had achieved first place. We are first. We are first. The announcer called out, the top 10 cultivators can enter the Noyet Ton Tong, forbidden grounds, to choose talismans and scriptures. The top 10 alchemists can freely pick spiritual herbs from the Bitch Tui Tong. The top 10 Qi cultivators can select materials from the Tan Fong Tong. Then, pointing to a cave, the announcer said, the top 10 sword cultivators can enter the sword tomb of the Van Kim Tong. You have 3 days to be chosen by a spiritual sword. If you are chosen, you could take the sword with you. But if you're not recognized by any sword, don't blame us. Yi Qiao pondered, recalling that in the original story, the male lead, Yi Qiao, obtained the Severing Water Sword. The female lead, Van Thwok, obtained the Falling Water Sword. But now, Van Thwok is participating in the Talisman Dao competition and won't be able to enter the sword tomb. So, to whom will the Falling Water Sword belong? Yi Qiao smiled and took out several talismans, saying, I hear the spiritual energy is dense within the sword tomb. These are spirit-gathering talismans, 1 for each of you. Quickly absorb the spiritual energy. Muok Tronghai and Chu Han Van replied in unison, all right. Yi Qiao then said to everyone, let's go in then. Elder Vong of the Van Kim Tong watched from afar as Yi Qiao and the others slowly entered the cave, murmuring, the Severing Water Sword, the Rainbow Sword, the Frost Sword. I wonder who these famous spiritual swords will choose as their masters. Inside the Van Kim Tong sword tomb, numerous swords lay scattered everywhere. Looking at a sword deeply embedded in a rock, Yi Qiao said, what's going on? Why do these spiritual swords seem to be constantly moving? Seeing Yi Qiao's confusion, Muok Tronghai replied, it's like a widow who hasn't seen a man in years. Seeing a group of living, breathing men in front of her, it's normal for her to be excited. It's understandable. So Chi Han, seeing 2 paths ahead, turned back and asked everyone, there are 2 paths ahead. Which way should we go? Just as Yi Qing Han was hesitating, thinking him, Yi Qiao quickly said, let's go left. She thought to herself, if she remembered correctly, Yi Qing Han's Severing Water Sword was on the right. There were also quite a few good swords on the left. As she walked, Yi Qiao thought, there's someone here with a natural sword bone. It's a pity he already has a natal sword. It's like a young man marrying early. Such a pity. Looking at the swords scattered everywhere, she mused, 1,000 years from now, even if I have a natal sword, I'd still want him. Suddenly, she realized something. Wait a minute, that woman seems to have a once-in-a-millennium heavenly spiritual root. I want her. Suddenly, a series of swords that had been lying dormant flew into the air. Yi Qiao and Muok Trong Hai gaped in astonishment. Muok Trong Hai said to the swords, I already have a natal sword. I only need my wife, the true Tich sword. Don't chase me. Yi Qiao added, he has a natural sword bone, and I have nothing. Why are you chasing me? Despite their clear explanations, the swords continued to fly frantically towards them. Seeing this, Yi Qiao grabbed Muok Trong Hai's hand and ran, saying, Fourth senior brother, let's split up and run. Yi Qiao shouted, Eldest senior brother, take them. I have a way to escape these swords. The image of Yi Qing Han suddenly flashed in her mind. Speaking of attractiveness, who could be more appealing than Yi Qing Han? He doesn't have a natal sword, but he has extremely high talent. I must find him to divert their attention. Thinking this, she separated from Muok Trong Hai and ran in another direction. Seeing Yi Qiao run away, Muok Trong Hai cried out in distress. Why are there still so many chasing me after little junior sister led so many away? Just how many swords are there in this sword tomb? Chased by a swarm of swords, Yi Qiao ran past Chu Han Van like she was being chased by dogs. She pleaded, Eldest senior brother, save me. I can't outrun them. Suddenly, a sword attracted Muok Trong Hai. In a blink of an eye, an unfamiliar woman appeared. She felt an immense warmth within her heart. Muok Trong Hai was puzzled by this scene. Her body slowly lifted into the air. Looking at the unfamiliar woman before her, Muok Trong Hai couldn't help but ask in alarm, Who are you? Chu Han Van approached from afar and said, That's your wife. Looks like little junior sister's talisman's work. The true Tich sword absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy and has taken form. Muok Trong Hai exclaimed in shock, No way. This thing is my sword. Muok Trong Hai's true Tich sword looked around and asked, Where's Yi Qiao? Where's Qiao Qiao? Where's my little junior sister? Seeing this, Muok Trong Hai grabbed the woman's collar. That's my little junior sister. Muok Trong Hai's true Tich sword immediately agreed. All right, I'll temporarily forgive your rudeness. Let's go find her. I liked her ever since she touched me before, and now that I've taken form thanks to her talismans, I like her even more. Muok Trong Hai thought in confusion. I understand that every spirit sword has a different personality, but why is my spirit sword so mischievous? Chu Han Van, standing beside them, was also thinking Muok Trong Hai and Yi Qiao were already lively enough together. Now, with the true Tich sword added to the mix, there will never be a peaceful day. Not long after, Yi Qiao found Yi Qing Han. She called out happily, Yi Qing Han. Upon seeing Yi Qing Han, she immediately summoned a binding rope and tied him up, saying, I've found you. Now, take me away. Startled, Yi Qing Han was bound by the demon binding rope. Yi Qiao quickly said, Your Van Kim Tong is indeed formidable. But if you had released these sword spirits earlier, it wouldn't have created this chaotic situation today. Hearing this, Yi Qing Han angrily shouted, Shut up. He then pulled Yi Qiao along as they ran. About half an hour later, Yi Qing Han explained as they went, We're inside the sword tomb now. The swords outside can't follow us in here. The high-level swords inside all have sentience and won't chase us. Yi Qiao, looking at the sword floating in the air, hurriedly asked, What about that sword? It followed us in. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword flew into Yi Qiao's hand, greatly surprising her. She whispered, Sorry, I already have a natal sword. The sword in her hand spoke, Choose me. Form a contract with me. Throw away the sword at your hip. I am Phi Tin, the most exceptional among sword spirits, far more powerful than it. Yi Qiao, finding a talking sword, was intrigued. You can actually talk. Yi Qing Han, noticing the sword was lying, warned Yi Qiao, This sword's aura is weak. I advise you to think carefully. He then explained to Yi Qiao that the Phi Tien sword was extremely temperamental. Someone once relied on it to become the #1 swordsman, earning it the reputation of the best spirit sword. However, its wielder later discovered its unstable nature, strong against the strong, weak against the weak. Hearing this, Yi Qiao became even more interested in the sword. Strong against the strong. How interesting. A sword that can counter its opponent. She spoke to her sword, Duo Duan. You'll always be my treasure, but can I make a pact with another treasure too? Yi Qiao thought to herself that in this situation, she definitely needed to talk to Dai Bao, even though it didn't seem to be able to talk. She reached out and touched Dai Bao as she spoke. Seeing this, the the swords began to clamor. Even the Phi Tian's sword chimed in. If she can take it, I want to follow her too. Another sword shouted, Heavenly spiritual root, take me as your master. Yet another cried, I want to follow Jing Hong. Wherever Jing Hong goes, I go. Seeing so many swords vying for her attention, Yi Qiao felt a little embarrassed. Han Shuang, Jing Hong, Lu Ying, why are you all here for me to choose from? Suddenly, she came up with a clever solution. Since you all like me so much, then come into my pouch. She thought, only children have to choose. She wanted them all. As she prepared to put all the swords into her pouch, Yi Qiao's sword suddenly flew up, crashing into the other swords and yelling, get lost. Jet black hair flew in the wind, followed by the gradual appearance of a handsome face. Duo Duan roared, a bunch of useless trash. You can't even maintain your forms, and you dare compete with me for her. He then flew to Yi Qiao's side and said gently, I am Bat Qian Quan. Pleased to meet you. Yi Qiao was surprised by the sword's swift change in demeanor, from a hot-headed tough guy to a gentle sword spirit in a second. At the same time, Tong Han Tan and Muok Trong Hai arrived. Muok Trong Hai's sword exclaimed upon arrival, wow, so many swords. Muok Trong Hai, seeing Bat Qian Quan, asked, little junior sister, is this your spirit sword? Why is it male? I thought spirit swords take the form of their owner's gender. Muok Trong Hai's sword, upon seeing Bat Qian Quan, rushed forward and praised, you're so beautiful. Your spirit sword is beautiful too. You're Qiao Qiao's spirit sword, right? As expected, a beautiful person has a beautiful sword. Can we be friends? Bat Qian Quan frowned and asked, are you the same as that other trash? Muok Trong Hai's sword replied cheerfully, I'm not the same. I'm very strong, look, we're both sword people. Hearing this, Bat Qian Quan's face darkened, and he coldly snapped, get lost. Seeing how noisy Muok Trong Hai's sword was, Yi Qiao commented, your sword is really unusual. Muok Trong Hai's face flushed with embarrassment. Bat Qian Quan, gazing intently at Yi Qiao and the sword before him, asked her, do you really want to take all these swords? Seeing Bu Jianjun ask this, Yi Qiao felt a little embarrassed. Maybe you might have a few more younger siblings. Bu Jianjun cried sadly, saying to Yi Qiao, you weren't like this at first. Bu Jianjun thought to himself, I'm already here. Why do you want other swords? Why? Seeing Bu Jianjun cry, Yi Qiao immediately hugged him and comforted him. Okay, don't be angry anymore. I'll only take 4, just these 4. She thought to herself, Duo Duan seems very angry. Why do I feel like a mother at such a young age? Being comforted by Yi Qiao, Bu Jianjun's anger subsided. After that, Yi Qiao's sword frowned. He mouthed provocatively at the other swords. Trash. Provoked by Bu Jianjun, the other swords angrily thought, wait until I take human form, I'll definitely make this damned sword kneel at my feet and beg for forgiveness. After that, Yi Qiao opened her bag and collected the 4 swords. Fei Xian, Han Shuang, Qin Hong Lock On, come out with me. At this time, Zuk Hong, not having obtained any sword, was very sad. No sword needs me, I don't have a sword. Yi Qiao turned to comfort Zuk Hong. Haven't you found a sword to make a pact with yet? I remember you have a water spiritual root. Hearing this, Zuk Hong was a little disappointed. Yeah, it seems that water spiritual roots are suitable for alchemy or Talisman Dao, gentler practices. Swordsmanship doesn't suit me. Basically no spirit swords like me. Yi Qiao thought to herself, Zuk Hong has a water spiritual root. Isn't that the same as Van Thuok? She smiled slyly, thinking to herself, the Lac Tui sword will choose Van Thuok. Maybe it will also choose Zuk Hong, both having water spiritual roots. Even if it doesn't, I have plenty of swords. I'll find a way to arrange things. She smiled and voiced her thoughts. If you're willing to call me number 1, I'll give you a sword that suits you. Hearing this, Zuk Hong was very happy. Most esteemed number 1, lead me to get the sword. She thought, although she wasn't the champion of the individual competition, the cultivation world has already defaulted to her being the number 1 of the competition. Hearing this, Yi Qiao agreed. All right, I'll take you. After saying that, she pulled Zuk Hong along. Eldest senior brother, 4th senior brother, I'm leaving. 3 days later, everyone came out of the cave. Elder Vong of the Van Kim Tong, seeing everyone come out, praised. You have made pacts with the Don Tui sword and Thun Tuet sword. Very good, just as I predicted. Elder Vong thought to himself, that Lac Tui sword. He looked towards Zuk Hong. continuing to think, that has indeed been claimed by Zuk Hong. For the Lac Tui sword with such a haughty personality to accept Zuk Hong, it's truly unexpected. The two elders turned to Yi Qiao and shouted, "Yi Qiao, tell us what you got." Their faces showed astonishment. Fei Xian, Han Suang, Qin Hong, Luke Ang, how could you be so reckless? After that, their faces darkened as they left, extremely displeased. So many treasures following one person, and more importantly, someone for Trom In Tom. Even if it's embarrassing, I want to get a few back, even if it means being mocked by the other sects. Suo Hangji was equally bewildered. The Luo Shui sword and Duan Shui sword are a pair. What do you all think? A pair of swords meant for companions is quite common. So why were they taken by our senior brother and sister from the Asking Sword sect? Zuk Hong told everyone, "You might not believe this, but I only found this sword after following Yi Qiao. Originally, no sword chose me." Elder Vong of the Asking Sword sect was a bit troubled. It's already good that Yi Qiao helped. Since she helped my direct disciple obtain a sword, wouldn't our Asking Sword sect appear ungrateful if we took the sword back from her? Elder Tan, seeing that Yi Qiao and Mu Zhonghai's swords had materialized, said excitedly, "These are your spirit swords, and they've already materialized." He thought joyfully, in this grand sect meeting, our Changming sect truly excelled. He said to Yi Qiao and Mu Zhonghai, "Not bad, not bad. Since the competition is over, you two should go back and pack up. We'll depart for Changming sect tomorrow. Xiaoyu and Ming Xian have already received their rewards and are resting." That evening, everyone returned to their lodgings. Ming Xian was delighted to see them. "Little junior sister, you're finally back." Xiaoyu said cheerfully, "Let's go collect our winnings." "Look, a whole bag." Yi Qiao cheered excitedly, of course. Although the competition was a bit tiring, it was worth it. As she spoke, she opened the bag and tossed the stones into the air to celebrate our fortune. "Even though we didn't get first place, we still have to have a good meal tonight." Mu Zhonghai asked, "What should we eat?" Yi Qiao immediately replied, "Skewers, of course." She smiled happily. Just as everyone was sitting down to eat their skewers, Suo Hang Ji came over to call Yi Qiao. He waved to everyone. "Mind if I join the meal?" Yi Qiao coldly replied, "Get lost." She thought to herself, a bunch of shameless people. There's not even enough for us, and they still want to join in. Duan Hang Dao whispered to everyone, "We're all friends. What's the big deal about sharing a little?" Yi Qiao replied while chewing, "Who's friends with you?" Before she finished speaking, another group of people arrived. "Your skewers smell delicious." Lin Lin walked over, holding a wine jar, and said, "This is spirit wine infused with Lingji from our Clearwater sect. Drinking it is good for nourishing the spirit." Then she whispered to Yi Qiao, "I snuck this out while Lu Yun wasn't paying attention." Lu Yun shouted from behind, "Lin Lin, don't think I didn't hear you." Mu Zhonghai said excitedly, "Now that we have wine and meat, let's have a toast." After saying that, everyone clinked their glasses and drank. About half an hour later, everyone was a little drunk. Yi Qiao swayed, speechless. Seeing that Yi Qiao was drunk, Suo Hang Ji walked over to tease her. "Hey, Yi Qiao, I'm your dad. Do you remember me?" Seeing this, Mu Zhonghai kicked Suo Hangji away. "How dare you take advantage of my junior sister?" Shun Ziwei also came over. "Do you remember that you owe me 1,000,000 spirit stones?" Xiaoyu immediately put a bowl over Ziwei's face. "Her life is hard enough already. Your Qingfeng sect is so rich. Why do you still want to cheat her?" Yi Qiao suddenly opened her eyes and said, "I'm drunk, but I'm not stupid. All of you go away." Tu Hoi, hugging Xiaoyu and Yi Qing Han, said, "How about we play rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins gets to choose someone to take off a piece of clothing. How about it?" Slightly tipsy, Mu Zhonghai agreed. All right. Duan Hang Dao, in the midst of the game, exclaimed, "I won. Hurry up and take something off." Yi Qiao took a step back, smiling cheerfully, thinking to herself, days like these are quite enjoyable. She happily reflected on everything before her, feeling a joy she had never experienced before. The next morning, a call echoed through the Asking Sword sect. Chu Han Van, Min Huin, Xiaoyu, Mu Zhonghai, Yi Qiao, is everyone up? It's time to return to the Changming sect. Yi Qiao and the others approached. Let's go then. Afterwards, everyone smiled and left together. Yi Qiao thought to herself, I want to continue playing with my senior brothers in the future.